Chapter 415, Half-Saint. Within Xiao Yan's body, the 9-turn half-saint pill began to incessantly release an immense surge of energy. Even after undergoing continuous refinement by the Yi, its quantity showed no signs of diminishing. In the depths of Xiao Yan's qi, 9 crystals of fighting spirit, compressed to their utmost limits, floated gently. An unending flow of fighting spirit transformed into energy, gradually coalescing into a colossal vortex within the qi. As time elapsed, 2 months passed unremarkably, and by the 3rd month, a piece of news that sent shockwaves throughout the central continent began to spread. In the ancient and perilous region known as the Wild Ancient Domain, one of the most enigmatic places in the central continent, the legendary Bodhi tree was sighted. The revelation of this news ignited a fervor across the entire central continent, particularly among the great powers, who were filled with unparalleled excitement. These factions, with legacies spanning over 1,000 years in the fighting spirit continent, held ancient records detailing the mysteries of the Bodhi tree. This ancient tree ranks among the top 3 treasures in the realm of celestial materials and earthly treasures. According to ancient texts, the Bodhi tree, also known as the tree of wisdom and reincarnation, possesses unfathomable power, the extent of which remains largely unknown. It was once attempted to be seized by a powerful Dou saint, only to be repelled by the Bodhi tree itself. Since then, the true strength of the Bodhi tree has been beyond dispute. The Bodhi tree harbors 3 treasures, each capable of inciting madness when revealed. These treasures are the Bodhi seed, the Bodhi heart, and the profound enlightenment derived from beneath the Bodhi tree. Even considering the lesser 2 treasures, the most unassuming Bodhi pill alone offers ordinary Dou Zun practitioners a 10% chance of advancing to half-saint status. Should a high-ranking alchemist craft the legendary Bodhi pill, this probability could soar to 30%. Thus, the Bodhi seed alone is enough to drive countless Dou Zun experts into a frenzy. Above the Bodhi seed lies an even more precious treasure, the Bodhi heart. The purpose of the Bodhi heart is simple, yet enough to drive all beneath the Dou saint level into a frenzy. It has the potential to aid individuals in achieving sainthood. Moreover, this transformation allows one to leap over the half-saint stage directly into the realm of Dou saint. Regardless of the circumstances, the mere mention of the title Dou saint can incite an unparalleled fervor among powerful individuals. Dou saints are the true apex beings of the fighting spirit continent, capable of harnessing the energy of the heavens and earth to create tidal waves and even carve out spaces for life to thrive. With a mere flick of their wrists, they wield the might to shape the very fabric of existence. Such beings belong to the echelon of the most formidable entities, even among ancient races. At the very moment this news emerged, the formidable Dou Zun experts throughout the central plains were driven to the brink of frenzy. The opportunity to attain sanctification was laid bare before them. Who could possibly remain unmoved by such a prospect? In the face of such temptation and opportunity, even the exceptional talents of the ancient 7 clans were stirred with excitement. Within these ancient and powerful factions, only those who attained the rank of Doushang could truly be deemed as possessing significant authority without reaching such heights. One remained merely a larger insect. After all, among the ancient races, aside from a few rare bloodlines of divine quality, the path to Doushang was fraught with difficulty for the rest. Yet, the most precious element within the Bodhi ancient tree was a singular experience of enlightenment that transpired beneath its boughs. This phenomenon, though seemingly ethereal, was steeped in legends that could even stir the hearts of Doushang experts. The reason was simple. Acquiring this invaluable insight could unlock the potential to ascend to the rank of Dou Di. Though it was merely potential, it was sufficient to incite fervor in countless souls. Indeed, while Doushang represented the pinnacle of existence within this realm, the true sovereign on the Dou Qi continent was the realm bearing the title of Emperor. Dou Di. In the expanse of the Dou Qi continent, over the millennia, only one had ascended to the throne of Emperor, the Xian Emperor, Xiao Yan. His singular achievement elevated the Xiao clan above all other factions. However, this enlightenment remained elusive and intangible, leaving no one able to ascertain its veracity. Nonetheless, the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree continued to excite the masses. During these past 2 months, Xiao Yan remained as still as a meditating sage, seemingly frozen in place, his breathing almost imperceptible. Had it not been for the slow rise and fall of his chest, one might have assumed he had succumbed to death. Despite his profound stillness, the two observing him, Yao Qi and Yao Ling, sensed an undercurrent of turmoil beneath his tranquil exterior, akin to a volcano accumulating immense pressure. poised to erupt with cataclysmic force at the appointed moment. As time gradually slipped away. Over 10 days had passed, and Xiao Yan remained as motionless as stone. Just then, a faint sound akin to a crack resonated, heralding the emergence of a draconic aura within Xiao Yan's being. Initially subtle and disquieting, this energy rapidly intensified, overwhelming even Yao Ling, who felt a slight constriction in her breath, while Yao Qi's pupils constricted in response. Boom! At last, a formidable beam of light erupted from the crown of Xiao Yan's head, soaring towards the heavens. Boom! A chilling aura enveloped the vicinity for 1,000 miles, compelling many of lesser cultivation to prostrate themselves upon the ground, their gazes filled with terror as they beheld the terrifying pillar of light at the heart of the palace complex. This radiant beam surged skyward, shattering the clouds above into vast fragments, and continued its relentless ascent until it collided with the spatial barrier of the medicinal realm, causing gentle ripples to emanate from that point, before it was finally forced to halt. Who dares? What manner of person has stirred such a commotion? This formidable disturbance roused the attention of nearly every expert within the medicinal realm, prompting even those in secluded meditation to emerge, their expressions one of astonishment as they gazed at the soaring pillar of light. The IT is not an outsider, causing trouble. A powerful being has broken through. Someone could not suppress their exclamation. Indeed, someone has achieved a breakthrough, but such an overwhelming aura could it be that a saint has arisen. Many of the medicinal clan's experts flushed with excitement. Unlike the Xiao clan, the medicinal clan rarely sees the emergence of a battle saint within a decade. With their bloodline power waning, the medicinal clan has found it increasingly challenging, often taking a century to produce a single battle saint. Currently, the total number of battle saints among the medicinal clan barely exceeds 10. That this disturbance emanates from the palace of the saintess. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, the saintess, while gifted, still requires more time to attain the status of battle saint. A figure shook their head, only to have their expression brighten soon after. However, the saint's son has already reached the pinnacle of the half-saint realm considering the time elapsed. He must be close to becoming a battle saint. Yet, this is still incorrect though. This fluctuation is immensely close to the threshold of battle saint. The moment of becoming one would resonate with the heavens, creating an even greater tumult. At this juncture, an elderly battle sovereign, who had been in seclusion, gently shook his head, dampening the spirits of those around him. Meanwhile, many knowledgeable elders of the medicinal clan gazed upon the fearsome fluctuation with complex expressions. Those who had participated in the council were well aware that this terrifying disturbance was not the result of a breakthrough by the saint's son or saintess, but rather by Xiao Yan, of the Xiao clan. Such a formidable fluctuation must indicate that he is not far from becoming a battle saint. When Yao Tian broke through to half-saint, he did not create such a ruckus. Many elders bitterly shook their heads, recalling that Xiao Yan possessed the strength to slay a half-saint even before his ascension now. Having reached half-saint, he might very well contend with a battle saint in a test of strength. Alas, the older generation cannot match the Xiao clan, and it seems the younger generation is not their match either. Observing this scene, the clan leader, Yao Dan, shook his head in resignation to AT that moment. His elder brother, Yao Tian, gazed at the overwhelming aura with a countenance equally filled with bitterness. AT this moment, he finally recognized the terrifying nature of his brother-in-law. Prior to Xiao Yan's ascension to the realm of a semi-saint, he believed he could rely on the various tactics and bloodline powers of the saint child of the medicine clan to contend with Xiao Yan. However, now that Xiao Yan had attained the status of a semi-saint, his defeat was inevitable. The beam of light in the sky persisted for a full quarter of an hour before gradually dissipating into the vastness of the cosmos, at which point Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. Is this the sensation of being a semi-saint? Feeling the cataclysmic power surging within him, Xiao Yan gradually rose to his feet, gently stretching his body, which emitted sound akin to popping beans. Exhilarating. As Xiao Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air, a smile graced his face as he gazed towards the distant medicine spirit. Truly worthy of being my esteemed grandson. Before the medicine spirit could utter a word, the jovial voice of medicine season chimed in. However, scarcely had his words fallen when the very fabric of the medicine realm began to tremble, and with this formidable quaking, the expressions of all present underwent a dramatic transformation. This is the fluctuation of the imperial array. As this earth-shattering wave surged forth, a colossal phantom, towering to the heavens, slowly materialized within the expanse of the medicine realm. Chapter 416. The Gift of the Medicine Emperor's Cauldron. With the emergence of this ethereal figure, the expressions of all members of the medicine clan shifted dramatically. The apparition towered to great heights, draped in coarse garments, resembling a venerable old farmer. His somewhat aged visage was obscured, rendering his features indiscernible. Nevertheless, at the very moment this elder's phantom manifested, a terrifying pressure, emanating from the depths of their bloodline, compelled all within the medicine clan to kneel involuntarily. Even Yao Ling and Yao Ji found themselves bowing without surprise. Only a few formidable Dou Saint warriors of the clan remained unbowed under this oppressive force. However, despite not being forced to kneel, they too chose to do so out of sheer reverence. Ancestor. Countless members of the medicine clan displayed a mixture of fervor and dread upon their faces. This old phantom clad in coarse garments could only be the lingering soul of the medicine emperor from years gone by. The appearance of the ancestor's phantom ignited fervent excitement among the clan members. Yet it also instilled a profound fear regarding the sudden manifestation of the medicine emperor's spirit within the realm of medicine. It must be noted that the remnants of the medicine emperor's soul had long since merged with the legendary Tian Dingbang's first cauldron, forming the protective array that safeguarded the medicine clan through generations. To summon the medicine emperor's lingering soul back into existence would typically require the clan to expend its entire resources to invoke their protective formation. Such a price was exceedingly steep. Hence, this soul would only be called upon during dire crises threatening the very existence of the clan. However, on this day, the medicine emperor's soul appeared unbidden amidst the world of medicine, leaving all powerful figures of the clan in a state of alarm. Could it be that the medicine clan was on the brink of some cataclysmic disaster? With this thought, pallor washed over everyone's countenance. Yet, after the manifestation of the medicine emperor's phantom, the realm of medicine remained devoid of any unusual occurrences, continuing in its tranquility, which was perplexing. Just as everyone pondered the meaning of these events, the phantom of the medicine emperor slowly turned its head, its profoundly deep eyes fixing upon a specific direction. That direction was precisely where Xiao Yan stood. At the moment those profound eyes settled upon him, even Xiao Yan felt a shiver run through his very soul. Was this truly the lingering essence of the medicine emperor? His face flushed crimson, despite having ascended to the semi-holy realm. Just a single glance from the medicine emperor's lingering soul stirred within him an overwhelming urge to kneel. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure. The sheer terror emanating from a soul that had lingered for untold ages was overwhelming. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan truly grasped the genuine terror embodied by a Dou Emperor. After all, the past figure of Xiao Xian had never revealed the aura of a Dou Emperor before him. One could only imagine the terrifying scene that would unfold should this living Dou Emperor choose to unleash his full might. At that moment, it seemed that the entire central continent would inevitably bow beneath its feet. Had the medicinal clan truly fallen to such a pitiable state? The medicinal emperor murmured softly, his words instantly causing the faces of numerous high-ranking members of the clan to flush crimson, revealing their profound shame. Particularly, the clan leader, Yao Dan, wore an expression of deep remorse. The current medicinal clan, when compared to its ancient counterpart, could be likened to a disparity between heaven and earth. Even the Pill Tower appeared to be on the verge of rivaling the medicinal clan. In ancient times, the Pill Tower could merely be regarded as a slightly more formidable offshoot within the medicinal clan. Yet now, it seemed poised to catch up. Contemplating this, a sense of bitterness enveloped the hearts of the elder members of the medicinal clan. After a brief pause, the spectral form of the medicinal emperor unexpectedly smiled at Xiao Yan. In the midst of this subtle smile, both Yao Ling and Yao Ji were rendered utterly bewildered. And even Xiao Yan was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? The medicinal emperor had smiled at me? Xiao Yan felt uncertain, yet at that moment, the medicinal emperor slowly spoke. Indeed, he simply uttered, offering no further elaboration. However, those two simple words sent the members of the medicinal clan into a frenzy. My heavens, the clan ancestor has praised someone who possesses such extraordinary fortune. Throughout countless years, had anyone ever demonstrated a talent so prodigious as to warrant the ancestor's reappearance for commendation? Even the former clan leader with divine bloodline could never have achieved this. As the elders of the medicinal clan turned their gaze towards the direction indicated by the medicinal emperor, astonishment etched itself upon their faces. How could this be? It was him. The expressions of Yao Dan and many formidable figures were a complex tapestry of emotions, interwoven with envy and admiration. The direction in which the medicinal emperor was looking, naturally, pointed towards the holy maiden palace where Yao Ling resided. Although Yao Ling was a rare emperor's spiritual body within the medicinal clan, such beings were not entirely absent from the clan's history. For the medicinal emperor's remnant soul to manifest and utter such praise, the individual in question must possess a talent of an extraordinarily terrifying level. In the entirety of the medicinal realm, and even the Dou continent. Only one person could possibly reach such heights. That person was Xiao Yan. The medicinal emperor's ethereal form did not linger for long. His colossal hand gently gestured towards a certain direction within the medicinal clan. In the next moment, a pillar of light soared into the heavens. Following closely, a crimson brilliance surged forth from that light toward Xiao Yan. Upon recognizing the object within the crimson radiance, the expressions of some Dou Sheng powerhouses, already complex, became even more bewildered. It was the burning heaven cauldron. Yao Dan gazed in stupefaction at the ancient medicinal cauldron within that red light. After a brief moment of rapid motion, the ancient medicinal cauldron suddenly came to a halt, gently descending before Xiao Yan. He was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the cauldron with astonishment. Towering over him, the cauldron was a striking crimson hue, crafted from an unknown precious material. Intricate and enigmatic flame patterns adorned its surface, resembling various forms of extraordinary fire. Although merely decorative, these patterns subtly conveyed the essence of unique flames. This cauldron was the burning sky cauldron. As he stood before this ancient artifact, Xiao Yan's mind raced to recall the information from the extraordinary fire rankings, ultimately confirming the name of the cauldron. The burning sky cauldron ranked 4th on the heavenly cauldron list, and despite its position, its value was comparable to that of the 3rd-ranked radiant cauldron. Beyond its substantial assistance in alchemy, this cauldron possessed an even more formidable capability. Akin to the ancient fire ruler, it could enhance the potency of flames, particularly those of extraordinary fire. Thus, the cauldron not only significantly aided alchemical processes, but also bolstered the combat prowess of fire attribute cultivators and extraordinary fire bearers. While the burning sky cauldron may not hold the top position in terms of aiding elixirs, its contributions to combat were undeniably fearsome. Your talent is remarkable, with the potential to become the next imperial alchemist, echoed the voice of the alchemy emperor, resonating through the realm of medicine, evoking envy among all who heard. The burning sky cauldron, then, was a modest gift from the emperor to the younger generation, with hopes that Xiao Yan would contribute to the Dou continent in the future. As the voice gradually faded, the emperor's visage wore a vague smile before his ethereal form became increasingly transparent, ultimately dissipating into the ether. Even after the emperor's disappearance, the realm of medicine remained steeped in prolonged silence. Eventually, the low growl of a magical beast jolted everyone back to reality. Had Xiao Yan's innate talent truly reached such unparalleled heights that even the ancestor favored him? With the emperor's departure, many high-ranking members of the medicinal clan wore expressions of helpless bitterness. After countless years, their Dou Emperor had returned to commend an outsider, bestowing gifts upon him. While they were merely summed up by a simple phrase of decline, the burning sky cauldron was indeed one of the most prestigious cauldrons within the clan. And although there were a few others from the heavenly cauldron list, the value of the burning sky cauldron was unquestionable, standing as one of the clan's treasured artifacts. At that moment, a sense of bitterness permeated the upper echelons of the medicinal clan. However, not everyone felt disheartened. For instance, within the courtyard, Yao Ji and Yao Ling were filled with contrasting emotions. The former was nearly ecstatic, dancing with joy, exclaiming that her grandson possessed the bearing of an emperor-level figure. The latter's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze towards Xiao Yan imbued with a multitude of sentiments. Who could have imagined that the initially encountered scoundrel within the sacred relics would achieve such formidable accomplishments? Even the revered ancestor, worshipped as a deity by the apothecary clan, has manifested his residual spirit to commend him by name. The status of an emperor-grade alchemist stands as the pinnacle of honor for all young alchemists throughout history, and his evaluator is none other than the previous emperor-grade alchemist. Contemplating this, a swell of pride and exhilaration unfurls within the heart of the apothecary spirit. Look at how delighted you are. Observing the apothecary spirit's flushed cheeks brimming with excitement, Xiao Yan chuckled as he playfully pinched her cheek and gently tousled her dark tresses, before directing his gaze once more to the burning heaven cauldron. Based on the legacy he obtained from the sacred mountain, it is evident that this burning heaven cauldron is indeed a sacred artifact of considerable quality. Although it may not rival the ancient fire-measuring ruler, it is certainly of superior grade. Such a cauldron would still be of use to him even upon reaching the Dou Sheng stage, and the thought ignites a fervor within Xiao Yan's heart. His current beast cauldron is nearing its limits in handling his alchemical endeavors, while this burning heaven cauldron comes as a timely boon. Unable to resist, Xiao Yan reached out with his spiritual energy to make contact with the burning heaven cauldron. The moment his spirit connected with the cauldron, a torrent of immense information surged into his consciousness. Chapter 417, The Apothecary Emperor's Legacy. Under this overwhelming influx of information, even Xiao Yan, at the pinnacle of his spiritual realm, felt a sharp pang of discomfort in his soul. Amidst this sensation, vivid scenes began to flash through his mind. In these visions, the familiar figure of the elderly man clad in coarse linen sat quietly before an ancient and grand cauldron, forged entirely from ancient stone, flames roaring within. The old man sat there, continuously tossing various herbs into the cauldron, diligently refining them, beginning with the simplest first-grade potency pills and blood-condensing powders. The man was now depicted as a youth clad in animal skins, verging on childhood. Despite his tender age, his cultivation had already reached the dosher level. The flames within the cauldron surged, consuming and refining the herbs, ultimately coalescing into a pill. Though the flames were scorching, there existed a fervor within his gaze that surpassed even the fire within the cauldron. The moment this pill emerged, a profound new understanding flooded into Xiao Yan's mind. Although it pertained merely to the formulation of a first-grade pill, this experience granted Xiao Yan an entirely novel perspective. It was the apothecary emperor's insights on alchemy. As he absorbed this distinct sensation, a flicker of unrestrained joy illuminated Xiao Yan's consciousness. The insights of the medicine emperor regarding alchemy can be deemed the most precious understanding within the entire realm of the alchemical world. Outside, Xiao Yan once again sat cross-legged, emanating formidable and powerful waves of spiritual energy, which subtly conjured an overwhelming sense of grandeur and vastness. This moment left both Yao Ji and Yao Ling momentarily stunned, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Legend has it that within the burning heaven cauldron lies a legacy bequeathed by an ancestral figure. Yet previous clan leaders had never awakened it, thus relegating it to mere myth. It was only today that they realized the truth of this tale. Yao Ji, his old face brimming with excitement, spoke fervently, while Yao Ling silently observed Xiao Yan. Sister-in-law, congratulations on your breakthrough to semi-saint. At that moment, a ripple in space materialized, and a handsome youth emerged, none other than the elder brother-in-law, Yao Tian. As Yao Tian cheerfully entered the courtyard, he spotted Xiao Yan still seated in meditation, his focus directed towards the crimson, burning heaven cauldron before him. Upon seeing the cauldron, Yao Tian's eyes filled with envy. To have the medicine emperor's remnant spirit manifest and bestow treasures was a source of lifelong pride for any member of the Yao clan. Especially when the medicine emperor himself acknowledged Xiao Yan's imperial potential, Yao Tian found it impossible to harbor jealousy any longer. When the disparity between individuals reaches a certain magnitude, all that remains is admiration from afar. However, upon noticing Xiao Yan sitting motionless, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Sister, what is wrong with him? Yao Tian inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. It seems he has triggered the legacy within the burning heaven cauldron, Yao Ling replied, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Yan. Paying no heed to Yao Tian's expression. What? He has triggered the legacy within the burning heaven cauldron? Yao Tian's face stiffened, and he instinctively clutched his chest, his expression contorting with anguish. Damn it! Why is he able to awaken the ancestral legacy? Gripped by despair, Yao Tian collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by a sense of futility. When Xiao Yan's talents had surpassed his own, he found it bearable. Even when Xiao Yan awakened the medicine emperor's remnant spirit, he merely acknowledged Xiao Yan's exceptional potential. Yet now, the coveted legacy of the medicine emperor had also chosen Xiao Yan, something that generations of the Yao clan had ardently yearned for. How infuriating! Why must there be both Yin and Tian? Yao Tian lamented, unable to contain his anguish. Keep your voice down. Do not disturb Xiao Yan, Yao Ling admonished, casting him a disapproving glance. Crack! Yao Tian felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger. The wretched Xiao Yan had not only acquired everything he possessed, but had also ensnared his beloved sister, whom he had painstakingly raised. Yao Tian, feeling a profound sense of injustice, curled up on the ground and wept silently. Within the tapestry of inherited memories, the medicine emperor had blossomed from a mere child into a spirited youth, currently immersed in the meticulous crafting of a fifth-grade elixir. Time trickled by, and he diligently forged one elixir after another, unconsciously maturing into a young adult. At this juncture, the world around him had undergone countless transformations, and the elixirs in his hands had ascended to the esteemed 8th-grade tier. Suddenly, a thunderous resonance echoed as elixir tribulations began to descend from the heavens. Starting from the initial 2-colored tribulation, it gradually evolved into 3 colors, 4, and eventually culminated in the magnificent 9-colored tribulation. Remarkably, the visage of the medicine emperor remained largely unchanged. At this point, the profound insights gained from the alchemical process had greatly enriched Xiao Yan, as such an opportunity was akin to a transformative enlightenment bestowed by the medicine emperor himself. Although it did not directly enhance his cultivation, it significantly advanced his alchemical prowess. Xiao Yan felt that if he were to commence refining elixirs once more, he could effortlessly reach the pinnacle of 8th grade in just a few attempts. Of course, This was largely attributable to his own formidable foundation, his semi-saint cultivation, and the consummate realm of spiritual insight, coupled with the aid of otherworldly flames and the burning heaven cauldron. Should he fail to concoct a 9-colored tribulation elixir, it would indeed reflect poorly upon his abilities. As the final 9-colored elixir was successfully refined, the scene momentarily froze. After an indeterminate period, the figure of the Medicine Emperor re-emerged before Xiao Yan. Though he still bore the countenance of youth, a trace of weariness lined his face, marred by a scar. What trials had he endured? Witnessing this, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted slightly. The Medicine Emperor remained silent, reigniting the flames to embark on a new round of elixir refinement. However, this time, Xiao Yan keenly observed that the otherworldly flame in his hands had shifted from the previous 9 netherwind flame to the life flame. With this new endeavor, a formidable storm cloud loomed ominously, heralding the presence of the dreaded Black Devil Thunder, which caused Xiao Yan considerable distress. This indicated that the current elixir had genuinely entered the realm of 9th grade. Upon the completion of this elixir, a surge of insightful knowledge flooded Xiao Yan's mind, the Yin-Yang creation elixir. As the Medicine Emperor's appearances became less frequent with the progression to 9th grade elixirs, each manifestation revealed a deeper layer of weariness etched into his handsome features. Despite maintaining his youthful appearance, his gaze grew increasingly profound, interwoven with threads of sorrow and resoluteness. Xiao Yan remained unaware of the trials the Medicine Emperor had faced, yet the spirited bravado of that once vibrant youth had long since faded into obscurity. The path of the young emperor is fraught with trials and tribulations. Even an extraordinary individual, such as he, cannot escape the pangs of adversity. The 9-tiered elixirs, 9-tiered treasure pill, 9-tiered mysterious pill, 9-tiered golden pill. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9-tiered golden pill, the terrifying Dan Thunder reaches a cataclysmic magnitude. And even a mere fragment of soul memory can send ripples through the consciousness of Xiao Yan, who has attained the ultimate realm of spiritual perfection. When the final 9-tiered golden pill is successfully refined, the Apothecary Emperor has transformed into a middle-aged man. The scars that once marred his face have vanished. Yet the marks of time remain etched in the depths of his gaze. At this moment, Xiao Yan's mind is filled with numerous recipes for 9-tiered pills. These recipes are secondary to the invaluable insights into the alchemical process that have also been indelibly impressed upon him. As the last 9-tiered golden pill is forged, the Apothecary Emperor disappears from his original location. When he reappears in this realm, he is metamorphosed from a robust middle-aged figure into an elderly man clad in simple linen. His visage is adorned with fine lines, akin to the gnarled texture of ancient trees. The youthful vigor of his gaze has dissipated, replaced by an unfathomable depth. His once bright eyes are now neither murky nor luminous, but rather imbued with an expansive profundity. This time, as he resumes his alchemical endeavors, he employs the cosmos as his furnace and the duality of yin and yang as his fuel. In this moment, Xiao Yan's perception stretches across a substantial portion of the central continent. As countless energies and materials are recklessly cast into the towering celestial cauldron that soars to a height of 100,000 zhang. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily narrow. The magnitude of this operation leads him to surmise the Apothecary Emperor's intentions. Such commotion is far beyond the capabilities of a mere 9-tiered golden pill. Only the fabled imperial-grade elixirs could wield such astonishing power. As time flows once more, it is unclear how long has passed when a pill the size of a fist emerges from the cauldron, accompanied by a peculiar milky white aura that abruptly bursts forth. This aura, though seemingly delicate, is profoundly enigmatic, as if each strand possesses the might to reshape the very fabric of existence. Source Qi. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan's pupils constrict once again. Indeed, the creation of an imperial-grade pill necessitates more than mere assistance. It demands the source Qi that emerges from the shattering of the primal essence. Yet, just as this source Qi is about to merge into the nascent pill at the final stage, a figure suddenly materializes not far from the Apothecary Emperor. Upon seeing the latter's hair, resplendent as flames, Xiao Yan's pupils shrink to the size of pinholes. Chapter 418, Journey to the Ancient Clan, Part 1. This figure is. Xiao Yan's eyes are filled with disbelief. How can this be? How is it possible that it is him? He should not belong to the same era as the Apothecary Emperor. Xiao Yan vigorously shook his head, yet reality remained indifferent to his personal will. Before him stood a figure draped in an ancient black robe, with long hair cascading casually over his shoulders, each strand shimmering with a multitude of colors, far more vibrant than Xiao Yan's unique flame. Such a character, in Xiao Yan's memory, could only be the legendary Dou Shi ancient emperor. In that moment, despite being merely a consciousness, Xiao Yan instinctively held his breath. Two figures from 10,000 years ago were finally face to face. With the appearance of the Dou Shi ancient emperor, the alchemist, who had been engrossed in refining an imperial-grade elixir, slowly lifted his aged visage. His profound eyes calmly fixed upon the ancient emperor. "You have arrived." The alchemist's voice bore no joy or sorrow, yet it seemed to carry a hint of regret. "I have come." The Dou Shi ancient emperor nodded slightly. "Could you wait until I finish this elixir?" A faint smile of bitterness finally graced the alchemist's weathered face. However, the ancient emperor merely shook his head gently. The power of the imperial-grade elixir's lightning was simply too immense. The Dou continent, having just endured a fierce battle, would find it nearly impossible to recover if beset by such a calamity again. Upon hearing this, a complex expression crossed the alchemist's face, and he eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well, this elixir is but a lightning tribulation away from completion, thus, it seems unnecessary." The alchemist nodded lightly. "Given the circumstances, let us depart." After uttering these words, he waved his hand to dissipate the towering cauldron visible to all in the central state, then followed closely behind the ancient emperor. Observing this scene, a slight smile appeared on the ancient emperor's face. "Once you leave, you may well perish in this world. After enduring tribulations and diligently cultivating for nearly a millennium to become a Dou Emperor, now, scarcely 1,000 years into your reign, you face extinction. Are you truly at peace with this?" In response to the ancient emperor's inquiry, the alchemist did not reveal that bitter smile again. Instead, he wore a countenance of tranquility and composure. "As long as the foreign evil clan remains, I will find no peace. If I can eradicate those fiends, what does it matter if I perish? The others from the various clans feel the same, do they not?" Hearing the alchemist's sentiments, a smile returned to the ancient emperor's face. "Excellent. With such individuals on the Dou continent, the day of revival will surely come. Perhaps there shall arise someone who will resurrect you all. Resurrect us all." The alchemist chuckled and shook his head. At their level, if they wish to avoid death, even the Dou Shi ancient emperor would find them fiercely resistant. Should they willingly embrace death, they have already cast aside life and death. Even if they are condemned to eternal oblivion, what regret could they possibly harbor? "Let us go." The ancient figure of Dou Shi Gudi uttered no further words, merely conjuring a dazzling conflagration that enveloped the imperial-grade elixir, ultimately securing it within his grasp. During the entire process, the moment this resplendent flame manifested, a fleeting glimmer of envy shimmered in the eyes of the medicine emperor, unnoticed by all. Subsequently, the two departed into the void, vanishing between heaven and earth. It was revealed that the elixir within Dou Shi Gudi's abode had been crafted by the hands of the medicine emperor himself, only to later be influenced so profoundly by Dou Shi Gudi that it resulted in the latter's transformation into his likeness. This notion lingered briefly in Xiao Yan's mind before a profound insight surged through his consciousness, the understanding of concocting imperial-grade elixirs. As this invaluable revelation flooded in, Xiao Yan wasted no time in swiftly comprehending the myriad insights shared by the medicine emperor regarding elixir refinement. Although these insights could not immediately elevate his alchemical skills to the imperial level, they would undeniably aid him immensely in his future endeavors in the art of alchemy. Outside, the passage of time swiftly consumed another month. During this period, even the patriarch of the medicine clan, Yao Dan, personally came to observe Xiao Yan. Regrettably, Xiao Yan remained ensconced in his enigmatic contemplation. In response, Yao Dan could only express a tinge of jealousy, devoid of any other sentiments. The medicine emperor's insights into alchemy were something that alchemists across the continent would go to great lengths to acquire. As the crowd ebbed and flowed, even Yao Tian, after spending several days there, eventually departed. The only steadfast companions were Yao Ling and Yao Ji, who quietly remained by Xiao Yan's side. Then, one day a month later, Xiao Yan, who had been in a state of deep meditation with his eyes closed, finally opened them. Yet this awakening did not stir any ripples, akin to an ordinary person rousing from slumber. However, the instant he opened his eyes, Yao Ling and Yao Ji perceptively noted a transformation in his gaze. In the past, his eyes, while profound, held a wildness and spirit. Now, Xiao Yan's ebony pupils had morphed into an abyssal depth, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Even his aura had shifted from a charming dominance to an ancient simplicity. At first glance, this ancient simplicity might seem devoid of turbulence, scarcely attracting attention. Yet upon closer inspection, it exuded an inexplicable allure, imparting a unique profundity. "You have inherited the alchemical legacy of the medicine emperor." Yao Ji was the first to break the silence. "Indeed, grandfather," Xiao Yan replied candidly, effortlessly stowing away the burning heaven cauldron behind him. He then turned back and assured them, "You need not worry. Once I thoroughly comprehend these insights, I will naturally return to the medicine clan to bestow these invaluable treasures upon them." To this, Yao Ji remained unfazed. "It matters not. Even if you do not willingly impart your knowledge, they would not dare to seize it. Although they belong to the medicinal clan, who could compel Xiao Yan to undertake such endeavors, especially since he is the beloved grandson of Yao Ji? However, Yao Ling gazed at Xiao Yan with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet when she beheld his eerily calm demeanor, her words faltered. Naturally, Xiao Yan took note of Yao Ling's subtle expressions. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward, leaning gently towards her ear as he softly uttered, "Let us thoroughly discuss the art of alchemy this evening." Upon raising his head again, his visage had reverted to that of a roguish charm. Upon hearing his words, Yao Ling's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a playful glare, softly chiding rogue. Despite the reprimand, a faint smile danced at the corners of her lips. Subsequently, under Yao Ling's guidance, Xiao Yan discovered dozens of exceptionally high-quality jade slips, onto which he inscribed the formulas for the 9th grade elixirs. The intricacies of these formulas were quite convoluted, with numerous components challenging to articulate, and the consumption of spiritual energy was astonishing. Even with Xiao Yan's formidable spiritual power, he required 2 attempts to fully imprint the formulas. As for the insights into alchemical crafting, they proved to be even more elusive to convey. At least at Xiao Yan's current level, he found himself unable to impart any understanding regarding the 9th grade elixirs. During the nighttime hours, he naturally remained with Yao Ling to discuss the art of alchemy. However, this craft was undeniably complex, often causing Yao Ling to blush and break into a sweat. 3 days later, Xiao Yan presented all the jade slips to Yao Tian, entrusting him with the task of distributing them throughout the medicinal clan, thereby laying a solid foundation for his future political achievements. Upon receiving the slips, Yao Tian's gaze towards Xiao Yan transformed from one of sorrow and indignation to one of fondness. Although many of these formulas were still preserved within the clan, time had inevitably led to the loss of nearly 10 varieties of 9th grade elixirs. The return of these formulas filled the higher echelons of the medicinal clan with immense joy, their looks towards Yao Tian imbued with support and recognition. In response, Yao Tian could only utter a single thought: with a brother-in-law like this, what more could one desire? Bathed in the dim, yellow light of the bedroom, Xiao Yan lay upon the bed, gently cradling the saintess in his arms. "I must depart tomorrow." He cast a glance at Yao Ling, resting his chin upon her silken tresses, inhaling the fragrant aroma that lingered within her hair. "Where to?" Yao Ling inquired. Momentarily taken aback, her face nuzzling against his shoulder in a gesture of affection. "To the ancient clan," Xiao Yan replied softly, causing Yao Ling to shudder slightly. "Are you going to find your fiancé?" A hint of displeasure crossed Yao Ling's countenance. No matter how much she tolerated, she could never bear to hear Xiao Yan speak of other women in her presence, especially the one from the ancient clan, who was distinctly different from the others. That particular individual was the betrothed chosen by the celestial emperor himself, while Xiao Yan's other romantic interests remained oblivious to this fact. As someone of considerable standing within the ancient 7 clans, Yao Ling could not possibly be unaware of it. "Did I not mention to you previously that I have but 2 years left, and even that time is dwindling? Before I face the great calamity, I must see her at least once." Xiao Yan gently patted her delicate back. "Go on. That engagement is personally ordained by the celestial emperor, a commitment that no one in the entire Dou continent can alter, least of all a mere girl like me." Yao Ling let out a soft huff, her lips curling in disdain. Indeed, that was the engagement decreed by the celestial emperor. Even she, as the holy maiden of the Yao clan, would not dare to speak against it, let alone Yao Dan, the clan leader. "Should we meet again, if I do not arrive in my ascended form upon a rainbow-hued cloud, then you must come to my grave." Xiao Yan offered a faint smile. Yet Yao Ling's body suddenly stiffened. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yao Ling shot Xiao Yan a glare, her beautiful eyes slightly reddened. "Nonsense." Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. In the past, he had confidence in overcoming various challenges, but this time, he truly felt a lack of certainty. After all, he was facing the demon's sovereign source, a power that could rival the essence of heaven and earth. In the presence of such formidable strength, he felt utterly unprepared. Thus, he resolved to meet everyone before making this final push, to remedy any regrets he might have. Otherwise, this could be his last opportunity. At that moment, too long. Graceful legs draped over him. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yan blinked in surprise at Yao Ling sitting on him. "What am I doing?" Yao Ling's lips formed a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. "I'm ensuring that while you are in the ancient clan, you won't be distracted by that holy maiden." With that, she leaned down, offering him a gentle caress. Xiao Yan's eyes widened involuntarily. Left to passively endure the affection of the enchanting beauty. Are the women of the Dou continent all this assertive? He pondered silently. Though a bit of assertiveness is welcome, after all, I do have a penchant for strong-willed women. The following morning, at the entrance to the medicine realm, Xiao Yan slowly turned his gaze to the crowd behind him, smiling gently. Everyone, there is no need to see me off. In a few years, I shall return. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Yao clan expressed their sentiments. Indeed, the Xiao clan is blessed to have such a formidable figure as the Celestial Emperor, along with a prodigy like you. Truly, heaven has favored us. Xiao Yan, when you next visit our Yao clan, I hope it will be to formally welcome Yao Ling. The expression on Yao Dan's face was one of feigned congratulations, masking the tumultuous roar of resentment within his heart. Why is it that all ancient families exist, yet only the Xiao clan remains so formidable? With the presence of an invincible powerhouse like Xiao Yan, it was already remarkable, but now, after a millennium, another prodigy has emerged. Why is such talent not from our Yao clan? Yet, he maintained a smile, as if Xiao Yan were his own son-in-law. Indeed, brother-in-law, when we meet again, you must ensure that matters concerning my sister are handled splendidly. Beside him, Yao Tian spoke, fully aware of the disparity between himself and Xiao Yan. Although he did not possess Xiao Yan's prowess, the benefits that Xiao Yan could bestow upon him were immeasurable. Currently, Yao Tian's standing in the clan was second only to the clan leader, and even the elder Dou saints treated him with great courtesy. While his innate talent may not rival that of Xiao Yan, he harbored the potential to surpass these elders, compounded by the advantages brought forth by his brother-in-law. Merely retrieving the formulas for a dozen ninth-grade medicinal pills was already a considerable achievement, not to mention having such an extraordinary brother-in-law. Yao Ji, however, chose not to elaborate. Simply smiling as he remarked, "Good grandson, by our next meeting, you shall have ascended to the Dou Saint realm, ha ha ha." Xiao Yan offered a non-committal smile, though it felt somewhat forced. Only in the final moments did Yao Ling, upon gazing at Xiao Yan, reveal glistening eyes. "I await you." The three simple words sent a shiver through Xiao Yan's heart. This woman was the first he had ever loved in this world. Although his initial intentions towards Yao Ling were not pure, it was undeniable that she held a significant place in his heart. With this thought, he stepped forward and gently embraced Yao Ling in front of all, then softly pressed his forehead against hers, whispering, "Rest assured, I shall return for you." Yao Ling said nothing further, merely nodding gently before lifting her head, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she planted a soft kiss on his lips. A foolish grin spread across Xiao Yan's face as he released her and soared towards the entrance of the medicinal realm. Once Xiao Yan departed, the members of the Yao clan dispersed, each lost in their own thoughts. Within the Wan Yao mountain range, golden sunlight bathed the entire expanse, casting a shimmering hue upon countless medicinal herbs, accompanied by the fragrant aroma, resembling a celestial paradise. A young man clad in a black robe slowly emerged, his gaze directed at the entrance of the medicinal realm as he inhaled deeply. "This calamity, I shall overcome." Xiao Yan's voice was low yet resolute. "Ha ha ha. It seems, kid, that the pressure from the Demon Emperor Mo Yuan is indeed significant for you." At that moment, a faint voice emerged from beside Xiao Yan. "Who?" Xiao Yan's expression shifted, and with a flash of electric light beneath his feet, he traversed thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, simultaneously conjuring a five-colored fire lotus in his hand. "Who?" The voice chuckled again, and the next instant, a young man bearing a blood-red giant axe stepped forth from the distant expanse. "Who else but your ancestor?" The blood axe youth observed Xiao Yan's solemn countenance, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ancestor?" Xiao Yan momentarily froze. The strength of the young man before him was overwhelmingly formidable. Although he could not discern the specifics of his power, Xiao Yan could sense that the young man's prowess must be at least at the high-level Dou Saint tier. However, upon catching sight of the blood-red giant axe behind the youth, he seemed to recall something, his pupils abruptly contracting, though a joyful expression graced his face. "You are the revered Xiao Chun." To be able to claim kinship as an ancestor naturally indicated that he was of the Xiao clan. Within the entire Xiao lineage, only a select few reached the high-level Dou Saint rank wielding such a blood axe, and among them, the only one who could be of the same generation as the clan's founder, Xiao Xian, was none other than Xiao Chun. Recalling his previous battle against the Blood Demon King, Xiao Yan remembered that Yao Lao had mentioned a master wielding a blood axe who appeared on the scene after his fainting, effortlessly crushing the Blood Demon King. At that time, Xiao Yan had speculated, and now, upon encountering this formidable being, he finally recognized that the Blood Axe Master was indeed one of the current ancestors of the Xiao clan, Xiao Chun. "Hee, at least you possess some sense, recognizing me," Xiao Chun remarked with satisfaction, nodding. Upon witnessing Xiao Chun's acknowledgement, Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him, soon revealing a respectful smile. "I, Xiao Yan, pay my respects to Ancestor Xiao Chun." As the pride of the Xiao clan, the only individuals within the clan whom Xiao Yan could refer to as ancestors, apart from Xiao Xian, were but a handful, with this very Xiao Chun standing before him. After all, the former was a peak high-level Dou Saint over a millennium ago and a cousin to the clan founder Xiao Xian. While the current Xiao Chun possessed the terrifying strength of a 9-star Dou Saint, even amidst the elite ranks of the Xiao clan, he was undoubtedly one of the most powerful existences. No need for formalities. You are the pride of the Xiao clan and may forego such greetings. Xiao Qin smiled slightly. Only he, the most senior member of the Xiao clan, could utter such words. Others, even the clan leader Xiao Xiaobei, were nominally on equal footing with Xiao Yan. May I inquire, ancestor, what brings you here? Xiao Yan could not help but ask. What brings me here? Xiao Qin replied with a teasing smile. There is no particular reason. I have been following you ever since the moment you departed from the Xiao clan. You have been following me since I left the Xiao clan? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Naturally, given the myriad dangers encountered along his journey, one would presume that his elder brother, Xiao Xian, would not allow him to venture forth to meet his demise. The trials of life and death were meant for him to experience the essence of existence, not to lead him to his end. Xiao Qin chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Xiao Yan's features, realizing that throughout his perilous journey, he had been shadowed by an unseen protector. Moreover, the caliber of this guardian had shifted from 2 semi-saints to a single 9-star Dou Sheng. Surely, with such protection, his ancestor would wait for him to break through to Dou Sheng before making an appearance. Could it be that his trials had already concluded? A hint of a knowing smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face as he exchanged sly glances with Xiao Chun. If his trials were indeed over, with the Xiao clan's assistance, the threat posed by the Demon Emperor and his demonic essence seemed far less daunting. Though it was a force comparable to the essence of source energy, the presence of 9-star Dou Sheng warriors would surely suffice to deal with this fragment of demonic energy. After all, no matter how high the level of energy, it was still merely a wisp. The imperial-grade nascent pill mentioned in the memories passed down by the Medicine Emperor required a source energy far exceeding this demonic essence by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Ah, your thoughts are indeed quite fanciful, Xiao Qin remarked with a slight smile, causing Xiao Yan's grin to falter instantly. Observing Xiao Yan's discomposure, Xiao Qin's smile only widened. You are now a semi-saint, and the distance to becoming a Dou Sheng is merely a final step away. Thus, Brother Xiao Xian has set forth the last trial for you, Xiao Chun said with a beaming expression. What trial? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's demeanor shifted to seriousness. The Bodhi Ancient Tree. Xiao Chun uttered these 4 words casually, yet they caused Xiao Yan's pupils to constrict, soon followed by a glimmer of joy on his face. The Bodhi Ancient Tree has emerged? Xiao Yan questioned incredulously. Indeed, Xiao Chun nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features. Due to your influence, the clan's ancestor has employed certain means to bring forth the Bodhi Ancient Tree ahead of time. Xiao Chun's words, though lightly spoken, carried immense weight. To expedite the emergence of the Bodhi Ancient Tree, a being capable of contending with Dou Emperors, was no small feat, likely achievable only by Xiao Xian, who also stood as a Dou Emperor. Disregarding the astonishment and delight on Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Chun continued calmly. The Bodhi Ancient Tree will provide significant assistance in overcoming this great calamity. If you cannot seize this opportunity, then I must admit that I will be powerless to assist you. In Xiao Qin's perspective, Xiao Xian had invested considerable effort in nurturing Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan could not achieve success even with such support, then despite his prodigious talents, he would struggle to attain greatness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded eagerly, his face alight with excitement. With the aid of the Bodhi Ancient Tree, his chances of breaking through to Dou Sheng were virtually guaranteed. Originally, he was troubled by how to swiftly accumulate the essence of sanctification, yet Xiao Xian had preemptively bestowed upon him the opportunity. Consequently, the sole hindrance he faced was merely that lingering thread of demonic essence. With such assistance, should he fail to transcend this tribulation, it would merely be a reflection of his fate. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, vibrant flames dancing in his obsidian eyes. I have conveyed the matter to you. Henceforth, your path lies solely in your own hands. Xiao Qin smiled faintly before vanishing from sight. The opportunity lay before him. Should he fail to seize it, it would signify his own inadequacy. Watching Xiao Chun's disappearing figure, Xiao Yan took a deep breath, revealing a dazzling smile. In the next moment, his own figure also vanished from the spot. Half a day later, when Xiao Yan reappeared, he found himself before an immensely vast platform. Upon this platform stood an ancient and colossal city. Contrary to expectations of grandeur, the city was constructed from pale blue boulders, perhaps eroded by time, giving it a somewhat decayed appearance, exuding an exceptionally ancient aura that allowed one to catch a glimpse of a primordial essence. Above this ancient city, a slightly translucent light shield hovered. Though it appeared fragile, it emanated a sense of pressure derived from the depths of the soul, a sensation that was familiar to Xiao Yan, who had encountered 2 Dou Emperors. It is said that this ancient emperor city was forged by the hands of Dou Emperor powerhouses from the ancient clan, and that the light shield was crafted using a fragment of Dou Emperor's strength, forming an ancient formation. The entire ancient sacred city was indeed as solid as a fortress, a truth that was now evident. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, yet his expression remained indifferent as he stepped forward, arriving at the outskirts of the ancient sacred city. While the ancient sacred city was formidable, it still paled in comparison to the Xian Emperor city of the Xiao clan. Who dares to fly above the ancient sacred city? Just as Xiao Yan was about to approach the light shield, a booming voice suddenly rang out. Not far away, a group of men clad in black armor soared toward Xiao Yan, each adorned with battle aura wings, the weakest among them having reached the Dou Huang level. Are they the Black Yin army of the ancient clan? Upon sighting these individuals, a smile involuntarily crept across Xiao Yan's face. To be able to command Dou Huang as soldiers, only the ancient 7 clans possessed such audacity on the entire Douqi continent. The squad before him must be the renowned Black Yin army of the ancient clan. Even within the Xiao clan, this legion would be considered a formidable force. However, compared to the Xiao clan's Xian guards, they still fell short. After all, the minimum requirement for entry into the Xian guards is Dou Zone. Nevertheless, such a troop would be regarded as an elite unit even within the Xiao clan, and assembling such a force would be a challenging feat for the other 6 clans. After all, the leader of the Xian guards is a formidable 8-star Dou Saint. Such a formidable assembly is beyond the reach of the Yao, Ling, and Shi clans, who would be left in utter ruin attempting to amass a similar force. As this party drew near, a young man at the forefront caught sight of Xiao Yan, who was suspended in midair, yet displayed no hint of fear. This was the ancient clan. Even a Dou Zun would have to obey the rules here. Thus, he immediately proclaimed his identity. I am Ling Quan, commander of the Haiyan army. Who dares to soar above my ancient holy city? What? You are Ling Quan? Xiao Yan paused for a moment. Then a peculiar and amused smile graced his face. What a twist of fate. It was unexpected to encounter this individual upon entering the ancient clan. With a sinister chuckle, Xiao Yan unleashed the oppressive aura of a half-saint, causing the elite squad of the Haiyan army, despite their prowess, to pale and plummet to the ground, mere Dou Emperors under the weight of his pressure. At that moment, Xiao Yan gradually descended to the earth, gazing down at Ling Quan, whose expression was tinged with trepidation, and remarked lightly, I am Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan. Ling Quan of the Xiao clan. Ling Quan's face froze in disbelief, quickly morphing into an expression filled with shock. You are Xiao Yan. After a brief moment of confusion, he could not contain his scream. At that instant, his eyes reflected a tumult of emotions, fear, anger, jealousy, and resentment, revealing a deep sense of helpless rage. As one of the more prominent young talents of the ancient clan, Ling Quan, despite only being at the pinnacle of Dou Emperor's strength, was acutely aware of the monumental event occurring within his clan. This event had cast a shadow of despair and oppression over every young aspirant in the ancient clan, the impending marriage alliance with the Xiao clan. For others, such a union would likely be a cause for celebration, as a marriage with the Xiao clan would signify a closer relationship with them. For centuries, the women of the ancient 7 clans had regarded marrying into the Xiao clan as a point of pride. However, this time was different. The woman destined for the alliance was the dream goddess of all the young men in the ancient clan, and the object of her union was none other than the very man standing before him, Xiao Yan. Contemplating this, Ling Quan's gaze toward Xiao Yan turned increasingly filled with resentment and bitterness. Yet, he was powerless to act, for under Xiao Yan's terrifying pressure, he found himself utterly incapable of retaliating, struggling to breathe as the mere presence of Xiao Yan overwhelmed him. The despair within him grew. Recalling the whispers that had spread throughout the central state, could it be that this man truly possessed the strength to slay a half-saint? As the pressure emanating from Xiao Yan spread, many individuals within the ancient holy city were stirred from their reverie. While the strength of a half-saint may not be deemed the pinnacle within the ancient clan, those who surpassed such power numbered merely a scant 20 or 30. Soon, a figure traversed through the fabric of space, arriving directly before Xiao Yan. This individual, a young man clad in black armor, exuded an aura that had already attained the level of a 1-star Dou Zun. He regarded Xiao Yan with great courtesy, inquiring gently, I am Gu Zhan. May I ask who you are, and what brings you to our ancient clan? Upon hearing the name Gu Zhan, Xiao Yan's expression softened slightly, and he offered a faint smile, replying, I am Xiao Yan. The moment Gu Zhan heard this, his countenance shifted dramatically, and his gaze towards Xiao Yan transformed in an instant. You are Xiao Yan? Indeed, Xiao Yan affirmed with a slight nod and a smile. The rumors circulating in the outside world proved true. Xiao Yan's current presence was formidable enough to rival a half-saint and even felt stronger to Gu Zhan. Though his expression altered, Gu Zhan was not so foolish as to underestimate the situation. with Xiao Yan's half-saint prowess. Even the ancient clan needed to treat him with due respect. Furthermore, the half-saint was merely a representation of Xiao Yan's strength, not the entirety of the Xiao clan's power. After a moment of emotional recalibration, Gu Zhen regarded Xiao Yan with a somewhat strained smile. "Might I inquire what brings you to our ancient clan, Brother Xiao Yan?" Although Gu Zhen's smile appeared serene, his heart was beginning to race. True to his expectations, a single utterance from Xiao Yan caused him to struggle for composure, while the nearby Ling Quan's expression darkened considerably upon hearing it. "I have come to the ancient clan to see my fiancée, Gu Suner," Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, upon hearing this, Gu Zhen's mind became a whirlwind. He held no romantic feelings for Gu Suner, yet the weight of Xiao Yan's words unsettled him. It seemed the entire younger generation of the ancient clan would soon be thrown into disarray. Nevertheless, this day was inevitable. With a resigned shake of his head, Gu Zhen offered Xiao Yan a polite smile. "Brother Xiao Yan, the young lady is the cherished jewel of our ancient clan. Although the clan leader has personally arranged your engagement, you have yet to wed. Being an ancient and esteemed clan, we must maintain certain decorum. Therefore, I must inform the clan leader and the elders about this matter. However, as you are a distinguished guest of our clan, please allow me to escort you inside to rest." Gu Zhen's words left Xiao Yan with little room for rebuttal, and since he was not inclined to cause a scene, he merely nodded in agreement. Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Gu Zhen finally exhaled with relief and extended his hand, saying, "Please, follow me." Having spoken, he led Xiao Yan to the heart of the ancient saint city. Here, a vast lake lay in repose, its depths unfathomable. Along its banks stood numerous warriors clad in black armor, all members of the Black Yan army. Above this ancient lake, a pitch-black portal loomed, towering approximately 10 feet high. Gu Zhen glanced at Xiao Yan with a faint smile before stepping inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan followed suit. Behind them, Ling Quan observed Xiao Yan's retreating figure with a sense of displeasure. After the two had entered, he too swiftly followed. "Xiao Yan, it is impossible for you to meet the lady so easily. Even if I cannot stop you, I refuse to believe that the entire youth of the ancient clan cannot." Ling Quan silently raged within. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had already crossed into the realm of the ancient clan. Under an endless azure sky, clouds drifted lazily, occasionally stirred by a gentle breeze that sent waves sweeping across the grasslands and mountains below. "Is this truly the ancient clan's domain?" Xiao Yan mused, overwhelmed by the rich energy surrounding him. The ancient clan, indeed, was second only to the Xiao clan among the top clans, with an energy density that rivaled that of the Xiao clan, surpassing even the formidable Yao clan. In the distance, dark warships occasionally soared across the sky, each manned by warriors clad in black armor, unmistakably part of the Black Yan army. Indeed, the strength of the ancient clan is commendable, Xiao Yan mused, nodding slightly. At the very least, he had not witnessed such a spectacle in the Yao clan. However, he remained indifferent, with the Xiao clan's prestige preceding him. No matter how splendid the ancient clan appeared, it could only be deemed satisfactory in his eyes. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, which momentarily flickered with intrigue before returning to calm, Gu Zhen couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Ordinarily, newcomers to the ancient clan would be awestruck by its dense energy and array of formations, their eyes betraying envy. Yet, Xiao Yan's demeanor revealed no such tumult. After all, he was a young master of the Xiao clan. Reflecting on this, Gu Zhen couldn't suppress a wry smile. Following the annihilation of the Soul clan, no other clan among the ancient eight possessed greater depth than the ancient clan. Even those from the other clans would exhibit envy upon their first arrival in the ancient realm. However, everything had to be viewed in light of the Xiao clan. Compared to the Xiao realm, the ancient clan truly paled in comparison. Shaking his head in resignation, Gu Zhen continued to lead the way. After a time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, the two arrived at a tranquil hilltop. This serene elevation was adorned with splendid palatial complexes alongside elegant pavilions. "This is the place where my ancient clan receives esteemed guests. Brother Xiao Yan, please wait here for a moment while I inform the higher-ups of my clan." Gu Zhen displayed a slight apologetic smile, but Xiao Yan was unfazed, gently nodding with a smile before casually finding a small bamboo pavilion to sit in temporarily. After ensuring Xiao Yan was settled, Gu Zhen promptly vanished, heading towards the Elder Council to report. Meanwhile, Ling Quan's figure had already appeared amidst an ancient mountain range, a stark contrast to the verdant greenery found elsewhere, as this area was shrouded in shades of black. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these dark silhouettes were none other than warriors of the Black Yan army, scattered across the mountains. The number of these soldiers likely reached tens of thousands. With a deep breath, Ling Quan slowly retracted his battle wings and descended onto a platform. At the moment he landed on this platform, almost 10 spiritual fluctuations scanned him. "Ling Quan, Aren't you and your brother on duty outside today? Why have you returned so early? A man emerged as Ling Quan landed, his cultivation having reached the high-level Dou zone, considerably stronger than Ling Quan. Third brother, something terrible has happened. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Quan shouted upon landing, prompting a group of young leaders from the Black Yin army to emerge from their meditation. Their expressions darkened. What are you shouting about? Such a trivial matter has you in such a panic, truly useless. A cold voice rang out as a youth with stark black and white hair stepped forward. Under his frigid gaze, Ling Quan couldn't help but shiver slightly, casting a look of respect towards the seemingly ruthless young man. However, recalling the gravity of his situation, Ling Quan felt a surge of confidence and directly declared, "Gu Yao, the commander, it is Xiao Yan, the one from the Xiao clan. He has arrived at our ancient clan." At this proclamation, not only did Gu Yao's expression change, but even the three men behind him, who had previously maintained indifferent expressions, were now visibly shaken. "What did you say? The Xiao Yan from the Xiao clan has come? What does he intend to do here?" The four commanders could no longer remain composed, especially Gu Yao, whose demeanor turned as cold as ice. What does he want? What else could that scoundrel be here for, but concerning Sun'er? Ling Quan's words plunged the scene into silence. Chapter 421, Suppressing All with One Hand, Part 2. Hee. Those fellows just mocked my lack of composure. Yet, upon hearing that Xiao Yan has come to the ancient clan, they could hardly remain seated. Observing this scene, for some reason, a sense of joy surged within Ling Quan. Well, if I must endure discomfort, it should be shared by all. As this thought crossed his mind, the expressions of most present darkened significantly. Among them, a significant majority harbored an admiration for Sun'er. Even a few, such as Gu Qingyang, despite lacking romantic feelings for Gu Sun'er, regarded her as a cherished younger sister. Had Xiao Yan embodied the virtues of a gentleman, they might have felt no discomfort. Rather, they would rejoice for Sun'er, given Xiao Yan's prodigious talent and esteemed lineage, which positioned him as the foremost among his peers across the continent. Only a figure of such caliber could truly be deemed worthy of a celestial beauty like Sun'er from the ancient clan. However, the crux of the matter lay in Xiao Yan's notorious reputation, which extended beyond the external world. Many prominent figures within the Gu clan were already acquainted with it. To have the illustrious pearl of the Gu clan as a fiancé, yet still indulge in frivolous escapades was audacious. Were it not for the formidable backing of the Xiao clan, he would have been swiftly dealt with by the esteemed sages of the Gu clan. Regardless of his extraordinary gifts, in the face of such a superpower as the Gu clan, one who had yet to attain the status of Dou Sheng ultimately lacked significant influence. In other words, even if Xiao Yan were to ascend to Dou Sheng, devoid of the Xiao clan's formidable support, the mighty warriors of the Gu clan would not grant him any respect. After all, every clan boasts its own Dou Sheng. My clan's leader is even a 9-star Dou Sheng. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan indeed has a backing more powerful than the Gu clan itself. Standing behind him is the only being capable of effortlessly overpowering a clan leader, Xian Emperor Xiao Xian. The mere thought of this sent waves of discomfort through not only the young talents of the Gu clan, but also stirred frustration among the elders. Xiao Yan. At the mention of this name, an insatiable murderous intent flowed from Gu Yao's eyes, his teeth gritting as if he wished to consume this rival whole. Among the youthful elites of the Gu clan, Gu Qingyang might be slightly stronger than him, yet in terms of those enamored with Sun'er, Gu Yao held the most formidable prowess. Were it not for the hindrance posed by Xiao Yan, Gu Yao might have had a glimmer of hope for the future. But now, that chance seemed irrevocably lost. Damn it, I shall challenge him to a duel. I will annihilate him. Gu Yao bellowed in fury, his fighting spirit flaring as he attempted to surge forward. However, just as he prepared to take flight, a long and powerful hand pressed down upon him. What do you intend to do? Seek death? Gu Qingyang's voice drifted from behind Gu Yao, causing him to freeze in place. Indeed, with his current status as merely a 3-star Dou Zun, engaging Xiao Yan directly would almost certainly lead to his doom. After all, the latter was capable of vanquishing even formidable semi-saint beings like Tian Ming, the old demon. Among the younger generation of the Gu clan, even the mightiest, Gu Qingyang, had only just reached the 6-star Dou Zun, and his true age surpassed that of Xiao Yan by nearly a decade. It was likely that even if they all united their strengths, they would still fall short of matching Xiao Yan's prowess. Contemplating this, Gu Yao was overwhelmed not only by an immense sense of frustration, but also by a profound despair. Though he was slightly older than Xiao Yan, his strength was but a fraction, less than 1/10, of Xiao Yan's. The pride he took in his lineage and the blood of the Dou Emperor was, at this moment, utterly overshadowed by his opponent. Were we to merely stand by and watch as Xiao Yan claimed Sun'er for himself? The face of Gu Yao was marked by intense unwillingness. Yet, there existed a solution. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qingyang slowly began to speak. What solution? Gu Yao's eyes sparkled with interest. Within the Gu clan, There were others who harbored affection for Suner or had various feelings towards her, not just us from the Black Yan army. Many of the younger generation possessed considerable talent and strength, yet most were either in seclusion or otherwise occupied. As Gu Qingyang spoke, the eyes of all present brightened slightly. Gather everyone who harbors discontent towards this fellow, and I refuse to believe that the entire younger generation of our Gu clan cannot contend with him. But Brother Qingyang, a young man behind him, interjected, if the entire younger generation of the Gu clan unites, will it not appear excessively impolite and provoke displeasure amongst the higher-ups of both clans? Gu Qingyang paused momentarily, his mind turning before he gently shook his head. Nay, we are not here to disrupt the relationship between the two clans, but rather to make it clear to Xiao Yan that Suner is not merely a woman from another family. She is backed by the entirety of the Gu clan. We must ensure that Xiao Yan remembers that our clan Saintess is not someone to be trifled with. Convey this message as such. And I cannot believe that Xiao Yan can be strong enough to oppose the entire younger generation of the Gu clan. Gu Qingyang's words ignited a glimmer of understanding in everyone's eyes. Understood, brother. We shall set forth immediately. The group nodded vigorously, many of whom harbored significant animosity toward Xiao Yan. Thus, their actions were swift. Once they had departed, Gu Qingyang let out a soft sigh and shook his head. To pressure a single individual with the combined might of our clan's youth. How ridiculous this will seem if word spreads. Yet, should we not act? And if Suner truly marries this man, he may not regard her with the respect she deserves. At present, Gu Qingyang was merely a youth in his 20s. Although he was considered quite composed among the younger generation of the Gu clan, he had yet to fully unleash his potential. The thought of Suner, who resembled a sister to him, being bullied by that fellow named Xiao Yan ignited a fire within him. In a few years, he would surely not harbor such sentiments. Regardless, the spirit of the family must not falter. Otherwise, Suner may truly become a target for this man. A cold glimmer appeared in Gu Qingyang's eyes. Not only Gu Qingyang, but also numerous talented individuals from the Gu clan, upon learning of this news, emerged from their secluded states. Among them, several, on the brink of turning 30, rushed out without hesitation. Their profound accumulation of power matched that of Gu Qingyang, having merely been delayed from emerging for various reasons. Within a mere half-day, the plaza of the Black Yan army had gathered over 100 figures standing majestically in the air, each possessing strength no less than the Dou Zong realm. In comparison, Ling Quan's abilities seemed rather insignificant. Many among them were endowed with talents not inferior to Ling Quan's. And with a few extra years of cultivation, achieving Dou Zong or even Dou Zun was hardly an exaggeration. Brother Qingyang, that scoundrel Xiao Yan, despite having a fiancé like Suner, dares to dalliance with others. It's simply outrageous. A young man lamented. The thought of their beloved goddess soon marrying a fickle-hearted rogue deepened their anguish. Such is the plight of infatuated admirers. When the object of their affection is with someone superior, they may deceive themselves, but if that person bears significant flaws, their ire is ignited. Let us go find Xiao Yan and deal with him. The crowd roared as they charged toward Xiao Yan's resting place. Along the way, even many elders were stirred. Yet upon realizing these young men sought to confront Xiao Yan, they chose to turn a blind eye. This is a matter for the youth. It is best we refrain from intervening, they mused inwardly. Clearly, Xiao Yan's flirtations displeased them as well. Meanwhile, within a grand hall deep in the Gu clan, a middle-aged man with closed eyes slowly opened them. These youngsters are truly reckless. Gu Yuan understood the cause of the commotion upon sensing the fluctuations within the Gu realm. Yet a faint smile graced his lips. Let it be. Let that lad Xiao Yan learn that my precious daughter is not someone he can trifle with. With a fiancé like Suner, he still dares to play the field. If it were not for my inability to match Xiao Xian, I'd ensure you understand the might of your father-in-law. As Gu Yuan chuckled and reprimanded, he focused his spiritual energy on the disturbances. At that moment, in a tranquil pavilion beside the waterfall, Ling Lao's figure slowly appeared before Gu Suner. Miss, Gu Qingyang has led the entire younger generation of the Gu clan to confront Xiao Yan. Ling Lao could not help but chuckle wryly. What? Brother Qingyang has taken the entire younger generation of the Gu clan to trouble Xiao Yan? Gu Suner stood beside the bamboo loft, adorned in a flowing garment of azure, intricately embroidered with ancient and exquisite patterns. Though the attire was elegant and beautiful, it required a complementing presence to truly shine. Yet, Gu Suner's visage and grace not only rendered her attire resplendent, but also illuminated the very surroundings. At this moment, she slightly furrowed her delicate brows, shaking her head in mild exasperation. How foolish. Even if they sought trouble, could they truly compel me to annul this marriage? Regarding this union, she felt no inclination to resist. Although she harbored some aversion towards the man named Xiao Yan, she thought that after marriage, they could simply treat each other with mutual respect. As a daughter of the Gu clan, she inherently understood such principles. Moreover, throughout the years, she had yet to encounter a man who could genuinely stir her heart. At this juncture, the youthful generation of the Gu clan appeared like a swarm of locusts, converging upon Xiao Yan's bamboo loft. "Xiao Yan, come forth." A resounding call echoed through the skies, startling nearly half of the ancient realm. Many reclusive elders, drawn by the commotion, extended their spiritual senses to discern the unfolding events. Upon witnessing all the outstanding disciples of the Gu clan gathered in one location to welcome distinguished guests, they could not help but be momentarily taken aback. What could have transpired to summon these young individuals en masse? In the heavens above, over 100 figures hovered in the air, the weakest among them reaching the Douzone realm, while more than 20 were formidable Douzone experts. After all, not all of the Gu clan's youth had enlisted in the Black Yin army. Many were not particularly enthusiastic about it. Though these individuals might lack the extraordinary talent of Gu Qingyang, their years of diligent practice had swiftly elevated them to the Douzone realm. With over 20 Douzone experts, along with nearly 100 Douzone, the more crucial aspect was that these warriors possessed the bloodline of Dou Emperors and various high-level combat techniques inherited from the Gu clan, enhancing their combat prowess significantly compared to ordinary fighters. For instance, although Gu Qingyang was merely a 6-star Douzone, when unleashing his full potential, he would likely pose a challenge even to an 8-star Douzone. As these voices resonated, Xiao Yan, who had been quietly sipping tea within the bamboo loft, slightly knitted his brows. While he had anticipated encountering obstacles from this younger generation prior to arriving at the Gu clan, he had not expected nearly all of them to assemble. However, even if the entirety of the Gu clan's youth were to gather, what could it achieve? Observing the multitude of figures in the sky, Xiao Yan smiled faintly, taking a step that caused him to vanish from his original position. When he reappeared, he stood before the proud youths of the Gu clan. "I am Xiao Yan. I wonder what brings you all to seek me." Xiao Yan chuckled as he surveyed the crowd before him. Though he stood alone, he exhibited no fear in the face of over 100 individuals. The youth from the ancient clan, while commendable, were merely slightly superior to the others. Within the Xiao clan, his peer Xiao Ding had already attained the rank of Douzone, and his second brother Xiao Li, though at the pinnacle of Douzone, was not far from Douzone either. Their strength merely placed them in the upper echelon among the younger generation of the Xiao clan. Among the 10 royal bloodlines and numerous princely lineages of the Xiao clan, which young branch was devoid of a Douzone powerhouse, it was likely that each of the saints from the 10 royal bloodlines had already reached the peak of Douzone. In comparison, the so-called young talents of the ancient clan were not particularly impressive. As Xiao Yan made his entrance, the expressions of the young men shifted slightly, their faces betraying a mix of wariness and hostility towards the young man clad in black. After all, the reputation of this youth had spread widely within the ancient clan. As the fiancé of their esteemed lady, he dared to engage in romantic entanglements outside, a fact that incited considerable dissatisfaction among many in the younger generation of the ancient clan. It was not only men who sought to confront him. Even some young women were inclined to instigate trouble. However, despite their disdain for Xiao Yan, they were acutely aware of his formidable strength, which was beyond their capacity to contend with. Slaying the ancient demon Tian Ming was a feat that even the young clan leaders of various factions might struggle to achieve. Yet, they had come as a collective, and with such a formation, even a confrontation with a semi-holy figure was conceivable. Dealing with Xiao Yan was not entirely out of reach. "Xiao Yan," a cold voice rang out, belonging to the ancient demon among the Black Yin army. He stepped forward first, glaring at Xiao Yan with disdain. "You, who have indulged in romantic escapades outside, now dare to come to the ancient clan seeking Miss Sun-Er. Do you not possess any shame?" The ancient demon's thoughts on the matter ignited a fiery rage within him. Indeed, these individuals had come seeking conflict. Hearing the ancient demon's unfriendly remarks, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, then retorted without hesitation, "What I do with my heart is none of your concern. Gu Sun-Er is now my betrothed. You, a mere sycophant, have no right to speak." As he spoke, the terrifying aura of his semi-holy cultivation erupted forth, radiating with such intensity that it shattered the clouds in the sky above the ancient realm. Under this overwhelming pressure, the spirits of the younger generation from the ancient clan were instantly subdued. Those who had yet to reach the Douzone level turned pale, straining to resist the crushing force that threatened to pin them to the ground. Semi-holy. At that moment, the expressions of all present shifted. Even those old-timers lurking in the distance were taken aback, their countenances reflecting their astonishment. The realm of the half-saint, while not the pinnacle of power among the ancient clans, is nonetheless a significant level, with merely 2 or 3 dozen individuals surpassing this threshold. Such prowess positions them among the true elite of the ancient 7 clans. Upon hearing the words of humiliation from Xiao Yan, the ancient demon's countenance flushed with rage, and he glared at Xiao Yan with an expression of unwillingness. his eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent. Xiao Yan, the ancient demon bellowed. The young lady is the jewel of our clan. She cannot be subjected to your indignities without resistance. If you wish to meet her, you must first surpass us. At his proclamation, the faces of the clan's youth were alight with shared indignation, their collective aura surging forth. Although individually they may not match Xiao Yan, together, they were not to be underestimated. With a faint smile, Xiao Yan cast a casual glance at the so-called prodigies of the ancient clan. Your accomplishments today are merely a byproduct of your ancestral bloodline. Unfortunately for you, my lineage and fortune will undoubtedly overshadow yours. I anticipated the challenges posed by you sycophants before arriving at your clan. However, it is best that I subdue you so that you do not become a nuisance to me. As his words faded, he regarded the assembly with a cold smirk and extended his hand, saying, in that case, I shall not take advantage of you. Come at me all at once. Xiao Yan's voice was imbued with unparalleled confidence and dominance, causing the expressions of the many youths from the ancient clan to shift dramatically. How arrogant! The ancient demon shouted. Yet as his gaze shifted, he scoffed. You dare to challenge the entirety of our clan's younger generation alone? In a millennium, you are the first to do so. The prodigies behind him wore expressions of anger intertwined with complexity, even tinged with a hint of shame. They had once been the most distinguished among the younger generation of the ancient clan. In the outside world, achieving such success at their age was remarkable. Yet now, the prospect of over 100 of them needing to unite against a single adversary left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already commenced his attack. Enough talk. Come at me together. With that, he raised his elongated right hand toward the heavens, and in the next instant, a terrifying surge of fighting spirit coalesced in the sky into a colossal hand nearly 1,000 feet in size, which he casually swept toward the prodigies of the ancient clan, as if swatting away a swarm of flies. Upon witnessing this immense hand, the expressions of the ancient clan's youth shifted once more. Though they harbored disdain for Xiao Yan, they could not deny the formidable strength he possessed. The overwhelming pressure emanating from that gigantic hand instilled within them a profound sense of helplessness. Everyone attack. Amidst the throng, a distinguished 8-star Dou Zun was the first to speak. He was the eldest among the younger generation of the ancient clan. In 2 short years, he would no longer qualify as a member of the youth. Yet, it was precisely this fact that rendered him the strongest among his peers. As his voice echoed, the talented individuals of the ancient clan unleashed their Dou techniques in unison. Boom. At that moment, a myriad of colorful high-level Dou techniques erupted from their beings. And in an instant, over 100 immense energies surged forth, each stretching dozens of yards, colliding fiercely with the massive hand. Countless techniques struck against the Dou Qi hand, initially failing to pose any significant threat. However, as the assaults accumulated, the hand gradually weakened, becoming increasingly insubstantial, until it finally disintegrated under the assault of a Dou Zun powerhouse. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yan, is this all you are capable of? Observing this spectacle, a glint of madness flickered in the ancient clan's eyes as he could not help but mock. In response, Xiao Yan remained silent, a smile adorning his face as he regarded the ancient clan's prodigies. At last, you have not squandered the resources of the ancient clan. I must admit, I did not anticipate that you could withstand a mere 50% of my strength. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the ancient clan members shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan swiftly conjured another colossal hand. This time, the oppressive force emanating from it was incomparably more formidable than before. I have already shown you mercy. Now, it is time for you all to return to your respective homes. Perhaps, in the future, you may still be my distant relatives. And I wish to avoid being too ruthless. As he spoke, the massive hand descended once more towards the gathered crowd. Everyone, unleash your bloodline powers. I refuse to believe that this man can confront us all single-handedly. The 8-star Dou Zun could not restrain himself from bellowing, his bloodline power surging within him, allowing his strength to surge momentarily closer to that of a 9-star Dou Zun. Annihilation Finger, he roared, launching a similarly colossal, pitch-black finger imbued with an aura of death towards Xiao Yan's hand. Concurrently, many powerful figures activated their Dou techniques, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Yet this time, Xiao Yan held nothing back. His Dou Qi surged forth unreservedly, and the gigantic hand shattered the massive Annihilation Finger in an instant. Though their sizes were comparable, the quality of Dou Qi between an 8-star Dou Zun and a semi-saint was not to be compared. Furthermore, this time, Xiao Yan had replenished his Dou Qi. As yet another wave of attacks from the ancient clan prodigies descended, fatigue began to set in among them due to the extensive consumption of Dou Qi. In stark contrast, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed, his complexion unchanged as he continued to press down with the enormous hand. Witnessing this, despair crept onto the faces of the ancient clan's talented individuals. How can this man be so powerful? Form a formation. Sensing that they were indeed no match for Xiao Yan, Gu Qingyang among the crowd was the first to speak. Upon hearing his words, a look of realization dawned on the faces of the Gu clan members. Subsequently, a peculiar power of bloodline erupted from each of them, intertwining their strengths into delicate threads, which ultimately coalesced into an immense battle formation. In an instant, their collective power surged, and a massive protective barrier enveloped them. Boom! A colossal hand collided with this barrier, unleashing a fearsome energy storm that tore the surrounding space asunder. Although the faces of the Gu clan members turned pale, they successfully withstood the blow. This adversary was undeniably formidable. His strength surpassed that of an ordinary semi-saint by a significant margin. A profound sense of apprehension toward Xiao Yan surfaced in the hearts of several Gu clan youths. However, they found solace in the fact that while they were unable to contend with Xiao Yan, it would not be an easy task for him to subdue them either. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that they had already lost this confrontation. Over 100 individuals had been forced into a defensive position by a mere 20-year-old youth. Should this news spread, the reputation of the Gu clan's youth would be utterly tarnished. Just as this thought crossed their minds, they felt an overwhelming heat gradually spreading. Looking up, they saw that the enormous hand had suddenly ignited with a resplendent flame. As this magnificent flame blazed, the once solid barrier began to slowly melt away. Chapter 4:23. The long-awaited reunion with Sun'er. Is that? How could this be? Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the Gu clan's prodigies grew even more grim. It was only at this moment that they recalled the rumors surrounding Xiao Yan, which spoke of his truly formidable abilities, particularly the in his possession. The dazzling flames crackled with vibrant colors, creating a breathtaking spectacle. However, the terrifying heat they emanated rendered the faces of all present exceedingly grim. As the flames surged, the once impenetrable energy shield rapidly melted away. The intense heat, even seeping through the barrier, caused many of the lower-rank practitioners to feel a searing warmth. Their bodies drenched in sweat. Everyone, gather your energy. Gu Qingyang gritted his teeth and shouted. All members began to frantically channel their inner energy into the protective barrier, which quickly began to restore itself. Yet, just as it regained its form, the dreadful flames swiftly melted it anew. In a matter of mere exchanges, the countenance of several lower-ranked Dou Zong turned ashen, their meager Dou Qi nearly exhausted after just a few confrontations. At that point, they could feel their stamina waning. Are you still stubbornly resisting at this stage? Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but emit a cold chuckle. In the next moment, the fighting spirit within him surged wildly, finally unleashing his true strength. Although these ancient clan prodigies appeared to possess exceptional skills, their combined prowess was only sufficient to contend with an ordinary half-saint. However, the half-saint they faced was no ordinary one. Xiao Yan's fighting spirit had been tempered by the mystical flames and further enhanced by the advanced heavenly-level technique, the burning art. Consequently, the quality of his fighting spirit was several times superior to that of an average half-saint, rendering him capable of dealing with this group without even resorting to physical strength. Crack! With Xiao Yan's full-force strike, the energy shield finally succumbed under the immense pressure and shattered. Spurt! As the energy barrier broke apart, everyone involuntarily spat out blood, and some of the weaker individuals even fainted on the spot. Suppression. Xiao Yan let out a light snort, and the flames on his fighting spirit hand vanished, enveloping the individuals below. At that moment, those Dou Zong who still had some energy left were horrified to discover that they had lost all means of escape, as Xiao Yan had completely sealed off the space beneath them. Rumble. The enormous hand, akin to a towering mountain, pressed down upon the ancient clan's prodigies, forcing them to the ground. Had Xiao Yan harbored any intent to kill, he could have easily obliterated this young generation of the ancient clan. However, just as the hand was about to make contact with the ground, a soft cough unexpectedly resonated throughout the realm. With the sound of this cough, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly. In the next moment, the colossal hand he had conjured dissipated silently, and streams of energy, appearing from an unknown source, surged into the bodies of these ancient clan talents, miraculously healing their injuries significantly in an instant. Such a feat was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary dosheng. Realizing this, Xiao Yan's expression changed as he turned his gaze toward a distant space that had subtly rippled. From within that space, a middle-aged man clad in coarse garments slowly emerged. As this man appeared, the entire ancient realm dimmed slightly, as if bowing in respect to him. Upon the emergence of this middle-aged figure, several prominent youths from the ancient clan displayed expressions of astonishment, quickly bowing and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the clan leader." Behind them, other clan members, upon hearing these words, looked at the middle-aged man with flushed faces and expressions of fervent admiration. "We pay our respects to the clan leader." Despite the fervent adoration from these youths, The middle-aged man displayed no signs of joy. Instead, he could not help but let out a cold snort. To mobilize the entire strength of the ancient clan against a mere 20-year-old youth, only to face defeat. What a disgrace for the clan. Chastised by the middle-aged man. The numerous prodigies of the ancient clan bowed their heads in shame, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, as members of the youthful generation, many individuals are even older than Xiao Yan. Yet, in the end, they were effortlessly defeated by him with a single hand. Contemplating this, those ancient clan youths, who once prided themselves as exceptional talents, felt an overwhelming desire to bury themselves in a deep hole. Shouldn't you quickly return to your respective abodes and engage in introspection? The middle-aged man huffed coldly, causing the ancient clan youths to flee, their faces flushed with shame. Only after their departure did the middle-aged man slowly turn his gaze toward Xiao Yan. However, his stern visage revealed no expression of affection, but rather an air of severity. Any father, upon discovering that his daughter's fiancé has been courting others, would likely not extend a warm welcome. Just as he was about to admonish Xiao Yan, the latter stepped forward and performed a deep bow. Your humble son-in-law, Xiao Yan, pays his respects to you, esteemed father-in-law. It was evident that this middle-aged man was none other than the current patriarch of the ancient clan, the 9-star Dou Saint, Gu Yuan, the father of Gu Suner. Gu Yuan's lips twitched slightly. He had long been aware of his prospective son-in-law's notorious shamelessness, but was unprepared for the extent of Xiao Yan's audacity. How dare you acknowledge me as your father-in-law? Gu Yuan scoffed, his expression still displeased. I fear you have recognized more than one father-in-law out there. How could that be? Xiao Yan chuckled awkwardly. I admit my flirtatious nature, yet I assure you, in my heart, I understand that I have but one rightful wife. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's demeanor softened slightly. Xiao Yan's words indicated that despite his dalliance with numerous women, he still honored the reputation of the ancient clan by recognizing only one legitimate wife. Reflecting on this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yan again. With remarkable talent, a thick skin, and a formidable background, if only Xiao Yan were not so flirtatious, he would indeed be an impeccable son-in-law. Alas, it was not to be. Gu Yuan gently shook his head. Follow me. With a wave of his hand, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a tranquil mountain valley, the sound of cascading waterfalls enveloping him. The peaks were lush and verdant, while in the distance, a pure white waterfall flowed like a silver river, creating a magnificent spray of water. The entire realm was illuminated with brilliance, and not only the landscape shone brightly, but so did a captivating figure. The girl wore a delicate azure dress, her long hair casually tied back, cascading gracefully over her slender waist and down to her delicate form. A gentle breeze, stirred by the cascading waterfall, caressed the air, causing her silken hair to dance gracefully, exuding an ethereal charm that elevated the very essence of the world around her. Her exquisite visage illuminated the surroundings, while her mesmerizing eyes, imbued with a sense of the transcendent, mirrored the depths of the cosmos, capturing one's gaze with an irresistible allure. A single glance could sway an entire city, and another could enchant a nation. At long last, I behold you. As I gazed upon this enchanting silhouette, even Xiao Yan felt a warmth blossom within his heart. Chapter 424. The Enigmatic Applications of the Demonic Source Curse. Since departing from the Xiao clan for trials in Kashgar over 4 years ago, Xiao Yan had encountered countless beauties. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that among all his consorts, save for Kai Lin, none could rival the grace and beauty of Gu Suner. The young maiden stood there like a serene blue lotus, transcending the mundane, rendering the very mountains and rivers pale in her presence. Upon the arrival of Gu Yuan and Xiao Yan, a fleeting ripple of emotion graced Gu Suner's typically serene countenance. However, after a brief moment of disturbance, her expression returned to its tranquil state. Her ethereal eyes held no joy or sorrow, merely offering a gentle bow to Gu Yuan. Father, you have arrived. She cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yan, yet her attention lingered only on Gu Yuan. Feeling the weight of his daughter's gaze, Gu Yuan displayed a hint of awkwardness. Had it not been for the necessity of forging an alliance between the Gu and Xiao clans, he would never have considered allowing his daughter to wed this scoundrel, no matter how impressive Xiao Yan might be. Suner, Gu Yuan, as the leader of his clan, adeptly masked his discomfort. He gestured toward Xiao Yan, his voice softening. This young man is the esteemed heir of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan, who has come to meet you. It would be prudent for you two to become acquainted, as your paths are destined to intertwine. Despite the awkwardness he felt, Gu Yuan continued, you may not be aware, but earlier, the younger generation of our clan attempted to confront him, only to be subdued effortlessly by this lad. As he spoke, Gu Yuan's heart ached, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. Xiao Yan's talent was undeniably extraordinary, further bolstered by the formidable backing of the Xiao clan. Additionally, his character and audacity shone brightly among his peers. Had this young man not been so enamored with the fairer sex, he would have surely been the finest son-in-law in the continent of Dou. Alas, his insatiable appetite for flirtation had left him with quite a few romantic entanglements. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, a flicker of surprise graced Gu Suner's composed features. She had previously caught wind of the younger generation of the Gu clan's collective attempt to confront Xiao Yan and had assumed that he would need to exert considerable effort to prevail. Yet, upon learning that he had effortlessly vanquished the entirety of the Gu clan's youth with a mere flick of his wrist, she could not suppress her astonishment. The youthful generation of the ancient clan united, and one would reasonably expect that they could easily contend with an ordinary half-saint. However, Xiao Yan effortlessly subdued them with a single hand. This implicitly indicates that Xiao Yan has now acquired an astonishing power capable of suppressing a half-saint with ease. Contemplating this, even she couldn't help but feel a slight shiver. It is worth noting that when the news of Xiao Yan's slaying of the celestial demon spread throughout Zhongzhou, he had exerted considerable effort to achieve that victory. Nevertheless, it solidified his reputation as the continent's foremost genius. In just half a year, his strength has remarkably advanced yet again. With this thought, even Gu Suner found herself momentarily dazed and filled with admiration. After all, she is regarded as the most gifted individual of her generation within the ancient clan, yet at the age of 19. She merely possesses the strength of a high-level dozong. Such talent would be deemed extraordinarily formidable in the absence of Xiao Yan, yet in his presence, it seems rather inconsequential. Realizing this, her gaze towards Xiao Yan finally revealed a hint of fluctuation. However, that was merely the extent of it. Gu Suner of the ancient clan had encountered the son of the Xiao clan. A polite smile appeared on her face, albeit somewhat feigned, yet still captivating. Oh dear, this young lady's smile lacks genuine emotion, Xiao Yan inwardly remarked. Yet, her lack of sentiment is understandable, after all. Who wouldn't be somewhat affected upon learning that their betrothed is so flirtatious with others? The fact that she didn't openly express her anger speaks volumes of her composure. Absence of emotion is not a concern. It can be cultivated over time, Xiao Yan thought with a grin, his face reflecting a smile. Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan. I greet my beloved. Upon uttering this phrase, the previously amicable atmosphere instantly fell into silence. What a brazen fellow. Gu Yuan's face darkened, his fists clenching slightly. The tension in the air thickened. Meanwhile, not far away, Gu Suner felt her defenses crumble in an instant. A delicate blush crept across her stunning visage, quickly followed by a look of mild indignation directed at Xiao Yan. Though we are betrothed, we have yet to wed, so I ask you, imperial son, to maintain decorum. Gu Suner finally comprehended that the tales surrounding Xiao Yan were not mere fabrications. The legendary Xiao Yan possessed not only remarkable talent, but also an audacious demeanor. Today, she witnessed firsthand that the rumors were indeed true. Instead of retreating in the face of Gu Suner's displeasure, Xiao Yan boldly pressed on. What of not being married? Sooner or later, I will call you beloved. Why not do so now? With that, he gazed intently at Gu Suner's exquisite features, smiling warmly as he remarked. Had I known my beloved was such a breathtaking beauty, I would have realized that even when angry, one can still look this enchanting. You. Gu Suner frowned slightly. Her gaze towards Xiao Yan tinged with displeasure. Her beautiful eyes swept over him, and she lightly pursed her lips, remarking, such flowery words. No wonder you have so many wives and concubines outside. In response to her scornful retort, Xiao Yan displayed no hint of shame. Instead, a delighted smile graced his face. Haha, my dear wife is actually feeling jealous. I thought you had no feelings for me, but it seems you still care. At that moment, Gu Suner's previously calm demeanor was shattered. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she glared at Xiao Yan, momentarily at a loss for words. This scoundrel was utterly shameless. She found herself speechless, as he had deftly turned the conversation in his favor. Xiao Yan inwardly chuckled, thinking, no feelings, you say? Just wait, I'll cultivate those feelings. However, as he reveled in his thoughts, a shadow unexpectedly loomed behind him. Turning around, he was met with the dark face of Gu Yuan. You brat. Even if you are the heir of the Xiao clan and my future son-in-law, do you not fear retribution for teasing my daughter in my presence? Gu Yuan's eyes glinted with sharpness, his fists clenched tightly. He had resolved that if Xiao Yan dared to flirt with his daughter again before him, he would ensure the young man faced consequences. Trouble. I've angered this old fellow. Under Gu Yuan's piercing gaze, even Xiao Yan felt a shiver run down his spine. The power of a 9-star Dou saint was no trifling matter. Just as he contemplated mustering some flattering words, Gu Yuan's expression shifted slightly, and he shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yan. I have matters to attend to. You better treat my daughter with respect, otherwise. Even if Sooner marries into your Xiao clan in the future, if you dare to bully her, you'll witness the true strength of a 9-star Dou Saint. With that, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. Xiao Yan watched Gu Yuan's vanishing form with a cold chuckle. Once I have my way, even if you come knocking at my door, you'll be obliged to help me. With this thought in mind, he turned back, donning a warm smile. In an instant, he was before Gu Sooner. Their proximity reduced to mere inches. Nearby, a presence of a Dou Huang seemed poised to intervene, but when Xiao Yan merely glanced in that direction, the hidden figure froze in place. Xiao Yan was simply too formidable. Concealed in the shadows, Ling Lao felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. The sheer power of Xiao Yan made killing her seem as effortless as squashing an ant. What are you doing? Gu Sooner, now so close to him, revealed a hint of panic on her face. Gazing upon that rather handsome visage, her eyes betrayed a hint of shyness. Throughout her life, she had never encountered a man in such close proximity. What are you doing? Huh? A mischievous smile flickered across Xiao Yan's face, only to be replaced in an instant by an expression of utmost seriousness. Observing the flawless countenance before him, Xiao Yan let out a soft sigh and earnestly declared, I have come to the ancient clan solely to meet you, my fiancé. Gu Sooner remained silent, uncertain of the intentions harbored by this individual. Next, it would be my turn to perform. A subtle shift occurred within Xiao Yan, as his previously charming and domineering demeanor transformed into one tinged with melancholy and introspection. In response, Gu Sooner could only display a look of bewilderment. I have come to bid you farewell, Xiao Yan uttered, causing Gu Sooner to be momentarily taken aback. There are matters you may be unaware of. I am currently in the training phase within the clan. During my previous trials in the southwest continent, I encountered an attack from the ancient Demon Emperor. His words elicited a look of astonishment upon Gu Sooner's face. This fellow survived an assault from the ancient Demon Emperor? Observing the gradual loss of composure on her family's faces, a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. While the Demon Emperor's malevolent essence indeed posed a significant threat, if wielded wisely, it could assist me in overcoming the tribulations that follow my ascension to sainthood. With sufficient skill in my performance, the establishment of an exquisite harem may not be beyond the realm of possibility. You need not be so astonished. It was merely a remnant of the Demon Emperor. Hence I was not truly harmed, Xiao Yan remarked with a gentle smile. However, I have been cursed by that Demon Emperor's essence. Chapter 425. If unsatisfied, you may call off the engagement. Cursed by the essence? Gu Sooner gazed at Xiao Yan with a hint of confusion. Even she, as a distinguished lady of the ancient clan, had never heard of such a thing. Yet, the mere mention of it seemed to evoke a sense of dread, undoubtedly linked to that ancient Demon Emperor. Xiao Yan continued to reveal his somber and profound aura, exhaling softly as he spoke. The essence of the Demon Emperor is on par with the power of the Fighting Emperor. Upon hearing this explanation, Gu Sooner's expression shifted slightly. Anything associated with the terrifying level of the Fighting Emperor was indeed formidable. So, what are you implying by telling me all this? Gu Sooner inquired. Her brows furrowed in confusion as she regarded Xiao Yan. Due to the essence, I must become a fighting saint within 3 years, and during this process, I must eliminate this curse. Otherwise, should the essence's power erupt, I will meet a fate worse than death, Xiao Yan said, a wry smile gracing his face as he looked at Gu Sooner. Upon hearing this, Gu Sooner's delicate face finally revealed a hint of perturbation, and she could not help but inquire, since you were someone esteemed by Lord Xiaoxian, could it be that the Demon Emperor and the Demon Source can still pose a threat to you? A subtle sense of triumph surged within Xiao Yan, yet his countenance displayed a semblance of helplessness and confusion. The clan ancestor had declared that prior to my ascension to the Dou Saint rank, no assistance would be rendered to me. Even if I were to be tainted by the Demon Emperor and the Demon Source, he would not lift a finger to aid me. Not only would he refrain from intervention, but all the formidable figures within the clan would also remain indifferent to my plight. At this juncture, Xiao Yan's eyes once again shimmered with determination and dominance. Nevertheless, I am resolute in confronting this calamity. In that moment, the image of a certain reckless youth subtly transformed in Gu Sooner's heart. This fellow, though lacking in virtue, undeniably embodies the spirit of a hero. Gu Sooner sighed inwardly. She would not be swayed by such a revelation to develop feelings for Xiao Yan. Yet she could not deny that, at this moment, she held a modicum of respect for him. At the tender age of 20, he had single-handedly quelled an entire generation of the Gu clan, vanquished the venerable Tian Ming, and now aimed to challenge the Dou Saint rank, contending against the might of Dou Emperors. Weighing his numerous feats and accomplishments, Gu Sooner had to concede that Xiao Yan indeed represented a prodigious talent of his era. If only he were not so reckless in matters of the heart, perhaps I might truly come to admire him one day. A thought fleetingly crossed her mind, only to be swiftly quelled by her rationality. After all, he remains merely a reckless youth. Her heart was a tempest of emotions, yet her face betrayed an involuntary blush. Xiao Yan observed all of this keenly, yet his expression remained unmoved. As various emotions flickered across her visage, he ultimately regained his composure. Should I fail in my pursuit of the Dou Saint rank, my demise would be inevitable, thus liberating you from this union, rendering it unnecessary. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. You. Gu Sun'er was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xiao Yan's calm demeanor, as her previously tranquil state became tinged with a slight oppression. Was it the sympathy for a talented individual destined to face great tribulations, or the knowledge that this individual was her betrothed? Xiao Yan paid her no heed and continued. You must have heard of the romantic entanglements I've accrued outside. Upon hearing this, Gu Sun'er's heart, already stirred, was now tinged with a hint of ire. How dare he still speak of such matters? She mused, though her face regained its composure. I know, she replied tersely, the two words imbued with a touch of indifference. Yet Xiao Yan appeared unfazed, boldly acknowledging the situation. Those matters are indeed true. All the faults lie with me, and have nothing to do with those women. If you blame me for this, I have no words to counter. Your ability to articulate such sentiments, albeit somewhat vulgar, does reflect a certain masculinity. Gu Sun'er rarely spoke. But now she did. Growing up in the esteemed Gu clan, she had witnessed her share of despicable men. Among the elders of the Gu clan, more than half had illegitimate children in the outside world, many of whom lacked the courage to acknowledge them. Yet, in the next moment, a trademark mischievous grin appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Nevertheless, I shall not abandon you out of mere guilt. A beauty such as yourself would be a tremendous loss to leave unwed. Therefore, should I fortuitously break through to the Dousheng realm, I shall undoubtedly come to the Gu clan in a grand procession to claim you as my bride. You. Gu Sun'er suddenly recognized that this fellow was indeed a rogue. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Xiao Yan's face, her usually tranquil heart surged with an impulse to strike him. Heh, as long as you have not yet reached a level where you can disregard me, I will always find a way. Xiao Yan chuckled inwardly, his gaze shifting back to one of apology. I am aware that my actions have wronged you. Perhaps the Demon Emperor and the Demon Source are my punishments. Well, if I were to perish, you would indeed gain your freedom. Gu Sun'er opened her mouth, yet no words came forth, her beautiful eyes merely fixed upon Xiao Yan. Everything shall be discussed once you ascend to Dousheng. She spoke slowly. What happens if I become a Dousheng? Xiao Yan's eyes lit up slightly. Gu Sun'er did not respond directly to this inquiry, instead calmly stating, this is a monumental exchange of interests between two great clans, involving the welfare of millions. As the daughter of the Gu clan's leader, I have been afforded the finest resources since childhood. Now that my clan requires me, this union is one I cannot refuse. So you harbor no aversion to our marriage? A look of surprise crossed Xiao Yan's face. Aversion? A rare, resigned smile graced Gu Sun'er's features. Do I have any choice? This matter was personally broached by your esteemed Lord Xuandi, and all the elders of the Gu clan wholeheartedly support it. What recourse do I have? Ever since the engagement was established 4 years ago, she had, for the first time, expressed her sentiments to another. However, her delicate face soon regained its composure, and she regarded Xiao Yan with calmness. If we truly reach that juncture, I shall not concern myself with external affairs. But I do hope you will manage things well. The Gu clan must maintain its dignity. Should we truly unite in marriage, we can at least treat each other with mutual respect. As her words fell, she felt a warmth on her shoulder, only to find Xiao Yan's hand resting there. Marry this young master, and you shall not find yourself at a disadvantage. Xiao Yan displayed a warm smile, only to have his hand swatted away by the blushing maiden. You had better conduct yourself properly. This is the ancient clan. Gu Sun'er glared at Xiao Yan, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of incredulity. How dare this fellow act so brazenly in her territory? Yet, who was Xiao Yan to be swayed by a woman's words? He leaned closer, pressing his body against the girl-ass. With a sudden smack, amidst the maiden's astonished and flushed gaze, Xiao Yan boldly kissed her. Ha ha ha, delightful. Regardless of what fate awaits him, this young master shall first revel in this mischief. Laughing heartily, he soared into the air. My dear, await my return as a sage. With that, he disregarded the incensed beauty, whose chest heaved in anger, and vanished from that space. Moments later, under the astonished gaze of Ling Lao, the usually composed young lady lost her temper for the first time in years. The flames birthed from the Golden Emperor's burning heaven fire reduced a mountain to ashes. That scoundrel! After venting her rage, the pearl of the ancient clan, rare in her use of such language, uttered a mild curse. Meanwhile, in a hidden space, Gu Yuan, who had witnessed everything, clenched his fists tightly in frustration. What's wrong? Are you upset? Beside him, Xiao Chun, wielding a blood-red battle axe, smirked at the scene. If this lad were not designated as the son-in-law by Xiao Xin himself, I would surely teach him a lesson today. Gu Yuan could not help but mutter in discontent. Indeed, the allegations of Xiao Yan being excessively lewd are no exaggeration. If you are dissatisfied with this son-in-law, you are perfectly free to call off the engagement. Xiao Chen remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan slowly relaxed his clenched fists, opening his mouth but remaining silent. What is the matter? Still reluctant. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Chen scoffed again. A millennium ago, during the Xiao Soul War, your ancient clan possessed ample strength to assist. Yet you merely stood by as the Soul clan attacked us. Had it not been for my cousin's fortuitous ascent to Dou Emperor, our clan might have faced annihilation at the hands of the Soul clan. Noticing Gu Yuan's silence, Xiao Chen showed no mercy in his words. While Xiao Xian is magnanimous and profound, I am more direct and outspoken. Given your past relationship with my cousin, had you intervened in that battle, would we now need to rely on a marriage alliance to maintain our two clans' relations? It is regrettable that, despite such a prime opportunity, you refrained from acting for fear of my cousin's ascension threatening the ancient clan. Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuan's body trembled slightly, and he ultimately closed his eyes in resignation. Indeed, had he chosen to lend his aid back in the day, the Gu clan would not now be compelled to maintain their ties through marriage alliances. He and Xiao Xian were once close friends, but alas, after that fateful battle, they had become mere acquaintances. At this moment, however, Xiao Yan had already arrived at the entrance of the ancient realm. Chapter 426, Return to the Flame Alliance. Brother Xiao Yan, have you completed your tasks? At the entrance of the ancient realm, Gu Zhen, clad in black armor, gazed at Xiao Yan with a hint of reverence. During this journey to the Gu clan, the display of Xiao Yan's combat prowess had been nothing short of terrifying. Even among the elders of the Gu clan, few could rival his strength. To single-handedly defeat the entire younger generation of the Gu clan, and with but one hand, was an astonishing feat of power. Gu Zhen felt fortunate to have refrained from participating. Otherwise, he too would have faced humiliation. Presently, apart from him, nearly all the young talents of the Gu clan were in recovery. A mere encounter with Sun Heir would hardly take much time. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and said, Brother Gu Zhen, I would appreciate it if you could open the gates to the ancient realm once more. Xiao Yan held Gu Zhen in high regard. He was indeed an exceptional individual. Haha, Brother Xiao, what are you saying? You are an esteemed guest of our Gu clan. There is no trouble at all. A warm smile graced Gu Zhen's face as he performed hand seals, causing the gates of the ancient realm to slowly open once again. Brother Gu Zhen, I shall take my leave now, until fate brings us together again. With a gentle smile at the opening gates, Xiao Yan stepped into the dark passage. As Xiao Yan departed, Gu Zhen exhaled a sigh of relief. This young man was truly formidable. At merely 20 years of age, how could he possess such strength? Gu Zhen mused. Throughout the history of the Gu clan, there had never been a prodigy as frightening as him, achieving such heights at such a young age. The next time they met, he would likely have ascended to become a true pinnacle of the continent. Observing the direction in which Xiao Yan had vanished, Gu Zhen could not help but smile wryly. As Xiao Yan disappeared, the figure of Xiao Chun, who had remained concealed in the shadows, stirred and also vanished from the ancient realm. Once Xiao Chun had left, Gu Yuan sighed once more, his gaze sweeping over the gates of the ancient realm. Unable to voice his thoughts, a millennium ago, he had shared a close friendship with Xiao Xian, yet during that dreadful war, he had refrained from aiding the Xiao clan. In this age, where the might of Dou Emperors had seemingly vanished, he wished to see neither the Soul clan nor the Xiao clan give rise to a new Dou Emperor. The emergence of such a powerful figure would instantly shatter the current equilibrium among the Soul clan, Gu clan, and Xiao clan, thereby jeopardizing the standing of the Gu clan. However, what he did not anticipate was that, at the critical moment, Xiao Xian ultimately ascended to that realm. From this point onward, the Xiao clan truly became the sole imperial lineage on the Duki continent, and their strength, accumulated over a millennium, had grown tenfold from its original state. With the annihilation of the Soul clan, even the ancient clan now appeared utterly insignificant before the Xiao clan. If I had offered my assistance back then, with Xiao Xian's temperament, the ancient clan would surely have been in a vastly different situation today. Gu Yuan sighed softly, shaking his head once more, and with a single step, he arrived at Gu Suner's residence. He intended to console his beloved daughter. But upon witnessing the mountain peak nearly melted by the Golden Emperor's flame, he was rendered utterly speechless. My dear daughter, what has happened? Gu Yuan asked in a daze. At this moment, however, Xiao Yan had already appeared outside the ancient realm. His fiancée, he was indeed remarkable. Suspended in midair, Xiao Yan reminisced about the exquisitely beautiful young woman, reminiscent of a blue lotus. Such a beauty, if not taken home as a bride, would undoubtedly be a severe waste. Xiao Yan chuckled to himself, then directed his soul energy inward, seeking the fragment of the Demon Emperor's source sealed by the Mandala Flower's power. A year had passed, and the seal of the mandala flower was gradually fading, with the power of the Demon Emperor's source attempting to struggle outward bit by bit. Yet, it seemed that this source would require a considerable amount of time to break free from the seal. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan dared not relax in the slightest. Next, it was time to return to the northwestern continent. He sighed softly, then a cunning smile crept across his face. You little source, do you think entangling yourself with me will bring me immeasurable suffering? Watch as I extract every ounce of your utility. Xiao Yan scoffed, the space around him vibrating slightly before he vanished from sight. Although this source currently posed an enormous threat to him, Xiao Yan had other plans. His intention was to shift all conflicts within his harem onto this damned source before facing the tribulation, using his impending dire situation to sway his harem. Then, with his exceptional acting skills, he would alleviate their rejection of the future grand harem. By that time, his beautiful companions would harbor a deep hatred for this source, yet would naturally accept the existence of others under Xiao Yan's performance. If Xiao Yan were to perish in this tribulation, it would be one matter, but should he survive? The dream of establishing a grand harem after achieving sainthood would be significantly facilitated by this source. For Xiao Yan, even if the opponent were the Demon Emperor, he was determined to extract a good measure of benefits. In the northwestern continent, within the Flame Alliance, Kai Lin donned a luxurious purple robe, subtly enveloping her devilish curves. Although only a delicate curve is revealed, it still exudes an endless allure. At this moment, she gazes intently at a palace before her, her right hand gently caressing her slightly protruding abdomen. The once cold and stunning beauty now bears a softness of maternal warmth upon her exquisite visage. Behind her, Yun Yun stands quietly in a moon-white robe. Compared to the enchanting and unparalleled Kai Lin, she resembles a celestial being descended from the heavens. As she ascends to the realm of Dou Zone, her aura deepens and matures. With every graceful gesture, she emanates an elegant beauty. Suddenly, within the grand hall, a formidable aura erupts, resonating with a thunderous force. In an instant, countless violet-gray toxic gases spread forth, a terrifying miasma that would pose a significant threat even to ordinary Dou Zone cultivators. Be careful, do not let the child breathe it in. Observing the eruption of poison gas, Yun Yun's delicate features shift slightly, yet Kai Lin merely shakes her head gently, offering a reassuring smile. It's of no concern. With a wave of her jade hand, a vibrant aura envelopes the two of them, protecting them from harm. After years of cultivation, her power has reached the level of a 4-star Dou Zone. The bloodline prowess of the 7-colored sky-devouring python and the heritage of the 7-colored clan have propelled her strength to remarkable heights during these years. Undoubtedly, the rapid development of the Flame Alliance, which has procured an astounding array of resources, has greatly contributed to this advancement. Today, the Flame Alliance stands as one of the foremost powers in the northwestern continent, boasting resources that are nothing short of formidable. Under this abundance, the strength of the main matriarchs of the Flame Alliance has surged rapidly. For instance, Yun Yun has now joined the ranks of the 5-star Dou Zone. Just as the dreadful poison gas was on the verge of engulfing the two women, a terrifying suction emanated once more from the palace. In the next moment, the toxic gas abruptly contracted and was swiftly compressed and absorbed. With the return of this noxious mist, a tremendous aura awakened within the palace. Moments later, a slender figure clad in a white dress stepped forth from the palace, distinct from Yun Yun's dignified grace and Kai Lin's cold nobility, embodying an ethereal quality. Her face, as pure as white jade, radiated a refreshing clarity reminiscent of a snow lotus. Such a woman can only be Xiao Yan. As she emerges from her seclusion, a hint of helplessness and envy flickers across Yun Yun's serene countenance. The rapid progress following the control of the devouring poison body is truly enviable. Watching Xiao Yan approach them like a white lotus, Yun Yun cannot help but sigh. When Xiao Yan initially established the Flame Alliance, the prowess of the little medicine sage had only just reached the doling level through various means of enhancement. Yet, after the passage of 3 years, she has already taken a significant leap, stepping into the realm of 6-star Dou Zone ahead of him. The astonishing advancement of her evil-natured poison body is nearly on par with the colorful scales of the 7-colored sky-devouring python. At this astonishing rate of progress, it is likely she will ascend to the Dou Zone level within the next 2 years. Contemplating this, Yun Yun couldn't help but sigh softly. Among the women, only Kai Lin and the little medicine sage have exhibited such rapid growth, followed closely by herself and Nailin Yinran. Notably, Nailin Yinran has also reached the pinnacle of Dou Wang, her innate talent being considerable. With the accumulation of various resources, her breakthrough to Dou Huang is imminent. In contrast, Yao Ye and Yafei possess comparatively lesser talents, and despite the aid of numerous resources, they remain at the Dou Wang level. However, what astonishes them even more is that little Qing Lin. At barely 18, she has already gained the ability to command serpent-type magical beasts of the Dou Huang level. Kai Lin, Yun Yun, the little medicine sage said lightly, her steps graceful as she approached the two. A smile graced her face as she gazed at Kai Lin's slightly protruding belly. Calculating the time, it would be less than 2 years before this little one arrives. A hint of tenderness and envy shimmered in her eyes. Kai Lin nodded gently, her expression warm, ready to speak, but her demeanor suddenly shifted. What's wrong? The little medicine sage and Yun Yun exchanged concerned glances. An expert has arrived at the Flame Alliance, Kai Lin replied, her expression grave, but soon it morphed into a look of bewilderment. Chapter 4:27. I am becoming a father. What's the matter? Witnessing her reaction, even the little medicine sage and Yun Yun's expressions altered, for who could instigate such a response from Kai Lin, given her strength and the Flame Alliance's current might? It's him. Kai Lin slowly composed herself, taking a deep breath. He is back. As she spoke, a torrent of emotions washed over her face. He is back? The little medicine sage and Yun Yun paused, then trembled slightly, their faces reflecting excitement and indignation. How dare he return? He has been gone for over 2 years, and he doesn't even know about my child. The little medicine sage couldn't help but voice her frustration, though her expression hinted at a flicker of joy. Indeed. That guy? Yun Yun echoed, her beautiful visage displaying a trace of indignation. Ever since Xiao Yan had departed to become a detached overseer, the reins of the Flame Alliance had rested squarely in Kai Lin's hands. Had it not been for the assistance of Yafei and Yaoyue, this woman, who was already with child, despite being the former queen of the Serpent Clan, would undoubtedly have experienced considerable fatigue during these days. Nevertheless, her delicate hands trembled slightly within her sleeves, clearly betraying a hint of excitement. Enough of this. Now that he has returned, we must make a point to welcome him. Kai Lin took a deep breath, her elongated, beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, and after regaining her composure, she stepped forward and vanished from sight. Observing this, the little medicinal fairy and Yun Yun exchanged glances and gently shook their heads. It was evident that there were reasons Xiao Yan could earn the respect of Sister Kai Lin. The little medicinal fairy smiled gently and suggested, "Let us gather everyone." "Indeed," replied Yun Yun, a smile gracing her lips. Though they voiced their complaints, each of them harbored a deep longing for Xiao Yan. At that moment, high above in the sky, a strikingly handsome young man clad in black stood suspended, his piercing gaze surveying the vast, magnificent metropolis sprawling below, stretching for miles. When I first arrived in the Jiama Empire, the capital was merely 100 miles in length and width. Yet, in just a few short years, the territory of the Flame Alliance has expanded to exceed that initial size 100-fold. The neighboring empires, such as Chushin and Yinluo, have now become part of the Flame Alliance. Furthermore, the number of vassal territories has soared to over 100 empires. Gazing upon the endless expanse of magnificent mountains and rivers, even Xiao Yan could not help but marvel. What began as a casual establishment of the Flame Alliance, intended solely to protect the families of his beloved women, had unexpectedly transformed into a colossal empire in the northwest continent within just a few years. Surely, Kai Lin's influence has played a significant role in this transformation. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan found himself profoundly impressed by the capabilities of the Serpent Clan Queen. At that moment, a ripple in the nearby space heralded the arrival of a woman adorned in a regal purple robe. Her stunningly beautiful visage and enchanting figure could drive countless men to madness, prompting Xiao Yan to once again marvel at the wonders of creation. Wife. Upon catching sight of Kai Lin, Xiao Yan could not contain his exuberance and called out joyfully. Since the commencement of the clan's trials, he had been unable to return to the Flame Alliance, and after more than 2 years apart, the beauty remained unchanged. In response to his call, Kai Lin's body stiffened momentarily, and then, with a hint of petulance, she turned her head away. Are you angry? Xiao Yan chuckled as he leaned closer, only to suddenly notice that Kai Lin's once flat abdomen now bore a slight roundness. As Xiao Yan beheld the gently rounded belly before him, his body froze in a moment of disbelief. It felt as though an electric current coursed through him, causing even his hands to tremble slightly. To render a semi-holy warrior so flustered spoke volumes of the tumultuous emotions stirring within him. Grown plump? Such a notion was utterly implausible, leaving only one conceivable explanation. You are with child? Xiao Yan slowly approached her, his gaze fixed upon her stunning, ethereal visage, his voice quivering with emotion. In both his past and present lives, he had never envisioned the moment of becoming a father. Yet, when this day arrived, it struck him as surreal, as if he had slipped into a dream. Humph, you finally realize you have a child, Kaylin remarked with a scoff. However, upon witnessing the slight flush of excitement in Xiao Yan's eyes, her stern expression softened considerably. Unable to suppress a foolish grin, Xiao Yan boldly embraced her slender waist, leaning his ear against her gently protruding belly. Hee, I'm going to be a dad. I'm going to be a dad. He held her abdomen affectionately, his face alight with joy. Look at your silly expression. Kaylin's demeanor softened further at the sight of Xiao Yan's delight. She couldn't help but gently pat his shoulder. Come on, since you're back, let us head home. Little doctor and the others are waiting for you. Hee, I'm going to be a dad. Xiao Yan continued to beam, then excitedly lifted Kaylin into his arms, planting a fervent kiss on her slightly flushed cheek as he stepped forward. Meanwhile, in a grand hall within the Flame Alliance, the atmosphere was vibrant and adorned with flowers, as enchanting beauties sat gracefully in their respective seats. Each wore a hint of aloofness, yet the joy in their eyes was unmistakable. Elegantly clad in a red cheongsam was Yafei, while the royal attire adorned Yao Yi. The poised Yun Yun and the blossoming Na Lan Yin ran added to the scene, alongside the demure little doctor in her white gown and the alluring Qing Lin in her verdant attire, each seated with poise. At that moment, a ripple in space signaled an arrival, and in the next instant, a striking young man in a black robe appeared, cradling an exceptionally beautiful woman of icy grace. At the sight of him, all present felt a slight tremor, but after a brief silence, each turned their gaze away, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hee, dear ladies, your husband has returned, Xiao Yan announced with a mischievous grin, only to notice that the women had collectively turned their heads away in unison. Oh, it seems everyone is throwing a little tantrum at me, he mused, though this sight did not surprise him in the least. More than 2 years have passed since her departure, and it is no wonder that they are aggrieved. Yet, it matters little. Despite the disdain they currently exhibit, they shall eventually find themselves beseeching for mercy. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be rushed. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. A wicked smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips as he gently lowered Kai Lin, cautious not to disturb his precious child. Although he had surmised that the child was a daughter, this revelation only deepened his affection. Daughters are delightful. How endearing they are. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan turned to Kai Lin and remarked, Look, as the matriarch of this harem, your silence has left your companions ignoring me. In response to Xiao Yan's words, Kai Lin huffed, It is you who has neglected them for so long, yet now you place the blame upon me. Unfazed by her retort, Xiao Yan remained composed. No matter, women are easily appeased with a few kind words. As for overcoming their collective indifference, that will be a simple task. Suddenly, he cleared his throat and directed his attention to Qing Lin. Qing Lin. His tone was somewhat grave, causing Qing Lin to stiffen involuntarily and turn her head. Why yes, young master, she replied, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Her youthful visage radiated a blend of innocence and allure, her emerald eyes sparkling with an enchanting charm. She had not intended to disregard Xiao Yan, yet the pressure from her sisters was overwhelming. Qing Lin, your sisters have been rather cold towards me. How about you keep me company today? Xiao Yan sighed softly, which sparked a glimmer of excitement in Qing Lin's eyes. Just as her spirits lifted, the formerly aloof sisters could no longer suppress their reactions and turned to face them. You truly have not changed at all, now that Qing Lin has blossomed. You seek to ensnare her. The first to voice her discontent was Xiao Yixian, now visibly irate. Indeed, you have been absent for more than 2 years. Do you have any idea how Kai Lin has fared during this time? Followed Yafei. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere shattered, and the women began to vocally chastise Xiao Yan, as if a group chat were about to erupt in online outrage. Throughout that day, Xiao Yan experienced the tribulations of having multiple wives, understanding why those warlords in bygone dramas lamented over the number of concubines. That night, the pitch-black sky, unmarred by impurities, was adorned with countless stars, resembling a dark tapestry interwoven with pearls. Xiao Yan sat serenely in the pavilion of the Alliance leader's estate, gently embracing Kai Lin's waist. I never imagined I would become a father so soon. Kai Lin said nothing, simply resting her head on his shoulder. Her demeanor transformed from her usual aloofness to one of tender warmth. Xiao Yan's hand gently caressed Kai Lin's abdomen, enveloped in an unparalleled tranquility. Even with a beauty in his embrace, the desires of yesteryears had dissipated. He now sought merely to savor this warmth of heart, a sensation he had never experienced before. Is this the essence of fatherhood? It felt as though his once unshackled existence had suddenly become tethered by a small being, yet he embraced it with utmost willingness. A serene smile, one he had never worn before, graced Xiao Yan's face. Unbeknownst to him, the dormant power of his soul began to stir with an unusual resonance. An enigmatic realization suddenly emerged within his mind. The universe is birthed from the heavens. If the heavens lack the vitality of all that exists, what purpose would they serve? Countless past experiences and insights intertwined deep within Xiao Yan's soul, and without his awareness, the bottleneck that had long plagued him shattered. In the next moment, The heavens and earth shifted in hue. Chapter 428, Breaking Through the Heavenly Realm. In Xiao Yan's eyes, the once tranquil world had transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Energy, life, and myriad transformations became strikingly clear to him. Every change was vividly apparent from his soulful perspective. Kai Lin, you must leave this place and disperse everyone. No one can remain within 1,000 feet of me. Their safety would be at great risk. Xiao Yan's eyes retained their deep darkness. Yet at the moment Kai Lin met his gaze, she perceived an entire universe reflected within them. Staring into Xiao Yan's pupils felt as though one were confronting not merely a man, but the vast expanse of the sky itself. I understand. Kai Lin's countenance shifted slightly as she nodded gently, her form flickering before vanishing from sight. Although with child, such a degree of movement posed no detriment to her. Xiao Yan stood resolutely in place. Yet at that moment, he sensed every subtle shift within the entirety of the Flame Alliance headquarters. Once everyone had been evacuated, he finally closed his eyes slowly. Buzz. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of soul energy erupted from within him. With the emergence of the first wave, subsequent waves of soul energy surged forth relentlessly. Boom. A series of formidable soul waves radiated from Xiao Yan, akin to a tsunami or a raging flood, shattering the energy within 1,000 feet. Even the fabric of space seemed to churn tumultuously beneath the weight of this overwhelming soul energy. Amidst these fearsome waves, a nearly corporeal, translucent figure slowly emerged from above Xiao Yan's head. As the silhouette first emerged, it measured merely a foot in height, glistening with a crystalline sheen. Yet, with each deliberate step it took towards the heavens, its form grew larger until, upon reaching the celestial horizon, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Yan. Apart from a slight transparency, it was nearly indistinguishable from him. The celestial realm. Is it truly like this? Xiao Yan's spirit hovered in the sky, savoring the profound sensation as his soul radiated outward, revealing every blade of grass and tree within a radius of hundreds, even thousands of miles, vividly in his mind. Celestial realm shatter. Xiao Yan's ethereal form uttered a soft command from above, and in the next moment, all the spiritual energy within the headquarters of the Flame Alliance surged towards him, drawn by the power of his soul. Ahum. The formidable spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible vortex, gently swirling above his spiritual form, as boundless energy poured uncontrollably into his essence. With this influx, Xiao Yan's spirit solidified further, becoming nearly indistinguishable from a corporeal being, even emanating a faint white luminescence that gradually blossomed upon its surface. What ecstasy! Xiao Yan could not suppress a murmur, for this sensation felt akin to being enveloped in a warm radiance, reminiscent of an embryo nestled in the womb. However, during his transcendence into the celestial realm, the Flame Alliance had already undergone earth-shattering changes. At the moment Xiao Yan's spiritual power swept through the leader's residence, many formidable beings sensed the terrifying fluctuations of his soul. Under such overwhelming spiritual waves, even those who had attained the status of Dou Zun felt insignificantly small, as if the mere exertion of his soul power could effortlessly annihilate them. Who possesses such divine might to incite such a dreadful storm of souls within the Flame Alliance? As Xiao Yan's spiritual fluctuations radiated further, everything within a diameter of 1,000 miles around the leader's residence came into sharp focus under his scrutiny. Under the scanning of this formidable spiritual force, everyone felt a subtle tremor in their hearts. It was as though they were thoroughly laid bare. A profound sense of reverence rising from the depths of their souls. This power had reached a level capable of influencing an entire realm, and those possessing such power appeared as deities to many of lesser cultivation. Suddenly, countless powerful beings began to soar from various locations within the Flame Alliance. The first to ascend were, naturally, those stationed at the headquarters. The likes of Yun Patian, the revered Fuding, and the master of the Tianxi Palace were among the first to appear, followed closely by several figures of Dou Zun's strength. Presently, the Flame Alliance boasted 7 or 8 Dou Zun experts alone. The terrifying power of the soul, could it possibly be the legendary realm of the heavens? When did such formidable beings emerge in the northwestern continent, especially within the headquarters of the Flame Alliance? Among the crowd, the esteemed apothecary, Master Fuding, was the first to sense something amiss. Although this soul power was exceedingly potent, there was an inexplicable familiarity to its aura. Master Fuding slightly furrowed his short brows, and in an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. The formidable Dou Zun warriors soon appeared not far from the Flame Alliance headquarters. Just as they exchanged glances and prepared to enter, a sudden wave of soul transmission resonated within each powerful heart. This soul fluctuation was conjured by your leader. Do not approach within 1,000 paces of the leader's residence, as it may disrupt his breakthrough. Simultaneously, inform all those heading to the Flame Alliance to maintain their distance. for their very souls could easily be obliterated by this terrifying storm of soul energy. The voice of Kai Lin echoed softly. As this voice reverberated, the expressions of all present momentarily fell into a profound silence, swiftly replaced by shared incredulity. Alas, let us depart, sighed Master Fuding, who walked at the forefront. The leader has transcended to the legendary realm of the heavens. We should dutifully assist in safeguarding him. With these words, he was the first to leave, gesturing for the approaching experts of the Flame Alliance to return at once. This is the leader's moment of breakthrough. Should you approach too closely, even the strongest among you could be rendered an imbecile by that terrifying soul power, while the weaker ones would be utterly annihilated. Master Fuding's words left many of the Flame Alliance's formidable warriors momentarily stunned, soon to be replaced by fervent excitement. Such a fearsome fluctuation was indeed unleashed by their unseen leader. Upon realizing that this commotion was instigated by their leader, astonishment gave way to boundless fervor and adoration. Although most had never laid eyes on the leader, news of his exploits continually reached them from Central State. The so-called #1 genius of the continent was beyond their comprehension, yet the leader's achievements resounded throughout the entire Duki continent. Having slain a half-saint, that alone was enough to ignite the passions of countless individuals. It is noteworthy that there are but a handful of half-saints in the northwestern continent. Even Douzun warriors are exceedingly rare here, while half-saints and Dou saints are nearly mythical. For most powerful beings in the northwestern continent, a half-saint is an elusive legend. Yet their own leader has indeed slain a genuine half-saint. It can be said that the moment the tale of Xiao Yan's defeat of the ancient demon Tian Ming reached Central State, he became a veritable myth within the Flame Alliance. Who would have imagined? The moment I encountered him back then, I knew this young man was extraordinary. And with the support of the Xiao clan, his future would be resplendently bright. Yet, I never anticipated that his rise would be so formidable. In a different realm, Yun Patian and the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Manor exchanged glances of astonishment. When they first encountered Xiao Yan, although they were amazed by his extraordinary talent, he was merely a Dou Huang at that time. Their allegiance to him was primarily due to the formidable backing of the Wendy and Wu Sheng, as well as the immense power of the Xiao clan. However, in the span of just 4 years, the young man who once needed support to command respect from others had ascended to a level that required their reverence. Indeed, our esteemed leader may truly fulfill the legends from the Central Plains and one day attain that mythical pinnacle of existence. The Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Manor nodded slightly, feeling fortunate for his previous prudence. Otherwise, his fate might have mirrored that of the lion-headed sect master, who had met a gruesome end. Meanwhile, atop a certain peak of the Yunlan sect, a middle-aged man clad in the robes of an alchemist, adorned with the insignia of a 7th-grade alchemist, sighed weakly upon hearing the voice of the revered Fuding. He gazed at the vast, abyss-like aura of spiritual energy in the sky, left only with a powerless exhalation. In just 4 short years, how could one possibly advance to such a level? Gui shook his head in disbelief. When he first encountered Xiao Yan, the latter was merely a 15 or 16-year-old youth whom he had managed to defeat. At that time, Gui had still possessed the motivation to strive harder, driven by a sense of shame. Yet, after 2 years, Xiao Yan had already become a Douzun powerhouse, and the chasm between them had grown alarmingly wide. Now, 4 years later, bolstered by the resources of the Flame Alliance, Gui had finally attained the rank of a 7th-grade alchemist, and even broken through to Douzun. However, he realized that before Xiao Yan, he was akin to an ant, and his pitiful disciple was even less significant than that. Not far from the headquarters of the Flame Alliance, a group of beautiful women stood silently atop a roof, their gazes fixed intently on the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy in the sky. Sister Kaylin, the gap between us and him is growing ever wider. Yafei suddenly remarked with a complex expression. Do not speak carelessly, Kaylin gently chided, shaking her head. He is not one to abandon those he has begun with. Though he may initiate, he will not forsake. With that, she silently added a thought in her heart. As Xiao Yan's spiritual power surged, its influence extended beyond the entire headquarters of the Flame Alliance. For those Dousheng powerhouses and others who had similarly entered the heavenly realm, this expanse of existence was affected by Xiao Yan's spiritual energy, creating subtle tremors felt by those peak powerhouses through the imperceptible waves of nature. Has another person broken through to the heavenly realm? Murmured some hidden strong individuals. Although the density of powerful beings in the northwest continent is far less than that of the Central Plains, the vast expanse of land surely conceals a few reclusive peak powerhouses. Time trickles away, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. Yet, within the Lord's manor, Xiao Yan's body remains utterly motionless, while his soul ascends into the heavens, incessantly absorbing the formidable spiritual energy, striving towards the true realm of celestial existence. During this period of his advancement, However, numerous alchemists have begun to converge upon the Lord's manor. Despite the strict regulations prohibiting their approach within 1,000 paces, they maintain a respectful distance, lingering between 1,000 and 10,000 paces away. Even though the terrifying soul pressure emanating from the Lord induces profound discomfort, many alchemists have discovered that beneath this overwhelming spiritual force, their own soul powers have indeed solidified and advanced considerably. This revelation has driven a multitude of mid to low-tier alchemists to hastily approach the vicinity of the Lord's manor, their reverence and fervor for the Lord intensifying as they feel the imposing majesty of his soul. At the very moment the Flame Alliance enters a fervent phase, in an ancient, deep ravine located several 100,000 miles away, a figure exuding a malevolent aura suddenly materializes. Awaken, Black Corpse King, after millennia of slumber. Our clan faces a formidable adversary. We require your assistance to eliminate this threat. The shadow, cloaked in black robes, abruptly sheds its garment, revealing a form reminiscent of the soul demons encountered by Xiao Yan in the Spring God Ravine. I offer my life as the price to awaken you, and I hope you can resolve this predicament. Upon uttering these words, the soul demon warrior's body erupts into a mass of black ichor, rushing into the depths of the ravine. Moments later, a cacophony reverberates from within the ravine, followed by waves of black, demonic energy surging forth, causing all life in the vicinity to descend into chaos. Any creature that encounters this malevolent essence finds itself in a frenzy of violence, their forms cloaked in dark fur. Is there a possibility of becoming a battle emperor among these humans? It is best to eradicate such beings in their infancy. A devilish whisper echoes from the depths of the ravine. Meanwhile, within the Flame Alliance, an air of tranquility prevails. Half a month has passed, and at this moment, the ethereal figure in the sky finally ceases its absorption of spiritual energy. Xiao Yan's soul now appears indistinguishable from his corporeal form. Is this the true celestial realm? He murmurs, overwhelmed by the vastness of this newfound spiritual power. I need to take a day off. My apologies, brothers, I'm stuck like a blockage. So I must take a day off. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 429, Master and Apprentice of the Cloud and Mist Sect. At this moment, nearly the entire expanse of the Flame Alliance, encompassing a radius of thousands of miles, lies beneath the perceptive grasp of his spiritual power. Especially within the headquarters of the Flame Alliance, everything was vividly perceived under the aegis of his soul power. Should he choose to observe, even the psychological activities of the weaker individuals could be inferred through the fluctuations of their souls, compared to the initial state of perfect harmony within the spirit realm. The soul power of the heavenly realm was merely a few times amplified. However, when it came to the energy that could be mobilized in the heavenly realm, the difference was profound. With a mere thought, Xiao Yan instantaneously influenced the entire energy of the Flame Alliance headquarters under the control of his soul power at the heavenly realm. At this stage, his soul power was already on par with that of Dosheng experts, even surpassing many one-star Doshengs. For not all Doshengs possess soul powers that reached the heavenly realm. Boom. Within 1,000 miles, the energy began to surge wildly towards the central position of the Flame Alliance under the manipulation of Xiao Yan's soul power. A vibrant tapestry of energy coalesced above the leader's mansion, swiftly forming an energy ocean with a diameter exceeding 1,000 feet. Within this ocean, terrifying energy tides surged, carrying formidable might that even some Dozun experts found utterly unsettling. In their perception, Xiao Yan could now easily annihilate them with his soul power alone. Brothers of the Flame Alliance, the ascent of our alliance over the years owes much to your contributions. Xiao Yan's voice gently resonated in the sky. Today, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all. With that, he pointed his finger, and a fearsome blaze erupted from within him, transforming into an enormous fire dragon soaring through the sky, measuring 1,000 feet in length. The fire dragon coiled in the air, ultimately morphing into a colossal flame cauldron with a diameter surpassing 100 feet. In the next moment, those formidable energies were cast into the fiery cauldron, where, under the refinement of this extraordinary flame, the immense energies were swiftly purified. Subsequently, 9 dragon heads abruptly emerged atop the flame cauldron, slowly parting their mouths to unleash streams of energy liquid that had been refined. These energy liquids surged forth from the cauldron with terrifying force, transforming into showers of energy rain that cascaded endlessly across the former territory of the Gamma Empire. Though these energies lacked the purity and ease of absorption found in pills, they compensated with sheer volume. Moreover, after undergoing the extraordinary flame's refinement, these energies might even surpass many low-tier pills in purity. The entire vicinity of the leader's mansion was enveloped in this energy rain, and as the energies fell, many felt their cultivation levels rapidly ascend. At that moment, The concentration of energy within the headquarters of the Flame Alliance surpassed even that of the ancient realm of Xiao. One day of cultivation here equated to an advancement greater than half a month in the outside world. Observing this spectacle, numerous members of the Flame Alliance were momentarily taken aback before plunging into a state of ecstatic jubilation. Such an opportunity is indeed a rare chance for those of modest cultivation. Simultaneously, their understanding of Xiao Yan's prowess has become markedly clearer. Although the majority among them had never laid eyes on Xiao Yan, they have finally grasped the true extent of his strength today. Long live the Alliance Leader! Long live the Alliance Leader! In this moment, Xiao Yan's image in the hearts of the Flame Alliance members has ascended to that of a deity. As the radiant energy rain continues to cascade, numerous individuals are experiencing breakthroughs under its nourishing embrace, and a palpable aura of advancement fills the headquarters of the Flame Alliance. With the energy rain intensifying, the richness of power at the headquarters grows ever more robust. After an entire day, Xiao Yan gradually retracted the immense alchemical furnace of extraordinary fire, which ultimately transformed into flames and returned to his being. Observing the flourishing scene below, with breakthrough energies abounding, a smile graced Xiao Yan's face. Only when one's soul reaches the celestial realm can one truly comprehend the terrifying nature of that domain. Presently, relying solely on the power of his soul, he is capable of contending with a semi-holy powerhouse. Should he incorporate his physical form, he is confident that, even without resorting to his trump card, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, he could easily vanquish a being of the caliber of the celestial demon's elder. When considering the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, he feels no fear even in the face of a true Dou saint. Contemplating thus, a crystalline radiance gradually emanated from his soul, ultimately descending back onto the physical body standing within the Alliance Leader's estate. With a hum, as his body and soul rejoined, the once closed eyes of Xiao Yan slowly opened again. A profound, shimmering light flickered within them before tranquility returned. My soul's power has now ascended to the celestial realm, providing me with greater assurance for the impending tribulations. Xiao Yan suddenly felt the marvels of fate and opportunity in the world. His return to the Northwest continent was initially intended to bid farewell to his wives and concubines, yet unexpectedly, he found himself with a daughter. Amidst this delightful surprise, he broke through the celestial realm with ease, a feat that had previously eluded him despite the assistance of the alchemical tower and the medicinal clan. Is this what it feels like to be a father? Xiao Yan gently shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A nascent life, yet it fills his heart with boundless concern. Following a ripple in the space beneath him, Xiao Yan reappeared in another grand hall, where the women of the Flame Alliance were gathered in quiet anticipation. Upon his arrival, their eyes lit up with expressions of surprise. You have broken through to the celestial realm? Kailin could not help but ask first. Indeed. Xiao Yan gently smiled and nodded, softly grasping her shoulder while casting his gaze upon her rounded belly. Thanks to this little one, he remarked with a light chuckle. In that moment, the fierce and charming emotions that once characterized him had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pure affection. The other women present, witnessing this tender scene, couldn't help but cast envious glances at Kailin. Kailin is about to have a child. I wonder when it will be our turn. With this thought, their faces flushed slightly. Particularly, Nalan Yin Ran and Qing Lin, both untouched by worldly affairs, felt an undeniable surge of restlessness. That night, a bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its serene glow over the Yunlan sect, which remained as tranquil as ever. A gentle breeze rustled the grass and trees in the mountains, accompanied by the symphony of crickets. Nalan Yin Ran sat alone in her grand hall, immersed in her cultivation. Yet, after a brief moment, she opened her eyes once more, a hint of frustration bubbling up from within her. Damn it, Kailin has already had a child, and what about me? With a frown, Nalan Yin Ran rose from her bed and approached the window. The moonlight cascaded upon her pale blue robe, accentuating her already beautiful and mature curves. Her long, dark hair flowed down to her waist, shimmering with a misty sheen under the moon's illumination. Her visage was a sight that could rival the beauty of the moonlight itself. Just as she was lost in her melancholic thoughts, she sensed an unfamiliar presence behind her. Who is it? Nalan Yin Ran's expression changed slightly. Having reached the pinnacle of Dou Wang, she was on the brink of Dou Huang, confident that her instincts would not deceive her. Yet, the Yunlan sect had grown exponentially stronger since the days of yore, and with the ancestral figure overseeing it, who could possibly approach so stealthily? As she pondered this, a warm breath brushed against her, and before she knew it, a large hand encircled her slender waist. Seeking death, Nalan Yin Ran's brows furrowed in anger. Her eyes ablaze with intent as she concentrated her Dou Qi into a sharp sword, striking fiercely behind her. However, upon seeing the youthful face of the person embracing her, her body stiffened, and she abruptly dissipated the sword in her hand. "What is the matter? Are you plotting to murder your dear husband?" The young man wore his signature mischievous grin. Who else could it be but Xiao Yan? "You scoundrel, always bullying me." Nalan Yin Ran's body relaxed, her eyes reddening as she glared at Xiao Yan. Yet, he merely smiled gently, locking eyes with her as he remarked, "Yin Ran, you've grown up." "I certainly know that I've grown up." Nalan Yin Ran shot him a glare, but soon realized there was more to his words. Her body stiffened slightly, a blush creeping up her cheeks, gazing at the bashful beauty blushing in his arms. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently lifted her by the waist. Yin Ran. As Xiao Yan beheld Nalan Yinran's exquisite visage, his eyes burned with intensity. Although she lacked the ethereal perfection of Gu Suner and Kai Lin, she remained a stunning beauty in her own right. The girl who once cried out against being bullied as she declared, "Do not mock a poor maiden," had blossomed into a captivating lady of extraordinary charm. "Today, I shall assist you in breaking through to the Dou Huang," Xiao Yan declared with utmost seriousness, yet Nalan Yinran became even more bashful. She understood full well the implications of his promise. Memories of their shared past flooded her mind, starting from the day that the imposing youth had burst into the capital of the Jiama Empire. From that moment onward, her fate, and indeed the fate of the entire empire, began to shift. "Xiao Yan." Nalan Yinran suddenly lifted her gaze to meet his. "You were always meant to be mine." With a flick of her brow, she arched her elegant swan-like neck to press against Xiao Yan's face. 30 years on the West Bank, 30 years on the East. "Do not mock a poor maiden." Nalan Yinran's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's ears. Outside the Yunlan sect, all remained tranquil as ever. The moonlight bathed the mountains, and the clear waters flowed serenely, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time. Yet, within a grand hall nestled in this picturesque landscape, there thrived a uniquely enchanting atmosphere of spring. 3,000 words omitted. On the following morning, Yun Yun awoke from her meditation with a faint sigh. Since Xiao Yan's return, he had been perpetually by Kai Lin's side, seemingly transformed from the lascivious youth of yore into a figure radiating paternal affection, devotedly watching over their child. This very change, however, only deepened the envy felt by Yun Yun and others towards Kai Lin, or rather, their envy lay in the question of how she had been blessed with such a child. As these thoughts occupied her mind, she suddenly sensed a surge of ascending energy emanating from a distant palace. This aura belonged to Yinran. Had she truly broken through to the Dou Huang? Yun Yun paused for a moment, a look of surprise gracing her features. She recalled that she had only managed to reach the Dou Zone at nearly 30 years of age, despite being among the most gifted of her generation within the Jiama Empire. Yet now, under the current resources, her disciple Nalan Yinran had achieved the breakthrough at the tender age of 20. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Xiao Yan's assistance had been instrumental in this journey. Yun Yun sighed softly, contemplating that without Xiao Yan's support, the Yunlan sect and the Yan alliance would not have reached their present state. And for Nalan Yinran to arrive at this juncture would have been an arduous endeavor. As these reflections danced in her mind, she found herself recalling Xiao Yan's visage. That fellow, despite his flowery words, must surely have a deeper affection for Kai Lin. Recalling that scoundrel, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Yun Yun's delicate visage. "If he does not seek me within 3 days, I shall disregard him." With a soft huff, Yun Yun adjusted her emotions before gradually closing her eyes once more. Meanwhile, in another palace, Nalan Yinran lay on her bed, her smooth forehead glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration, fatigued. "You wretch, was this how you bullied your teacher back then?" A lingering blush adorned Nalan Yinran's enchanting face, adding an allure unique to women. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon Xiao Yan. "Do you wish to know?" Xiao Yan chuckled. "Perhaps it is best that I remain ignorant, with your capriciousness. Who knows what absurdities you might unleash?" Nalan Yinran huffed lightly, yet Xiao Yan thought otherwise and leaned in closer. "Little girl, is this what you mean by not underestimating a poor maiden? If so, I truly must take the opportunity to torment you a bit." He. As night once again descended, a surge of breakthrough energy emanated from within Nalan Yinran's palace, and at that moment, Yun Yun, who had been in quiet meditation, finally opened her eyes. What has happened to Yinran? How could she achieve 2 breakthroughs in a single day? Yun Yun was momentarily taken aback and swiftly appeared in Nalan Yinran's chamber. Yet, upon entering, she was met with a scene that flushed her cheeks crimson, prompting her to flee the palace. Now that you are here, why depart?" Xiao Yan's voice echoed in Yun Yun's ears, and in the next instant, an overwhelming force surged from behind her, leaving her with little power to resist. "Yin heir, your timing is impeccable." Xiao Yan's voice whispered close to her ear, causing her to shudder slightly, her silver teeth clenched. "Scoundrel, how can you behave in such a manner?" Xiao Yan remained silent, letting his actions speak for him. In that moment, the atmosphere within the grand hall surpassed even the clarity of moonlight. 30,000 words omitted. Chapter 430, The Royal Sisters. The following morning, Xiao Yan emerged from the Yunlan sect, invigorated, a reminiscence of delightful moments gracing his expression. The taste of companionship with my master is indeed quite delightful. A smile played upon his lips as he reflected on the past couple of days spent with Kai Lin. Realizing he had somewhat neglected the other beauties, this simply wouldn't do. With such thoughts, a glimmer of light flickered beneath his feet, and when he reappeared, it was beneath a small mountain rich in energy, where a delicate bamboo house stood serenely, surrounded by a plethora of flourishing herbs, each thriving and evidently well-tended. From these few points alone, one can truly sense the owner's profound affection for the flora surrounding this quaint little building. The ice flame spirit herb is flourishing splendidly. As Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the garden, it suddenly halted on a resplendent, translucent medicinal herb, just as he reached out to touch the ice flame spirit herb. A piercing cry of an eagle echoed in his ears. Turning his head, he was met with the fierce gaze of an enormous blue eagle, fixated on him as if he had encroached upon its master's prized possession. "Beast, do you not recognize me?" Xiao Yan glared at the blue eagle, a hint of his semi-saint aura leaking forth, causing the creature to tremble uncontrollably. For years had passed, and despite the meticulous nurturing by the little medical fairy, the blue eagle had only just reached the 4th rank. Faced with Xiao Yan's terrifying presence, it was rendered as foolish as a dazed dog. However, upon sensing Xiao Yan's formidable aura, the eagle quickly regained its composure, its initially fierce demeanor transforming into one of servility. It gently nudged Xiao Yan with its beak, adopting a submissive posture. At that moment, a figure clad in a white dress emerged from the bamboo building, her ethereal eyes fixated on Xiao Yan, brimming with endless affection and joy. "You rascal, returning only to bully little blue." Observing her companion reduced to a sycophant by Xiao Yan, the little medical fairy could not help but cast a gentle glare at him. Yet, even as she scolded him, her gaze was imbued with tenderness. "Hee." Xiao Yan chuckled, lightly patting little blue's head before slowly approaching the little medical fairy, his eyes locked onto her delicate visage. In terms of sheer beauty, she may not rival Kai Lin and Sun Er, yet she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty in her own right. What Xiao Yan cherished most about her was the gentle aura she emanated. "I missed you," he murmured, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, savoring the faint warmth of her body and inhaling the subtle fragrance of herbs in her hair. Such a girl, simply holding her brought an unparalleled tranquility to his heart. "I missed you too." The little medical fairy's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned her head against Xiao Yan's shoulder. The two nestled together in serene silence, a gentle breeze rustling the herbs, filling the air with the enchanting scent of medicine. The morning sun cast a golden hue upon them. Not far away, the enormous blue eagle lay quietly on the ground, resembling a golden retriever, its eyes fixed on the young couple, joyfully wagging its tail. In that moment, they formed an exquisitely warm tableau. After an indeterminate time, this beautiful scene was abruptly shattered by a mischievous hand. "How annoying. You return only to engage in such antics." As a certain unnamed ally engaged in mischief, the petite healer cast a playful glare in his direction. However, this demeanor did not deter Xiao Yan. Rather, it ignited a mischievous spark within him, prompting him to lean in closer to her delicate lips. Initially, the healer appeared to resist, but soon enough, she reciprocated with fervor, clearly yearning for Xiao Yan more. After an extended moment, Xiao Yan gazed upon her flushed face and chuckled. "During my recent journey to the southwest continent, I acquired the inheritance of a Dou Saint. This formidable individual, known as the Nether Poison Saint, is the creator of your 7-colored poison scripture. Furthermore, he possesses another scripture, the true scripture of calamity, which is even more suited for you." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the healer was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she urged, "Then please teach me quickly." "Teaching you is certainly feasible," Xiao Yan smiled, but then hesitated as he continued. "However, cultivating this true scripture of calamity requires a unique flame known as the Nether Poison Fire as a catalyst." At this, the healer's expression shifted to one of dismay as she remarked, "The Nether Poison Fire must be exceedingly difficult to find." "Indeed, it is incredibly elusive," Xiao Yan affirmed, nodding in agreement with her sentiment. Then, with a change in tone, he added, "Fortunately, as the leader of our alliance, I have long since refined the Nether Poison Fire." Realization dawned on the healer. Xiao Yan had been teasing her all along. "You rascal." She pouted, playfully striking him. Xiao Yan, unfazed, laughed heartily as he ushered her into the bamboo loft. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Naturally, I am here to assist you in cultivating the true scripture of calamity," he replied matter-of-factly. "Does that require me to remove my clothing? You may not grasp it fully, but this will facilitate the process." Xiao Yan maintained his serious tone. What should I do then? Her voice grew increasingly anxious. Simply follow my instructions, Xiao Yan asserted decisively. Very well. However, it was not long before unusual sounds began to emanate from within the room. Stop. It's daytime. And what of it? The effects of cultivation are better during the day, Xiao Yan insisted, still maintaining his earnest demeanor. Meanwhile, Lan Ying, who had been vigilantly watching from outside the main building, gazed curiously at the swaying bamboo loft. It seemed that this technique was not easily mastered. In Lan Ying's naive understanding, it appeared that the master was experiencing some discomfort in practicing this technique. Otherwise, such low moans would not escape him. Goo goo. Lan Ying gently shook her head and settled back into her position. The bamboo loft swayed from dawn until dusk, and it was only after Xiao Yan had satisfactorily imparted the true scripture of calamity to the petite healer that he departed with a sense of fulfillment. As dusk descends, the sunlight no longer radiates the golden brilliance of dawn. Instead, the clouds at the horizon are painted a fiery crimson by the setting sun, resembling a scene ablaze. Yifei sits alone in the opulent chambers of the middle family, adorned with elegance and grandeur. As the current matriarch commanding the entire economic framework of the Flame Alliance, the wealth and power she wields are capable of influencing the dynamics of this northwestern continent. Time passes unmarked until Yifei, feeling a tinge of fatigue, sets down her quill and gently rubs her temples. At that moment, a pair of warm hands softly rests upon her shoulders. Who is it? A glint of cold light flashes in Yifei's eyes, her body tensing slightly, just as she contemplates shattering the jade talisman on her desk. A familiar voice echoes from behind her. Of course it is I. The man's voice carries a playful undertone that instantly relaxes Yifei. She turns to see the young man with a roguish expression, his beguiling eyes meeting hers with a teasing gaze. You finally decided to come find me. With a slight smile, Xiao Yan lifts her effortlessly, settling her upon his lap. Yifei offers no resistance. Instead, her gaze dances with an enchanting allure as she looks at him, playfully inquiring, is there something of importance that the Alliance leader wishes to discuss? Importance? Xiao Yan replies. Momentarily taken aback, yet upon noticing the seductive glimmer in her eyes, he chuckles once more. Indeed, this Alliance leader does have matters of consequence to deliberate with you. Then, please wait a moment. Alliance leader, Yifei responds, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she gracefully rises and vanishes from his sight. After a brief interval, when she reappears before him, Xiao Yan's eyes widen in astonishment. Yifei now dons a striking crimson qipao that accentuates her exquisite figure, her height seemingly elevated, while her already long legs appear even more captivating. Her raven hair is elegantly coiled atop her head, exuding an air of aristocracy. This resplendent, alluring lady prompts Xiao Yan to swallow hard, captivated by her beauty. Alliance leader, are we ready to discuss the important matters? Yifei smiles seductively, each movement radiating temptation. Given the circumstances, I must indeed engage in a serious discussion with you. Xiao Yan, observing her captivating demeanor, abandons his pretense. The allure of a mature woman who understands how to compliment him is simply irresistible. In that moment, the already resplendent chamber is infused with an even more vibrant hue. As the night deepens, the busy leader of the Flame Alliance departs the confines of the middle family, only to re-emerge within the depths of the Imperial Palace. Deep within the Royal Palace, the current Empress of the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yan, sat upon her majestic dragon throne, her countenance grave, adorned in a splendid and solemn imperial gown. She exuded an air of dignity that further enhanced her regal presence. Yet, when paired with her exquisite visage, the palace seemed to radiate with an additional glow. At that moment, a figure emerged before her. Your Majesty, I have arrived, said Xiao Yan, his heart racing with excitement upon witnessing the composed Empress. Indeed, it is you. Minister Xiao, Xiao Yan replied, her expression unchanging as she spoke slowly. Have you come here to discuss a matter of great importance? Yes. I indeed have a significant matter to discuss, Xiao Yan responded with a grin, stepping forward, only to be halted by Xiao Yan's gesture. Minister Xiao, please wait. I have a task for you this evening, she stated. What task could possibly be more critical than assisting the Empress in her cultivation? Xiao Yan asked, momentarily taken aback, as Xiao Yan gently waved her hand. In the next instant, a beautiful alchemist, clad in a long robe, emerged from behind her. Is that you, Yang? Xiao Yan inquired, surprised. After years apart, the once petite girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman, exuding an air of intelligence with every movement. Brother Yan, Xiao said, her cheeks flushed, yet her large, expressive eyes remained fixed upon him, seemingly capable of drawing him in. What do you mean by this? Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he regarded Xiao Yan. Do you not find this agreeable? Xiao Yan replied, her lips forming a subtle smile, as if confident that Xiao Yan would not refuse her proposition. Xiao is my sister, in the Dou continent. It is not uncommon for two women to share a husband. As for Yao's willingness, the answer is affirmative. She is my biological sister, and I would never compel her into something she does not desire. Yao smiled at Xiao Yan. Did you not express a preference for such matters? I believe you have misunderstood me, Xiao Yan replied solemnly, shaking his head. As the leader of the alliance, I am a man of virtue. Do you intend to test my character with such a proposition? What leader could withstand such scrutiny? At the sight of his serious demeanor, Yao trembled slightly, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Xiao Yan. Do you not find me appealing? For Yao, having encountered a man of Xiao Yan's caliber, interest in others had waned. At the age of 20, his accomplishments were unparalleled in the entire Dou continent. For her, her sister's suggestion did not evoke resistance, but rather a flicker of joy and anticipation. Yet, Xiao Yan's vehement refusal left her feeling unexpectedly sorrowful. However, as her sister, Yao was intimately familiar with Xiao Yan's nature. With a sudden cold laugh, she remarked, "Then what were you up to last night at the Unmatched sect?" Xiao Yan's previously solemn demeanor abruptly ceased, yet his transformation was swift as he remarked, "Your persistent behavior may very well tarnish the reputation of the entire Flame Alliance. Such detrimental conduct must be curbed promptly. Enough of this. As the leader of the Alliance, I shall inevitably lead by example. Today, let me witness firsthand the extent of the malaise within the Flame Alliance." In the next moment, Xiao Yan found himself positioned between the two enchanting ladies, embracing them both. "Come forth, let the negative influence of the Flame Alliance seep into my heart. I am eager to observe the consequences of your actions." The following day, the leader, tainted by the malevolent atmosphere, reluctantly exited the palace. Glancing at the thriving Flame Alliance, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a soft sigh. There are indeed ill-intentioned individuals within the Flame Alliance. Days passed, and as the leader, Xiao Yan returned to the Alliance. He found himself exceedingly busy. After all, managing myriad affairs was no small feat. To assist the esteemed matrons of the Flame Alliance in enhancing their cultivation, Xiao Yan willingly offered his precious essence. Under his diligent efforts, several matrons experienced remarkable progress in their cultivation within just a few days. After all, he himself had attained the realm of semi-saint, and aside from Kai Lin, his dual cultivation proved immensely beneficial to others. Of course, he was equitable in his approach. Despite Kai Lin's pregnancy, she too could enhance her cultivation through oral means. However, given Kai Lin's status as a Dozun, her progress was understandably slower than the others. Meanwhile, during Xiao Yan's industrious days within the Flame Alliance, a colossal hand finally emerged from a deep ravine, situated 100,000 miles away. This enormous hand, covered in long black fur, emanated a terrifying demonic aura. Wherever it passed, all living beings sprouted black hair, their bodies stiffening yet infused with a sense of murderous brutality. "Xiao Yan shall perish." A deep voice resonated from the ravine. In the next instant, the massive hand forcefully scraped the ground, unleashing a shadowy figure exceeding 1,000 feet in length from within. As this demonic figure basked in the sunlight, its true form was revealed. Towering at 1,000 feet, its body was enveloped in surging demonic energy, with long black fur and razor-sharp claws capable of tearing through space. Its blood-red eyes radiated a terrifying malice and savagery. High above, a fifth-tier magical beast soared through the sky. Merely glancing at the monstrous entity caused it to emit a chilling scream, as it began sprouting horrifying black fur and feathers, its eyes turning blood-red and frenzied. "Xiao Yan shall perish." The colossal demon bellowed, its form suddenly twisting and compressing, as the dreadful demonic energy flowed back into its body like a torrent. Before long, a towering figure, a bald giant with raven hair, emerged into this realm. At this moment, his appearance was almost unrecognizable from before, save for his pair of blood-red eyes, which retained the same fierce intensity. It is rumored that Xiao Yan bears the legacy of the true Flame Emperor. The bald giant let out a deep, guttural roar. "True Flame Emperor, true Flame Emperor. You are the enemy of our cursed demon clan. Your successor will surely face the wrath of the entire cursed demon clan." With that, his form abruptly vanished from sight. Only after his disappearance did the space behind him begin to emanate a subtle ripple. In the next instant, a man wielding a blood-red battle axe reappeared, a sly smile gracing his lips as he gazed in the direction the bald giant had vanished. This demon saint's cultivation level was roughly equivalent to that of a late-stage one-star Dou saint. I wonder if that lad Xiao Yan possesses the capability to confront such a formidable opponent. With the aid of and numerous precious techniques, he should be able to safeguard his life. However, to withstand or even slay this being might prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Xiao Chen mused, gently shaking his head. Perhaps I am overthinking. No matter how exceptional he is, slaying a true Dou saint remains a daunting task. Nonetheless, this demon saint presents an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. Reflecting on this, a smile returned to Xiao Chen's lips, and in the next moment, he too vanished from sight. Meanwhile, within the Yan alliance, tranquility reigned supreme. Xiao Yan had just exited Qing Lin's chamber. The once shy and timid young girl had blossomed into an enchanting beauty, her emerald eyes radiating an irresistible allure that left Xiao Yan spellbound. The Yan alliance harbors many miscreants, Xiao Yan contemplated, resolved to impart some lessons to those wayward souls. TSK, that little girl Qing Lin. Just as a smile crept across Xiao Yan's face, a terrifying aura materialized above the Yan alliance's territory. With the emergence of this presence, the very atmosphere grew thick and tainted. This fluctuation in energy belongs to a demon saint? The expression that had graced Xiao Yan's face abruptly shifted. As this figure appeared, the sky above the Yan alliance, spanning 100 miles, darkened ominously, the shadowy hue eliciting a profound sense of discomfort at a mere glance. The dreadful aura instilled a deep-seated fear. Xiao Yan. Once the bald giant hovered in the sky, he emitted a terrifying voice that rippled through the air, causing even the space around him to quiver slightly. As his voice echoed over the territory of the Yan alliance, the ground trembled, and the very eardrums of those present felt as if they may rupture. Who dares to trespass in the domain of the Yan alliance with such audacity? A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a small squadron erupted from a fortified city, led by a formidable Dou Zone warrior, with several Dou Huang experts following closely behind. This assembly, formidable by the standards of the northwestern continent, found themselves gripped by an overwhelming anxiety in the presence of the imposing, bald-headed giant above them. Their ranks, despite their elevated status, could not discern the true extent of his power. Merely witnessing his imposing aura made it evident that he was an entity they could not afford to provoke. However, considering that their alliance leader had returned, now possessing the legendary strength of a semi-saint, they dared to hope that he might not cower in fear. Each of these powerful warriors proceeded to engage in battle with a gambler's spirit, striving for recognition amidst the increasingly competitive ranks of the Yan alliance. As the shouts of defiance echoed from below, the black-haired giant lowered his head slightly, his blood-red eyes sweeping over the warriors, rendering them utterly paralyzed, as if they had been plunged into the depths of hell. How terrifying! What manner of powerhouse is this? The Dou Huang and their Dou Zone leader felt an overwhelming dread. Such a being seemed capable of extinguishing their lives with but a glance. Indeed, the reality was as grim as it appeared. The region was unexpectedly vibrant, teeming with powerful figures. A cruel smile crept onto the giant's lips, tinged with malevolence. A feast of blood was laid before him. Previously, he had never had the opportunity to enjoy such bounty. Now, with the intent to eliminate Xiao Yan, he was poised to indulge in a rich harvest. With that, the giantess' sinister grin widened, and in the next moment, the warriors felt the atmosphere grow crimson around them, a savage killing intent ravaging their hearts. Simultaneously, dark tendrils began to sprout from their bodies, enveloping them in an inky shroud. What manner of monster is this? The experienced fighters, momentarily paralyzed by fear, began to lose their sanity. Just as they were on the brink of succumbing to madness, a brilliant flame suddenly appeared before them, transforming into a colossal barrier that enveloped the territory of the Yan alliance, repelling the bizarre, intangible, demonic aura. As this fiery shield manifested, a tall figure cloaked in black materialized before them, the alliance leader. At the moment Xiao Yan appeared, the Dou Zone warrior clung to a shred of sanity. Though his voice had turned hoarse and strange, the others, however, had already begun to spiral into chaos, exhibiting a disturbing inclination to charge towards Xiao Yan. This hair, could it truly belong to the cursed demon clan? Observing the scene, Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn as he flicked his fingers, sending forth several radiant flames that coursed into the bodies of the Yan Alliance warriors. Roar! Several warriors of the Flame Alliance emitted anguished howls, their faces contorted as ethereal tendrils of demonic energy evaporated from their forms. As these flames consumed the essence of their being, the dark aura surrounding them was utterly incinerated in an instant. Once this demonic energy was eradicated, the black fur that had cloaked the warriors disappeared, and their once crimson eyes regained a semblance of clarity. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Thank you. The warriors, pallid and feeble, gazed at Xiao Yan with expressions of deep gratitude. Simultaneously, they felt an overwhelming dread towards the bald, dark-haired giant looming above them. A mere glance from him nearly transformed them into monstrous beings. What level of power did this titan possess? Such a terrifying entity surely surpassed even the rank of Dou Zone. They pondered who would ultimately prevail, him or their leader. Their thoughts were tumultuous, for the figure above was indeed formidable. Just as they were lost in contemplation, Xiao Yan sent forth several beams of light that landed in their hands. Well done, he remarked with a slight smile. You must return immediately to inform the stronger members of the Flame Alliance to evacuate the crowd. This battle may create an enormous disturbance, and even a Dou Zun may not withstand the aftermath. With that, Xiao Yan disregarded them, his form flickering before he reappeared near the imposing figure of the bald giant. The Flame Alliance warriors, upon examining the gifts bestowed upon them by their leader, gasped in astonishment. 7th grade elixirs? The Alliance leader is quite generous. Though they were on the brink of peril, this time, their gamble had undoubtedly paid off. Excitement spread across their faces, but the next moment, their expressions turned grave as they hastily descended below. The severity with which their leader acted indicated the true terror of the bald giant. You are Xiao Yan, the dark-haired giant proclaimed, his blood-red eyes glinting with a mix of excitement and cruelty as he regarded the remarkably youthful figure before him. Indeed, Xiao Yan replied, nodding slightly, though his demeanor became exceedingly serious. The bald giant was a true Dou Sheng, unlike the half-hearted semi-saint, like Tianming. This was a genuine demon saint. Although Xiao Yan had reached the level of semi-saint and was confident in dispatching anyone below Dou Sheng with ease, confronting a true demon saint posed significant pressure. Such an existence had genuinely ascended to the pinnacle of power in this realm, capable of wielding destructive forces with every gesture. Faced with such a being, he could not afford to underestimate him. Certainly, if one believes that it is easy to consume his words, they are gravely mistaken. Although Xiao Yan lacks the confidence to slay or even defeat his opponent, safeguarding his own life from the adversary is decidedly within his grasp. However, being situated on the territory of the Flame Alliance, as the leader, he finds escape utterly impossible. Should he flee, countless souls within the Alliance would face dire consequences. Given the malevolent nature of the foreign evil clan, the aftermath would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic devastation. He can conceive no alternative fate. It appears that ancestor Xiao Chun remains in the shadows, yet he has not intervened against this demonic saint. Could it be that he wishes for this demon to serve as a training partner for me? Contemplating this, Xiao Yan cannot help but let out a bitter laugh. Allowing a demonic saint to serve as a practice opponent for a semi-saint level successor is a feat only the likes of the esteemed Xiao Chun and Xiao Xian could orchestrate. At that moment, the blood-red gaze of the bald man fixated intently upon Xiao Yan. Your bone age and the aura of your soul seem to suggest you are merely 20 years old. Observing Xiao Yan's youthful visage, the bald man's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Achieving such prowess at such a tender age is a rarity, even in your vast upper realm. It is no wonder my kin are so eager to eliminate you. A prodigy like you, if allowed to flourish, could indeed become a significant threat to our clan in the future. As he spoke, Xiao Yan felt a faint itch upon his skin. Looking down, he discovered a layer of shallow black fur sprouting on his hand. Indeed, you are a member of the cursed demon clan. Seeing the black fur on his hand, Xiao Yan scoffed coldly, and in the next moment, a veil of radiant flames erupted from his body, instantly incinerating the oppressive aura that sought to torment his spirit. Otherworldly flames. Sensing the terrifying heat emanating from Xiao Yan's flames, the bald man's pupils constricted, and his gaze intensified with murderous intent. Such a prodigy is one thing, but possessing such formidable otherworldly flames means you cannot be spared. With that, he ceased to conceal his true power. In the next instant, an endless tide of demonic energy surged forth from his being, transforming into billowing clouds of darkness that enveloped the sky for miles around in an inky shroud. The clouds were entirely black. Merely glancing at them could induce disquiet. More unsettling was the terrifying aura radiating from the man, a presence so formidable that it caused the very heavens to tremble, leaving those within the Flame Alliance feeling breathless. As Xiao Yan felt the weight of the man's aura, his expression grew more solemn, yet, deep within his eyes burned an unyielding fervor for battle. At present, my strength has ascended to the realm of the semi-saint, and my physical form is but a hair's breadth away from achieving the same. My soul has also reached the celestial domain. Considering these factors, the other semi-saint warriors pose no challenge to me. It is only you, a mere one-star Dou Saint, who might serve as a suitable opponent for my practice. Suddenly, a magnificent blaze erupted from Xiao Yan, illuminating the sky for miles around, while his flowing black hair danced in an unseen wind. Although his formidable aura did not rival that of the burly, bald warrior, it was nonetheless exceedingly potent. Today, you shall become the first demon saint to fall beneath the ancient fire ruler. With that, the overwhelming flames surged back into Xiao Yan's body, and as they returned, his aura surged once more. This escalation persisted until he reached the pinnacle of semi-saint strength, at which point it gradually ceased. However, this time, Xiao Yan refrained from utilizing his clan's insignia. The Dou Saint realm constitutes a significant barrier, one that cannot be bridged by secret techniques. Even employing the Xiao clan's insignia would be futile. No matter what, He could not surmount that daunting threshold at this juncture. It had become a restriction akin to the very laws of the cosmos. No secret method could aid Xiao Yan in breaching this barrier. To ascend to the Dou Saint level, he must rely solely on himself. Nonetheless, even in this state, Xiao Yan's combat prowess had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Although not yet a Dou Saint, the dual enhancement of his celestial soul and the burning decision Dou Qi brought his strength perilously close to that of a newly ascended Dou Saint. And this proximity was not insurmountable. The ancient fire ruler? The burly, bald warrior's gaze ignited with murderous intent, a fierce glimmer flashing in his eyes. Indeed, you are connected to the true Yan Emperor. Henceforth, I shall ensure your absolute destruction here. With that declaration, the warrior's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was directly before Xiao Yan, a colossal, inky hand imbued with dark demonic energy crashing towards him. You cursed demon clan, once the greatest adversaries of the Dou Qi continent, responsible for the deaths of countless ancestors due to your invasion. Thus, it is my duty to eliminate you. Xiao Yan let out a cold chuckle, his palm enveloped in resplendent flames as he retaliated. Boom. The two hands collided in the heavens, and in an instant, the surrounding space collapsed, creating a massive black hole. Terrifying waves rippled across the sky, shattering the clouds within a 1,000-mile radius. Heavens! Is this the true power of the League leader? Below, within the Flame Alliance, countless individuals gazed up at the immense void in the sky as if beholding a deity. In merely one exchange, they had generated such a tremendous uproar. This power exceeded all imagination. Gazing at this scene, even the several formidable Dou Zun experts exhibited a subtle change in their expressions, swallowing lightly. Most individuals within the Flame Alliance had yet to reach the rank of Dou Wang, and only they, as Dou Zun, could truly comprehend the terrifying nature of that strike. Such a dreadful fluctuation. Even standing at the center of this battle, they would likely struggle to withstand even a residual wave. The power of the Alliance leader is, indeed, fearsome, sighed the Lord of the Sky Serpent Manor. Let us not linger on this matter. We must promptly gather the crowd, bringing everyone to the headquarters of the Flame Alliance, and activate the formation to create a protective shield. Otherwise, the residual waves from their combat would be sufficient to bring calamity to all living beings. In the face of such a situation, despite her shock, Kai Lin remained composed as she issued commands. Understood. Upon hearing Kai Lin's orders, several experts gradually regained their composure amidst the terrifying fluctuations, hastily instructing all strong practitioners to channel their Dou Qi to form a grand array. Only such a formation could safeguard the majority of the Flame Alliance's members from the aftermath of this battle. At that moment, in the sky above, a tall figure was retreating dozens of feet within the inky void. Despite being at a disadvantage, his handsome visage remained remarkably tranquil, while his dark eyes burned with fervent battle intent. A mere demon saint, is that all you have? Xiao Yan scoffed, causing a flicker of seriousness to cross the face of the bald, black-haired man opposite him. Although he had appeared to dominate earlier, that human had forced him to step back 3 paces. One must recognize that his strength was comparable to a late-stage 1-star Dou Sheng of the Dou Qi continent. Such prowess could easily gravely injure an ordinary half-saint with a single strike. Yet this individual, named Xiao Yan, had merely found himself at a disadvantage, not even spitting a drop of blood. Such strength was already exceedingly formidable, but even more alarming were his youth and the extraordinary flames he possessed. No wonder his clan elevated your status so highly, the black-haired bald man sneered. But the more you are like this, the more I desire to end your life. With that, his body transformed once more into a flash of light, whereupon the terrifying demonic energy subtly corroded the very fabric of space. However, in the face of his assault, Xiao Yan remained utterly unperturbed. He merely flicked his finger, and an ancient, obsidian-sized ruler manifested in his hand. Ancient fire ruler. Xiao Yan gently caressed the dark ancient ruler in his grasp. Though you are but a replica, the true ancient fire ruler is a peerless sacred object designed for slaying demon emperors. As a superior sacred artifact, you should have no trouble dispatching a few demon saints. Correct? After speaking, his palm glided over the surface of the ancient fire ruler, igniting resplendent flames that danced along its length. Flame dividing devouring waves ruler. Xiao Yan unleashed 3 fiery blades, each nearly 1,000 feet wide, their terrifying heat and power leaving dark marks upon the fabric of space. Mere trifles. No matter how you struggle today, you shall perish at my hands. The bald, black-haired giant sneered coldly, his palms sweeping forth as waves of demonic energy surged. Yet, upon contact with the fiery blades, his expression shifted slightly. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 fiery blades were shattered by his palm, yet a shallow wound appeared upon it. Drawing blood. How could this be? How can you possibly wield such power? The black-haired giant's expression changed. The might of these 3 strikes had truly surpassed the threshold of a Dou Saint, embodying the full force of a Dou Saint strike. Even if it merely rivaled a 1-star initial stage Dou Saint, it had undeniably reached that level. Ignorant fool, do you not recognize the sacred artifact in my grasp? Xiao Yan scoffed, wielding the enormous ruler and striking toward the bald giant. His, amplified by the ancient ruler, a superior sacred artifact, multiplied in power 2 or 3-fold, allowing Xiao Yan to genuinely step into the realm of Dou Saint combat. Clang, clang, clang. The colossal ruler, ablaze with resplendent flames, clashed continuously with the black-haired giant, each impact fracturing space and unleashing a tempest of energy. In these repeated exchanges, although Xiao Yan remained at a disadvantage, he had not sustained any injuries. Conversely, while the black-haired giant held the upper hand, his demonic energy hissed as it was scorched by Xiao Yan's. Damn it, what kind of is this? Capable of restraining my demonic energy to such an extent? The black-haired giant roared within. With his strength, ordinary posed little threat. However, Xiao Yan's was exceedingly uncomfortable for him, resulting in an unexpected disadvantage. I never would have imagined you could unleash such combat prowess. As the two were forced apart once more, the surrounding space for 100 miles lay in ruins, and the black-haired giant, having lost his patience, cast a cold glance at Xiao Yan. Human, your talent truly astonishes me. However, to compel me to resort to my true form to obliterate a mere half-saint like you is a testament to your pride. The black-robed, bald giant roared, and in the next moment, the swirling black demonic clouds surged into his body, causing his form to expand dramatically. In a fleeting instant, a grotesque and fearsome creature, towering at a height of 1,000 feet and covered in long black fur nearly 100 feet in length, materialized in the sky. The terrifying demonic energy coiled around him like ink, and his blood-red eyes glared menacingly, while his elongated claws left scars upon the very essence of space itself. Demons, fiends, malevolent spirits, many within the Flame Alliance trembled at the sight before them. The grotesque visage of the creature instilled a profound fear. Remember the name of the Black Corpse King. You are deemed worthy to know it. The colossal demon unleashed a thunderous roar, its form shifting as it shattered the very fabric of space in pursuit of Xiao Yan. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yan chose not to engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he soared swiftly in a particular direction. Do you wish to flee? It may be a tad too late. The Black Corpse King let out a maniacal laugh, relentlessly chasing Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, they traversed over 1,000 miles, with the distance between them now reduced to less than 100 paces. Such proximity was trivial for the Black Corpse King, who could easily reach out and grasp his foe. Prepare to meet your demise. A glint of murderous excitement flashed in the Black Corpse King's eyes as dark energy coiled around his palm, which he then brought crashing down towards Xiao Yan. Cursed demon palm. At that instant, however, Xiao Yan slowly turned his body, a cold smile gracing his lips as he locked eyes with the Black Corpse King. The one who should perish is you. With a mocking laugh, Xiao Yan unleashed a splendid streak of light aimed directly at the Black Corpse King's chest. Upon closer inspection, one would discern a beautifully crafted flame lotus within that radiant beam. Chapter 434, Divine and Demonic Bone Refinement Pill. Xiao Yan slays the Demon Saint, Part 2. This resplendent, multicolored flame lotus displayed 7 hues, yet it was significantly less potent than the 7-colored flame lotus Xiao Yan had previously conjured. The reason lay in the fact that despite Xiao Yan's prowess having reached the semi-saint level and his soul attaining celestial realms, invoking the 7-colored flame lotus still brought him dangerously close to exhausting his strength. Although the 6-colored flame lotus posed a considerable threat even to Dou Saint level warriors, it proved challenging to endanger their lives. At this tier of power, one's strength, vitality, and defenses had ascended to a terrifying degree. Thus, upon merging the 6-colored flame lotus, Xiao Yan infused it with the primal blue lion demon flame he had initially refined, resulting in a 6-colored semi-lotus. While this flame lotus was significantly weaker than the 7-colored variant, it also demanded considerably less from him, given his current cultivation and spiritual prowess. Forming this 6-colored lotus posed little challenge. Nonetheless, the creation of this 6-colored semi-lotus left Xiao Yan somewhat pale, having expended a fair amount of energy. Yet, in comparison to the expenditure, the efficacy of this flame lotus was far superior. Xiao Yan had previously engaged in a protracted struggle to entice the Black Corpse King into revealing his true form. Though the Black Corpse King's true form, now towering 1,000 feet, boasted formidable strength, its immense size rendered it more susceptible to the flame's wrath. Buzz, a resplendent fire lotus transformed into a dazzling stream of light, soaring before the Black Zombie King. Though it was merely the size of a human head, The terrifying power it harbored caused the Black Zombie King's enormous crimson eyes to narrow in alarm. Boom. In the next instant, the Fire Lotus erupted with immense force, sending forth a colossal wave that rippled across the surrounding 100-mile expanse, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as if stirred by a tsunami. At that moment, all clouds were instantaneously vaporized, and the dreadful power unleashed above conjured a mushroom cloud larger than any mountain, radiating boundless flames and searing heat. The temperature of the ground within a 10,000-mile radius subtly rose several degrees, and even from such a great height, the people below felt a scorching heat wave wash over them. This was precisely what Xiao Yan had anticipated. Drawing the Black Zombie King to such heights was a precaution against the residual might of the Fire Lotus endangering the lives of the Flame Alliance's denizens. Had he unleashed the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus at their previous location, many lives within the Alliance would have undoubtedly perished in the aftermath of its explosion. Is this the true power of the Alliance leader? At that moment, countless individuals on the land of the Flame Alliance gazed upward in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and reverence. The sky above was a blinding white, as the terrifying heat released from the Fire Lotus explosion appeared like a colossal sun in the heavens, with fragments of space undulating like turbulent waves around it. Even at such a great distance, the onlookers felt the fiery heat scorching their faces. The leader's strength is truly unfathomable. In an instant, a thought emerged in the minds of many formidable figures within the Flame Alliance. When the news of Xiao Yan slaying the ancient demon Tianming reached the Alliance, they acknowledged his remarkable prowess, yet many remained oblivious to the true significance of a half-saint. Even the commotion caused by Xiao Yan's breakthrough to the heavenly realm merely instilled a sense of awe. It was only now that they comprehended the sheer terror of their leader's potential combat prowess, particularly for those of lower and mid-tier status within the Alliance. They found themselves unable to restrain their reverence, kneeling before Xiao Yan with gazes akin to that of worshipping a deity. A piercing scream echoed from the center of the explosion, followed by a surge of boundless black, demonic energy swirling chaotically in the aftermath. The brilliant flames intertwined with the black, demonic energy, creating a scene both horrific and divine. The black energy writhed in the inferno, with a considerable portion evaporating under the frighteningly high temperatures. Nevertheless, some of the energy coalesced into solid forms, striving to evade the searing fire. As the power of the inferno gradually dissipated, the remaining black, demonic energy swiftly converged toward a singular direction. With a disdainful chuckle, Xiao Yan stood high in the sky, contemplating the effort expended solely to obliterate your monstrous form. Little did you know, your intentions to reconstitute it would be underestimating my capabilities. In an instant, a colossal crimson alchemical cauldron materialized in his grasp. The Pill of Heaven. With a commanding shout, Xiao Yan fervently infused his fighting spirit into the crimson cauldron, causing it to swell magnificently in the wind, transforming into a gigantic vessel towering over 100 feet. This was indeed a true sacred artifact, possessing the terrifying ability to alter its size at will. Seal, he commanded, as the Pill of Heaven morphed into a titanic cauldron that descended fiercely upon the inferno, casting a formidable shadow in its wake. Within that fiery expanse, countless strands of demonic energy coalesced, forming a massive head, nearly 100 feet in size, adorned with a visage of rage and murderous intent. Damnable creature, I shall see you dead, roared the Black Corpse King, his colossal head surging with lethal malice. He could hardly fathom that a mere half-saint could wield such a fearsome fighting technique. Even more alarming was the presence of that otherworldly flame within the technique. Under its relentless blaze, even the formidable vitality of their alien kin was significantly diminished. With just a single strike, the Black Corpse King was grievously wounded. As he prepared to reassemble his demonic form to confront Xiao Yan, a 100-foot-tall alchemical cauldron soared through the air toward him. This is a sacred artifact. The moment he beheld the enormous cauldron, disbelief flickered in the Black Corpse King's eyes. Had not the ancient art of weapon forging been nearly eradicated by my race in the distant past? How could this insignificant being still possess two sacred artifacts? His gaze was laced with incredulity, but this astonishment was short-lived as the immense cauldron descended directly upon him, sealing his fate. Fool! Do you think a mere cauldron can contain me? The Black Corpse King bellowed from within the cauldron, yet it remained utterly silent, pressing his head down with relentless force towards the ground. Boom! The enormous crimson cauldron plummeted like a mountain from the heavens, smashing a nearby hill into dust, causing the very ground of the Flame Alliance to tremble before embedding itself firmly into the earth. Release me, echoed his furious roars from within the cauldron. But as a sacred artifact, the Pill of Heaven could not merely bind him physically. The ancient array inscribed within sealed the Black Corpse King's head within its confines. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, his complexion slightly pale, formed seals once more, and in an instant, 5 ethereal flames, each towering over 100 feet, burst forth from his being. These fiery spirits, radiating intense heat, plunged into the inferno, swiftly latching onto the Black Corpse King's limbs, preventing him from swiftly reassembling. 5 wheels of leaving fire. The leaving fire array. Xiao Yan uttered a low growl, and a colossal flame array took shape in the sky, enveloping the scattered fragments of the demonic body within its confines. "Refine them for me," he commanded, as vibrant and extraordinary flames surged forth from his being, surrounding the remnants and swiftly commencing their transmutation into nothingness. Under Xiao Yan's meticulous control, even though these fragments possessed considerable mass, they were mere unclaimed sources, rendering them no match for his prowess. In no time, some of the smaller fragments were gradually reduced to oblivion beneath the relentless onslaught of Xiao Yan's mystical flames. The quality of the demonic energy was formidable. Had it not been for the terrifyingly advanced level of his flames, even ordinary mystical fire would require centuries to extinguish them. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's flames now rivaled the top-tier Golden Emperor fire, effortlessly incinerating the essence of an ordinary demon saint. As the fragments were devoured one by one, a horrifying wail emanated from the furnace below, followed by the resonant clanging of impacts. This sound echoed like a distant bell. Yet it was the Black Corpse King thrashing in a frenzied struggle. Is it melodious? If it is, then that is splendid. Xiao Yan mused humorously, while diligently commanding 4 fire spirits to firmly grasp the limbs of the Black Corpse King. Although the king was dismembered, his power remained chillingly formidable as a demon king of the saint level. As the day wore on, Xiao Yan's complexion grew markedly pale from the exertion of this fierce contest. Yet at that very moment, the shattered remnants of the demonic body were finally reduced to nothingness. However, the quantity of mystical fire consumed was staggering, draining a significant portion of Xiao Yan's own energy. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his resolve. With a swift motion, he executed multiple techniques simultaneously: flame art, yin-yang dual flames, and others, drawing upon the energies within a 1,000-mile radius to replenish his dwindling might. In terms of endurance, Xiao Yan matched, if not surpassed, the capabilities of ordinary saint-level fighters. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a torrent of searing flames toward the Black Corpse King's arm. "Human, I shall see you perish." The king howled, as dark demonic energy transformed into infernal flames in a desperate attempt to break free from the fire spirit's grasp. "Huh? Do you truly believe there remains any room for struggle in my grasp?" Xiao Yan scoffed coldly, manipulating the seals in his hands, ensuring that the fire spirits clung tightly to the king's limbs, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Had the Black Zombie King been at his peak, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly have been unable to contend with him. However, now nearly 30% of his demonic energy had been incinerated by Xiao Yan, and his limbs were dispersed, with their combined might only able to exert the power of a half-saint at best. Such strength, when faced with an ordinary half-saint, might still possess the potential for a counterattack. Yet regrettably, he encountered Xiao Yan. "I have stated before that you shall be the first demon saint to perish at my hands." Xiao Yan scoffed, the strange fire in his grasp showing no signs of abating as it continued to fervently consume the arm of his adversary. I have been careless." The limbs of the Black Zombie King emitted a chilling sound akin to that of a lament echoing from the abyss. "Since you insist on this, I shall take you down with me." In the next moment, his limbs, each extending hundreds of feet, detonated before Xiao Yan's vigilant gaze. The thunderous roar resounded. Within those limbs resided power comparable to that of a half-saint, and in their simultaneous explosion, it was as if 4 half-saint strongholds had detonated at once. The terrifying force unleashed was utterly comparable to that of 4 multicolored fire lotuses erupting simultaneously. Faced with such a catastrophic explosion, Xiao Yan did not dare to underestimate the threat. He enveloped himself in a swirling inferno of strange fire, which transformed into a flaming lotus, spinning madly. The boundless demonic energy erupted like an uncontrollable torrent, sending dreadful shockwaves crashing towards Xiao Yan. Yet, after shattering a layer of lotus petals, a fresh layer emerged anew. This flame lotus, despite appearing fragile, exhibited a remarkable resilience, sustaining itself until the explosive force had entirely dissipated, without inflicting any true harm upon Xiao Yan. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Xiao Yan had not positioned himself at the center of the explosion. Following this, the endless demonic energy spread across a 100-mile radius, continuously extending into the distance. Observing this, Xiao Yan's strange fire began to whirl violently, rapidly forming a colossal fire vortex stretching thousands of feet. "Heavenly tier combat skill, Fire Dance Whirlwind," Xiao Yan exclaimed as the flames spiraled wildly, unleashing a terrifying suction that engulfed the surrounding demonic energy. Should this demonic energy infiltrate the Flame Alliance, countless formidable beings would be transformed into mindless killing machines. As this demonic energy was drawn into the fiery vortex, a fierce reaction ensued once more. The demonic energy was incessantly incinerated by the strange fire. Yet the strange fire was also consuming itself at an alarming rate. The terrifying pace of this consumption left even Xiao Yan feeling considerable strain. Fortunately, he possessed numerous methods to sustain himself, enabling him to continuously incinerate this demonic energy. Even so, the quantity of demonic energy was akin to the combined fighting spirit of 4 half-saints, and despite Xiao Yan's strength, it took him a full 2 days to thoroughly eradicate this demonic energy. In the past couple of days, the members of the Flame Alliance stood in awe, gazing at the magnificent vortex of flames that spiraled in the sky. This fiery whirlpool incessantly absorbed the malevolent energy from the outside world and incinerated it, continuing this spectacle for a full 2 days. The creation of such a colossal vortex was already a breathtaking sight. Yet Xiao Yan managed to maintain this fiery phenomenon for an astonishing 2 days. It was only after this duration that the vortex gradually dissipated into the heavens and the earth, and with its vanishing, Xiao Yan staggered out from the sky, albeit with a pale complexion and unsteady steps. The power of a Dou Saint is truly fearsome. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was ashen, and his movements were somewhat unsteady. He retrieved an 8th-grade elixir from his spatial ring and consumed it, slowly restoring a hint of color to his cheeks. The ease with which he triumphed in this battle was largely due to the Black Corpse King's negligence. Had the latter been more cautious and aware of his own capabilities, it would have been nearly impossible for Xiao Yan to inflict such a grave wound with the 6-colored fire lotus. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, reflecting on the vast chasm that lay between Dou Saints and half-saints. Were it not for the Black Corpse King's overconfidence and ignorance of his own trump cards, the prospect of vanquishing him would have bordered on the impossible. Aside from employing the 7-colored fire lotus, none of Xiao Yan's other cards could directly slay a Dou Saint, even one of merely a 1-star rank. However, despite this, it was equally implausible for the Black Corpse King to eliminate Xiao Yan. The disparity between half-saints and Dou Saints remained insurmountably vast. With a gentle shake of his head, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with aspiration. Once I conclude this endeavor, I must venture into the ancient wilderness to seek a method to break through to Dou Saint. With that thought, he stepped forward and appeared atop the fallen heaven cauldron, which had crashed to the ground. Xiao Yan, spare me. I am willing to serve you as a slave. Resonated the clanging sounds from within the cauldron. In response, Xiao Yan merely chuckled coldly. I never imagined that you, from the outer evil clans, would find yourselves begging for mercy. Unfortunately, I shall not grant you that opportunity. With that, he closed his eyes, silently refining the energies of heaven and earth as if he were a leviathan consuming the ocean. Relying on the vast amount of malevolent energy he had incinerated, even with numerous enhancements, Xiao Yan found that he had nearly exhausted his internal Dou Qi. Even his soul, having reached the celestial realm, felt a tinge of fatigue from such high-output exertion. Nevertheless, he was undeniably powerful, and after just one night, he had nearly restored his strength to its zenith. Next, it was time to eradicate you completely. Xiao Yan cast his gaze downward at the immense medicinal cauldron, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. The outer evil clans had inflicted countless calamities upon the myriad beings of the Dou Qi continent. Their demise was long overdue. With this in mind, he slowly placed his palm on the fallen heaven cauldron. Fallen heaven cauldron, incinerate the demons. With a resolute inner shout, Xiao Yan summoned forth a surge of Dou Qi, which transformed into the ethereal flame that surged once more into the burning heaven cauldron. This cauldron, already imbued with the power to enhance the extraordinary flames, amplified Xiao Yan's fiery prowess by a significant margin, unleashing a searing intensity that caused the head of the Black Zombie King to emit a chilling wail. Yet, in response to such anguish, Xiao Yan's gaze remained utterly unperturbed. Thus, a day and night slipped by in the blink of an eye. The malevolent energy, controlled by Xiao Yan's spirit, proved increasingly resistant to incineration. Nevertheless, he exhibited not a trace of impatience, continuously fueling the cauldron with his extraordinary flames. Xiao Yan, I curse you with my very life, that you shall never rise again. The final, harrowing cry echoed from within the cauldron, only to be followed by a peculiar dark energy that inexplicably surged through the cauldron and enveloped Xiao Yan. In that moment, as the strange energy touched him, Xiao Yan sensed a bizarre force encroaching upon his body, causing dark hair to sprout afresh from his fair skin. Your curse, as a mere demon emperor of the cursed clan, cannot hold sway over me. What can a mere demon saint like you do? He scoffed, as the extraordinary flames within him surged wildly, manifesting as eerie black vapors that began to evaporate from his surface. These extraordinary flames, embodying the essence of purity and strength, were adept at vanquishing all forms of malevolence. With the Black Zombie King's final gambit dismantled, this demon saint truly dissipated into the vast expanse of the Dou continent. Above, the sky, marred by Xiao Yan's fierce battle, gradually began to mend itself, though the clouds would require time to fully reassemble. Consequently, the current state of the Flame Alliance resembled a boundless azure sky, basking in radiant sunlight. On the ground, the terrain within a radius of several dozen miles had been transformed into molten lava by the searing heat of the extraordinary flames. As Xiao Yan retracted the flames in the burning heaven cauldron, this lava began to cool gradually. Once solidified, the rocks that had been severed by the extraordinary flames would possess considerable value. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yan swiftly appeared above the headquarters of the Flame Alliance. At his arrival, an air of fervent excitement swept over the crowd, as all knelt upon one knee in reverence. Even the esteemed Dou experts were no exception, for Xiao Yan had subdued them with his formidable strength. The ordinary members of the Flame Alliance may not comprehend the intricacies, yet they clearly recognized that their leader had slain a creature of power comparable to a Dou saint. This implied that their leader had committed an act of saintly slaughter. In reflecting upon this, they were engulfed in a haze of awe and fervor. The very notion of saintly slaughter held profound significance, and even more astonishing was the fact that their leader was merely a half-saint. "Everyone, please rise." Xiao Yan's calm voice resonated throughout the headquarters of the Flame Alliance. "In 3 days, I shall hold an alchemy conference at the headquarters square. Those who wish to observe are warmly invited to attend. Now, you may all disperse." "Yes, Lord." Once the crowd had thinned, Xiao Yan approached Kai Lin, who stood surrounded by a group of beautiful women, all of whom regarded him with a mixture of pride and concern. "In 3 days, I shall host an alchemy gathering at the headquarters square to further enhance the foundation of the Flame Alliance." Xiao Yan cast a gentle glance at the lovely ladies. Pausing for a moment on Yafei and Yao Yi, who exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. His gaze then drifted to Kai Lin's gently rounded belly, softening further. "Is there a potion among the serpent people that can enhance the quality of the unborn child?" Xiao Yan inquired, looking at Kai Lin. "Indeed, there is. Our serpent clan possesses the formula for the heavenly soul blood fusion pill, though revered master Fu Ding has already assisted in its refinement." Kai Lin shook her head with a smile, then playfully chided Xiao Yan. "Yet here I am, with my poor dear child, whose father is a high-ranking alchemist, yet must rely on the potions crafted by others." Upon hearing this, even Xiao Yan could not suppress a chuckle. "Yes, as a father, I am indeed rather irresponsible." He nodded, gently caressing Kai Lin's belly, and added, "Therefore, I plan to personally craft a pill for our precious daughter in 3 days. You will concoct a potion?" The women's faces lit up with curiosity. "What sort of pill will you create?" In response, Xiao Yan's expression became even more indulgent as he gazed at Kai Lin's belly. "I intend to create a potion known as the Divine Demon Bone-Shaping Pill." Chapter 435, The Resurgence of the Demon Emperor. The Divine Demon Bone-Shaping Pill? Upon hearing this, everyone paused momentarily, their faces reflecting a mixture of confusion and intrigue. Nevertheless, it appeared that this pill was indeed formidable. Xiao Yixian, standing nearby, had a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. "It should suffice. Primarily, it is for my beloved child." Xiao Yan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. For his cherished daughter, he was more than willing to invest considerable resources. The Divine Demon Bone-Shaping Pill, a secret formula acquired through the legacy of the Medicine Emperor, stands at the pinnacle of 8th-tier pills. It was specifically devised by ancient elites for the cultivation of their descendants. Upon consuming this potion, an infant's innate talents are remarkably enhanced. Even those with mediocre potential can effortlessly achieve the Dou realm upon reaching adulthood. Furthermore, for prodigies, this potion can provide significant aid as they strive to attain the Dou level in their future endeavors. However, as an 8th-tier pinnacle pill, the ingredients required are exceedingly rare, and even Dou experts must exert considerable effort to gather them. Thus, those capable of providing their offspring with the Divine Demon Bone-Shaping Pill are indeed very few. Only a select few of the formidable Dou saints, deeply concerned for their progeny, would seek out similar elixirs for their descendants. Among the current generation of the medicinal clan, only Yao Tian fortuitously acquired the cultivation of the Divine Demon Bone-Shaping Pill during his fetal stage. Nevertheless, he remains inferior to Xiao Yan, whose talent is unparalleled. Xiao Yan possesses the most potent divine bloodline among the ancient races. For millennia, apart from the Xiao clan, which consistently produces a divine bloodline every century, only the Gu clan has given rise to a single ancient figure, Gu Suner. It is worth noting that the imperial spirit soul body of Yao Ling is an exceedingly rare constitution, with only one such instance in the medicinal clan over the past 1,000 years. The innate gift of the imperial spirit soul body ensures that its possessor will inevitably reach the heavenly realm, with the potential to elevate their soul to the legendary imperial realm. 3 days hence, a vast plain outside the imperial capital of the former Gamma Empire has become a gathering place for countless individuals. This expanse has been transformed into the new central square of the Flame Alliance, its area surpassing that of the former Gamma Imperial Square by tenfold. The seemingly boundless platform resembles a flat island, capable of accommodating 1 million people without appearing overly crowded. Yet today, this immense square, designed for 1 million, feels somewhat congested. A throng of people densely fills the Flame Alliance's square, their eyes ablaze with fervent anticipation. Among them, a significant portion consists of alchemists. The prospect of the Alliance leader personally refining pills is an irresistible allure for these practitioners. Having witnessed the leader's formidable prowess, their expectations for his alchemical skills have surged. According to the esteemed elders of the Flame Alliance, the demonic figure slain by the leader a few days prior was rumored to possess the strength of a Dou Saint. The crowd buzzes with excitement, voices intertwining in a cacophony that barely contains their enthusiasm. News of the Dou Saint's demise at the hands of Xiao Yan reverberates throughout the square, eliciting no doubt regarding Xiao Yan's capabilities. At this moment, within the interstice of the sky, Xiao Chun, bearing a blood-red battle axe, shakes his head in astonishment. No wonder his cousin Xiao Xian holds this young man in such high regard. To slay a demon saint while merely a half-saint, even if the demon saint underestimated him, nonetheless signifies Xiao Yan's capacity to defeat a Dou Saint. At the very least, he can hold his own against one. Such prowess is indeed terrifying. Xiao Chun vividly recalls that a millennium ago, when he was still a half-saint, merely surviving under the hand of a Dou Saint among his peers was already a mark of superiority. Only Xiao Xian and the Soul Emperor could contend with Dou Saints at the half-saint stage. Even Gu Yuan, upon encountering a Dou Saint, could only fight while retreating. Although Xiao Xian and the Soul Emperor were capable of contending with the Dou Saint during their half-saint period, they remained at a disadvantage, struggling even to reach a stalemate, let alone achieve a decisive victory. Now, I find myself rather eager to witness the extent of this young man's accomplishments once he ascends to the rank of Dou Saint. Gazing at the black-cloaked youth who gradually emerged against the backdrop of the sky, accompanied by a ripple of spatial fluctuations, a hint of anticipation graced Xiao Chen's lips. Once Xiao Yan becomes a saint, it is likely that he will stir considerable waves throughout the Xiao clan and even across the entire Douqi continent. At this moment, high above the sky of the Flame Alliance, Xiao Yan, donned in a black robe, stepped forth from the spatial realm, his gaze directed towards the vast plaza beneath him. A faint smile playing upon his lips. As his figure materialized, the plaza erupted into a fervent frenzy, akin to water splashing into hot oil. Alliance leader! Alliance leader! The fervent cheers resonated throughout the plaza, their echoes capable of reaching 100 miles. Since Xiao Yan's return to the Flame Alliance, his 2 previous displays of power filled countless members with immense pride and admiration. Having such a formidable leader was akin to having a towering tree as their support. What was most exhilarating was that this towering figure, who symbolized strength to them, was merely in the nascent stage of his life. Achieving such feats at the tender age of 20 implied that this leader would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Douqi continent in the future. With this thought, the members of the Flame Alliance became even more animated, for as their leader's strength grew, so too would the power and influence of the Alliance, ultimately evolving into a colossal force dominating the Northwest continent. Those who had joined the Flame Alliance early on would, in this expansion, find countless opportunities. Amidst the excitement of the Alliance members, Xiao Yan, standing in the sky, merely smiled faintly, gently pressing his palm downward. In an instant, the overwhelming clamor subsided into a tranquil hush. With the plaza now serene, Xiao Yan smiled again, flicking his fingers to release a stream of fiery red light from his spatial ring, which coalesced into a massive cauldron, roughly 10 feet in diameter, suspended in the sky. Xiao Yan chose to refine pills in this plaza to provide the majority of alchemists and many powerful figures within the Flame Alliance a chance to gain insights and opportunities from this alchemical endeavor. After all, with his alchemical skills enhanced by half-saint prowess and a celestial soul, attempting to concoct a 9th-grade treasure pill was no longer out of the question. The insights he inherited from the Medicine Emperor greatly aided Xiao Yan, yet even so, without ample practical experience, crafting a 9th-grade treasure pill remained an arduous challenge. However, at the very least, the difficulty of refining an 8th-grade pinnacle pill had significantly diminished compared to the past. At present, Xiao Yan stands merely a step away from the pinnacle of this realm. Once I accomplish these tasks, I shall hasten to the ancient wilderness. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Xiao Yan quickly calmed his spirit. As tranquility enveloped his heart, his countenance grew increasingly serene. Rise, he commanded softly. And a tumultuous blaze of resplendent flames erupted from his palms, raising the temperature of the sky to a terrifying degree in an instant. As the flames cascaded into the burning heaven cauldron, they emitted boundless heat, causing many of the lower-ranked cultivators on the ground to break into a light sweat. At this moment, several higher-ranking cultivators summoned their Dou Qi to form energy membranes, shielding against the searing heat. Otherwise, first and second-grade alchemists would likely faint from the oppressive temperatures before the elixirs were even completed. The members of the Flame Alliance displayed remarkable unity. As Xiao Yan prepared to refine the elixir, he cast a glance at his comrades in the plaza, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. However, just then, a group clad in the garments of the Miter family suddenly appeared in the square, each carrying a large box emanating a faint chill. Come. Haiba Dong's old ice pops, just 5 gold coins each. Upon their arrival, the Miter family members began to pull ice pops from their boxes, enthusiastically hawking their wares. Handcrafted by a Dou Zone master, truly a summer remedy, while watching the Alliance leader refine elixirs. At 5 gold coins each, you cannot go wrong. Observing the Miter family south exuberance in the square, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. This old fellow. Taking a deep breath, he dismissed all distractions and turned his gaze back to the crimson cauldron before him. The furnace's temperature had reached a sufficient level. It was time to commence alchemy. With a flick of his hand towards the heavens, over 100 medicinal ingredients surged forth from his spatial ring. The components for the divine demon bone refining pill were exceedingly precious, with the primary ingredient requiring a drop of Dou Saint bone marrow. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had gathered numerous heavenly treasures from places like the Starfall Pavilion and the Alchemist Guild. This Dou Saint bone marrow was obtained from the remains of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. This single drop was derived from the body of the 7-colored demon saint. Upon learning that it was meant to nurture the descendants of the 7-colored clan, the first-generation Medusa offered no opposition, allowing Xiao Yan to harness the essence from the 7-colored demon saint's remains with his. What truly stirred her emotions, however, was Xiao Yan's remarkable progress over these few short years, which had reached a level that even instilled a hint of trepidation in her. Yet, the initial Medusa felt a swell of joy, her eyes glistening with tears, as she urged Xiao Yan to eradicate the malevolent clans beyond the realm. In those years, the vibrant and majestic clan of the 7-colored sky-devouring python was nearly obliterated in a fierce battle against the malevolent extraterrestrial beings, a deep-seated enmity steeped in blood. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yan waved his hand once more, causing countless brilliant flames to swiftly coalesce into resplendent fire lotuses that enveloped the medicinal herbs. Witnessing this spectacle, many formidable warriors below, who had never beheld Xiao Yan's alchemical prowess, erupted into excited roars. Yet, at that very moment, a sinister conspiracy was slowly unfolding in the distant southwestern continent. The vast expanse tethered to the Duki continent was suffused with boundless demonic energy. And as far as the eye could see, this world, rivaling even the Dou Emperor's domain, was shrouded in an overwhelming darkness. Within this inky miasma, powerful life forms with blood-red eyes lurked, among them purebred extraterrestrial entities and countless fallen beings. At the heart of this realm stood a colossal, enigmatic coffin, adorned with various sinister and malevolent runes, as if it harbored an unparalleled demonic entity within. At this moment, outside the coffin, a middle-aged man with dragon scales on his face was still attentively listening to his subordinate's report. What did you say? The Black Zombie King was slain by that Xiao Yan? Throughout the encounter, Xiao Yan did not employ any assistance, relying solely on himself. He managed to slay a demon sage with his semi-holy prowess? The dragon-scaled man's face displayed an expression of disbelief. Even for one of his strength, who stood at the pinnacle of the continent, such news was astonishing. To slay a demon sage with semi-holy strength was something he could not have imagined accomplishing in his own days as a semi-holy. How could this boy possess such strength? The dragon-scaled man murmured to himself, while the coffin behind him began to tremble once more. What? The master has awakened again? The dragon-scaled man's expression shifted to one of surprise. Since the master had fallen into slumber, he had only awakened once a millennium ago when Xiao Xian ascended to the throne, yet in the past 2 years, he had awakened twice. Dragon Demon. A calm voice emanated from within the coffin. Master. The dragon demon dispersed his subordinates with a flick of his hand and approached the coffin respectfully. Is it that Xiao Yan again? The voice from within the coffin remained tranquil, yet carried a hint of murderous intent. Yes, master. This human lad has managed to slay a Dou sage with his semi-holy strength. Such talent is truly terrifying and must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. The dragon demon replied in a hushed tone. As one of the top-tier powers second only to the Emperor realm in this world, he had never regarded past young prodigies with much concern, Yet this Xiao Yan instilled a genuine chill in him. This boy must indeed be eliminated soon. The voice from within the coffin resonated once more. Crack. In the next moment, a fissure abruptly appeared in the dark coffin, widening gradually. Witnessing this scene, the dragon demon's pupils constricted sharply. The formidable demon emperor was emerging from the coffin, signifying the imminent return of a powerful entity. With his resurrection, a calamity would soon befall this continent. Chapter 436. The impending calamity. Suddenly, a long hand thrust forth from the coffin, grasping the sturdy lid. With a gentle exertion, the seemingly indestructible coffin lid was effortlessly pushed open. As it did, an overwhelming tide of demonic energy surged forth, thickening the atmosphere within the demon realm. In the following moment, a figure slowly rose from within. He was tall and robust, shrouded in a layer of chilling, pitch-black demonic energy, revealing a glimpse of an imposing face. The external aura was invigorating. As the towering figure stood, a pair of blood-red eyes gleamed with satisfaction. With his rise, the entire demon realm quivered slightly. This was a true demon emperor, a being comparable to a battle emperor, possessing boundless power. Master How? As this formidable figure stood, even the dragon demon true saint knelt on one knee, gazing up at him with reverence. Despite his own strength, which rendered him nearly invulnerable to foes below the battle emperor rank, the presence before him was genuinely capable of obliterating him. Although the difference between a battle emperor and a battle saint was but a single word, the disparity in strength was colossal. Such a terrifying gap existed that even the difference between a battle sovereign and a battle saint was not as vast. At this level, one possessed the power to annihilate a small plane. Even a large plane like the Dou continent could only barely withstand a few battle emperors in combat. In ancient times, the Dou continent was ravaged by the battles of too many emperor-level beings, leading to its collapse, though those were the clashes of supreme heavenly beings and demon emperors. Ordinary battle emperors lacked such power, yet even so, a mere 9-star battle saint could not contend with them. For a battle emperor to eliminate a 9-star battle saint was akin to extinguishing a mere fighter with little difficulty. How have I awakened? The robust figure's voice was calm, yet imbued with terrifying magical power. If I had not revived now, the Dou continent might have birthed a third battle emperor. In that case, the grand scheme my clan has plotted for millennia would likely come to naught. At this juncture, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his blood-red eyes. It was truly unexpected that a descendant of the true Flame Emperor still existed on the Dou continent. Such an individual must be eradicated, otherwise, they would inevitably pose a threat to my clan's ambitions of seizing the Dou continent in the future. Indeed, he may even pose a formidable threat to the entire Holy Clan. As he spoke, a flicker of trepidation shone in his eyes. In ancient times, the true Flame Emperor inflicted losses and threats upon their holy clan that were second only to those wrought by the immortal emperors of the vast world. The ability to vanquish one celestial demon emperor and subsequently seal another is a testament to the magnitude of danger such a powerhouse represents to the holy clan. Although this youth named Xiao Yan has yet to attain the level of the true Flame Emperor, even the slightest possibility of his ascendance must be eradicated in its infancy. Should he reach the heights of the true Flame Emperor, even the endeavor to extinguish him would become a trivial task. As memories of the dread instilled by the true Flame Emperor in ancient times surged forth, a greater killing intent ignited in his gaze. Furthermore, there was the ineffectual fellow whose soul had lingered within the holy artifact mountain for millennia without managing to corrupt it. Yet, perhaps this is fortuitous. Had it not been so, I might never have discovered the heir of the true Flame Emperor. The towering figure pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the entirety of the demon realm. Initially, he intended to delay this plan for several decades, but ever since the upheaval a millennium ago, our clan's endeavors have been persistently thwarted by this event. It seems that further delay is no longer an option. With this thought, his enormous hands unfurled slowly. Oh, countless descendants of the Holy Clan, who have slumbered within the myriad demons for thousands of years, today, I, in the name of the Demon Emperor Bo Kuei, summon you to awaken from your slumber. Together, we shall once more conquer this bounteous realm. As his words echoed, the malevolent aura of the entire demon realm surged fervently. Boom! Waves of fierce and ominous energy began to revive from the vast expanse of the demon realm, followed by colossal figures emerging from various corners of the realm. Enormous beasts, towering over 100 feet, roamed freely, accompanied by numerous other colossal figures that reached heights of 1,000 feet. These were the fallen and corrupted evil tribes, their numbers aggregating to nearly 1,000. In addition to these fallen tribes, there were also humanoid figures standing aloft, exuding an aura that was no less formidable than that of the corrupted evil tribes. Roars erupted from the mouths of these fallen beings, and chaos ensued as the demons danced wildly. Sensing the resurgence of these immense presences, a satisfied smile finally graced the lips of the towering figure. This time, the aim is to upheave the continent of Dou Qi once more. Kill! Kill! Excited shouts erupted from the mouths of these extraterritorial and fallen tribes, yet beside them, the dragon demon, True Sage, bore a trace of concern upon his countenance. Master, although Xiao Yan has ascended to the throne, he is surely no match for you. However, the ancient Emperor Tuashi remains steadfast on this Dou Qi continent. Long Mo could not help but remark. The reason the Bo Kuei Demon Emperor chooses to hide within this mysterious coffin, while other extraterritorial evil races mostly refrain from showing themselves, is fundamentally due to the overwhelming strength of Tuashi. His might is such that after slaying a demon emperor in the past, he severely wounded you with ease. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Bo Kuei's eyes, yet he merely smiled nonchalantly. Let us wait for 3 years. In 3 years, naturally, someone will come to deal with that Tuashi. At the very moment Bo Kuei, Demon Emperor, awakened, an elder deep within the Tian Yin sect suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, this calamity is inevitable. Simultaneously, deep within the Xiao clan, Xiao Xian, who had been standing in the Grand Hall, directed his gaze towards the southwestern continent. Has the ancient Demon Emperor Bo Kuei finally awakened from his slumber? It appears that this has occurred nearly a century earlier than anticipated. Once the time is ripe, this Demon Emperor will undoubtedly lead the myriad demons into battle, plunging the Dou Qi continent back into the catastrophic turmoil of ancient times. And the flames of war will once again spread. Xiao Xian sighed softly, yet his eyes gleamed with increasing brightness. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. This catastrophe may well forge new powers for the Dou Qi continent. As for the Bo Kuei Demon Emperor, there was a glimmer of fierce battle intent in Xiao Xian's gaze. Since the demise of that Soul Heaven Emperor, I have refrained from acting for a millennium. During this millennium, I have even lost track of whether my strength has reached the celestial tier. A Demon Emperor is just the opportunity one needs to test the extent of my capabilities. Xiao Xian smiled faintly. Meanwhile, deep within the molten depths beneath the Jianan Academy, an elder clad in a black robe, his hair resplendent, also opened his eyes with a grin. Oh, it is you again. I spared your life back then, truly believing in your ability to survive. The Tuashi Emperor's lips curled into a smile. You are merely a tool I left behind to spur these juniors. Attempting to create chaos while I reinforce the seal serves as a fine sharpening stone for these young ones. The Tuashi Emperor's smile faded slightly as he furrowed his brow. Yet, from where does that source of energy originate? Even with my strength, I cannot deduce its nature. It is this very presence that has disrupted the stability established over the past millennium. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and smiled again. Oh, why ponder so much? The future is the destiny of the younger generation. With the resurgence of the Demon Emperor Bo Kuei, the two most formidable beings on the continent pondered their thoughts. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the continent remained blissfully immersed in a relatively peaceful existence, completely unaware that a cataclysmic disaster was on the brink of descending upon the entire Duki continent. At this moment within the Flame Alliance, Xiao Yan was nearing the completion of his alchemical endeavor. Faced with the task of refining an 8th-tier pinnacle elixir, he approached it with utmost caution, dedicating 7 consecutive days and nights to its initial concoction. Above, the sky grew ominously overcast. The clouds within a 1,000-mile radius darkened ominously, deepening into a pitch-black thundercloud. These clouds, as dark as ink, evoked the dreadful hue of the polluted essence of the Black Zombie King. Yet, unlike the oppressive atmosphere of the magic clouds tainted by the Black Zombie King, the current black thundercloud radiated a majestic heavenly might, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Despite their reverence for the thundercloud, the true object of their admiration was the young man in black seated before the fiery red cauldron. The alchemists, in particular, were consumed by fervor. Over these 7 days, they had finally grasped the essence of advanced alchemical techniques. The methods demonstrated by their leader captivated them, leading to profound realizations that illuminated their previous misunderstandings. Many alchemists felt that after witnessing this spectacle, their future paths in alchemy would be significantly smoother. Moreover, the voice of the renowned Haiba Dong's old popsicle was equally commendable. Just as the crowd pondered in contemplation, the dark clouds above abruptly transformed, first into a crimson hue, then blending into orange and yellow. Look, it's a colorful alchemical thunder. I guessed correctly. Our leader is indeed concocting an 8th-tier elixir, exclaimed one alchemist in awe. Yes, this colorful thunder, in the entire Flame Alliance. I have only seen it once before when the esteemed Fooding refined it. 8th-tier elixirs. When will I ever have the chance to savor one? To even catch a whiff. Another chimed in. And a bunch of unknowledgeable fools. How could someone of our leader's caliber ever concoct anything below the 8th tier? Would such a level of elixir even warrant the leader's personal involvement? Remarked a powerful figure, unable to contain himself. In that fleeting moment, the thundercloud above revealed 7 distinct colors. My heavens! Not only can our leader obliterate the heavens and the earth, but his alchemical prowess is terrifyingly profound, exclaimed a 7th-tier alchemist from a distinguished guest seat in the square, gazing at the thundercloud in astonishment. You must understand that the limit of thundercloud colors is 7, but the limit of tribulation colors is not 7. It extends to 9. Beside him, the venerable Fuding, with his rotund belly, chuckled amiably, yet the astonishment lurking within his gaze rivaled that of the 7th-grade alchemist. As the head of the Dan Hall, he could not afford to display any signs of embarrassment. As soon as Fuding's words faded, a thunderous roar erupted suddenly from the vibrant thunderclouds, and in the next moment, a colossal bolt of lightning, illuminating the heavens and the earth, descended from the sky. Heavens above, the 9-colored Dan thunder. The powerful figures seated among the elders of the Dan Hall could no longer remain still. They rose in unison. The 9-colored Dan thunder, a pinnacle of the 8th grade. To concoct such a pill establishes one as a true giant in the realm of alchemy. Should one advance further, they could touch upon the legendary 9th grade realm. The immense 9-colored Dan thunder, imbued with terrifying might, rained down with overwhelming ferocity, causing many within the Flame Alliance to feel their legs weaken slightly. Yet, beneath such a tempest, Xiao Yan remained utterly unmoved, allowing the 9-colored Dan thunder to strike him repeatedly. To me, this level of Dan thunder is mere drizzle. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, shaking his head. With arms outstretched, he bathed in the sea of thunder. Boom! Wave after wave of 9-colored thunder cascaded down. Yet they could not harm Xiao Yan in the slightest. This continued for the better part of a day before the thunderclouds reluctantly dispersed. However, in the hearts of the Flame Alliance members, they witnessed yet another facet of their leader's divine prowess. The Dan thunder was so fearsome that it failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon their leader, who was truly, after several instances, many began to develop a blind adoration for Xiao Yan, verging on fanaticism. Yet, Xiao Yan's gaze was fixed upon the burning heaven cauldron. With a gesture of his hand, a formidable force emanated from it. In the next moment, a lustrous and radiant pill struggled to be drawn into his palm. Chapter 437. The Leader's Might. This translucent pill writhed fiercely within Xiao Yan's grasp, yet it was utterly futile. With a mere thought, he sealed the pill with his overwhelming fighting spirit. With his current strength, how could an 8th-grade pill possibly escape his grasp? Casually, Xiao Yan produced a jade box, placing the pill within it, then turned his gaze towards the distant burning heaven cauldron. With a thought, the cauldron transformed back to its original size from dozens of feet away, ultimately joining the jade box in a flash of light that vanished into Xiao Yan's spatial ring. Below him, a throng of Flame Alliance members gazed upon Xiao Yan with fervent admiration, as if they were beholding a deity. Such formidable power, who in the Flame Alliance could possibly descend? Xiao Yan looked down at them. His voice, laced with fighting spirit, resonated through the air, clear for all to hear. Esteemed members, starting today, I shall enrich the Flame Alliance. I will contribute 10 8th-grade prescriptions, 30 7th-grade prescriptions, and 100 6th-grade formulas, with over 1,000 varieties in total for those below the 6th grade, regardless of rank. As these words echoed, the square momentarily fell into a profound silence, only to be followed by a surge of exuberant applause akin to a tsunami, with many alchemists blushing with joy. Xiao Yan raised his hands, signaling for silence. As he reigned in his presence, the crowd quickly quieted down. Although merely 1,000,000 strong, not a single sound of dissent emerged. A testament to the authority and stature Xiao Yan had firmly established in the hearts of the people within the Flame Alliance in such a brief span. Xiao Yan continued. With such abundant resources bestowed upon the brothers of the Alchemist Hall, the warriors battling beyond our borders must not be neglected. At his words, many warriors of the Flame Alliance brightened with renewed hope. Unlike their esteemed alchemist counterparts, they sought to earn sufficient merit to exchange for resources through external conflicts and battles. While opportunities to accrue merit existed within the Flame Alliance, the pace of such accumulation was painfully slow. In the skies above, Xiao Yan's voice resonated powerfully. In my possession lies the legacy of an ancient sect, encompassing techniques from the mysterious to the heavenly tier. Though their combat prowess may not be formidable, they are unparalleled for healing and survival. Upon hearing of the heavenly tier techniques, the entire assembly of the Flame Alliance gasped, their fervor palpable. The lower ranks may have remained composed, but many formidable warriors above the Dou Zone level struggled to contain their excitement. Heavenly tier techniques were treasures none among them possessed. Typically, only those of exceptional talent or at least Dou Sheng level could hope to create such formidable arts. The prospect of acquiring heavenly tier techniques symbolized the Flame Alliance's genuine ascent to his superpower. As this thought ignited within them, the crowd's enthusiasm surged, observing their fervent excitement. Xiao Yan smiled faintly before continuing, "Moreover, all the techniques I have acquired through battle over the years will remain within the Flame Alliance. Among them are 2 heavenly tier techniques and 3 heavenly tier combat skills, alongside nearly 100 earthly tier techniques, with countless mysteries in the Xian and Huang tiers. As long as you accumulate enough merit points, you will all be qualified to learn these arts." As his words concluded, the square erupted once more into frenzied cheers, even more intense than before. After all, the increase in prescriptions greatly benefited the alchemists, and while the enhanced strength of the alchemist hall would aid many, it was not a direct gain. Now, with such an abundance of high-tier techniques secured within the Flame Alliance, all warriors stood to benefit. It is noteworthy that, prior to this, despite the Flame Alliance's considerable strength, they had never possessed a single set of heavenly tier techniques. Upon reaching this point, the expressions on everyone's faces were imbued with fervent excitement. "Long live the Alliance leader!" A voice broke out, echoing like a tidal wave. "Long live the Alliance leader!" Even those formidable Dou Zun practitioners could not restrain their shouts. At their level, few things could entice them. Yet the allure of heavenly grade techniques and combat skills held a fatal attraction, especially since they stood a considerable chance of acquiring them. Contemplating this, their excitement intensified. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan merely smiled. Over the years, he had ventured through the ancient relics of various major powers, such as the Yin-Yang Evil Saint, the Nether Poison Saint, and the Spring God Sect, while also quelling sects like the Magic Flame Valley and the Magic Dragon Sect. The techniques and treasures he had amassed during these encounters were enough to make even ordinary Dou Sheng practitioners envious. The fervent atmosphere in the square gradually dissipated only as the sun set, while Xiao Yan had already found himself in Kai Lin's chamber. Is this the 8th grade pill that attracted the 9-colored thunder? In the spacious room, Kai Lin sat on the bed, her cascading hair flowing down to her waist, her enchanting and stunning visage marked by curiosity. Her delicate hands gently held a jade box, within which lay a lustrous, colorful pill, quietly resting. "Naturally, this is the pill I refined for my daughter. Could it possibly be counterfeit?" Xiao Yan grinned, a smile on his lips. Kai Lin remained silent, her long, beautiful eyes gazing at Xiao Yan, devoid of her former coldness, replaced instead by a tenderness that she had only ever displayed before him. "I am fortunate to have encountered you," she said, a gentle smile gracing her lips, imbued with a hint of reliance. Should outsiders witness this, they would surely be taken aback. The once cold and formidable Medusa Queen had seldom revealed such a vulnerable side to anyone else. Conversely, upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. To tame such an unparalleled beauty was a dream cherished by many men. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan promptly bit into the divine demon bone reshaping pill. "Let me feed you," he said with a mischievous grin. However, Kai Lin surprisingly did not roll her eyes in exasperation. Instead, she eagerly presented her rosy lips. Although her initial impression of Xiao Yan had not been favorable and her early allegiance was driven by the interests of the Serpent clan over the years, she had developed a deep attachment to him. How many fathers in the world would go to such lengths for their children? Yet, Xiao Yan had done just that. The two shared an intimate moment for approximately half an hour, until a faint blush appeared on Kai Lin's cheeks, prompting their cessation. At that moment, her slender, beautiful eyes revealed a hint of drowsiness, a remarkable occurrence for a Dou Zun practitioner. Xiao Yan, however, responded with a perfectly normal demeanor. After consuming the divine demon bone refining elixir, one will find themselves enveloped in a peculiar energy that continually nurtures both you and your child's constitution. Thus experiencing drowsiness is entirely normal. Xiao Yan gently stroked her long hair and said, "Over the years, you have devoted considerable effort to the Flame Alliance. It is high time you took a well-deserved rest. You still dare to say that? In all these years since the establishment of the Flame Alliance, how many times have you returned as the leader? Even when you do, you are preoccupied with the harem. If it weren't for your recent brilliance, many within the alliance might not even recognize you." Kai Lin lightly teased, though her eyes grew increasingly heavy. "Sleep now." Xiao Yan did not retort. He merely helped her remove her shoes and assisted her in lying down. Only after her eyes had completely closed did he gently smooth the hair from her forehead, placing a tender kiss upon it, before gazing at her noticeably rounded abdomen. "Darling daughter, by the time you enter this world, your father will surely be a Dou Saint." Without a doubt, he placed another gentle kiss on her belly, and as if the life within sensed his voice, it fluttered slightly, as if playfully kicking at his face. "He, already so mischievous before birth." Xiao Yan smiled softly. "But fret not, once you arrive, there will be fewer and fewer who dare to educate you on this Dou Qi continent, aside from your father." With Xiao Yan's emergence as the leader, The Flame Alliance surged forward with even greater momentum, fueled by the abundant techniques and elixirs he provided, invigorating its members as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. In contrast, upon learning of the true strength of the Flame Alliance, many surrounding factions that previously harbored doubts grew compliant. A handful even proactively sought to join the alliance, while most offered a slight bow in acknowledgement of its status, with only a few choosing to distance themselves. Throughout the day, Xiao Yan, the leader, remained industrious, visiting Yunlan's sect for a meal with his mentor and disciples one day, charging into the Imperial Palace the next, and assisting Yafei in enhancing her cultivation the day after that. His days were extraordinarily fulfilling. Yet, one day, he gathered everyone in a single room. Xiao Yan, what is the matter? The women, previously wearing teasing expressions, grew concerned upon seeing Xiao Yan's serious demeanor. Without a word, he raised his head to meet their gazes and solemnly declared, "There is something I can no longer conceal from you all." "What is it?" The expressions of the women shifted, revealing worry upon their otherwise enchanting faces. With Xiao Yan's current strength, what could possibly trouble him to such an extent? Xiao Yan took a deep breath and then turned to the women, saying, "When I journeyed to the southwest continent, I encountered the lingering soul of a demon emperor. In the ensuing battle with this soul, I fell victim to its cursed essence." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the women changed dramatically. "Is this curse a significant threat to you?" Xiao Yixian was the first to speak, while the others remained silent, their faces etched with profound concern. "Indeed." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. "If all goes as expected, it will erupt within me in a little over a year." At that moment, the women were visibly shaken, their faces pale with fear. "Xiao Yan, please do not frighten me. What shall become of our children if you perish?" Kai Lin's pallor was striking. Xiao Yan did not elaborate. He simply took her delicate hand in his, affirming, "Do not worry. For the sake of our children, I shall confront that demon emperor with unwavering resolve. If I manage to survive this ordeal, it will be my ascension to sanctity." In that instant, the playful demeanor Xiao Yan usually wore vanished completely, replaced by an unwavering determination. Yet, his words did little to assuage the women's fears. Observing their distress, he continued, "In the ancient wilderness of Zhongzhou, there exists the primordial Bodhi tree, whose essence can aid one in becoming a Dou Saint. It will also serve as my trump card against the Demon Emperor's forces. So, do not be overly concerned. With the assistance of this Bodhi essence, my risks will be greatly diminished. Yet even so, there remains the peril of life and death." Xiao Yixian sobbed first, and soon the other women followed suit, their eyes glistening with tears that cascaded down their exquisitely beautiful faces. Xiao Yan, instead of dwelling on their sorrow, smiled and asked, "Once I free myself from the clutches of that demon emperor and truly attain sainthood, would you all be willing to return with me to the Xiao clan?" At this, the women paused, their expressions wavering slightly. However, upon noticing a hint of bitterness on Xiao Yan's face, they all nodded in agreement. "Oh, the art of feigned vulnerability is indeed effective," he thought, feeling a sense of joy within, though his visage remained tinged with sorrow. "I have incurred certain debts of affection in both Zhongzhou and the southwest continent, all due to my wayward heart. Each of you is so wonderful that I find myself easily faltering. If I do not return this time, I hope that in future encounters, you may refrain from conflict. I do not wish to see any of you harmed. Do not speak of such things. Do you think we are unaware of your infidelities?" Yafei remarked with a quavering voice. Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged. She was the first among the women to learn of his indiscretions in the northwest continent. Upon hearing this, the women nodded through their tears. "In the future, if we truly encounter one another, as long as none of us instigate trouble, we shall not provoke each other. Heh, O Demon Emperor, even in death, you could not have fathomed that your cursed essence would inadvertently assist me in unifying my harem and fostering their camaraderie." As he gazed upon the scene, Xiao Yan's heart brimmed with joy. Finally, he spoke, "Upon my return, I shall attain sanctity and bring you all back home." Yet, the capricious nature of fate loomed. For even amidst the greatest of probabilities, there always exists a sliver of risk. As he uttered these words, a hint of melancholy flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. "Before I depart, I implore you to grant me a single wish." "What wish?" "Speak, and we shall surely fulfill it," they replied. Nalan Yin Rant's voice trembled softly. Having just begun to revel in Xiao Yan's presence, she now faced the looming specter of eternal separation. "Really?" Xiao Yan raised his head slightly, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his features, leaving the women in a state of bewilderment. Yet, in the face of such poignant parting, despite their collective wisdom, they could not fathom his intentions, merely nodding in agreement. "We will fulfill your wish." "Ah, that is precisely the affirmation I sought." The bitterness and gravity on Xiao Yan's face vanished, replaced by an alluring mischief. With an eerie creak, the doors around them closed tightly. the entire room enveloped in the suffocating embrace of Xiao Yan's profound energy. Indeed, my wish is to commence a celebration. Xiao Yan chuckled, pulling the nearest little healer into his embrace. What are you doing? The expressions of the women shifted, anxiety washing over them as they attempted to escape, only to find the doors resolutely barred by the formidable energy. Did I not declare my intentions? I desire to celebrate. A villainous grin spread across Xiao Yan's face. You all promised, so none of you shall escape today. As the moonlight ascended into the sky, within a certain grand hall of the Flame Alliance, an intoxicating allure far surpassed that of the moonlight enveloped the space. The next morning, within the grand hall of the Flame Alliance headquarters, Xiao Yan surveyed the array of beautiful faces, each marked by reluctance, while he savored the memories of the previous night's revelry. What a thrill it was! Truly exhilarating. Yet, it seemed that his thoughts diverged from those of the enchanting ladies before him, each one tearful, their faces awash with sorrow. You must return alive. I care not whether you achieve sanctity. I only wish for your safe return. I do not want our child to grow up without a father, Kai Lin implored, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Rest assured, Xiao Yan replied earnestly, nodding as he pressed a kiss upon each exquisite face, finally placing a gentle kiss upon Kai Lin's belly. For the sake of my future celebrations, I must return alive. Scoundrel! Shameless! His words ignited a blush upon their cheeks, prompting them to recall the previous night's indulgences, yet somehow easing the tension that had enveloped the room. Ultimately, accompanied by a multitude of women, Xiao Yan stepped out of the grand hall of the Flame Alliance. At that moment, the outside world was filled with formidable warriors, standing tall in the sky, creating an overwhelming sight, as if a dark cloud had descended. Among these powerful beings, the weakest had already achieved the rank of Dou Wang. Esteemed guests, Xiao Yan declared, his footsteps traversing the space to ascend into the heavens. When I return as a saint, I shall establish a supreme force upon the Dou Qi continent alongside each of you. With that, he bowed slightly to the crowd. During my absence, I trust you will all dedicate yourselves to the Flame Alliance. As Xiao Yan completed his bow, numerous powerful members of the Flame Alliance responded with fervent expressions, bowing deeply in return. May our leader return as a saint soon. May our leader return as a saint soon. The voices of thousands resonated like the simultaneous crash of thunder, the overwhelming sound echoing for miles around. Witnessing this scene, an immense surge of ambition surged within Xiao Yan's heart. A true man should thrive amidst the heavens and earth, indeed. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze to the women behind him, a gentle smile gracing his face. I shall take my leave now. With those words, an invisible wave of spatial energy enveloped him, and his figure vanished completely from this realm, leaving behind a group of tearful beauties and a throng of fervent and hopeful warriors. 7 days later, after bidding a brief farewell to everyone, Xiao Yan arrived at the northeastern border of Zhongzhou, where an ancient town known as Menghuang Town lay. This old settlement served as a resting point for many who ventured into the perilous Menghuang ancient domain. Typically, the town's inhabitants were sparse, for the Menghuang ancient domain was renowned as one of the most treacherous places on the Dou Qi continent, often referred to as a forbidden land, a title that alone spoke volumes of its terror. However, with the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree, the once desolate Menghuang town had become much livelier. Many powerful beings, upon hearing the name of the Bodhi ancient tree, rushed fervently into the Menghuang ancient domain. After all, any treasure from the Bodhi tree possessed immense allure, even for Dou Zun experts, not to mention the Bodhi heart, which could elevate one to the rank of saint. Even the Bodhi seeds held significant attraction for Dou Zun warriors. Yet for Xiao Yan, regardless of the multitude of powerful beings within Menghuang town, he remained unconcerned, as long as none among them were at the saint level, posing no threat to him. Thus, he chose to disregard the terrifying throng, stepping forth to traverse through countless individuals and arriving at the entrance of the Menghuang ancient domain. While referred to as an entrance, it was merely the outer threshold of the Menghuang ancient domain, yet even such a portal left Xiao Yan in awe. In the heart of an ancient forest, steeped in a primordial aura, towering trees, some reaching heights of hundreds of feet, stand majestically. Their canopies obscure the sky, allowing only the faintest rays of sunlight to penetrate. Consequently, the depths of the woods are shrouded in an unsettling darkness, where the haunting roars of beasts echo ominously. In this so-called forbidden land, even formidable fighters at the Dou Zun level face grave peril upon entering. As for those at the Dou Huang and Dou Zong ranks, their chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Ignoring the throngs of powerful beings below, Xiao Yan took a decisive step, swiftly advancing into the wild ancient domain. This spectacle left many onlookers in stunned silence, for the dangers lurking within the wild ancient domain were of a terrifying magnitude. It was presumed that this individual had reached the Dou Zun realm, which explained his audacity to traverse such perilous territory. A hint of envy flickered across one warrior's face. What of the Dou? Many have perished in this wild ancient domain, another warrior scoffed dismissively. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had already entered the depths of the wild ancient domain. As he breached the threshold of the ancient forest, the surrounding light dimmed instantaneously, and a pungent odor of decaying leaves wafted through the air. Occasionally encountering groups of individuals, Xiao Yan paid them no heed. When a few assailants charged at him, he merely snorted, unleashing a stream of ethereal flames that reduced them to nothingness. The ferocious beasts at the periphery were not as formidable, mostly ranging from the 5th to 6th tier. Even 7th tier magical beasts posed little challenge to Xiao Yan. Moments later, he spotted a swath of purple toxic mist in the distance. Unfazed, he enveloped himself in vibrant flames and charged forward. As he plunged into the toxic haze, a series of hissing sounds erupted, and numerous venomous insects plummeted from the air. Merely toxic mist, Xiao Yan remarked with a faint smile, ready to press onward. When suddenly he furrowed his brow. As the toxic mist was incinerated, he unexpectedly sensed a familiar presence within it. This aura was reminiscent of the malevolent beings from beyond the realm. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted slightly. While the toxic mist did not contain the various signatures of the external malevolent races he had encountered before, the shared essence was unmistakable. It appeared that the wild ancient domain had once been the battleground of a great conflict against these malevolent beings in ancient times. Perhaps the current state of this place was a direct consequence of that monumental clash. However, despite his ethereal perception, Xiao Yan found no substantial traces of the external malevolent beings. Only lingering remnants of their essence remained. It appears that a formidable entity from an ancient alien evil clan perished in this locale, leaving behind a lingering aura even after the passage of such time. This extraterrestrial being must have, at the very least, been a demonic sage in its prime. Yet, it remains a mystery as to which clan of the alien evil it belonged. Xiao Yan let out a soft sigh and continued on his journey. During the invasion of the Dou continent by the alien evil clans, the Cursed Demon Clan was merely one of the most formidable factions among many others that followed. As Xiao Yan transformed into a streak of flowing light, he carved a slender, pristine path through this toxic region, incinerating all venomous creatures in his wake. Upon emerging from the miasma, a vast chasm, several hundred zhang wide, appeared before him. Beyond this chasm lay an endless expanse of towering mountains, soaring to heights of 1,000 zhang, resembling colossal dragons coiling upon the earth. In an instant, a palpable aura of true wilderness permeated the atmosphere. This must be the genuine primal ancient domain. Gazing upon the seemingly infinite ancient peaks, a flicker of astonishment gleamed in Xiao Yan's eyes. The very outer realm of this primal ancient domain bore witness to the fall of Dou powerhouses, indicating that the perils within its inner sanctum were undoubtedly more formidable. Yet, this was a concern for others. For Xiao Yan, who had ascended to the status of a semi-saint, the threats contained within these auras were few and far between. However, even with his soul reaching celestial realms, he could not directly perceive the movements of the Bodhi ancient tree. With a thought, a jade-green orb materialized in his palm. The very Bodhi seed that had aided the little medicine fairy in her refinement. After a moment of sensing the essence of the seed, Xiao Yan gradually opened his eyes, casting his gaze toward the northwest before taking a step forward. Yet, just as he crossed the chasm, several menacing figures lunged towards him with ferocious roars. Beasts! Xiao Yan scoffed, sweeping his hand, unleashing a torrent of Dou Qi entwined with searing flames, obliterating the assailants into mere pulp. As he soared away, he drew forth several demon cores from the remnants of the beasts. The energy contained within these demon cores was far more volatile than that of typical magical beasts. Yet they held significant value. Even though they were merely 7th-tier cores, Xiao Yan was a frugal individual. The vast estate of the Xiao clan had been built through the diligent savings of generations of strong individuals. Along the way, Xiao Yan encountered numerous fierce beasts, the most powerful among them rivaling the strength of a 9-star Dou. Though their intellect was limited, these beasts possessed a basic awareness. Some, upon sighting Xiao Yan, opted to flee rather than engage. Unfortunately for them, Xiao Yan swiftly pursued and shattered their skulls. Whenever they encountered Xiao Yan, their demon cores were as good as lost. As Xiao Yan journeyed forth, he amassed nearly 10 magic cores from 8th-tier ferocious beasts and dozens of 7th-tier ones. The wild ancient realm proved to be quite a remarkable domain. For the sheer multitude of magic cores he gathered would likely surpass the collections of even the most ancient of races. His eyes sparkled with fervor, devoid of the demeanor typical of a formidable warrior. Had he not been pressed for time, he might have turned back to hunt down the murderer. To him, the ferocious beasts that posed a significant threat to the strong outside were treasures to be coveted. Yet, He acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Given the age of the wild ancient realm, it was likely that a few ninth-tier beasts lay dormant, either in slumber or hidden from sight. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan pressed onward without hesitation. After half a day, he finally reached his destination, the ancient domain platform. It was said that in ancient times, this platform was once a battleground where numerous powerful beings had perished, thus creating a peculiar aura of pressure that rendered this place a domain that even the fiercest beasts dared not tread. Moreover, this location served as a vital connection point to the innermost depths of the wild ancient realm, making the ancient domain platform an exceptionally safe haven within this perilous expanse. Is this truly the ancient domain platform? As he gazed upon the vast square before him, even Xiao Yan could not suppress his astonishment. To carve out such an expansive plaza in a realm fraught with danger spoke volumes of the formidable strength possessed by the ancient beings who had once fallen here. Xiao Yan felt a tremor of awe. After all, the toxic miasma surrounding this area had been formed by the demise of a Dou saint. With his thoughts racing, he extended his spiritual power to scan the ancient domain platform. In the next instant, a faint yet familiar aura that sent a shiver through his soul manifested in his mind. It was the aura of the Demon Emperor. Could it be that a being of such caliber had once perished at the ancient domain platform? Xiao Yan's pupils narrowed in surprise. However, his attention was soon diverted. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from above the ancient domain platform, and upon seeing this figure, Xiao Yan momentarily froze. The woman in the sky donned black battle armor that accentuated her flawless physique, her flowing hair cascading behind her like a dark waterfall. Her exquisite visage bore a striking resemblance to that of Gu Suner, yet was marred by a disdainful smirk. This figure could only be Hun Miao Miao, his fellow townsman. Stop, remnants of the Hun clan. You shall not escape. As Hun Miao Miao ascended, countless formidable silhouettes swiftly followed suit. Among them, even the weakest possessed the strength of a Dou Zun, while the mightiest reached the pinnacle of Dou Zun. The clan insignias displayed on the foreheads of these two-peaked Dou Zun youths were unmistakably those of the Xiao clan. Behind the two young men of the Xiao clan stood formidable warriors from the ancient clan, the Medicine clan, the Flame clan, the Thunder clan, the Spirit clan, the Stone clan, and even the Celestial Phoenix clan. Gazing into the distance, one could see dozens of Dou Zun-level experts standing majestically in the sky. Remarkably, the eldest among them did not exceed the age of 40, marking them as the elite of the younger generation across various clans. At this moment, the distinguished youths of the ancient 7 clans had encircled Hun Miao Miao entirely. You remnants of the Hun clan, I never imagined you would still dare to present yourselves, sneered a young man from the Xiao clan. Today, I shall capture you and bring you back to the Xiao clan. With your talents and beauty, I am certain that you will earn significant merit for our clan, perhaps even be presented to His Majesty the Holy King, which may earn me his favor. Is the true powerhouse of your Xiao clan not that fellow Xiao Yan? What has this Holy King to do with it? Hun Miao Miao retorted coldly. The young man from the Xiao clan smiled slightly at her words. Xiao Yan is indeed a prince, but even a prince can be challenged. His Royal Highness the Holy King, being the youngest Dou Sheng of the Xiao clan, possesses the capability to rival Xiao Yan. I do not believe that a mere upstart, who rose to prominence through ancestral favor, can stand against His Royal Highness. Everyone, assist me in capturing this enchanting woman, and the Xiao clan shall surely remember this favor. The young man from the Xiao clan swept his gaze over the crowd, prompting the young warriors to nod in agreement, preparing to work together to seize Hun Miao Miao. Observing this scene, Hun Miao Miao's expression turned slightly serious, yet a scornful smile graced her lips. Do you truly think such worthless beings can capture me? The young man from the Xiao clan remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand. Everyone attack. Just as a battle was on the verge of erupting, a voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. Stop! A resonant voice echoed, compelling everyone's gaze to shift uncontrollably towards a particular direction. There! A strikingly handsome young man clad in black transformed into a streak of light, appearing beside Hun Miao Miao in the blink of an eye. With his arrival, not only did surprise bloom on Hun Miao Miao's face, but even the two young men from the Xiao clan were taken aback. Among the Medicine clan, a stunningly beautiful woman also displayed a change in expression, her face lighting up with joy. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful and exuded an ethereal aura. Who else could it be but Yao Ling? In another direction, a group of youths exhibited expressions of astonishment. Xiao Yan, the prince. Countless exclamations erupted from the ancient clan, the Medicine clan, the Xiao clan, and Hun Miao Miao, while the expressions of the other clan's warriors shifted subtly upon hearing that name. He is Xiao Yan? At that moment, astonishment and curiosity adorned the faces of all present. The name of the young prince of the Xiao clan has resonated throughout the central region in recent years. Renowned as the youngest 8th-tier alchemist on the continent. At merely 19, he vanquished the formidable Tianming Old Demon. And a myriad of legendary feats are attributed to this youthful figure, bestowing upon him an unparalleled reputation at the tender age of 20. I had anticipated your arrival upon the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree. Beside Xiao Yan, the enchanting Hun Miao Miao wore a look of delight, her gaze tenderly fixed on him. Alas, what choice did I have? You were besieged. Could I refrain from offering my assistance? Observing the fleeting allure in Hun Miao Miao's eyes, Xiao Yan chuckled softly and shook his head. After such a prolonged separation, Hun Miao Miao had ascended to the level of a 5th-tier Douzun. However, as soon as he uttered these words, the crowd from various clans began to stir. Is this Xiao Yan not a member of the Xiao clan? Why has he chosen to protect someone from the Han clan? Indeed, the Xiao and Han clans are sworn enemies, both eager to eliminate one another at first sight. Why, then, does the young prince of the Xiao clan now shield the Han clan's saintus? The expressions of the powerful from various clans reflected their bewilderment. Witnessing this scene, 2 esteemed members of the Xiao clan suddenly wore grim visages. Your Highness, what are you doing? They scarcely had time to voice their concerns before being interrupted by a sharp cry. Xiao Yan. The voice, laced with indignation, echoed across the sky, causing Xiao Yan's expression to momentarily stiffen. From amidst the crowd emerged a breathtakingly beautiful woman of remarkable poise, none other than Yao Ling Xiao Yan. Who is she? Why do you protect her so? Yao Ling's delicate face turned cold, her gaze fixed icily upon the couple before her. Yet Hun Miao Miao remained unperturbed, her expression one of defiance as she regarded Yao Ling. Oh my, why is the saintess of the Yao clan so concerned for you? Could it be that you are her little paramour? Hun Miao Miao beamed at Xiao Yan, while he, caught between the piercing gazes of the 2 women, felt a sense of pressure he had not experienced even while facing the demon saint. Nevertheless, as the prince of the Xiao clan, he composed himself and coldly remarked, Enough. What are you 2 causing a ruckus for? I may not have much time left. Do you still wish to add to my troubles? Upon hearing these words, not only was Yao Ling taken aback, but even Hun Miao Miao paused momentarily, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, it was only at this moment that they remembered the true reason for Xiao Yan's quest for the Bodhi ancient tree. Surely, no one present yearned for the Bodhi heart more than he, for it alone could offer him a glimmer of hope in such dire circumstances. With this realization, the animosity between the 2 women dissipated, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Observing this, Xiao Yan allowed a smile to grace his lips as he drew both exquisite beauties into his embrace. We are all one family. There is no need for rivalry or jealousy, do you understand? Observing this scene, a profound silence enveloped all present. Among the ancient clan, expressions of anger marred the faces of Gu Qingyang and his companions, who longed to tear apart Xiao Yan on the spot. For he was the son-in-law of the ancient clan. Moreover, Sun Er was regarded as a goddess or sister in their hearts. Yet today, this Xiao Yan had the audacity to embrace 2 beautiful women in front of them. Had he not previously bested them in battle, these proud scions of the ancient clan would have rushed forward by now. The members of the medicine clan appeared slightly better off, though their expressions remained grim. As for the elites of the Flame clan, Stone clan, Thunder clan, and Spirit clan, their faces were marked with expressions that could only be described as watching a spectacle unfold. They had long heard tales of this Xiao Yan's libertine nature, and now it seemed the rumors were indeed true. Their clan had even discussed the possibility of marrying one of their own to this lecherous scion of the Xiao clan. But such a fickle man, no matter how distinguished, was simply not worth marrying. How disappointing. Several saintesses from the ancient tribes mused in their hearts. They had heard of Xiao Yan's notorious promiscuity, and it appeared to be confirmed. However, one must admit, his fortune with women was indeed enviable. To have 2 stunning beauties drawn to him, alongside the ancient clan's jewel as his fiancée, and perhaps he remained unaware of these 2 admirers. How remarkable indeed. A wave of jealousy and admiration surged within the hearts of several young saints, yet they dared not display it on their faces. In terms of lineage, they could not rival Xiao Yan, and in terms of strength, they were equally inferior. Apart from the 2 esteemed members of the Xiao clan present, the highest cultivation level among the young elites was merely that of a 7-star Douzun. Such strength, when placed before Xiao Yan, capable of vanquishing ancient fiends, was akin to that of a mere chick. While the others from various clans felt this way, the 2 young Douzuns of the Xiao clan exhibited a starkly different demeanor. A shadow of gloom crossed their faces as one of them spoke solemnly. Your Highness, the Imperial Scion, the one you are embracing, is but a remnant of the Soul Clan. Do you intend to shield this Soul Clan saintess? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened slightly as he regarded the 2 young Douzuns, a hint of authority gracing his features. You 2 are twin brothers, if I am not mistaken. You are the renowned High Duozun of this generation of the Xiao clan, are you not? Xiao Yan addressed the 2 young Douzuns directly. Oh, We did not expect the Imperial Scion to know our names, one of the young Dou Zuns replied, their expressions revealing surprise as they nodded in acknowledgement, although their eyes still reflected a wariness towards Xiao Yan. The Hehai Duo Zun, whose real names were Xiao Jianghe and Xiao Jianghai, were among the most distinguished figures of this generation within the Xiao clan, each possessing a 9th-grade bloodline, firmly established within the top 10 of the young generation. In other ancient clans, they would be regarded as scions of the saintly class or even as prospective leaders. Within the illustrious Xiao clan, numerous prodigies emerge, each generation not lacking in individuals possessing 9th-grade bloodlines. This abundance is what prevents the two from ranking among the top 3. However, the absence of such absolute talent within the Xiao clan does not imply that these two lack strength. They have achieved remarkable feats, having fought against semi-saints in unison without suffering defeat, and their innate gifts can indeed be considered top tier. Xiao Yan merely smiled and remarked, I truly intend to protect the holy maiden of the Soul clan. Do either of you have any objections? Upon hearing this, the previously sullen expressions of the two venerable figures, He-Hai and He-He, darkened considerably. One of them grimly inquired, Does your highness know that harboring individuals from the Soul clan, even as the esteemed prince, cannot absolve you from grave transgressions? In response, Xiao Yan simply smiled and said, There is no need to intimidate me. As the prince of the Xiao clan, I possess knowledge far beyond what you might assume. What if I were to tell you that safeguarding the holy maiden of the Soul clan is part of a plan devised by the clan leader and myself? Xiao Yan smiled faintly. The clan leader's plan? The expressions of Xiao Jianghe and Xiao Jianghai shifted noticeably. Although Xiao Xiaobei, the clan leader, and Xiao Yan, the prince, hold ostensibly equal status, in reality, it is Xiao Xiaobei who wields true power within the Xiao clan. With the clan patriarch largely uninvolved and the other two princes in seclusion, Xiao Xiaobei is the ultimate authority in the clan. Almost all matters within the clan are executed at the behest of the clan leader. If this is indeed the clan leader's plan, they would not dare to question it further. After all, while the younger generation might harbor doubts about the yet to fully mature Prince Xiao Yan, who would dare challenge the venerable pinnacle of combat, the clan leader? He stands as a figure of unparalleled stature, second to none. Nevertheless, she remains a remnant of the Soul clan. In my view, the prince should apprehend her first, suggested the older Xiao Jianghe, his tone grave. Apprehend her? Xiao Yan chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Jianghe while tightening his embrace around the waist of the Soul maiden, Hun Miao Miao. Did you not notice that I have already captured her? The two venerable figures, alongside the other clan heroes, murmured, Clan leader, you must handle this matter with care. If you fail to do so, I shall reveal the scandal involving you and your Soul clan paramour. Xiao Jianghe inhaled deeply, poised to respond, but was interrupted by Xiao Yan's sudden laughter. Just now, I overheard your conversation from a distance, and it seems that both of you hold a certain degree of dissatisfaction with me, instead leaning towards that Xiao Shenhuang. At this, the expressions of the two venerable figures shifted once more, a cold smile gracing Xiao Yan's lips. Before Xiao Yan's emergence, Xiao Shenhuang had been the strongest prodigy of this generation within the Xiao clan. Though his bloodline power could only be classified as 9th grade, he had encountered numerous fortuitous events and possessed an understanding that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The exceptionally gifted genius of the Xiao clan achieved the rank of a half-saint by the age of 30, boasting the remarkable feat of surviving battles against formidable Dou saint warriors. Given such accomplishments and innate talent, barring unforeseen circumstances, he harbors the potential to become the next imperial son of the Xiao clan. However, the title of imperial son is exalted beyond measure, even with a divine bloodline. One may not necessarily attain this esteemed position. King Xiao has relentlessly pursued this honor, as achieving sanctity by the age of 35 places him among the elite of the ancient 7 clans. Now, at under a century old, he has attained the strength of a 5-star Dou saint. Theoretically, he is not of the same generation as Xiao Yan. Yet his extraordinary talent continues to command the respect and admiration of countless prodigies within the Xiao clan. This reverence is largely due to King Xiao's past triumphs. Having once dominated the younger generation of the ancient 7 clans, defeating numerous outstanding disciples, and earning the title of the previous generation's Saint Sun King. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's meteoric rise, he might have very well become the next imperial son, but Xiao Yan's emergence swiftly secured him that title. Consequently, not only does King Xiao and his loyal following refuse to bow before Xiao Yan, many within the Xiao clan also harbor resentment towards the ease with which he claimed the position of imperial son. After all, the previous 2 imperial sons ascended with an invincible presence, each having slain high-ranking Dou saints. Yet, under the direct orders of the clan's ancestor, Xiao Xian, no one dared voice their dissent. Although they remained silent, their hearts undoubtedly brimmed with discontent. What significance does a divine bloodline hold? The Xiao clan is not lacking in such bloodlines, yet there are currently only 2 imperial sons. However, as Xiao Yan continues to rise in central state, his remarkable achievements have gradually garnered acceptance of his title among many in the Xiao clan. A half-saint at merely 20 years old has never been seen in the annals of Xiao clan history. Moreover, Xiao Yan is also a young 8th rank alchemist, an extraordinary talent unheard of not just within the Xiao clan, but throughout the entirety of the Dou continent's history. Nonetheless, despite this, King Zhao's years of accumulated influence have afforded him considerable power, attracting many prodigies to pledge their allegiance to him. Alongside numerous elders of the Xiao clan standing by his side, with some believing he possesses the potential to become the next clan leader. However, all of this faces uncertainty with Xiao Yan's emergence. The 2 esteemed figures in the river hesitated for a moment before finally speaking with resolve. Your Highness, although your accomplishments have proven your talent and potential, King Xiao is equally a generation's prodigy. Upon your attainment of sanctity, a confrontation with King Xiao will be inevitable. Only by defeating him can you truly gain the recognition of the entire Xiao clan. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary your current prowess, you may struggle to sway the public's opinion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile faintly, shaking his head nonchalantly as he responded, in that case, let us wait and see. I believe that in a few years, the esteemed Xiao Xinhuang will undoubtedly find himself vanquished beneath my feet. For Xiao Yan, as long as he could endure this current challenge, the path ahead would be smooth. The 9 nether demonic pythons' ancestral realm, the ancient void dragon island, and the pure lotus demonic fire, all these would swiftly enhance his power. However, the 2 esteemed figures of He and Hai remained somewhat unconvinced by Xiao Yan's words. Was such arrogance truly warranted from the imperial prince? Their brows furrowed slightly. They had followed Xiao Xinhuang for many years, while they acknowledged Xiao Yan's exceptional talent. Their allegiance still lay with Xiao Xinhuang. After all, they had witnessed the formidable might of Xiao Xinhuang firsthand. Arrogant, a subtle smirk played upon Xiao Yan's lips. What if this imperial prince were indeed a bit presumptuous? As his voice faded, the aura of a half-saint surged violently from within him, the overwhelming pressure causing all present to momentarily falter in their breaths. The 2 closest to Xiao Yan, He and Hai, were particularly affected, beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads as they valiantly withstood the oppressive force. You 2 are quite commendable, though your judgment may not be the best. I genuinely appreciate your loyalty, Xiao Yan remarked with a slight smile. However, regardless of your submission to Xiao Xinhuang in the external world, you must heed my command as the imperial prince. Xiao Yan gazed at the 2. If there are those within the clan who defy me, I shall ensure their compliance in due time. But for now, do you harbor any objections to my words? He and Hai exchanged glances, ultimately bowing their heads slightly. We dare not. The Xiao clan was such a collective. Any conflicts or dissent within the clan were to be resolved internally, yet outside the clan, unity was paramount, and infighting was strictly prohibited. It was this commendable practice that had prevented the Xiao clan from suffering significant internal strife. Otherwise, even with the bloodline of the fighting emperor, they would inevitably face decline one day. Very well, Xiao Yan said with a gentle smile. I hereby command you to temporarily cease the pursuit of the Soul Clan Sanctus. In the wild ancient domain, all shall proceed according to my directives. He and Hai nodded, refraining from further comment. Observing this, Xiao Yan felt no need to exert further effort to subdue them. Their compliance was unexpectedly agreeable. He then cast his gaze over the distinguished individuals from various clans, a smile gracing his face. Esteemed guests, Xiao Yan addressed the assembly. You are all members of the ancient 7 clans. If you are willing to follow me, I shall lead you in search of the Bodhi ancient tree. While I may not be able to bestow upon you the Bodhi heart, allowing you a taste of its essence is certainly within my means. Those who wish to accompany me, please step forward. As his words fell, the talented individuals from various clans exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, hesitant to voice their thoughts. To them, Xiao Yan was an individual they could not afford to offend under any circumstances, especially considering that the 2 most formidable figures among them, the river and sea sovereigns, were temporarily allied with Xiao Yan. Thus, the crowd naturally fell in line behind him. Before long, they found themselves before an endless expanse of black plains. The moment the celestial prodigies from various clans beheld this dark terrain, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Upon the boundless plain, a multitude of colossal, ferocious beasts roamed, their presence forming a dense, blood-red sea that stretched to the horizon. Their thunderous roars echoed like thunder throughout the heavens. Even Xiao Yan could not help but feel a flicker of surprise at the sight. The sheer number of beasts suggested a staggering quantity of magic cores. As this realization dawned upon him, a thrill of excitement coursed through his heart. While he might not be overly concerned with 1 or 2 magic cores from 7th or 8th tier beasts, The prospect of acquiring hundreds or even thousands was tantalizing enough to make even a Dou Saint envious. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan cast his gaze over the crowd and spoke calmly. In a moment, I shall take charge of slaying these ferocious beasts, while your task will be to collect the magic cores from their fallen forms. I will allocate 3/10 of the spoils to you. The crowd responded with incredulity. Aren't we supposed to breach the beast tide and seek the Bodhi ancient tree? How can you still afford the leisure to slay beasts? With such a vast number of ferocious creatures, even a Dou Saint would find it impossible to eradicate them all. One could not help but question whether Xiao Yan was perhaps overestimating his own capabilities, despite his extraordinary talents. In that moment, a chorus of skepticism echoed in the minds of the celestial prodigies. Though they possessed extraordinary gifts, their greed for trivial gains paled in comparison to the noble spirit of the Saint King. Even the river and sea sovereigns felt a sense of frustration. Yet, in the next instant, they witnessed Xiao Yan transform into a streak of light, rushing forward. Unbeknownst to them, a massive black ruler appeared in his grasp. With a vigorous swing, a colossal beam of ruler light, extending 1,000 feet, erupted from his hand. Flames of vibrant hues danced upon them, and wherever it struck, any beast that came into contact was cleaved in two, leaving behind charred remains. In an instant, a vast expanse of 1,000 feet in length and width emerged within the previously unbroken tide of beasts, filled with the anguished cries of those now severed, their blood-red eyes dimming. The crowd was taken aback as they observed Xiao Yan wielding with a flurry of movements, unleashing dozens of that sword from his hands. Everyone, hurry and collect the magic cores, someone shouted, shattering the stillness of the scene. In an instant, all present transformed into streaks of light, rushing to gather the precious magic cores. Chapter 441, The Obedient Prodigies. In contemporary times, the majority of these ferocious beasts are merely of the 6th and 7th tiers. Once their bodies were cleaved in twain by Xiao Yan, they exhibited no resistance against these esteemed contenders of the Dou Zun level. Under ordinary circumstances, the magic cores of such 6th and 7th tier beasts would be regarded with disdain by these scions of ancient clans, who have been accustomed to the most exquisite treasures from birth. However, when the quantity of these magic cores reached a significant number, even these so-called affluent youths found themselves somewhat unsettled. After all, with a single stroke of Xiao Yan's blade, over 100 beasts had been split asunder, and all they needed to do was casually unleash a surge of battle energy to shatter the skulls of these creatures and extract the magic cores. This remarkably effortless method of collection was akin to mere scavenging. While they might overlook 1 or 2 magic cores, when the count reached 10 or 8, they began to reconsider their stance, and if it exceeded 100, it became an invaluable treasure, even for the young lords of these ancient tribes. With swift movements, figures darted past, easily crushing the heads of the yet-to-perish beasts before rapidly soaring toward the next target. The expressions of the holy sons and daughters of the ancient clans had long abandoned their earlier disdain. Before them, Xiao Yan wielded the Ancient of, carving a pathway spanning hundreds of miles. The blood of the beasts had thoroughly soaked the earth in a dark crimson hue, and the sight of numerous beast corpses both instilled terror and ignited exhilaration among these prodigies. Yet, they soon realized that their pace in collecting the magic cores was lagging behind Xiao Yan's relentless slaughter. The sheer magnitude of his power was indeed terrifying. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qingyang and the others from the ancient clans felt a chill run through their bodies. Only then did they comprehend that during their previous skirmish with Xiao Yan, he had shown remarkable restraint. Had he unleashed his full might with that formidable black, they would have undoubtedly suffered devastating losses. This thought stirred within Gu Qingyang a twinge of defeat. After all, they were all young. How could the disparity be so vast? The river and sea elders, sharing a similar sentiment, began to grasp the extent of Xiao Yan's prowess. It was no wonder he could slay the ancient demon Tian Ming. With such talent, he might indeed surpass the Holy King. Observing Xiao Yan's retreating figure, the two elders found themselves engulfed in mixed emotions, yet they did not exhibit overt hostility. Ultimately, they were all part of the same lineage, merely entangled in trivial disputes over inconsequential interests, not worth the risk of open conflict. Moreover, if conflict were to arise, it would be at the level of the Holy King. They were not worthy opponents. Meanwhile, the other young elites from various clans were left utterly astonished by the display of Xiao Yan's strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan had nearly reached the terminus of the beast tide. What emerged before him were ferocious beasts comparable to the Dou Zun. Should these beasts unite in their assault, even the 9-turn Dou Zun would find themselves in considerable peril, and even a half-saint would be greatly troubled. Alas, such was the case for ordinary half-saints. Observing the dozens of 8th-tier beasts converging upon him, Xiao Yan felt not fear, but exhilaration. With a mighty sweep of his enormous ruler, He struck down upon the heads of the beasts with the ease of a chef slicing cucumbers. Crack, crack. The skulls of the beasts burst open as if they were watermelons struck by a hammer, their brains spilling forth. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan unleashed a powerful suction from his palm, collecting the magical cores of the fallen beasts. In the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, he amassed over 20 magical cores from 8th-tier beasts. After so effortlessly dispatching so many formidable foes, the previously frenzied beasts now exhibited expressions of fear. Though their intelligence was inferior to that of magical beasts, they possessed a primal instinct. Witnessing their companions fall with such ease, they comprehended that this human was not one to be trifled with. Consequently, the beasts began to flee in panic. "Where do you think you're going? Hand over the magical cores," Xiao Yan bellowed, pursuing them with his massive ruler in hand. When the numerous prodigies arrived at the culmination of the beast tide, the sight before them rendered them almost numb. Before them lay dozens of colossal beasts, each exceeding 100 feet in length, sprawled upon the ground, their enormous heads resembling exploded watermelons. In the distance, Xiao Yan continued his relentless pursuit of the remaining beasts, creating a scene where it appeared that he was the one assaulting the beast tide, rather than the other way around. After another incense stick's worth of time, Xiao Yan slowly returned to the group, wielding the ancient ruler imbued with ethereal flames. At that moment, he was drenched in blood, his long black hair fluttering in the wind, and the enormous black ruler in his hand was smeared with the brain matter of the beasts, making him resemble a deity of war standing amidst the heavens. Behind him lay a wide path stretching thousands of feet in width and hundreds of miles in length, formed from the blood and corpses of countless beasts. The ground was stained crimson, littered with the remains of the fallen beasts. To an unsuspecting observer, this scene might appear to be a pathway leading straight to the underworld. Surrounding this gruesome path, the eyes of all remaining beasts were filled with terror, keeping their distance in fear. All of this chaos was wrought by the young man who stood before them, resembling a demonic deity. The sound of swallowing echoed continuously. And at this moment, as all eyes turned toward Xiao Yan, the previous disdain had vanished, replaced solely by profound reverence. Even Hun Miao Miao and Yao Ling regarded Xiao Yan with utmost obedience, while the two esteemed figures, he and Hai, had begun to bow their heads in submission. Haha. Everyone, there are no flowers on my face, so let's not linger any longer. Please hand over 70% of the magic cores you possess, Xiao Yan remarked nonchalantly. Indifferent to their all. To him, they were merely a bunch of minor characters, and their respect brought him little sense of achievement. Upon hearing his words, the talented individuals from various clans immediately complied, retrieving handfuls of magic cores from their spatial rings and respectfully presenting them to Xiao Yan. "Your Highness, here are your magic cores. Your Highness, these are your magic cores." At that moment, the once proud and boisterous elite of the clans appeared as docile as chicks before Xiao Yan. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan merely smiled slightly, his gaze shifting to the thousands of magic cores floating in the sky, and his smile broadened. He had fought his way through, slaying nearly 10,000 magical beasts, carving a vast blood path through the beast tide. Thus his rewards were exceedingly plentiful. Each of these elites possessed nearly 100 magic cores, not to mention his substantial share. Calculating the 70%, it amounted to over 6,000 cores. Such a colossal number might well rival the existing 6th and 7th tier magic cores of ancient races like the Stone and Spirit clans. This tremendous quantity of magic cores could prove to be immensely beneficial to me in the future, Xiao Yan mused as he waved his hand. The more than 6,000 magic cores in the sky swiftly transformed into a torrent, flowing into his spatial ring, where they soon formed a small mountain of cores. Thanks to the superior quality of his spatial ring, if it had been an ordinary one, it might have been overwhelmed by the influx of magic cores. "You two need not offer me any more. Keep them for yourselves," Xiao Yan interjected, halting Hun Miao Miao and Yao Ling's attempts to present more cores. "After all, we are old partners. There is no need for such formality." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hun Miao Miao and Yao Ling softened slightly. Yet upon catching sight of each other's stunning faces, they huffed and turned away, exuding an air of rivalry. "Ah, women are truly troublesome. I wonder when this prince will arrange for you to be more candid with one another," Xiao Yan sighed, shaking his head. Nevertheless, with such abundant gains, his spirits remained high. He then turned his gaze to the distance and called out, "Everyone, follow me." With that, he led the group onward. Upon flying less than 100 zhang, the sight before Xiao Yan and everyone else caused their eyes to glimmer with intrigue. Before them, at a distance of several thousand feet, stood an ancient tree of immense stature, casting its shadow over the boundless plain. A refreshing aura wafted around the tree, occasionally morphing into various shapes, exuding an air of enchantment and mystery. Could this be the legendary Bodhi tree? As they gazed at the ancient tree, which seemed to rise majestically between heaven and earth. Even Xiao Yan felt his heart race with excitement. Chapter 442, Half-Saint Puppet. The Bodhi Tree. Observing this truly towering giant, everyone's eyes sparkled with fervor. Such a legendary spiritual root of the earth. Even those present from ancient lineages could only glean information about it from tales and ancient texts. How magnificent, whispered Hun Miao Miao, unable to contain her awe. Despite the considerable distance, they could still sense the enormity of the Bodhi tree, its vast shade enveloping the surroundings and resonating with age and solemnity. Is it that big? I feel like I might be even larger, Xiao Yan teased. Just you? Hun Miao Miao's cheeks flushed slightly, casting him a sidelong glance. It is indeed substantial. Ample enough for this holy maiden to use as a toothpick. Toothpick? Xiao Yan exclaimed in indignation. Very well, I shall assist you with that task another day. Just as Xiao Yan was jesting with Hun Miao Miao, a delicate hand pinched his waist sharply, and he turned to see it was Yao Ling. Ah, Sister Yao Ling. I can help you with that too, Xiao Yan replied with a dazzling smile. In the next instant, both sides of his waist were firmly grasped by her delicate hands. For the first time, the two women exhibited a silent understanding. Now that the Bodhi tree has appeared, let us hasten toward it, Xiao Yan said, gently shaking his head. Before leading the group swiftly toward the magnificent tree. During their journey, he also focused on swiftly regaining his stamina, although he had not exhausted himself excessively. Maintaining peak condition was essential. For these formidable Dou Zun warriors, the distance of several thousand feet was merely a fleeting moment. As their pace gradually slowed, they beheld the Bodhi tree anew, this time with a different sense of awe. The massive trunk, towering several thousand feet, resembled a colossal pillar capable of piercing the heavens. Its surface was imbued with an ancient essence, and the tree's expansive shade could easily envelop half a small city. What astonished them further was the rich, refreshing aura emanating from the tree, rippling through the sky and occasionally conjuring wondrous sights. Sunlight filtered through the lush, crystalline leaves, creating a translucent beauty that allowed Xiao Yan and the others to feel the vibrant life force emanating from it. Amidst the refreshing aura emanating from the ancient Bodhi tree sofa, Xiao Yan felt an unsettling sensation creeping upon him. A feeling that stemmed from the immense spiritual power he had attained at the celestial level. Yet, despite his elevated spiritual prowess, he could only vaguely perceive this discomfort. He was well aware of its origin, which lay in the negative emotions of a Dou Di stronghold that had permeated the Bodhi tree. However, it was precisely this connection that afforded him a greater opportunity to grasp the essence of the Bodhi heart and the enlightenment of the Bodhi tree. After all, how could a Bodhi tree tainted by such negative emotions refuse the allure of? As for the Bodhi seeds, their utility had diminished significantly at his current level. Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixed upon the colossal Bodhi tree, its invigorating aura instilling a sense of tranquility. Nevertheless, an inexplicable unease lingered in the depths of his being. Young master, what shall we do next? At that moment, a young man from the Yan clan cautiously inquired. What shall we do? Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. Let us not rush. Everyone should focus on recovering. Otherwise, we may soon find ourselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Fierce battle? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted, for if Xiao Yan, who could slay even half-saints, deemed it a fierce battle, then the danger they were about to confront must be exceedingly formidable. Yet, the nature of this peril remained shrouded in mystery. Xiao Yan refrained from elaborating. While he felt assured, the prodigies around him were oblivious to the situation of the Bodhi tree. However, as they drew nearer, even these gifted individuals began to sense a peculiar aura emanating from the Bodhi tree. This sensation felt akin to a subtle chill seeping into their very bones, causing them all to shudder involuntarily, prompting them to channel their energies and prepare themselves for peak performance. Thud, thud. As they approached, a vague sound began to resonate in their ears. When they lifted their gazes, their eyes suddenly focused with intensity. Approximately 100 feet away from the trunk, a brilliant radiance emerged, pulsating like a massive energy heart. At the sight of this energy heart, the eyes of all present ignited with fervor, their own hearts racing in response. What could evoke such excitement if not the legendary Bodhi heart? Should they successfully refine this Bodhi heart, they would finally step into the coveted realm of Dou Sheng, becoming the true pinnacle of power within their clan and even the entire continent. As the crowd's hearts burned fervently for the Bodhi spirit, subtle sounds began to resonate, and with their arrival, numerous slender branches cascaded from the tree's shadow. As these bundled branches fell to the ground and gradually unfurled, 5 ancient figures emerged expressionlessly from within. With their appearance, the very fabric of space trembled violently, a formidable pressure instantaneously causing all present, save for Xiao Yan, to momentarily falter. Half-saint powerhouses. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone present felt their expressions darken. realizing that all 5 figures were indeed half-saints. How could it be possible for 5 half-saints to appear at once in this place? Some could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Had Xiao Yan not remained standing, many would have already contemplated fleeing. Even if they joined forces, surviving such an encounter with 5 half-saints would be a remarkable feat. Everyone, do not panic. Xiao Yan suddenly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd behind him. For reasons unknown, his presence brought an unexpected sense of calm. Before you stand merely 5 puppets of half-saint caliber. Upon hearing these words, the talented individuals turned their serious attention to the 5 figures. Indeed, these half-saint beings bore no signs of life within them, even their souls having long since dissipated. Yet, as they considered that these formidable half-saints had been reduced to mere puppets, dread seeped deeper into their hearts, cold sweat trickling down their brows. To transform half-saint powerhouses into puppets is a terrifying feat. After all, half-saints are esteemed figures even among the ancient 7 clans. The notion that such beings could be controlled by the Bodhi ancient tree was chilling. Observing the unease on the faces of the crowd, Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly. If you follow my instructions, I assure you that you will return alive, and you shall gain significant rewards during this journey. Upon hearing this, the talented individuals fell silent, their gazes fixed on Xiao Yan, curiosity evident in their eyes. Master DZ, what shall we do next? In that moment, Xiao Yan was no longer merely an object of reverence. He had, unbeknownst to him, become their pillar of strength, their leader. Yao Ling and Hun Miao Miao regarded Xiao Yan with eyes that, beyond their past affections, now sparkled with an added fervor. A man exuding his power or focusing intently on a task possesses an allure that magnifies, even causing the saintesses of the other clans to gaze at Xiao Yan with a glimmer of admiration. What shall we do? Observing the anxious yet exhilarated expressions on the faces of the young individuals before him, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile faintly. Miao Miao, please collaborate with the 2 esteemed ones from the Hahai clan to ensnare a half-saint puppet. Sister Yao Ling, you shall assist from the sidelines using the medicinal pills of your clan. Xiao Yan directed his gaze towards Hun Miao Miao and Yao Ling. All you need to do is to entangle him. Do not sustain any injuries, for it would cause me great distress. Upon hearing this, the 2 esteemed members of Hahai clan slightly twitched their lips. So, you mean to say we are to act as your shield to protect your lady? Xiao Yan chose not to elaborate further and turned his attention to the other talented individuals present. You all hail from ancient lineages, each possessing inherited techniques for combined assault. With so many of you joining forces, ensnaring a single puppet should pose no challenge, correct? The other talented individuals nodded in agreement. While their individual prowess might only equate to a few stars in the Dozun realm, when employing their clan's combined techniques, they dared to confront even the peak Dozun. With the various unique abilities from their respective clans, they could indeed contend with a living half-saint for a considerable duration, making the task of dealing with a half-saint puppet rather trivial. Seeing the affirmation from the crowd, Xiao Yan smiled once more. Very well, as for the remaining 3 puppets, leave them to me. As his words fell, a momentary silence enveloped the assembly, with each individual gazing at Xiao Yan in disbelief. Even though they were aware of Xiao Yan's terrifying accomplishments in defeating the ancient demon Tian Ming, the notion of him tackling 3 half-saint level puppets simultaneously left them astounded. Though the combat strength of these half-saint puppets was considerably weaker than that of true half-saint beings, each had once been a genuine half-saint in life. If 3 half-saint puppets were to join forces, even a typical half-saint would likely find themselves in perilous straits. Yet, Xiao Yan expressed this daunting task with such ease. Disregarding their astonishment, Xiao Yan merely smiled and remarked, "Friends, there is no time to waste. Let us act swiftly, lest you lose this fortuitous opportunity." With that, he soared forward, transforming into a streak of luminous light as he entered the domain shrouded by the ancient Bodhi tree. Upon his arrival, the previously motionless half-saint puppets began to stir, emanating an aura of terrifying murderous intent that shook the very fabric of space. This is not good. The half-saint puppets are about to strike. We must assist Xiao Yan. Upon witnessing this scene, Hun Miao Miao sprang into action. She was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's capabilities. After all, the 3 of them had previously collaborated to eliminate a half-saint level creature in the depths of the 9 Nether Abyss, at a time when Xiao Yan's cultivation had barely reached the pinnacle of Dozun. Now, having ascended to the half-saint realm, even if he claimed he could handle 5 half-saint puppets alone, Miao Miao held no doubts whatsoever. Following her lead, Yao Ling and the 2 esteemed members of the Hahai clan swiftly proceeded to join her. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining prodigies dared not hesitate. Since Xiao Yan, the most formidable among them, was willing to shoulder the majority of the burden, they naturally could not refuse. Over 20 ancient race Dozun prodigies joined forces to confront a mere semi-holy level puppet. and they felt a degree of confidence in their endeavor. Consequently, these prodigies swiftly formed formations, leveraging the legacies of their ancient races, and astonishingly, each lineage erupted with power comparable to the pinnacle of Douzun. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already waved his hand, and the 5 wheels of Lihua swirled in the air. In the next instant, 5 colossal fire spirits soared from the void, each towering 100 feet, engulfed in flames, and swiftly ensnared the 2 semi-holy grade puppets. Observing this spectacle, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed, while those beside him could not help but flinch. Was this Xiao Yan merely able to bind 2 semi-holy puppets with an effortlessly conjured formation? Such power was utterly terrifying. Xiao Yan now stood before the first puppet, dismissing the notion that 5 puppets, long since dried and lifeless, could obstruct his path. With a cold chuckle, he surged forward, and as the semi-holy puppet launched an assault, he delivered a fierce elbow strike directly to its chest. 8 extremes collapse, he exclaimed, and the force of his blow sent the puppet staggering back several dozen feet. The chest, which had withstood the combined assaults of other prodigies with little effect, now caved in, fracturing its ribcage into several pieces. A furious roar erupted from the puppet, infused with a terrifying strength as it charged toward Xiao Yan. This exemplified the horror of puppets, devoid of any sensation. They knew only to attack fearlessly. Nevertheless, this particular puppet had been dead for many years. Its strength diminished by more than a fraction compared to its peak. No matter its relentless onslaught, Xiao Yan remained undaunted. His current full-force strike could easily overwhelm even a true semi-holy, let alone a puppet long past its prime. Boom. Xiao Yan, disinterested in employing advanced techniques, opted for a direct confrontation, causing the puppet to emit a series of explosive sounds. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the first semi-holy puppet was utterly dismantled, reduced to a mere puddle of debris by Xiao Yan's relentless assault. Having been controlled for so many years after its demise, today, allow me to grant you liberation. Xiao Yan gazed upon the semi-holy puppet, now on the verge of collapse. Radiant flames erupted from his fists as he twisted his waist, channeling the overwhelming power of his 9 revolutions Douzun peak physique, far surpassing that of an ordinary semi-holy. As a torrent of formidable Dou Qi surged forth. 8 extremes collapse, he declared once more, his fist tearing through the space above, descending upon the puppet's head with unyielding force. At that moment, the head of the puppet shattered like a desiccated watermelon, as Xiao Yan's fist, though slightly diminished in power, still descended with an unparalleled momentum. Boom. This unadorned punch directly obliterated the body of the semi-saint level puppet into fragments. In the next instant, brilliant flames erupted from Xiao Yan's hand, swiftly incinerating the remnants until they were reduced to a cloud of black ash. The first semi-saint puppet was thus effortlessly vanquished. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan dashed toward the second puppet, which was embroiled in a fierce battle with 2 fire spirits. Despite the puppet's advantage, the fire spirits bore numerous wounds. Yet under the replenishing influence of Xiao Yan's, they quickly regained their vigor. The semi-saint puppet, although maintaining the upper hand, had its already withered flesh charred to a darkened hue. 5 wheels of leaving fire formation coalesce. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yan commanded the 2 fire spirits to retreat from the fray and soar toward the third puppet. As he launched a devastating punch that sent the second puppet flying, the 5 fire spirits converged in the sky, forming a colossal formation. They swiftly ensnared the third puppet, spinning wildly, and under the formation's dominion. The third puppet was gradually subdued, the temperature within the array escalating to a terrifying degree. In the next moment, the oppressive heat enveloped the space, transforming it into a void of blackened nothingness. The central third puppet struggled in vain, its desperate strikes causing the fire spirits to shudder. Yet, despite their quaking, the semi-saint puppet could not breach the confines of the 5 wheels of leaving fire formation. The excruciating heat ignited resplendent flames upon its form. At this juncture, Xiao Yan once again brandished the, swinging the immense with ferocious intent toward the second puppet. The colossal struck the puppet with a thunderous clang, reminiscent of a bell tolling. This singular blow contorted the puppet's right arm grotesquely. Unfazed, Xiao Yan continued his assault, aiming at the puppet's head. The puppet raised its left hand to defend, but after another strike, its left hand was instantly crushed, leaving both arms incapacitated. Yet, the puppet persisted in its defiance. However, after 3 more strikes with the arms of the second semi-saint puppet were shattered, exposing its desiccated flesh and fractured bones. Nowhere to run, Xiao Yan exclaimed, lifting the enormous once more to strike at the puppet's forehead. In that instant, the puppet, instead of recklessly charging at Xiao Yan, turned and fled in terror. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers, a multitude of prodigies in the distance, collectively swallowed hard, their astonishment palpable. It has always been a sight to behold when puppets chase after humans. However, today one witnesses the unusual spectacle of a human pursuing a puppet. Yet, this particular puppet did not flee far before being overtaken by Xiao Yan. As the ominous black great axe descended, a formidable force shattered the puppet's head instantaneously, and with a follow-up strike, the second puppet was reduced to mere fragments. Subsequently, the ethereal flames engulfed the remnants, causing the second puppet to vanish entirely. Xiao Yan paid no heed to the third puppet, swiftly appearing before the fourth one after a few flickering movements. The third puppet, ensnared within the 5 wheels of Lihua formation, found itself utterly unable to escape, while the dreadful heat emanating from the formation ignited its desiccated flesh. At this moment, the fourth puppet was being tightly bound by the 2 figures of He and Hun Miao Miao. The 2 wielded a combined technique, creating an expansive domain resembling an ocean within a 1,000 zhang radius. Within this realm, torrents of water intermingled with terrifying power ensnared the puppet's body. This technique, known as rivers and seas, was the renowned skill of He and his brother. If either of them were to employ this technique alone, its power might only reach the lower tier of the heavenly stage. However, when united, it rivaled the mid-tier heavenly techniques. The duo had previously triumphed over a formidable 9 transformation Dozun using this joint technique, allowing them even a slim chance of survival against a half-saint. Roaring in defiance, the puppet fixated its gaze upon He and his brother, struggling against the overwhelming water attribute Dou Qi domain that ensnared it. Each time it nearly broke free, a woman clad in black armor would suddenly materialize nearby, raising her hand to unleash a fearsome assault. Meanwhile, Yao Ling merely observed from the sidelines. Upon witnessing the terrifying attack in Hun Miao Miao's hands, even He and his brother could not suppress the slight narrowing of their pupils. The Soul Clan Saintess, despite her mere 5 transformation Dozun strength, wielded an array of bizarre techniques augmented by her armor. It was likely that even their combined efforts would not suffice against her. Had Xiao Yan not intervened, they might have been able to eliminate 2 opponents in their assault. While lost in such thoughts, they suddenly beheld a young man clad in black appearing unexpectedly within their Dou Qi domain. Within this domain, even the half-saint puppet was experiencing considerable distress. However, Xiao Yan, enveloped in resplendent ethereal flames, remained unaffected by the turmoil, while the brother's water attribute Dou Qi was rapidly consumed. Such formidable power. Witnessing this scene, He and his brother exchanged glances, each reflecting a bittersweet smile in the other's eyes. It appears that once Xiao Yan matures, he may indeed trample even the esteemed Saint King beneath his feet. While they were each ensnared in their own dilemmas, Xiao Yan had already raised his colossal staff high, with flames seething atop it, wielding the power to rend the very fabric of space as he struck fiercely upon the puppet's head. A resounding clang echoed through the air, and a fissure swiftly opened in the puppet's cranium, which rapidly spread into countless cracks before ultimately erupting. Yet, even as its head shattered, the body continued its relentless assault toward Xiao Yan. "Ah, how I relish your defiance," Xiao Yan cackled, his staff whirling wildly in his grasp as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with the swiftness of lightning. With the final blow, the 4th semi-holy puppet exploded, and Xiao Yan promptly incinerated it with his extraordinary flames. At that moment, the 3rd puppet had already been reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame, charred and blackened by the 5 wheels of leaving fire formation. Xiao Yan cast a knowing smile towards the 2 esteemed figures of the He, then swiftly charged towards the 5th puppet. This 5th puppet was besieged by formations crafted by the 6 clans' prodigies. Despite its formidable strength, it struggled to inflict harm upon these talented individuals. Their diverse powers, when harmonized, unleashed in even greater force. They remained steadfast in remembrance of Xiao Yan's words, displaying no recklessness but rather focusing on entanglement. As Xiao Yan's ancient flame staff shattered the last of the puppets, the gazes of the various clan prodigies towards him brimmed with reverence. However, Xiao Yan paid little heed, his figure flashing to reappear within the confines of the leaving fire formation. At this moment, the skeletal frame of the 3rd puppet displayed signs of carbonization. His extraordinary flames were now potent enough to threaten even a Dou saint. Thus, dealing with a long-fallen corpse posed no challenge. Observing the skeletal remains still resisting despite being reduced to mere bones, Xiao Yan gently shook his head. "Dust to dust, earth to earth. Now let me grant you liberation." With that, the massive beam of his staff struck forth, instantly obliterating the stubborn, half-holy skeleton, which was reduced to ash beneath the flames. At last, the 5 adversaries had been vanquished. Xiao Yan opened his mouth and inhaled, drawing all the flames from the 5 wheels of leaving fire formation back into his being, before casting a cheerful glance at the onlookers. "Esteemed ones, this trouble has been resolved. We can now reap the fruits that belong to us." Xiao Yan's smile, however, sent chills down the spines of all the prodigies. For in a mere incense stick's duration, this dark-clad youth had turned 5 semi-holy puppets to ash. Yes, Lord Prince. A voice broke the silence, and soon everyone echoed in agreement. Chapter 444, The Battle in the Illusion. In the minds of many, Xiao Yan has ascended to an extraordinarily formidable level, one so terrifying that the once proud scions of the ancient 7 clans now find themselves in submission. Indeed, he possesses the strength to effortlessly subdue all contemporaneous prodigies. These talented individuals even speculate that, should all the young elites under 30 from the entirety of Central State unite, they would still falter against Xiao Yan's might. With such unrivaled prowess in the present era, what reason do they have to defy him? Soon, the group traversed a considerable distance, finally entering the majestic realm of the Bodhi tree. As they approached, they truly comprehended the magnificent stature of this ancient tree, which had thrived for countless millennia. Standing beneath its towering presence, they were awestruck by its colossal grandeur. Suddenly, as they pondered how to enter the Bodhi tree, a resplendent light erupted from its robust trunk. This brilliance instantly transformed into a radiant beam, enveloping them all within its luminous embrace. This unforeseen spectacle startled everyone, and as they attempted to summon their internal fighting spirit, they were astonished to discover that their energies had completely vanished. Amid their shock, the radiant beam rapidly constricted, swiftly retreating into the heart of the Bodhi tree, along with Xiao Yan and his fellow prodigies. In mere moments, the once vibrant locale beneath the Bodhi tree returned to an eerie silence. With this stillness came a figure bearing a blood-red battle axe, who quietly appeared in the sky above. "Little one, we have even summoned the Bodhi tree for your sake. Do not let us down," murmured Xiao Chun, gazing at the immense tree below. This is a vast and boundless world, far more expansive than the Dou Qi continent, a realm of infinite wonders. The setting sun cast a crimson hue, bathing the world in a sanguine light. As Xiao Yan looked down, he realized that the earth was indeed soaked in blood. Corpses littered the ground, humans, magical beasts, and strange entities alike, turning the land a deep red, with even the sea tinged with a faint sanguine glow. Raising his gaze, Xiao Yan beheld towering figures, some standing, others fallen, their heights reaching thousands of feet. The nearest body was that of Xiao Xian in his Dou Di form, now cracked and bloodied, the strongest on the continent. "Xiao Yan, survive," came a weak voice from Xiao Xian as he witnessed the fading light in his eyes. Familiar scenes resurfaced before Xiao Yan, yet this time, the sensations felt achingly real. "Brother Yan, you must live. You are our last hope," a familiar voice echoed, revealing Shi Hao, who had transformed from a chubby child into a handsome young man. Yet there lingered a peculiar weariness upon his countenance. Having uttered these words, he resolutely turned and strode into the distance. Once again, this scene unfolded. What did it truly symbolize? At this moment, a long-forgotten sense of dread surged from the depths of Xiao Yan's heart. Since his arrival in this world, he had not experienced such a terrifying feeling for quite some time. Thunder rumbled. An endless expanse of black mist spread across the horizon, seemingly enveloping the entire world within its grasp. Countless blood-red eyes peered through the murk, fixated on Xiao Yan and Shi Hao. Yet, unlike the haunting dream in Wu-Ten City, Xiao Yan was now acutely aware of the nature of the boundless black fog before him. Were these the malevolent beings from beyond the realm? Gazing at the infinite black mist and the towering figures wreathed in demonic flames, Xiao Yan felt an unnatural tremor coursing through his body. No longer was he the mere Dou Huang of yore. After countless experiences over the years, he had finally discerned the horrifying figures looming within the black fog, each one a formidable demon emperor. The presence of a single demon emperor signified an entity comparable to a Dou Di, and yet, within this vast black shroud, there existed no fewer than 100 such terrifying beings. Behind them loomed an unfathomable army, the weakest among them possessing strength akin to that of a Dou Zun. For Xiao Yan in his current state, this level of otherworldly malevolence posed little genuine threat. He would not fear even 100 Dou Zun-level foes. However, amidst the boundless black fog, swarmed an almost locust-like multitude of these malevolent beings. As he surveyed the scene, it became evident that their numbers were likely in the millions, perhaps even reaching tens of millions or more. At this moment, Xiao Yan comprehended the reason behind the invasion of such a formidable otherworldly race, despite the presence of such powerful beings in the realm of Dou Qi. The sheer number of these formidable entities was enough to obliterate even the most glorious era of the Dou Qi continent in ancient times. Was this truly the strength of the otherworldly malevolence? Witnessing such a sight, even Xiao Yan could not suppress the expression of despair that crept upon his face. It was hard to fathom the sacrifices made by the grand world of yore to repel these fiends. No wonder even a being of true Flame Emperor's caliber ultimately perished in the great battles of antiquity. Brother Yan, I have truly become the unparalleled force you spoke of. Xiao turned back to Xiao Yan with a faint smile. Then, an overwhelming brilliance erupted from his being, and a colossal avatar, towering to a height of 10,000 zhong, manifested between heaven and earth. I am a being born of destiny. Thus, I shall meet my end in the face of calamity. Xiao proclaimed, radiating resplendent light as he spoke. In the very next moment, amidst the boundless army of the malevolent extraterrestrial beings, dozens of demon emperors surged forward, accompanied by an endless torrent of darkness, charging towards Xiao. Die! Xiao roared, and at that instant, his colossal avatar, towering at a staggering height of 100,000 zhong, erupted with formidable power. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a gigantic palm capable of overshadowing an entire empire manifested in the sky, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns that shimmered with ethereal light as it descended upon the demonic horde. However, despite Xiao's formidable prowess, the demonic army was not without its own array of demon emperor-level masters. Each of these demon emperors unleashed their devastating techniques, launching fearsome assaults that could obliterate an empire in a heartbeat towards Xiao. Fueled by an insatiable battle spirit, Xiao clashed fiercely with the relentless extraterritorial malevolent forces. With each strike of his hand, vast swathes of the enemy ranks fell, and with a single punch, he even grievously wounded a demon emperor. The vast expanse of earth beneath Xiao erupted with massive fissures stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, resembling gaping wounds. His lethal techniques carved through the battlefield, leading to the demise of thousands of demonic warriors, whose strengths rivaled the highest echelons of combatants. Yet, even in the face of such prowess, Xiao found himself increasingly beleaguered under the onslaught of over a dozen demon emperors and the ceaseless waves of malevolent beings. His avatar bore numerous wounds, and the dark, malevolent energies enveloped him in a shroud of ominous power. Enough! Xiao Yan's eyes blazed crimson as he unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth, the sheer force of his voice obliterating the bodies of hundreds of the extraterritorial, malevolent beings. How has my power reached such terrifying heights? A look of astonishment flickered in Xiao Yan's gaze. Among those he had shattered with his voice were even beings comparable to the mightiest combatants. Yet a single roar from him had caused them to explode. Is this the power of a Dou Emperor? No. This is the strength of the supreme being of the vast world. A brilliant glimmer ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes as he focused his will, summoning a colossal figure even larger than Xiao's avatar, which suddenly materialized in the cosmos. This immense form towered incomprehensibly, intertwined with intricate and profound patterns, while resplendent flames engulfed the space, reducing it to nothingness. Damnable extraterritorial malevolence, you shall all perish. As he felt this unprecedented power, Xiao Yan's spirit surged with exhilaration. This intoxicating strength bore an unfathomable might, as if a single punch could rend the very fabric of the Dou Qi continent itself. Die! Xiao Yan growled. And with a sweeping gesture of his immense avatar, an ocean of brilliant flames erupted, swiftly consuming a vast portion of the land beneath him. In the next instant, 9 colossal fire dragons, each measuring thousands of miles in length, manifested, their bodies ablaze with dazzling flames that incinerated even the pervasive dark energies in their wake. The fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, capable of instantly incinerating countless legions of the malevolent extraterrestrial races into nothingness. Its power was formidable and terrifying. At the same time, Xiao Yan felt the dreadful temperature emanating from the flames, infinitely stronger than his current. Even the pure lotus demon fire seemed insignificant in comparison to such flames. More importantly, this fire possessed a fearsome restraining force against the extraterrestrial malevolence, reaching an astounding level of potency. Could this flame be the true flame of purity? A look of astonishment flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, as he finally comprehended the immense terror of the true Flame Emperor. Just as Xiao Yan pondered, dozens of figures suddenly surged forth from the endless ranks of the extraterrestrial malevolence. Each figure, with a mere wave of their hand, released boundless demonic energy. Despite the fire dragon's terrifying strength, it found itself ensnared by these demon emperors. Were it not for the formidable restraining effect of the true flame of purity against these demon sovereigns, the fire dragons would have long since been subdued. As these fire dragons became entangled, over 10 demon emperors converged upon Xiao Yan. Initially, these demon emperors were merely slightly taller than ordinary individuals, but in an instant, they transformed into towering demonic beings exceeding 100,000 zhong in height. The 3 leading figures stood nearly 1,000,000 zhong tall. As demonic energy swirled, it seemed that even an entire realm could be corrupted into a hellish domain. Xiao Yan, your time of demise has arrived. They never anticipated that a mere lower realm of the Dou continent, after nurturing the true Flame Emperor, would yield another formidable powerhouse. Alas, not only do you fall short of the true Flame Emperor, but even if you were to fully ascend to the status of the second true Flame Emperor, you would still meet your end here today. In a span of mere decades since ascending to the vast world, you have acquired the strength to severely injure a heavenly demon emperor. Individuals like you pose a colossal threat to our holy clan's future if left unchecked. How amusing it is that we, among the 32 great clans, have deemed it necessary to dispatch 3 clans solely to confront you. This is the very formation that once contended with the true Flame Emperor. The 3 heavenly demon emperors relentlessly besieged Xiao Yan. Despite his formidable might, he quickly sustained grievous wounds under their assault. The true Flame Emperor had once managed to drag a heavenly demon emperor to his demise while effortlessly suppressing the cursed heavenly demon emperor. However, you, in your current state, likely lack that capability. The cruel laughter of numerous demon emperors echoed in Xiao Yan's ears as a brilliant radiance suddenly erupted from the distant horizon. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly glowed a deep crimson. It was sure how, in a bid to distract several heavenly demon emperors, he had chosen to self-destruct. Do not be hasty. None shall escape your endless fire domain today. Next, it will be you, the master of the endless fire domain. The eerie laughter of numerous demon emperors echoed through the air. When Xiao Yan turned around, he beheld countless lifeless bodies strewn across the land. These individuals were once formidable beings from the endless fire domain. Some hailed from the Dou continent, following him relentlessly, while others came from the vast expanse of the great thousand world, united by a shared purpose. Yet now, they had all perished. It is all my fault. I should not have recklessly engaged in battle with the malevolent forces from beyond the realm before I had truly matured. I have wronged you all. A trace of desolation flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, swiftly replaced by a dreadful sense of annihilation. The true Flame Emperor had once slain a celestial demon emperor and sealed another. Although I, Xiao Yan, have not yet reached such heights, I can still make you pay a grievous price. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yan ignited in brilliant flames, enduring a strike from a celestial demon emperor and forcing back the multitude of demon emperors. In the next moment, torrents of fire surged from within him, transforming into lotus petals. In the blink of an eye, a colossal fire lotus, resplendent with myriad colors, manifested in the heavens and the earth. Upon witnessing this magnificent fire lotus, even the faces of the 3 celestial demon emperors betrayed a flicker of fear. Since you have come in such numbers, let you all serve as offerings for the endless fire domain. A cold smirk crept across Xiao Yan's lips. Fire lotus of annihilation. Severe pain radiated from within him, and a dazzling brilliance engulfed the entire continent beneath his feet. With the explosion, Xiao Yan's consciousness plunged into a chaotic abyss, entering a state of hazy unawareness. At that moment, an unexpectedly refreshing aura penetrated his consciousness. As this cool essence surged in, Xiao Yan's awareness jolted violently, and the vividly real scene shattered like glass, revealing a greenish luminescence before his eyes. Was everything that transpired merely an illusion? No wonder even semi-saint level beings were ensnared within, without the aid of this Bodhi seed. Even my soul, now at the heavenly realm, would likely have succumbed to the same fate. Xiao Yan mused inwardly, recognizing the peril he had narrowly escaped. Yet, recalling the illusory realm still made him uneasy. Could this be the fate that awaited him as he ascended to the great thousand world? Impossible. I must not allow such a fate to unfold. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan lifted his gaze, determined to seek a true answer. At this moment, he found himself enveloped in a verdant space, where a colossal ancient tree stood, seemingly eternal, its height exceeding a dozen zhang. This tree radiated a vibrant green hue, akin to the finest jade, exuding an astonishing vitality. Compared to the Bodhi tree in the outside world, which could overshadow half an ancient city, this one appeared as a diminutive version, yet its essence remained identical. Xiao Yan remained silent, his expression grave as he regarded the Bodhi ancient tree before him. If all goes as expected, the ancient Bodhi tree would soon seek something from him. Indeed, in the next moment, the verdant Bodhi tree trembled slightly, and luminous orbs shot forth, ultimately hovering before Xiao Yan. As these orbs flickered, various scenes emerged from within. Chapter 445, The Second Generation Soul Emperor and the Void-Devouring Flame. The orbs transformed, revealing the faces of those who had accompanied him to the Bodhi tree, Yao Ling, Hun Miao Miao, and others. However, they all appeared distressed, their brows furrowed, their eyes either closed or wide open, betraying a sense of confusion. Evidently, they were ensnared within their own illusions. Yet, Xiao Yan's expression remained unfazed, for he understood that following this spectacle, new scenes would unfold before him. As anticipated, the Bodhi tree swayed once more, and another orb materialized, containing the towering form of the Bodhi tree itself. Yet, more striking than the majestic tree was the shadowy figure clad in black, standing in midair. This dark figure emanated an aura that seemed to transcend the very heavens, its presence suffusing the atmosphere with a formidable energy that rendered even the colossal Bodhi tree seemingly insignificant. Could this be the reflection of that formidable Dou Emperor? As he beheld the black-clad figure, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Though merely a reflection, the overwhelming aura it exuded instilled in him, a being of celestial power, the undeniable urge to submit, a pressure so intense that it felt almost suffocating. Such an aura could scarcely belong to anyone other than a peak Dou Emperor of the Duki continent. Yet, in the next moment, the shadowy figure launched an assault on the towering Bodhi tree. Despite the Dou Emperor's formidable strength, the Bodhi tree was no meek adversary. Its sturdy trunk quivered, releasing torrents of terrifying energy from within. In the midst of this cataclysmic clash, even the very fabric of the world began to collapse. Indeed, this Bodhi tree was a fearsome entity capable of contending with the Dou Emperor. Although Xiao Yan had anticipated this outcome, he was nonetheless profoundly shaken by the scene before him. Such an extraordinary spiritual entity was nothing short of astounding. However, as the two forces collided, Xiao Yan discerned a subtle distinction. The energy unleashed by the black-clad Dou Emperor, while strikingly similar to Dou Qi, possessed an essence that felt eerily different. Could it be that this figure was? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the energy released by the Dou Emperor. This energy appeared pure, yet it harbored an unsettlingly sinister quality, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread within him. At that moment, a terrifying assault suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the cloaked Dou Emperor with tremendous force. This power was imbued with an unfathomable might, nearly rivaling the attack previously executed by Shi Hao in the realm of illusion. Under the weight of this dreadful onslaught, the body of the cloaked Dou Emperor disintegrated, merging with the void of existence. It was truly horrifying. Gazing upon this scene, even though Xiao Yan had long prepared himself mentally, he was still left astounded by the sight before him, the fall of a Dou Emperor-level powerhouse. It seemed evident that the assailant's strength surpassed that of an ordinary Dou Emperor. Indeed, it might have reached the exalted level of the so-called heavenly sovereigns of the vast world. In the ancient continent of Dou Qi, the number of heavenly sovereigns was scarcely more than 10. Who, then, was this formidable figure? A sense of curiosity welled up within Xiao Yan, particularly regarding the death of the cloaked Dou Emperor, which ignited his desire to ascertain whether this figure was indeed a demon emperor, and who the other Dou Emperor might be. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the influence emanating from the luminous sphere did not wane with the demise of the cloaked Dou Emperor. Instead, an eruption of black currents surged forth from the void, swiftly coiling around the Bodhi ancient tree. Once these black currents enveloped the tree and penetrated its essence, the previously pure and serene aura of the Bodhi ancient tree began to exude an eerie chill. Xiao Yan's gaze swept back to the location of the cloaked Dou Emperor's fall, and he realized that the surrounding environment was strikingly familiar. This was the ancient domain terrace. His pupils constricted slightly. He had sensed something amiss about the ancient domain terrace before, and it now appeared that it indeed harbored profound secrets. This place was the site of a Dou Emperor's demise, explaining the overwhelming oppressive aura that deterred countless fierce beasts from approaching. Just as the luminous sphere was on the verge of dimming, Xiao Yan suddenly spoke up. Could you divulge some information regarding these two Dou Emperors? The sphere, which had been gradually fading, trembled slightly, and then regained its brilliance. As it flickered, an image following the fall of the cloaked Dou Emperor materialized before Xiao Yan's eyes. With the demise of the cloaked Dou Emperor, another figure clad in black quietly appeared before the Bodhi ancient tree. However, upon seeing the striking visage of this individual, Xiao Yan's body stiffened abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? How could it be him? Xiao Yan shook his head vigorously. A chill creeping from his core, goosebumps rising on his skin, a profound sense of coldness enveloping him. For the face of that Dou Emperor was one he had encountered before. It belonged to the void-swallowing flame. How could this formidable Dou Emperor bear an uncanny resemblance to the void-devouring flame? It is inconceivable. Xiao Yan vigorously shook his head. For the handsome visage of the black-clad Dou Emperor was almost identical to that of the void-devouring flame. However, unlike the latter, the former's face lacked the sinister runes that adorned the void-devouring flame's countenance. Instead, upon his forehead lay another mark, one that sent a chill deep within Xiao Yan's heart. It was the clan emblem of the Soul Clan. This Dou Emperor was a member of the Soul Clan, potentially a descendant of generations of Soul Emperors. At that moment, Xiao Yan's mind buzzed incessantly, as if it were on the brink of explosion. How could a Dou Emperor from the Soul Clan resemble the void-devouring flame so closely? Yet, his doubts were fleeting, for the Soul Clan Dou Emperor, who bore such a striking likeness, began to speak. Once again, I extend my gratitude to you. Without the assistance of your Bodhi domain, even with all my strength, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to vanquish the Demon Emperor of the Heart Demon Clan. However, it was my presence that led to your being cursed by the malevolent aura of this Demon Emperor. A hint of remorse flickered across the Soul Clan Dou Emperor's face, while the Bodhi ancient tree gently swayed its vast canopy, as if to convey that it was of no consequence. The Soul Clan Dou Emperor smiled and shook his head before turning his gaze toward the Bodhi ancient tree. Now that those intruders who stealthily entered the continent have been eradicated, I must ascend to the upper realm to assist my master. Should I return alive, I will undoubtedly bring back a unique flame to dispel the demonic aura for you. The immense canopy of the Bodhi ancient tree swayed once more, this time in a nod of acknowledgement. The Soul Emperor did not linger on words. After a gentle nod, he vanished once more into the void, and with his disappearance, the scene abruptly halted, the luminous orb gradually dimming. Can you tell me which generation of Soul Emperor that was? Xiao Yan swallowed hard, fixating on the miniature Bodhi ancient tree before him. Second generation. The Bodhi ancient tree emitted a faint ripple of energy, though it was not human speech. Xiao Yan comprehended its meaning effortlessly. The second generation Soul Emperor bore an exact likeness to the void-devouring flame. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan forcefully quelled the tremors within his heart, finally directing his gaze toward the Bodhi ancient tree. At this juncture, contemplating these matters seemed rather futile. The immediate priority was to transcend to the Dou Saint level, for that was of utmost significance. Amidst his thoughts, the luminous orb transformed into an intangible essence, darting like lightning into Xiao Yan's mind, manifesting as a stream of extraordinary information. Xiao Yan closed his eyes in quiet contemplation, and after some time, a glimmer of enlightenment shone in his eyes. From this stream of information, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge. Chapter 446, Exorcising Negative Emotions. The Bodhi ancient tree before him had existed for countless ages, but one thing was certain. It had been present since ancient times. Judging by Xiao Yan's assessment, this Bodhi ancient tree likely dated back to the very dawn of creation. However, what truly astonished him was that, after countless years of sedimentation, the ancient Bodhi tree had failed to evolve into a being of complete spiritual intelligence. Perhaps its prolonged existence had rendered its wisdom stunted. In any case, for whatever reason, the present Bodhi tree retained only a handful of basic functions, lacking even a comprehensive set of wisdom. From the images gleaned within the prior luminous sphere, it appeared that in the distant ancient era, the Demon Emperor of the Heart Demon Clan sought to extract the essence of the Bodhi tree to heal his wounds or enhance his cultivation. Regardless of the perspective taken, the Demon Emperor's strength seemed to fall short compared to an ordinary celestial sovereign of the spiritual grade. In contrast, the second-generation Soul Emperor, who had ambushed him, had attained the peak of the spiritual celestial sovereign, possibly even nearing the status of a celestial sovereign of the divine grade. Nevertheless, after being ensnared by the negative emotions of the Heart Demon Emperor, the Bodhi tree suffered a grievous wound, which was the reason for its current height of merely 1,000 zhang. Yet, despite this, the Bodhi tree's power remained formidable, at least rivaling that of a 9-star Dou Saint. As these thoughts occupied his mind, an odd and eerie image re-emerged in Xiao Yan's consciousness. In this vision, a dense black aura slithered across the trunk of the Bodhi tree like the venom of a serpent. Upon closer inspection, he would notice that the trunk bore dark veins, as if tainted by poison, some areas entirely shrouded in darkness. Within this darkness, there lingered a sensation that was strikingly familiar to Xiao Yan. A meticulous observation would reveal the presence of countless malevolent energies, reminiscent of the demonic essence lying dormant within him. Were these black, demonic toxins the source of the Heart Demon Emperor's power? At the moment he perceived these dark energies, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly. The quantity and potency of this demonic essence far surpassed that of the one within him. This was to be expected, as Xiao Yan's essence was merely a fragment of a curse left by the remnant soul of a mystic demon emperor. Although it was indeed an imperial-level curse, it was but a mere trace. In contrast, the demonic essence and energy that the Bodhi tree had suffered were remnants from a full-fledged demon emperor in his prime. Should such terrifying power befall Xiao Yan, even with the curse of the mandala flower, he would likely succumb to instant invasion. Upon sensing the pollution of its essence by the demonic source, the Bodhi tree decisively severed much of its own body, ultimately opting to transform this severed portion into a spiritual array to seal away the demonic essence. The location where these sources were sealed was deep beneath the ancient domain platform, at a depth of 10,000 zhang. After a significant portion of its corporeal form was separated, the aura of the Bodhi ancient tree diminished from a formidable realm akin to that of a fighting emperor, gradually contracting to its current scale. Nevertheless, it still possesses an awe-inspiring power. It is no wonder that my current cannot extinguish the magic source of the Demon Emperor. While in the original narrative, Xiao Yan effortlessly incinerated the remnants of the Demon Emperor using merely 4 colors of. It appears that these remnants have lost their support from the magic source. With a wry smile, Xiao Yan reflected that even though he has achieved the fusion of 8, he poses no genuine threat to the magic source. Even the Bodhi ancient tree, having sacrificed a significant portion of its being, managed to retain its clarity. As time progressed, those negative emotions began to profoundly affect the Bodhi ancient tree. Over endless years, these negative sentiments gradually eroded the tree, causing its once uncomplicated consciousness to subtly veer towards coldness and darkness. In essence, the Bodhi ancient tree has been influenced by the negative emotions of the Heart Demon clan's Demon Emperor, leading it to evolve towards a chaotic evil over the eons. It is precisely for this reason that throughout these millennia, the Bodhi ancient tree has birthed terrifying environments, ensnaring countless powerful beings in its depths. Fortunately for Xiao Yan, he possesses a Bodhi seed. Otherwise, even with his heavenly soul power, he would likely face perilous odds. Therefore, do you wish for me to assist you in purging those negative emotions within you, allowing you to regain your clarity? Xiao Yan nodded with a smile, and then a cunning grin spread across his face, resembling that of a shrewd merchant. So, what shall be my reward? He gazed at the ancient little tree, now reduced to a fraction of its former size, his smile unwavering. After all, these were the negative emotions of a fighting emperor. Thus, compensation is warranted. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the ancient tree began to sway, seemingly nodding in agreement. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, a glowing orb emerged from the tree, revealing a flame that subsequently transmuted into a Bodhi seed. The flame refined the seed, producing a stream of purifying energy that then entered the ancient tree's body. With the influx of this cleansing energy, the pervasive chill emanating from the Bodhi ancient tree appeared to diminish. Indeed, it seems that the is employed to refine the Bodhi seed in order to dispel those negative emotions. A smile graced Xiao Yan's face as he observed the Bodhi ancient tree beginning to gently sway. As it shook, numerous green light particles floated forth from within, eventually hovering before Xiao Yan. As these emerald glimmers waned, Xiao Yan's gaze turned fervently intense, for among these luminous points were Bodhi seeds of exquisite quality and hue, far superior to the one he held. How affluent this is. 1, 2, 3, 24. With a smile, Xiao Yan nodded slightly but then shook his head ever so slightly, expressing his deep anguish in a tone filled with sorrow. Do you have any idea how much harm it inflicts on my numerous friends trapped in your environment? The ancient Bodhi tree paused momentarily. Its crown, reminiscent of a magnificent canopy, remained colossal even when diminished 1,000-fold. As the crown swayed gently, countless Bodhi seeds cascaded down like raindrops. Once all the seeds landed in Xiao Yan's hands, he found himself holding a remarkably substantial quantity, nearly 100 in total. Each seed, when placed in the outside world, could be compared to the precious cores of peak-level demonic beasts. In fact, in terms of aiding cultivation, they were even more valuable. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. It would be unwise to sacrifice the opportunity to acquire the Bodhi heart, or to comprehend profound truths beneath the Bodhi tree merely for these seeds. Although refining these seeds to dispel negative emotions seemed somewhat extravagant, given that they belonged to the ancient Bodhi tree, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed. He summoned a dazzling flame in his palm, swiftly igniting one of the Bodhi seeds. With his power now akin to the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, even the immensely pure energy of the Bodhi seed was entirely refined within just 2 hours. As a vibrant green liquid evaporated into a wisp of emerald-hued vapor, it completely permeated the Bodhi tree, which resembled jade. Upon the vapor's entry, the ancient tree quivered slightly, and a faint black mist was expelled from within, eventually dissipating into nothingness. Time passed, and after refining nearly 100 Bodhi seeds into vapor that entered the Bodhi tree, its aura grew increasingly pure. At this moment, even Xiao Yan's resilience could not prevent beads of cold sweat from forming on his forehead. Upon noticing Xiao Yan's apparent fatigue, the Bodhi tree began to sway, releasing a burst of green light that coalesced into an ancient emerald mat at its base. Subsequently, a branch extended, gently placing Xiao Yan upon the mat. Chapter 447, Cycle of Rebirth. With a thunderous roar, a tidal wave of pure energy surged into Xiao Yan's body, bestowing upon him an exquisite sensation of refreshment. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Xiao Yan felt his cultivation return to its peak state, even stronger than before. More astonishingly, As this energy flooded into his being, it also nourished his soul. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan's gaze once again fell upon the remaining Bodhi seeds nearby. With his current cultivation, having expended only a substantial portion of his energy, he had already managed to dispel a significant amount of the demonic aura emanating from the Demon Emperor. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that with just one more effort, he could completely eradicate these negative emotions. The leaves of the ancient Bodhi tree rustled, seemingly urging Xiao Yan to swiftly refine the Bodhi seeds. Observing this, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. Vibrant flames ignited in his hands, and he soon transformed each Bodhi seed into wisps of pure energy. With each emergence of this ethereal essence, a corresponding dark mist dissipated. As time gradually passed, within this space suffused with verdant vitality, Xiao Yan continued to refine countless Bodhi seeds into streams of pure energy. Under their influence, the dark mist was continuously expelled. After an indeterminate period, when Xiao Yan reached out once more to grasp a Bodhi seed, he realized that all the seeds in this location had been entirely refined. Upon completing this process, Xiao Yan, feeling slightly fatigued, turned his gaze towards the ancient Bodhi tree before him, just in time to witness the final trace of dark negative emotion seeping out from the tree's body, slowly dissolving into nothingness. With the last remnant of black mist's disappearance, the Bodhi tree, resembling jade in its entirety, emitted a resonant sound. In the next moment, Xiao Yan beheld brilliant streams of verdant light bursting forth from the tree's form. In an instant, the radiant light illuminated the entire space, rendering the already vibrant life force here almost tangible. It appeared that these negative emotions had been thoroughly eradicated. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan's gaze settled upon the Bodhi tree, which now seemed even more translucent than before. The sinister aura that had once subtly permeated it now completely vanished. The Bodhi tree exuded a sense of tranquility and peace that calmed the mind. Merely gazing upon it brought a refreshing sensation to his heart, evoking feelings of holiness and wisdom that were truly remarkable. The ancient tree extended a branch delicately, resembling a human hand, and gently brushed against Xiao Yan's head. From that branch, he could sense an emotion akin to joy. What a relief it was to cleanse the negativity. Now, it was time for a reward. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with fervor, for the opportunities contained within the Bodhi tree were unparalleled, even within the Xiao clan. Seemingly aware of Xiao Yan's expression, the Bodhi tree paused momentarily before extending numerous emerald branches to draw him closer. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan felt a stir of emotion in his heart, but did not resist. Instead, he allowed the Bodhi tree to pull him nearer. Upon the moment when Xiao Yan made contact with the ancient Bodhi tree, an extraordinary ripple emanated from its trunk, and Xiao Yan felt his very being gradually merging into the heart of the tree. In that instant, seated in a meditative posture, a profound sensation surged forth from his brow, and soon thereafter, Xiao Yan found his consciousness swept away into an entirely new realm. Shortly after his entrance into the Bodhi tree, the branches began to sway once more, accompanied by waves of spatial fluctuations, from which disheveled figures emerged. As they abruptly materialized in this peculiar space, expressions of trepidation appeared on their faces. It was only then that they realized they had been ensnared in an illusion. Reflecting on this, even the most distinguished individuals from their respective clans could not suppress their astonishment. How terrifying the Bodhi tree was! Had it not been for the sudden upheaval, they might have ended up as mere puppets of the ancient tree, akin to those semi-holy powerhouses outside. As they gradually regained their senses from the illusion, they began to scrutinize the space before them. The air was suffused with a verdant luminescence, teeming with boundless vitality. At the center of this emerald glow stood an ancient tree, resplendent like jade. The moment they beheld this verdant tree, a shiver coursed through their souls. The power of the Bodhi tree was indeed formidable beyond measure, rendering it impossible for them to contend with. Yet, as their gazes settled upon the heart of the ancient tree, astonishment returned to their faces. Xiao Yan, the Crown Prince, Your Highness. Cries of disbelief erupted among the talented individuals, and within the crowd, Han Miao Miao and Yao Ling displayed anxious expressions, their bodies yearning to rush towards the Bodhi tree. Wait, do not act recklessly. The river and sea elders suddenly interjected, halting their movements. This may very well be a grand opportunity for His Highness. Gazing at Xiao Yan, who was seated within the Bodhi tree, the river and sea elders spoke in solemn tones. Upon hearing their words, the expressions of the talented individuals shifted to one of remembrance. Indeed, according to ancient texts concerning the Bodhi tree, the true opportunity within it is not merely the Bodhi seeds or the Bodhi heart. Although both are formidable treasures, they pale in comparison to the ultimate boon. The reason lies in the fact that both the Bodhi seeds and the Bodhi heart merely serve to solidify the path toward becoming a Dou saint. However, The final insight beneath the Bodhi tree is said to possess the potential to pave the way to becoming a Dou Emperor. The Bodhi ancient tree, renowned as the tree of wisdom and reincarnation, is said to possess the extraordinary ability to grant individuals the experience of countless lifetimes. Those who undergo such a profound cycle are believed to harbor the potential to ascend to the realm of the Dou Emperor. Although this remains but an ethereal legend, it continues to incite fervor among countless powerful beings. The reason is simple: the two words, Dou Emperor. In the face of this supreme realm that transcends the very heavens and earth, no one can remain unaffected. Brother Hai, my heartfelt congratulations. Your Xiao clan is truly blessed, for not only do you have a formidable figure like Lord Xian Emperor at your helm, but it seems that before long, a new Dou Emperor may arise once again. Gazing at Xiao Yan beneath the Bodhi ancient tree, Gu Qingyang was the first to express his congratulations. His words evoked a sense of helpless envy among the prodigies of various clans. Due to the emergence of the Xian Emperor, the Xiao clan has ascended to the pinnacle of the continent over the past millennium. Its power so formidable that even without counting Lord Xian Emperor, it could easily overpower the other 6 clans. Now, with Xiao Yan receiving such fortuitous opportunities, it is conceivable that he may soon become the 3rd Dou Emperor in the illustrious history of the Xiao clan. The thought of the Xiao clan potentially producing 2 Dou Emperors filled their hearts with an overwhelming sense of futility, particularly among the ancient clan members, who now seemed to grasp why their clan leader had so resolutely chosen to marry his beloved daughter into the Xiao clan. Perhaps, with his profound insight, the clan leader had foreseen this day for Xiao Yan long ago. In response to the gazes of the crowd, the 2 venerables, he and Hai, merely stood like sentinels near the Bodhi ancient tree, saying little. Esteemed guests, this is a pivotal moment for our clan's imperial son. I kindly request that no unwarranted thoughts arise in your hearts. Otherwise, do not blame us for disregarding the bonds of our ancient races. Although the smiles on their faces conveyed warmth, their voices carried an unmistakable chill. Despite not being Xiao Yan's direct followers, but rather subjects of the Holy King Xiao, they recognized their shared lineage. Should Xiao Yan indeed ascend to the legendary realm of the Dou Emperor, the benefits for them would be immense. From the perspectives of both clan and personal interests, it was imperative that they safeguard the seclusion of Xiao Yan at this moment, a feat akin to a dragoness work. Reflecting on this, the 2 exchanged glances, their lips involuntarily curling into a bittersweet smile. It seemed that the Holy King had encountered a truly formidable rival. For Xiao Yan's talents and opportunities were astonishingly extraordinary. The other prodigies could only respond with wry smiles to the words of the 2 venerables. With such overwhelming strength from the Xiao clan, who would dare disrupt the crucial moment of the clan's imperial son seizing great opportunities? Should they interfere with Xiao Yan's fortune, it would not only be they who faced the consequences, but potentially their entire ancient clans as well. In this scene, both Yaoling and Hun Miao Miao wore expressions of anticipation and excitement. Given their relationship with Xiao Yan, they naturally hoped he would ascend directly to the position of Dou Emperor. At this moment, Xiao Yan's consciousness traversed through various realms. In his first life, he returned to the modern world he once knew, devoid of the seemingly invincible background of the Xiao clan and lacking any extraordinary talent, left with nothing but an ordinary physique. Had he returned to this world once more? Observing the familiar appliances and furniture in the room, a bittersweet smile graced Xiao Yan's face, yet it concealed an unwavering resolve. In my previous life, I rose from nothing. In this life, I can do the same. An insatiable ambition surged within him. Despite the absence of the overwhelming might of Dou Qi, he still believed he could forge a magnificent life anew. In his first life, he once again started from scratch, ultimately building a vast commercial empire. However, years of relentless toil left him with hidden ailments. The journey of self-made success was undeniably arduous, and the founder of a new empire was destined to endure countless trials. Compared to his first life, Xiao Yan's second existence was far more tragic. Upon his arrival in this world, he was born with a natural disability, and the harshness of life accompanied him relentlessly until, at over 30 years of age, he finally found himself in a favorable environment through sheer perseverance. Yet, this good fortune was short-lived. Within a mere 2 years, chaos erupted, and Xiao Yan met his end at the hands of rebel forces before he could even stabilize his circumstances. In his third life, Xiao Yan entered a realm akin to a cultivation sect, but this time, the tale of do not underestimate the impoverished youth did not unfold for him. He remained an exceedingly ordinary disciple. Throughout his life, he strained to reach the 9th level of Qi training. Just as he gathered ample resources to break through to the foundation establishment realm, a clash between 2 powerful cultivators unleashed a residual sword Qi that abruptly ended his third life. In the preceding 9 lives, Xiao Yan's beginnings were often far from ideal. Each life fraught with numerous tribulations. However, a turning point emerged in his 10th life. Born into royalty, he had a wise father who bequeathed him a vast empire and capable ministers. Under his stewardship, this flourishing kingdom thrived even more, bolstered by the experiences of his former existence. In this life, the early years of Xiao Yan can be likened to that of an eternal emperor. His remarkable achievements resonated throughout the empire, earning him immense reverence and admiration across the world. Yet, as both the empire and his personal life reached their zenith, an overwhelming sense of emptiness and the numbing effects of such grandeur began to envelop Xiao Yan. Chapter 448. No matter how many cycles of reincarnation he endures, the prince's penchant for indulgence remains unchanged. After guiding this empire to its pinnacle, Xiao Yan found himself succumbing once again to his old habits. It is well known that Xiao Yan is a person who cannot coexist with gambling and drugs. Thus, upon reaching the zenith of his power in this life, he chose to immerse himself in a realm of indulgence, reveling in beauty day after day. When a minister attempted to counsel him, Xiao Yan, in a fit of rage, smashed his wine cup upon the ground. "I have led the empire to its current height. Should I not enjoy it?" he exclaimed, his face flushed with intoxication as he gazed at the minister before him. "Your Majesty, if you continue down this path, disaster will inevitably follow," the elder minister cried, tears streaming down his face. "Where has that wise and valiant young emperor gone? Audacious! How dare you slander me?" Xiao Yan bellowed, ordering the minister to be dragged away. The music resumed, and the dance continued. Xiao Yan smiled at the multitude of beauties before him. Before long, the elder ministers began to pass away. Although Xiao Yan felt a tinge of sorrow, he quickly returned to his pleasures with the lovely maidens. The newly appointed ministers were far more adept at pleasing him than their predecessors. They continuously presented him with the finest beauties, the most exquisite sights, and the most prosperous scenes, ensuring that he remained in a state of bliss. Yet, in his immersion in sensual pleasures, he remained oblivious to the countless undercurrents stirring within the empire, which had already reached its peak. 2 decades later, chaos erupted across the land, corpses littering the ground. A general, once favored by Xiao Yan, led an army of 100,000 to assault the capital. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan was jolted from his comfortable existence. "I have squandered my days in wine and women, and this is the state I find myself in. I nearly succumbed to this hedonistic trance," he thought, a bitter smile creeping across his face. He had not anticipated that after enduring so much, he would still be ensnared by this illusion. In his 10th life, Xiao Yan perished in rebellion. Countless cycles of rebirth and death rendered the weariness of ages increasingly apparent in his eyes. Each illusion presented a life distinctly different from the last, and every existence brought forth new insights. Thus, what is the true meaning of life? In his 100th life, Xiao Yan sat beneath an ancient tree, his form gaunt, his head shining with brilliance. In this existence, he hailed from a humble peasant family, and, armed with the wisdom and skills amassed over 100 lifetimes, overthrew a decaying dynasty to establish a new empire. Yet, after a decade of its founding, this great emperor, hailed as a sovereign through the ages, chose to renounce the world. The endless cycles of reincarnation ultimately amounted to nothingness. If this is so, then how is my true life not also a form of void? Sitting beneath the ancient tree, Xiao Yan's dark eyes glimmered with confusion. What, indeed, is the significance of existence in this world? He murmured softly, unable to restrain himself from gazing upward at the sky. In that moment, the myriad memories of 100 lifetimes converged, filtering down to manifest as a spark of enlightenment. Life itself, it seems, holds no inherent meaning. With a serene smile gracing Xiao Yan's lips, a profound wisdom brewed within the depths of his gaze. Yet, in a world devoid of meaning, one must seek significance. To arrive in this realm is, in itself, a splendid journey. Whether it be fraught with challenges or filled with joy, the universe is a harmonious balance of yin and yang. Xiao Yan reflected upon his 10th life, aware that no life is perpetually spring-like. He recalled countless adversities, yet he understood that no existence is eternally engulfed in winter either. Experiencing the bittersweet essence of life imbues it with a unique charm. Without sorrow, how could one appreciate the sweetness of joy? A gentle smile played on his lips as a multitude of realizations erupted within him. In this moment, his perspective evolved from seeing mountains as mere mountains and waters as mere waters, into a wondrous clarity of perceiving mountains as mountains and waters as waters. Yet this time, what he beheld was an undeniable truth. All that lay before him was a culmination of countless causes and effects converging into reality. Unbeknownst to him, he had also achieved a profound understanding of the legacy of the true Flame Emperor. So this is what the legendary essence of the pure lotus truly signifies. The composition of the pure lotus demon fire is indeed akin to this. With a slight smile, he slowly closed his eyes. 100 lifetimes awakened in an instant. Today, I truly know who I am. Crack, crack. As his eyes closed, this realm shattered like a mirror, and with the fragmentation accompanied by a flash of emerald light. When Xiao Yan reopened his eyes, a familiar world reappeared before him. Meanwhile, in the external world, a month had elapsed during his cycle of reincarnation. As Xiao Yan's eyes gradually opened, the space suffused with green aura suddenly rippled with peculiar vibrations. Upon gazing into Xiao Yan's deep, dark eyes, those around him sensed a profound depth capable of perceiving the vicissitudes of the world. This depth, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, ensnared them in an illusion of reincarnation. Xiao Yan. Observing this scene, both Yaoling and Hun Miao Miao displayed expressions of concern, and even a group of prodigies were keenly focused on him. Xiao Yan's gaze subtly shifted, and swiftly, that overwhelming sensation receded like a tide, retreating deep within his soul, becoming imperceptible once more. With the disappearance of that poignant depth, Xiao Yan lifted his head and exhaled a long breath of emerald gas. Rising from the ancient Bodhi tree, he stepped forward slowly under the watchful eyes of many. As his body brushed against the surface of the Bodhi tree, it rippled with waves, and he seamlessly merged through the once impenetrable tree as if it were liquid. At last, he had returned. This is the true world. A peculiar laughter escaped from Xiao Yan's lips, prompting even the two mighty beings of the river and sea to join in with their own eerie chuckles. In the next moment, Xiao Yan extended his hand, embracing the slender waists of Hun Miao Miao and Yao Ling, a smile gracing his countenance. It seems that during my retreat, you both remained quite concerned for my well-being. What does it mean to be true to oneself? It signifies recognizing one's essence and remaining steadfast to one's original intentions. Regardless of the cycles of reincarnation, the nature of a dashing young lord remains unchanged. How annoying. Who cares about you? Yao Ling and Hun Miao Miao exchanged glances with Xiao Yan, yet there was no hint of resistance in their demeanor. Xiao Yan chuckled, then turned his gaze towards the ancient Bodhi tree behind him, offering a respectful nod while expressing his gratitude. Thank you. The Bodhi tree, though silent, began to sway gently. Its verdant branches and leaves danced wildly, soon emanating brilliant streams of emerald light. Observing this spectacle, the assembled prodigies felt a slight unease. Yet Xiao Yan maintained his cheerful demeanor. In the next instant, sparkling green orbs erupted from the branches of the Bodhi tree, shooting forth towards Xiao Yan in a dazzling display. Behold, the Bodhi seeds. In this moment, astonishment and fervor illuminated the faces of the various prodigies. The once exceedingly rare Bodhi seeds, which were invaluable in the outside world, had been unleashed in a mere instant, numbering over 20. However, as they beheld these seeds landing in Xiao Yan's hands, despite the fervent expressions on their faces, none dared to seize them. After all, setting aside the formidable power of the Xiao clan behind him, Xiao Yan alone could effortlessly contend with them all. Noticing the fervor and reluctance in the eyes of the gathered prodigies, Xiao Yan merely smiled lightly before addressing the Bodhi tree once more. Brother Bodhi, seeing so many of my companions here, I cannot let them arrive empty-handed. The Bodhi tree's branches momentarily stiffened before beginning to sway once more. Whoosh! Another 20 or so Bodhi seeds appeared in Xiao Yan's grasp. Now this is more like it. A smile spread across Xiao Yan's face as he transformed the Bodhi seeds into radiant green streaks, distributing them into the hands of the prodigies. If others were to know, they might think my brother Bodhi was out of seeds. One for each person, one for each. As Xiao Yan finished distributing the Bodhi seeds, the admiration in the eyes of the prodigies toward him was palpable, as if they were ready to follow him without question. Brother Bodhi, I happen to have dozens of beautiful confidants in the outside world. What do you think? Xiao Yan's gaze shifted back to the Bodhi tree. The branches of the Bodhi tree trembled slightly again, and dozens more vibrant green streaks materialized in Xiao Yan's hands. Upon surveying the scene, it was evident that over 30 more Bodhi seeds had emerged. Truly, my brother, you are a paragon of generosity. A radiant smile adorned Xiao Yan's face as he continued. My family comprises nearly 100 members, young and old. Yet before he could finish his sentence, a blinding green light erupted from the ancient Bodhi tree. In the flickering brilliance, everyone was swept away, and at that moment, Xiao Yan felt a sharp pain as a verdant branch struck him on the backside, launching his body out of the tree. If you won't give it, then why be so rude? He muttered to himself as he stored that emerald mat into his spatial ring, only to be ejected from that dimension. Chapter 449. The Assault on Dou Sheng. In the depths of the wild ancient domain, the colossal and ancient Bodhi tree stood solitary at the heart of an endless plain, its magnificent aura radiating outward like a scene from a celestial realm. Suddenly, the immense Bodhi tree began to sway gently, releasing dazzling beams of light. As these luminous flares burst forth, figures were ejected from the green radiance, landing clumsily on the ground. With a thud, Xiao Yan fell to the earth in an awkward position, quickly scrambling to his feet amidst the dazed crowd, his expression devoid of concern. Given his strength, he should not have fallen so. Yet if the Bodhi tree insisted on acting, resistance was futile. It seemed the ancient tree was quite displeased with Xiao Yan's deceptive antics. Nevertheless, upon seeing the dozens of glistening green Bodhi seeds in his possession, a smile broke across his face. Finally out, in stark contrast to Xiao Yan's elation, the expressions of Yao Ling, Hun Miao Miao, and the other prodigies reflected a sense of relief, having narrowly escaped a dire fate. Throughout that perilous month, none could fathom the dangers they faced within the terrifying environment of the Bodhi tree. Even long after, the memories of their ordeal remained vividly etched in their minds. However, as they contemplated the rewards gleaned from their trials, joy illuminated their faces. Despite the harrowing experience, the bounties they reaped were undeniably substantial. Aside from the nearly 100 magical cores each of them held, the true source of their delight lay in the Bodhi seeds. Each seed possessed the potential to enhance their chances of breaking through to the semi-holy realm, rendering all other gains trivial in comparison. As they pondered this, their gazes turned toward Xiao Yan, their eyes reflecting not only gratitude but also profound respect. This expedition into the wild ancient domain had truly unveiled the extraordinary nature of Xiao Yan to the prodigies of countless ancient clans. Perhaps, in just a few years, the Xiao clan may once again witness the emergence of a Dou powerhouse. Even if this pinnacle is not attained, it is inevitable that Xiao Yan shall reach the apex of a 9-star Dou. Such formidable power is sufficient to dominate all clans beyond the ancient tribes. Buzz. As the last individual was expelled, the Bodhi ancient tree trembled violently. A circle of verdant light emanated from the base of the tree, and under this luminescence, the ground appeared to transform into a liquid state, allowing the Bodhi ancient tree to gradually sink into the earth. Observing this scene, the faces of many prodigies reflected profound regret. Once the Bodhi ancient tree burrows into the ground, even a Dou powerhouse would find it exceedingly difficult to summon it forth again. The next time the Bodhi ancient tree emerges may well be centuries hence, and by that time, even the most gifted among them may have perished on the arduous path of power. This implies that most would not have the opportunity to encounter such fortune again. However, considering the presence of an extraordinary being like Xiao Yan among them, it is no surprise that they would be deprived of such an opportunity. Alas, dear Bodhi, do not be in such haste to depart. Watching this unfold, Xiao Yan summoned his immense spiritual energy to negotiate with the Bodhi ancient tree, yet a peculiar force emanating from the tree forcefully repelled his spiritual presence. It appeared that the Bodhi ancient tree was quite displeased with Xiao Yan's actions. Just as the tree was on the verge of completely vanishing into the ground, a message resonated from one of its verdant branches, reaching Xiao Yan's mind. Hasten to become an emperor and venture into the vast world. When you ascend to the zenith of the heavens, we shall meet again. The Bodhi ancient tree conveyed this thought, causing Xiao Yan's body to momentarily stiffen. Did you not obtain the Bodhi heart, Imperial Son? At that moment, the river and sea duo could not restrain their inquiry. Their tone toward Xiao Yan had grown considerably more respectful, for the strength and potential he demonstrated during this encounter had truly instilled a sense of submission in the two brothers. Upon hearing the question, not only the river and sea duo but also the prodigies from various clans, along with Hun Miao Miao and Yao Ling, turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, his eyes glinting as he addressed the assembly. Upon my return, I shall prepare to challenge the Dou. This seemingly simple statement stirred a tempest of emotions, as myriad complex expressions surfaced on the faces of the various prodigies. Although Xiao Yan did not explicitly claim to have secured the Bodhi heart, his words nearly confirmed the reality of his acquisition, thus igniting a tumult of intricate feelings within their hearts. If it were others, even those of extraordinary talent with divine bloodlines, they would undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy. However, before Xiao Yan, they found themselves hesitant to even entertain such emotions. After all, Xiao Yan's performance throughout his journey had completely subjugated them. Observing the myriad of complex expressions on their faces, Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly, his thoughts drifting to his heart, where a jade-like, translucent green heart floated quietly. With this Bodhi heart, it was time for me to engage in a decisive battle with the source of the demonic energy. A glint of determination flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. Having undergone countless reincarnations, he had gained profound insights into the true Flame Emperor's secret technique. Provided he had ample time, reaching the first layer of the pure lotus realm would not take long. According to the teachings, once his cultivation of the true flame technique reached the pure lotus stage, he would be able to unleash the pure lotus power akin to that of the pure lotus demon fire. Such power could gradually refine even the source of the demon emperor. Everyone, if there is nothing else, let us return to our respective homes. Xiao Yan remarked with a slight smile, then turned his gaze towards Yao Ling and Hun Miao Miao. Will you two accompany me, or will you return to your clans? I will go with you. I will go with you. The two voices chimed in unison, and simultaneously, their delicate hands reached for Xiao Yan's waist. A sudden pain in his side made Xiao Yan reluctant to speak further. Meanwhile, the other talented individuals from various clans, witnessing this scene, were even less inclined to say anything more. Esteemed young master, farewell. Young master, farewell. Many of the prodigies hastily took their leave, feeling that staying longer would be unbearable. This scoundrel, with his overwhelming strength and extraordinary talent, was already infuriating enough, but the presence of countless beauties around him made it all the more unbearable. Compared to him, even those of the saintly lineage felt utterly insignificant. As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Yan said little, simply departing the wild ancient domain with Yao Ling and Hun Miao Miao. Shortly after Xiao Yan's departure, a green sprout emerged from the earth, swaying gently in the endless expanse of the plain. A day later, Xiao Yan returned to the Starfall Pavilion with Hun Miao Miao. These two young ladies are also yours. Upon seeing the two beauties reappear, Yao Lao's face displayed a look of astonishment. To this, Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly. After arranging matters with Yao Ling and Hun Miao Miao, he began searching for a secluded cave with Yao Lao. Master, during my seclusion, please ensure that no one disturbs me. Xiao Yan's expression was grave. Rest assured, everything within the Starfall Pavilion is under my watchful eye, and no one would dare disrupt your endeavors. Yao Lao chuckled, stroking his beard, though his gaze was even more fervent than Xiao Yan's. If Xiao Yan were to successfully break through during this seclusion, he would emerge as a true Dou Saint. The prospect of a Dou Saint in his early 20s is exhilarating. Furthermore, should I reach the latter stages of my retreat, I may unleash a terrifying. If that occurs, you must immediately prevent everyone from the Starfall Pavilion from departing. Otherwise, their lives may be in grave danger. However, Xiao Yan's next words caused a subtle tension to flicker across Yao Lao's face. What? Do you intend to incinerate the Starfall Pavilion? Yao Lao's eyes widened in disbelief. It is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. If he comprehended the essence of the pure lotus, the power of could elevate to a level comparable to the pure lotus demon fire. At that moment, it would be the decisive battle against the source of the demonic energy, and the raging sea of flames might indeed reduce the entire Starfall Pavilion to nothingness. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao could only manage a wry smile. Well, if you can attain the status of a saint, then what does it matter if the entire Starfall Pavilion burns? Go forth. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan performed a respectful fist clasp towards Yao Lao, then, without hesitation, turned and slowly stepped through the heavy stone door under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Boom! As Xiao Yan approached, the massive stone door gradually descended, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Gazing at the imposing stone door, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation and trepidation. Should Xiao Yan succeed in this endeavor, he would undoubtedly break the curse of the demonic source, potentially ushering in the youngest Dou Saint in the history of the Dou Qi continent. Young one, I truly anticipate your breakthrough. Somewhere in the space above the Starfall Pavilion, Xiao Chun, bearing a blood-red giant axe, wore a smile on his face. Chapter 450, The Boundless Sea of Demons and Comprehension of True Intent. The towering stone door fell quietly, isolating the external world. Inside the stone door lay an extraordinarily tranquil cave. Xiao Yan stood within the cave, his gaze gradually calming until it became as serene as an ancient well. Then, with a flick of his finger, a jade-green meditation cushion materialized above the stone bed in the cave. Next, he would attempt to become a Dou Saint. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan seated himself upon the cushion. As his body made contact with the cushion, streams of pure energy manifested around him, instantly quieting his mind and instilling a profound sense of peace within his heart. Thus, he sat quietly for approximately a day, ensuring that his condition had reached its peak. Without further hesitation, he closed his eyes. In the next moment, the magnificent flames within him surged toward his heart. At the heart's position, a shimmering, jade-green crystal heart pulsed in rhythm with Xiao Yan's own. As the strange flames intertwined, the verdant Bodhi heart began to gradually emit streams of emerald light, effectively countering the encroaching flames. In response, Xiao Yan exhibited no sign of impatience. Instead, he composed himself and commenced the slow process of refining the Bodhi heart, which was brimming with boundless, pure energy. The arcane struggle between the strange flames and the Bodhi heart ensued, while time swiftly slipped away in that moment. In the blink of an eye, an entire month had elapsed. After a month, the originally translucent Bodhi heart, resembling a heart in its clarity, began to liquefy. Drip. After an indeterminate span, the first drop of radiant emerald liquid fell from the Bodhi heart, cascading down Xiao Yan's form and directly into his energy sea. Boom. With the arrival of this crystalline droplet, an immensely potent pure energy seamlessly merged into Xiao Yan's energy sea. The energy within the Bodhi heart was extraordinarily refined. Requiring no further processing, upon entering the energy sea, it began to autonomously evolve into a formidable stream of fighting spirit, integrating into Xiao Yan's essence. What exquisite energy! Feeling the overwhelming surge of pure energy and the immediate enhancement of his fighting spirit, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a soft sigh. Merely this single drop of energy was akin to the culmination of a Dou Zun's lifetime of cultivation, and yet, it represented only a minuscule fraction of what the Bodhi heart contained. Drip, drip, as time continued its relentless march. Drop after drop of crystalline emerald liquid transformed into immense pure energy, cascading into Xiao Yan's energy sea, with each droplet comparable to a Dou Zun's lifelong endeavor. With the continuous infusion of this energy, Xiao Yan's aura burgeoned at an astonishing rate. In the brief span of merely half a month following the melting of the Bodhi heart, his power ascended to the level of a high-ranking half-saint. And this meteoric rise showed no signs of abating. Another month passed, and Xiao Yan's prowess reached the pinnacle of half-saint, with his fighting spirit fully saturated. However, the Bodhi heart had only diminished slightly in size. Drip, drip. Under the refinement of the strange flames, streams of energy liquid continued to pour into Xiao Yan's energy sea. As these energies flowed in unceasingly, a sensation of swelling began to permeate within him. With the relentless infusion of such vast and pure energy, Xiao Yan felt as though his body were a vessel being perpetually expanded. His fighting spirit grew increasingly refined and formidable, and subtly, an invisible barrier, imperceptible yet tangible, was being stretched ever larger by this burgeoning power. This invisible barrier was the ancient threshold that had ensnared countless prodigious talents throughout history. Once one shatters this barrier, they can ascend to unprecedented heights, becoming a legendary powerhouse known as a Dou Saint, truly stepping into the pinnacle of the continent. Yet, as this intangible barrier is relentlessly assaulted, the ever-expanding Dou Qi subtly impacts the layer of the mandala seal within Xiao Yan's Qi Sea. Within this seal, a thread-like strand of pitch-black demonic energy stirs restlessly, awakened by the disturbance of the mandala flower seal. Although it is but a wisp, it is the essence possessed by a true demon emperor. In the past, the Yin-Yang evil saint, dwelling amidst thee, was tainted by a trace of demonic origin and fell into corruption as a malevolent being. Had it not been for the safeguarding his soul, combined with his soul power reaching the heavenly realm, he would have long since devolved into a mindless beast, driven solely by a thirst for blood. This strand of demonic origin pales in comparison to that which resides within Xiao Yan's Qi Sea. The rumbling of Dou Qi surged within the Qi Sea, and the Bodhi heart, situated near Xiao Yan's heart, diminished in size over these days, now appearing smaller than a fist. Yet, the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan had reached a level capable of altering the very essence of the heavens and the earth. Crack. After an indeterminate period, a silent sound resonated within Xiao Yan's Qi Sea, followed by an increasing cacophony of shattering noises emanating from his body. Upon hearing this sound, audible only to himself, Xiao Yan's countenance betrayed no joy. Rather, it grew increasingly grave. For with the shattering of the Dou Saint barrier, the mandala flower seal, which imprisoned the demonic essence of the demon emperor, also began to fracture with a multitude of cracks. Time trickled away, and finally, at a critical juncture, Xiao Yan's previously tranquil aura erupted explosively. Boom. A terrifying force akin to a landslide or volcanic eruption burst forth from within him. An overwhelming tide of Dou Qi surging forth like a flood released from a dam, instantaneously breaking through the bottleneck that had plagued countless prodigies. This signified that at this moment, Xiao Yan had finally transcended to the realm of Dou Saint. Simultaneously, the mandala flower seal was also torn apart by this colossal Dou Qi. Boom. As this seal shattered, the once fine strand of black silk erupted like lightning, instantly multiplying into countless delicate threads that invaded Xiao Yan's body. Wherever the black threads passed, Dou Qi and flesh alike were instantly stained as dark as ink, reminiscent of droplets of ink falling into a pool of water, with only the resplendent and the largely melted Bodhi heart remaining untainted. Slaughter, slaughter. The infinite demonic energy instantaneously tainted Xiao Yan's body, causing an unbearable itch upon his skin. Subsequently, numerous red spears, resembling strands of hair, sprouted from the surface of his flesh. His once elongated and elegant fingers became utterly desiccated, as blood-red talons, each a foot long, extended menacingly from his fingertips. His mouth swelled grotesquely, and his teeth sharpened to a terrifying point, akin to the fangs of a demon, while his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Even Xiao Yan's very soul was shrouded in a relentless darkness. An insatiable desire for slaughter surged from within him, as though he yearned to rend the world into oblivion. In that moment, Xiao Yan had irrevocably become a fallen entity, corrupted by the source of demonic power. Yet, despite his grotesque transformation, he remained seated upon the meditation mat bestowed by the ancient Bodhi tree, utterly motionless. Beneath the fierce, blood-red glare of his gaze, a trace of menace lingered, barely perceptible. Deep within Xiao Yan's consciousness, enveloped in profound darkness, his awareness, nonetheless, remained lucid. The power of the Demon Emperor's source was indeed formidable. Had he not endured the cyclical rebirth beneath the Bodhi tree, he might have succumbed entirely in that moment. As he gazed at the relentless torrent of black demonic energy surging towards him, he allowed the boundless malice to erode his being, yet his mind remained unclouded. The Bodhi tree does not exist, and the bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing. Where then can dust settle? I am who I am. Having traversed countless cycles, I have discovered my true self. Xiao Yan's awareness swept through the vast sea of demonic energy, and he could not help but erupt into laughter. In this world, what truly is demonic energy? Whether it be fighting spirit or demonic essence, they are merely different manifestations of energy. Though these demonic forces possess an alluring power that can ensnare the mind, my heart remains steadfast, unyielding. Immersed in this contemplation, Xiao Yan permitted the endless demonic energy to corrode his intellect, yet he steadfastly refused to lose himself. Throughout the cycles of rebirth, he had already unearthed his true essence. How could he allow demonic energy to erode his will? Even the curse of the Demon Emperor would be severed in due course. As time flowed slowly by, after an indeterminate span, Xiao Yan's consciousness drifted like an unshakable vessel upon the boundless sea of demons, while a flicker of clarity persisted in his thoughts. What is the true essence of the pure lotus? The lotus emerges untainted from the mire and is not bewitched by the clear ripples. The essence of the true lotus is the ability to transform decay into magnificence, to refine demonic energy and transcend the void. After an unknown duration, a glimmer of enlightenment arose from the depths of Xiao Yan's heart. With the emergence of this insight, a brilliant flame suddenly materialized amidst the oppressive darkness of the tainted demonic sea. So it is like this. The perfected true flame possesses the extraordinary power to cleanse demonic energy into pure essence. A low murmur resonated from the endless abyss. In the next moment, a magnificent flame erupted, radiating an endless and resplendent brilliance. Boom! At that instant, the overwhelming demonic energy, which had rendered even the mightiest of Dou saints powerless, began to blaze fiercely. Chapter 451. After 2.5 years of arduous cultivation, one finally ascends to the rank of Dou saint. Hiss! The radiant flames blazed with fervor, consuming the once near immortal and indestructible terrifying demonic energy. Now, under the influence of the pure lotus true intent, Xiao Yan's had transformed into something akin to a living entity, truly possessing its own essence of life. The so-called true flame of purity was not a cataclysmic technique capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, but rather an extraordinary divine ability that could unleash the full potential of, even surpassing its inherent capabilities. When Xiao Yan comprehended this true flame of purity completely, his would evolve into the next incarnation of the true flame of purity, and the current resplendent could be considered a seed of this true flame. Once this seed fully matured, it would possess the true power comparable to the true flame of purity, as the foremost flame in the vast universe. Even in its nascent form, it bore the terrifying potency to incinerate the heavens and obliterate the earth. Witness the splendid colliding with the boundless demonic energy. The flames that had once left the Dou saints helpless were now finally being extinguished, bit by bit. Xiao Yan's consciousness stood resolute at the center of his soul, recalling a famous saying from his previous life, "What does not kill me makes me stronger." In the next moment, the once faint and flickering resplendent flames began to swell rapidly, an endless inferno with the terrifying heat capable of incinerating all things. Along with a rare trace of pure lotus true intent, surged into Xiao Yan's soul, engaging in a fierce battle against the demonic energy. Hiss! The radiant flames, imbued with dreadful heat, incinerated wave after wave of demonic energy, reducing them to wisps of black smoke that vanished within Xiao Yan's soul. Upon sensing the threat posed by these, the demonic energy surged forth in a relentless wave, crashing violently against Xiao Yan's consciousness with fierce defiance. In this battlefield of the soul, the blazing flame, embodying utmost positivity and strength, clashed with the demonic energy, representing the deepest darkness and malevolence. The sea of flames surged ceaselessly, the horrific heat continuously reducing the demonic energy to nothingness, yet the demonic energy appeared almost boundless. as each wave of flames would be met by yet another fresh tide of demonic energy. Meanwhile, in the external stone cave, Xiao Yan's body, which had become indistinguishable from that of a fallen demon, was also engulfed in a roaring, resplendent flame. This inferno, with its terrifying heat, swiftly elevated the temperature within the cave to an extraordinarily alarming level, causing the surrounding stone walls to glow a deep crimson and rapidly melt, transforming into flowing magma. Even the verdant mat beneath Xiao Yan began to dissolve slowly at that moment. However, as the meditation cushion melted away, the turquoise liquid transformed into pure energy that surged into Xiao Yan's body. In but a fleeting moment, the entire cave was enveloped in a sea of magma. Not only the cave itself, but even the azure peak where Xiao Yan was sequestered began to glow a fiery red. The previously deep green vegetation on the summit withered rapidly and ignited in a fierce blaze under the intense heat emanating from the mountain. Having comprehended the essence of the pure lotus, Xiao Yan's was now nearly on par with the fearsome pure lotus demon fire, which is ranked as the third most terrifying in existence, possessing the power to incinerate mountains and boil seas with just a wisp of its essence. Deep within the mountain, solid rock was continuously transformed into magma, cascading down toward the molten sea below. Yet, as this magma neared the figure cloaked in red fur, it was instantly reduced to nothingness upon contact with the resplendent flames. Xiao Yan sat suspended above the sea of magma, his meditation cushion having long since melted away, its essence merging into his body through his pores as a vast reservoir of pure energy. Amidst the vibrant flames, the red fur enveloping his body was swiftly consumed, transforming into wisps of black vapor that dissipated into the surrounding darkened space. The black vapor now represented the residual byproduct of the incinerated demonic energy, while the true source of the demonic essence had already been reduced to nothingness in the collision with the. Once the red fur was obliterated, countless new strands began to grow wildly from Xiao Yan's skin. They continued to burn, the red fur coming and going in an endless cycle. Although Xiao Yan's had attained a level of terrifying prowess, it was ultimately the manifestation of a demon emperor's source of magic, and the unleashed demonic energy seemed boundless. Thus, this battle to eradicate the demonic essence would inevitably evolve into a protracted tug-of-war, yet at this moment, Xiao Yan held the upper hand. Meanwhile, within the Starfall Pavilion, Elder Yao gazed upon the peak that was gradually melting into magma, his aged visage reflecting a tinge of astonishment. What on earth is this boy doing? Is he truly intent on burning down the entire Starfall Pavilion? Elder Yao watched as the magma-laden mountain began to collapse, unable to suppress a nervous gulp. Fengxian, quickly inform everyone in the Starfall Pavilion to assemble and gather our valuable possessions, Elder Yao urged. Understood, understood, I shall take care of it at once, Feng Zunren replied, his focus now solely on notifying everyone to prepare for a hasty retreat. Within the mountain where Xiao Yan was in seclusion, a terrifying power, which instilled a sense of dread in his very soul, was gradually being unleashed. If he did not hasten his departure, it was feared that everyone in the Starfall Pavilion would be affected. Half a day later, all the disciples and elders of the Starfall Pavilion gathered with their valuable possessions. At that moment, the once majestic azure peak where Xiao Yan meditated had been reduced to ashes, leaving nothing but void in its wake, causing all to swallow hard in disbelief. In the center of this incinerated mountain, a figure, not particularly large, remained seated in the void, surrounded by vibrant flames that blazed fiercely around him, rendering the surrounding space into nothingness. The terrifying heat radiated outward from this figure, elevating the temperature of the entire Starfall Pavilion to an intensely scorching degree. Beneath this oppressive heat, the flora on the ground had long perished, and many areas surrounding Xiao Yan had ignited into roaring flames. Even among the numerous disciples of the Starfall Pavilion watching from a distance, many weaker individuals began to feel unbearably hot, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Is this the power of the young pavilion master? Many elders and disciples observed this scene, swallowing hard, when they heard the voice of Elder Yao. Everyone, evacuate the Starfall Pavilion immediately. Upon hearing this, although reluctant expressions crossed their faces, they all nodded in agreement, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Elder Yao had made the consequences abundantly clear. Once the within Xiao Yan erupted completely, the entire star realm could be incinerated. At that point, even Dou Zun experts would struggle to protect themselves, let alone those who lacked such strength. Soon, the entire Starfall Pavilion began to withdraw from the star realm, migrating until they came to a halt 100 miles away. This individual's strength has likely ascended to that of a Dou Sheng, Elder Yao mused, standing in the void with a smile and a sense of nostalgia. Although this period seemed brief, a year had actually passed. Despite this passage of time, Xiao Yan was still only 21 years old. To reach the pinnacle of Dou Sheng at such a young age is a rarity throughout the annals of Duki continent's history. Moreover, Xiao Yan's soul had already attained the heavenly realm, and his had reached such an astonishing level. Once he emerged from his seclusion, he would be capable of refining ninth-grade elixirs. At that time, he would become the youngest alchemist in the history of Duki continent, a true prodigy who could surpass the Medicine Emperor. Contemplating this, a grin could not help but spread across Elder Yao's lips. In comparison to such a disciple, what would the destruction of the entire star realm signify? Moreover, the star realm is fundamentally akin to the Dou Saint space. Once Xiao Yan ascends to the rank of Dou Saint, he shall have the capacity to once again forge a new star realm. At this moment, Han Miao Miao Yao Ling, and even Han Yu, who has remained in the Starfall Pavilion, fixed their beautiful gazes intently upon the location of the star realm, their eyes reflecting a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Within the abyssal consciousness space, vibrant flames continue to burn ceaselessly, while the boundless demonic energy relentlessly encroaches. The surging waves of demonic energy morph into terrifying tides, yet they are all vanquished by the flames. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. During this interval, although Xiao Yan has attained the true realm of Dou Saint, he has completely exhausted his Dou Qi. Fortunately, a small fragment of Bodhi essence remains within him, allowing the vast energy derived from it to be swiftly transformed into Dou Qi without any need for refinement. With numerous techniques at his disposal, he is thus able to continuously resist the encroaching demonic energy. The protracted tug-of-war persists. Yet the entire star realm has long since transformed into a desolate wasteland, the once verdant flora reduced to ashes by a great conflagration. The atmosphere is permeated with a terrifying heat. Even a Dou Huang powerhouse would struggle to endure for long. Centered around Xiao Yan, a 100-mile radius has morphed into a sea of lava, with distant mountains and stones cracking under the intense thermal pressure. This excruciating high temperature is solely a consequence of the flames emanating from Xiao Yan's body. His crimson hair grows wildly, only to be consumed by the brilliant flames, turning into wisps of black smoke. Even the demonic energy within his soul is utterly incinerated, escaping as tendrils of black smoke from the crown of his head. In this prolonged struggle, an indeterminate amount of time passes before the relentless black demonic waves within Xiao Yan's consciousness experience a momentary halt, sparking a glimmer of light in his eyes. After such a lengthy battle, has it finally reached its limit? A smile spreads across Xiao Yan's face. No matter how formidable the source of this demon emperor's power might be, it is ultimately a well without a spring. While he can continuously draw upon the energy of heaven and earth. Since it has come to this, it is now my turn to strike. His inner voice reverberates within his consciousness. True flame purification, first layer, pure lotus realm. A low shout echoes in Xiao Yan's heart, and in that instant, the previously defensive and entangled erupts in full force. Boom. At this moment, the boundless surges forth like an ocean, erupting with a blinding brilliance, sweeping through Xiao Yan's soul and body with fervor. Wherever it passes, the once dominant demonic energy begins to retreat. Now be gone from my body. With a resounding roar, Xiao Yan unleashed a dazzling inferno, clashing fiercely with the dark demonic energy, which, once invincible, now faltered step by step. After enduring a prolonged struggle over the past 5 months, a significant portion of this malevolent force had been depleted by Xiao Yan, leaving the remaining remnants incapable of posing any threat to him. In the next moment, the pitch-black demonic energy was forcefully expelled from his very soul and flesh. Akin to ink being pushed away, outside, Xiao Yan was enveloped in darkness, as the viscous demonic essence oozed from his pores, while his spirit regained a state of unparalleled purity. Wherever the, or strange fire, swept, the body, long tainted by the demonic energy, was purified once more. The flames consumed the lingering remnants of dark energy, reducing them to wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the ether. Once all traces of the demonic energy were purged from his body, Xiao Yan finally opened his tightly shut eyes. In an instant, the crimson fur that adorned his body was incinerated, but this time, no red hairs would regrow. His skin returned to an exquisite ivory, and his once fearsome visage was restored to its former handsome self. Even his blood-red eyes regained their bright clarity. The source of his countless nights of terror had been vanquished. What lay ahead for Xiao Yan was the complete annihilation of the remaining demonic energy, ensuring that the accursed extraterrestrial evil clan would pose no further threat to the beings of the Dou Qi continent. Boom. An endless sea of resplendent flames erupted from within Xiao Yan, consuming all in its path, reducing space to nothingness. In the blink of an eye, 9 colossal fire dragons, each nearly 1,000 feet long, manifested within the starry realm, encircling the dark demonic energy. Roar. The inky black energy emitted a defiant shriek, transforming into a massive black demonic dragon. Yet, as it morphed into this formidable beast, the 9 fire dragons swiftly surrounded it. This was the moment Xiao Yan had awaited. With a cold smirk, he commanded the 9 fiery dragons to ensnare the black dragon tightly. Sizzle! Under the searing flames, tendrils of black demonic energy were once again reduced to nothingness, as the black dragon emitted a reluctant roar, thrashing in a futile attempt to break free from its bonds. But Xiao Yan would not allow it to escape. With a swift motion of his hand, the intricate seals shifted, tightening the grip of the 9 fire dragons around the black dragon. As it struggled, the terrifying force it exerted caused the surrounding space to crack. Yet the intense heat radiating from the fire dragons incinerated the fragments of space into oblivion. Boom. Moments later, the starry realm, once capable of withstanding the might of a semi-saint, shattered into countless pieces with a few resounding cracks. As the starry realm was utterly annihilated, the onlookers outside finally beheld this magnificent spectacle. In the heavens above, 9 fiery dragons blazed with resplendent flames, emanating a terrifying heat that could be felt even from 100 miles away. Fortunately, the esteemed Elder Yao intervened, weaving a barrier from his semi-saintly fighting spirit intertwined with the chilling bone spirit fire to shield against the dragon's fearsome temperature. Without this protection, those beneath the realm of Dou Zone would likely perish in the Inferno's embrace within moments. The once proud grounds of the Starfall Pavilion had long since succumbed to the overwhelming heat, transforming into molten lava, with even a distance of 1,000 zhong proving insufficient to shield the earth from the flame-searing touch. Half a day later, the struggling black demon dragon let out a mournful roar, only to explode in a cataclysmic burst. In the wake of this explosion, countless wisps of demonic energy coalesced into small dragons, fleeing in all directions. Yet, in the face of this chaos, Xiao Yan exhibited no hesitation. He pressed his palm forward, commanding the very fabric of space. Congeal. In an instant, the previously tranquil space stiffened and compressed, rendering the minuscule demonic energy's attempts to escape utterly futile. This ability to manipulate vast expanses of space with such terrifying might was a testament to his newfound power. Elder Yao observed this scene, his body trembling with excitement. As a semi-saint, he possessed a clear understanding of Xiao Yan's current prowess. It had been 2.5 years since Xiao Yan returned to the central continent, and he had finally reached this pivotal juncture. Now, he had truly ascended to the pinnacle of the continent, attaining the rank of Dou Sheng. Once one reaches this level, their mere gestures wield the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth, embodying the might to create worlds anew. It is precisely this that grants the title of saint. The phrase beneath Dou Sheng, one is akin to an ant, is not mere rhetoric. Despite the single character difference between semi-saint and Dou Sheng, the latter could effortlessly annihilate the former. The disparity between these two ranks is astronomical. Throughout history, aside from Xiao Yan, who once defeated a genuine demon saint due to the latter's underestimation during his semi-saint phase, the pinnacle warriors of various clans boast that their proudest achievements during their semi-saint years merely allowed them to fight to a standstill against newly ascended Dou Shengs. In contrast, Xiao Yan had the strength to contend with Dou Shengs even as a semi-saint and had slain a demon saint, now that he had truly entered the Dou Sheng realm. One could only imagine the extent of his newfound might. This realization was not limited to Elder Yao alone. Even the numerous Dou Zun experts within the Starfall Pavilion, including Hun Miao Miao and Yao Ling, were captivated, their gazes fixated on that distant spectacle. There, in the far reaches of the sky, Xiao Yan was enveloped in radiant flames, the fire radiating an awe-inspiring heat, rendering the surrounding space into nothingness. Before him, the space within 100 miles was firmly sealed. Within this realm, countless tendrils of black demonic energy fled in a frantic manner. Yet, upon colliding with the barrier of this space, they found themselves unable to escape. Even as they stained the barriers with their darkness, a resplendent flame swept through, causing the black demonic energy to quiver slightly. Before that very space was consumed by the fire, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into nothingness. 9 colossal fire dragons rampaged, and wherever their magnificent flames passed, streams of demonic energy were reduced to naught. Though they once belonged to a demon emperor, capable of rendering even a Dou saint powerless, the current Xiao Yan was anything but an ordinary Dou saint. With a mid-tier heavenly class technique, various heavenly class combat skills, and the legacy of the true Flame Emperor, the most crucial aspect was the exotic fire in his possession, which had evolved to a remarkably terrifying level under the catalysis of the true Flame's purification. Thus, the brilliant flames continued to burn until, 3 days later, the residual heat had dried half of the Tianqing mountain range. Even Yao Lao, while resisting the residual heat, turned slightly pale. Finally, The demonic source that had plagued Xiao Yan for 3 years transformed into the last wisp of black mist and completely vanished. Henceforth, this once harrowing demonic source dissipated entirely between the heavens and earth of the Dou continent. Simultaneously, this signified that Xiao Yan was about to embark on a new journey. The day he attained the rank of Dou Saint would mark his return to the Xiao clan, allowing him to become the true heir of the clan. As for those so-called geniuses like Xiao Shengwang, Xiao Yan had never regarded them highly. Once he refined the pure lotus demon fire, his strength would experience yet another quantum leap. With a casual wave, he dispelled the spatial blockade before stepping forward to appear before the members of the Xingyun Pavilion. Teacher. Miao Miao, Linger, Yuer, Xiao Yan's gaze swept over them, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. With their respective soul powers, they could naturally sense the profound strength within Xiao Yan, who had truly transformed from a sheltered youth into a peak powerhouse. Splendid, splendid. Yao Lao's mouth curled into a wide grin as he felt the immense power radiating from Xiao Yan. The current Xiao Yan was undoubtedly the continent's preeminent talent, beyond dispute. Achieving the Dou Saint realm before the age of 22, coupled with a heavenly tier soul and the legacy of the Medicine Emperor, also meant he was a 9th-grade alchemist. Such talent was truly unprecedented and timeless. And this prodigy was none other than his disciple, Yao Chun. Reflecting on this, Yao Lao's smile grew even broader. He recalled the days several years ago when Xiao Yan had barged into the Xingyun Pavilion with the twin saints, coercing him to become their teacher. At which time Yao Lao had harbored considerable grievances towards the boy's brazen rudeness. In retrospect, it was fortunate that he recognized the prevailing circumstances. Otherwise, the title of the foremost master of this continent would have eluded him forever. What are your plans moving forward? The elder, Yao, directed his gaze toward Xiao Yan. Naturally, the next step is to devise a way to ascend to the Dou Emperor rank, Xiao Yan mused, recalling the ancient emperor's cave hidden beneath the Jianan Academy, igniting a fervent ambition within him. For him, the Dou Sage level posed no significant challenge. The true threat compelling his rapid advancement was the remnant magic of the Demon Emperor. Were it not for that, his progression to Dou Sage would have merely been delayed by 3 or 4 years. The Dou Emperor rank, however, remains his ultimate aspiration. Only by attaining this level can he be deemed a true sovereign within this realm and gain the opportunity to venture into the legendary Great Thousand World, competing with the prodigies from countless dimensions. Of course, even now that he has reached the Dou Sage level, it is unlikely that he could directly inherit the legacy of the ancient Dou Emperor, thus necessitating a methodical approach. His immediate course of action would be to return to the Xiao clan. A gentle smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as his gaze swept over Han Miao Miao, Yao Ling, and Han Yu, who stood behind them. Now that he had entered the Dou Sage realm, certain matters must reach their conclusion. For instance, his harem, the marriage arrangements with the ancient clan, and the promised journey to the heavenly tomb with Han Shui and Han Miao Miao all warranted realization. However, all of this hinges upon his return to the Xiao clan to truly secure his position as the heir. After his gaze passed over them, a peculiar blush appeared on the faces of the 3 women. Miao Miao, please return to the southwest continent and discuss matters with Elder Han Shui. If the timing is right, I shall promptly fetch you for the journey to the heavenly tomb, Xiao Yan said with a soft smile. Upon hearing this, Han Miao Miao's long eyelashes fluttered slightly before she nodded in agreement. Yao Ling, you should also return to the Yao clan. Once I have resolved the matters of the Xiao clan, it will be time for me to lead a contingent to the Yao clan, I assure you. I shall conduct this affair with great splendor. At his words, Yao Ling trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with moisture as she smiled softly. I will wait for you. Finally, Xiao Yan turned his gaze to Han Yu, and their eyes met in silence. However, upon seeing the mischievous smile at the corner of Xiao Yan's lips, Han Yu felt a slight tremor and her cheeks flushed. Yet, before returning to the Xiao clan, I must first rearrange the Starfall Pavilion, Xiao Yan remarked with a smile, glancing back at the now desolate Tianqing mountain range. The mountain range, nearly 1,000 miles in length, had been scorched by the intense heat of his, leaving the vegetation withered, wild beasts scattered, and many lakes dried up, revealing the remnants of small fish. In the center of Tianqing mountain range, the location of the Starfall Pavilion, which once possessed a concealment effect capable of temporarily deterring half-saint level beings, had long since been reduced to nothingness by the flames of his. Even the entire celestial realm has been utterly scorched, with the molten lava on the ground yet to fully solidify, still exuding a searing aura. In this clash with the source of magic, the celestial realm has been completely obliterated. However, this is of little consequence, for Xiao Yan has now genuinely ascended to the level of a Dou Saint. The most formidable ability of a Dou Saint is the power to create and reshape worlds. Admittedly, this notion of world creation is somewhat exaggerated. Yet it is undeniable that a Dou Saint possesses the capability to forge a space conducive to the existence of living beings, an achievement forever beyond the reach of Douzun experts. With a single step, Xiao Yan reappears above the remnants of the Starfall Pavilion, his arms outstretched high. In the next moment, resplendent flames once again transform into a sea of fire, cascading down upon the site of the Starfall Pavilion. This time, however, the target of the conflagration is the molten lava still in its liquid state. As these endless flames descend, the lava, which was on the verge of solidifying, rapidly melts anew and begins to boil vigorously. 3,000 flame of yin-yin converge the power of the cosmos. Xiao Yan intones, and the brilliant flames suddenly shift in hue, taking on a predominant purple-brown tone. With the emergence of the 3,000 flame of yin-yin, the previously bright sky now subtly emits the radiance of stars. As these celestial lights disperse, countless starry glimmers converge into the molten sea, with the sun gradually setting and the night sky ascending. A multitude of stars above the Starfall Pavilion erupts in dazzling brilliance, showering down starry energy as if it were abundant and free, merging seamlessly into the ocean of lava. After absorbing this celestial light, the molten lava begins to twinkle subtly, revealing countless starry sparks. When the sunlight of the following day illuminates the horizon, intertwining with myriad starlights, the crimson lava sea sparkles with a mesmerizing glow, exuding an air of profound mystery. At this moment, Xiao Yan no longer hesitates. With the extension of his fingers, streams of lava rise directly from the ground, transforming into 108 towering columns of molten rock. Witnessing this spectacle, those present at the Starfall Pavilion collectively gasp in astonishment. Each of these lava columns stands 100 feet tall, while a single one could be summoned by the combined might of the Douzun experts present. To raise 108 simultaneously seems beyond even the capabilities of Master Yao. Yet, Xiao Yan accomplishes this feat with remarkable ease, his expression betraying no sign of exertion. Is this the true power of a Dou Saint? Observing this scene, all the strong warriors fall into a profound silence. At this juncture, Xiao Yan's voice resonates. Master, may I borrow your bone spirit cold fire for a moment? Chapter 453, Rebuilding the Celestial Realm, the Hanyu Sisters. Upon hearing this, the elderly pharmacist exhibited no hesitation upon his countenance. He opened his mouth, and a torrent of pristine white flames surged forth, transforming into a colossal, ethereal dragon that soared towards Xiao Yan. Due to the pharmacist's deliberate control, this magnificent dragon of white fire posed no resistance, allowing Xiao Yan's fighting spirit to envelop it as it descended onto a nearby lava pillar. With a hissing sound, the originally searing lava rapidly cooled under the embrace of the bone-chilling cold fire. In mere moments, a towering peak, entirely obsidian and adorned with twinkling starlight, materialized before Xiao Yan. Although residual heat lingered within the mountain, its basic form had already solidified. Yet, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly. This amount of bone-chilling cold fire was insufficient. Contemplating this, he unleashed a formidable suction from his palm, drawing the elderly pharmacist towards him. Xiao Yan, what are you attempting to do? The pharmacist questioned, momentarily bewildered by the sudden pull, almost fearing that his precious disciple, upon achieving the rank of Dou Sheng, intended to sacrifice his master. Enough of the chatter. Do you wish to reconstruct the Starfall Pavilion? Xiao Yan shot a glance at the pharmacist. Of course. Then breathe fire. Thus, moments later, the members of the Starfall Pavilion beheld in astonishment as their young master, Xiao Yan, hoisted the pavilion leader, Yao Chun, aloft, while the elderly pharmacist unleashed torrents of immense, pristine white flames from his mouth. These flames cascaded onto the lava pillar, swiftly cooling the intense heat, resulting in a series of obsidian peaks glimmering with starlight rising from the earth that once belonged to the Starfall Pavilion. I can't continue. I must take a break. At this rate, even a draft horse from the production team would be exhausted. By the time he reached the 90th peak, the pharmacist's complexion had turned ashen, his fighting spirit somewhat depleted. Having already expended considerable energy, the relentless spouting of the bone-chilling cold fire had begun to take its toll, even on his semi-holy strength. As he pondered this, he felt a surge of pure, potent fighting spirit flood into his body, and in the next instant, countless tendrils of bone-chilling cold fire erupted from his mouth once more. After a full day of effort, under the cooling influence of the bone-chilling cold fire, 108 towering obsidian peaks, each 100 feet high and shimmering with starlight, emerged within the former realm of the star. These peaks, standing in harmonious contrast, exuded an enigmatic aura, causing the sky above, stretching 1,000 miles, to shimmer with falling starlight in response to this wondrous energy. Once all was completed, Xiao Yan gently set the elderly pharmacist down, whose pallid face reflected his exhaustion. Phew, I am utterly spent, the pharmacist lamented, rubbing his numb mouth. After a day of expelling flames, especially such extraordinary fire, who could possibly remain unwearied? However, upon witnessing the 108 peaks forged by Xiao Yan, a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. Were these 108 mountains of formation? A hint of disbelief graced Yao Lao's gaze. Indeed, smiled Xiao Yan faintly. These 108 peaks, along with the terrain beneath, constituted an ancient grand formation from a bygone era, known as the Zhou Tian Star Gathering Array. After setting Yao Lao down, Xiao Yan once again waved his hands, and in the next moment, an ocean-like surge of fighting spirit erupted forth. When the aura of his Dou Sheng level fully manifested, even many Dou Zun powerhouses felt their expressions shift, struggling to catch their breath. Those beneath the Dou Zone realm could scarcely resist the urge to kneel. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the true terror of a Dou Sheng powerhouse. Once the fighting spirit was unleashed, an equally colossal surge of spiritual power erupted from Xiao Yan's body. The soul force, once in its early heavenly realm, had now ascended to the later stages of the heavenly realm, nourished by the prolonged tug-of-war with the source of magic, the breakthroughs to Dou Sheng, and the profound essence of the pure lotus. Space open, Xiao Yan commanded, tearing his hands towards the sky with fervor. In the next instant, a massive, pitch-black rift, spanning 100 miles, materialized between heaven and earth. Xiao Yan's fighting spirit surged furiously, tearing apart the very fabric of space where the star realm once stood, allowing the fighting spirit to pour in like a torrent. Streams of fighting spirit swiftly merged with the fragments of the torn space, transforming into barriers of space, within which flickered strands of purple-brown flames. After a full day and night had passed, a space that could rival the original star realm was finally established beneath the immense reservoir of Xiao Yan's fighting spirit. As the last segment of space coalesced, the entire new star realm erupted in a cascade of brilliant starlight. Above the star realm sky, wisps of purple-brown flames blazed, drawing the starlight above down to the 108 peaks below. Thus, a brand new star realm was initially completed. This new star realm, with the gathering of the Zhou Tian Star Gathering Array, absorbed the power of the stars far more effectively than the previous realm. Crafted by Xiao Yan, a Dou Sheng powerhouse, its fortitude was unmatched, impervious to anyone below the Dou Sheng level. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Starfall Pavilion once again displayed expressions of shock, realizing that the power of a Dou Sheng to create space was indeed immense. It was only on this day that they truly understood what constituted a genuine Dou Sheng powerhouse. Star Realm, conceal, Xiao Yan commanded softly, and the once colossal star realm suddenly vanished from sight, merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Only a select few strong individuals could discern that this place concealed a hidden space, guided by the unusually dense starlight. After completing these tasks, even with Xiao Yan's current cultivation level, he could not help but turn pale. The energy required to open a realm was indeed vast, which explained why Dou Zun experts rarely ventured into such endeavors. This was not solely due to their insufficient mastery over spatial manipulation, but also their lack of the formidable power needed to alter the very fabric of the world. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan remained unfazed. Once his Dou Qi was depleted, replenishing it would be his next course of action. He suddenly settled into a meditative posture, his immense spiritual power enveloping the surrounding area for miles. In the next moment, boundless energy began to surge towards him. Instantly, waves of solidified energy rushed forth, directed at Xiao Yan. He opened his mouth, and with the essence of the pure lotus true meaning, the swept through, swiftly refining the impurities from the incoming energy. Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, the members of the Xingyun Pavilion fell into a stunned silence, their astonishment mingled with joy. The stronger Xiao Yan became, the more they too could bask in his glory. Not to mention, the new star realm was significantly more potent than before. Although the current Tianqing mountain range lay desolate, and the star realm appeared barren, those present were formidable individuals. If they could not establish a world, surely they could assist in moving a few things. As these thoughts lingered, they felt a sudden dampness above them, followed by the influx of pure energy into their bodies. By heavens, it's raining energy. Many powerful figures displayed expressions of disbelief as they witnessed droplets of multicolored energy cascading down like rain. Above, the energy waves surged towards Xiao Yan without restraint, while he diligently refined them, absorbing only the most pristine essence into his being. Although he regarded the remaining energy as somewhat beneath him, it had indeed been refined by the, rendering it a rich source of power for ordinary cultivators. 3 days later, within the new star realm, Xiao Yan lounged lazily in a newly furnished room, with Hanyu resting her flushed face against his shoulder. "Do you think I'm utterly useless?" Hanyu whispered. "Why would you think that?" Xiao Yan replied, momentarily taken aback. "Sister Miao Miao, and Sister Yaoling both reached Dou Zun at such a young age. While I have only just become a Dou Zone with your assistance, Han Yu's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. I feel like I'm holding you back. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, gently lifting her chin to gaze at her striking yet blushing face. Do you think I care about your cultivation level? What I truly cherish is you, as a person. With that, Xiao Yan moved closer once more. Since you deem your abilities to be inadequate, I shall take it upon myself to assist you in elevating your prowess. However, at that moment, Han Yu suddenly interjected, Wait, what is it now? Xiao Yan inquired. His brow furrowed. Han Yu remained silent, instead extracting a jade talisman from her spatial ring and shattering it. Xiao Yan was initially taken aback, but as his spiritual energy swept through the star realm, a peculiar expression crossed his face, mingled with a trace of excitement. After a brief pause, the door to the room swung open, and a graceful young woman, exuding a faint fragrance, entered. Sister, brother-in-law, Han Shui said, her face flushed, unable to meet Xiao Yan's gaze. Oh, it's you, Shui. Now that you're here, please come closer. Xiao Yan chuckled mischievously. After 3,000 words, Xiao Yan's figure reappeared at the entrance of the star realm. Has Soul Xian already been taken away by Miao Miao? Xiao Yan realized that his foolish disciple had vanished. Indeed, that girl mentioned that this matter is of great significance, so I allowed her to take him. Elder Yao nodded in affirmation. That's fine. That girl must have a substantial connection with the Soul Clan. Since it was Miao Miao who took her, there must be a reason, Xiao Yan agreed, then smiled at Elder Yao and the others, saying, Everyone, I shall return home for a while. We shall meet again another day. Casting a final glance at the Han sisters, Xiao Yan's figure vanished into the void. His next destination, the Xiao Clan. Chapter 454, a reunion with Xiao Xian. The Central State, vast and prosperous, teems with countless formidable beings and emerging high-level factions. However, when it comes to the mightiest force, there is but one clan that stands above all true top-tier powers in Central State, the Xiao Clan. The Xiao Clan, a genuine apex power that surpasses all others on the continent, dwarfs even the other 6 clans and esteemed entities like the Pill Tower and the Ancient Void Dragon. To put it bluntly, should the Xiao Clan unleash its full strength, even if all the high-tier forces of the continent were to unite, they would still be no match for the Xiao Clan. Moreover, Xiandi City is the sole location on the entire continent where Dou-Sheng-level powerhouses engage in trade. After all, in comparison to other regions, if Dou-Shengs fail to reach an agreement, a single confrontation could lead to cataclysmic destruction, easily obliterating an entire city. Yet within Xiandi City, no one dares to cause trouble. Even the chieftains of ancient races must behave themselves. Should they dare to create a disturbance, the Xiao Clan will ensure they understand the meaning of discipline. Centuries ago, 2 Dou-Sheng powerhouses once wreaked havoc in Xiandi City, resulting in numerous strong individuals perishing in the fallout. The aftermath was that one Dou-Sheng was executed on the spot, while another remains imprisoned in Xiandi City, serving as forced labor. Is Dou-Sheng truly that rare? For other factions, the presence of a Dou Saint powerhouse is sufficient to deem them a superpower. Even among the ancient clans, second only to the Xiao Clan, a Dou Saint holds a position of significant authority. However, within the Xiao Clan, Dou Saints cannot be deemed particularly rare. Superpower? Any royal lineage within the Xiao Clan could easily be classified as a superpower, while the imperial lineages above them possess strength that rivals or even surpasses that of an ancient clan. Remarkably, all of this exists without the involvement of the esteemed Xian Emperor. The Xian Emperor city stands majestically between heaven and earth, its ancient walls towering 100 feet high, exuding a grandeur intertwined with the passage of time, evoking a sense of reverence at first glance. Yet today, a young man clad in black unexpectedly appeared above Xian Emperor City. The many powerful beings within the city could not help but glance upward, and upon sensing the strength of this individual, expressions of astonishment flickered across their faces. A Dou Saint. This young man appears so youthful, yet he is indeed a Dou Saint. However, after a brief moment of surprise, they returned to their own affairs. After all, while Dou Saints are rare in the outer world, they are not entirely uncommon within Xian Emperor City, where several reside. For instance, the old man at the city gate, adorned with a dog collar, is a Dou Saint who committed transgressions centuries ago and now dutifully guards the entrance. Likewise, the elderly gentleman selling canned goods and the burly blacksmith, who knows when one might encounter a Dou Saint seeking a drink. Yet, when the young man arrived at the central gateway of Xian Emperor City, envy surfaced on the faces of those around him. Indeed, this is no ordinary Dou Saint. He is a Dou Saint of the Xiao Clan. The Dou Saints of the Xiao Clan are not comparable to ordinary Dou Saints. With a mere call, they can summon a multitude of Dou Saints. Others from various ancient clans passing by could not suppress their size, especially the weaker clans like the Spirit and Stone clans. who lamented that whenever the Dou Saints of the Xiao clan mobilize, their numbers surpass the total of all Dou Saints from their own clans, which barely amount to even 1/10 of that. How can such a vast disparity exist among ancient races? As Xiao Yan approached the entrance to the Xiao realm, two armored Dou Zun powerhouses intercepted his path. Who might you be, and do you possess the Xiao clan's passage token? The two black-armored Dou Zun regarded Xiao Yan with solemn expressions. With their cultivation levels, they had naturally discerned that the figure before them was a genuine Dou Saint. However, their tone remained merely polite, for causing trouble at the Xiao realm's entrance would be tantamount to courting death. In response to their inquiry, Xiao Yan merely offered a gentle smile, revealing an intricate and profound pattern upon his forehead. Indeed, is he the elder of the Xiao clan's Dou Saint? The two Dou Zun powerhouses were momentarily taken aback, their expressions tinged with bewilderment. They had never encountered this Dou Saint before, and as they pondered this, an astonishing aura of bloodline authority emanated from the young man, causing their breaths to hitch slightly. Exchanging glances, both Dou Zun's eyes reflected their mutual astonishment. How could this be? A divine bloodline? Their expressions shifted subtly. Both possessed 7th-grade bloodlines, and even a 9th-grade bloodline would not exert such pressure on them. Only the exceedingly rare divine bloodline within their clan could accomplish this feat. However, historically, any divine bloodline member from the Xiao clan who had not fallen had long ascended to the pinnacle of power. The young man before them, though a Dou Saint, had not yet reached the level of supremacy they envisioned. To earn the title of a supreme powerhouse in the Xiao clan, one would at least need to possess the strength of a 7-star Dou Saint. Yet, if he were not an ancient divine bloodline, currently, there was only one individual in the Xiao clan whose strength had not reached such heights while still retaining a divine bloodline. Contemplating this, their expressions became increasingly vivid. The prince, the two Dou Zun from the Xiao clan wore expressions of respect and astonishment. Ah, you two recognize me? Xiao Yan remarked with a faint smile. Now, may I enter the Xiao realm? Of course, your highness. The two Dou Zun hastily replied with reverence. Once Xiao Yan stepped into the Xiao realm, incredulity flickered across their faces. When the clan had announced the identity of this Xiao Yan prince, he had seemingly been just a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Now, after 6 or 7 years, he had already reached the level of Dou Saint. They were utterly bewildered, even though they had witnessed countless prodigies within the Xiao clan. If one were to calculate Xiao Yan's age carefully, he was at most 22. A 22-year-old Dou Saint was truly unprecedented, even within the Xiao clan. As the two remained in a state of astonishment, Xiao Yan had already traversed into the depths of the Xiao realm. Feeling the energy surrounding him, which was exponentially denser than that of the outside world, alongside the pervasive presence of formidable beings, Xiao Yan could not help but take a deep breath in awe. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ears. Indeed, you have finally become a Dou Saint. If so, why not hurry over? Upon hearing this, the pride that had adorned Xiao Yan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep respect. In mere moments, he swiftly made his way toward the ancestral hall. As he passed through, numerous powerful auras emitted soft gasps of surprise. How strange. When did a new Dou Saint emerge in the clan? Several concealed elders expressed their astonishment. Though the Dou Sheng is not particularly valued within the Xiao clan, it remains a true pinnacle of strength. The emergence of a new Dou Sheng is typically announced to the clan, unless it is intentionally concealed among certain Dou Sheng powers. Thus, within the Xiao clan, it is merely a matter of internal notification. In contrast, among other ancient races, the birth of a Dou Sheng would be a cause for grand celebration. However, Xiao Yan's thoughts were far removed from such matters. With a few flickers, he traversed the vast expanse of the Xiao realm, a realm that once necessitated the guidance of both literary and martial sages for swift passage, now lay beneath his feet as no longer distant. Moments later, Xiao Yan arrived before an ancient hall, entirely hued in deep azure. This hall, while not overly extravagant or grandiose, holds immense significance in the hearts of the Xiao clan. Some refer to it as the Ancestral Hall, while others call it the Imperial Hall. Regardless of the name, its true essence lies in the identity of its resident. This individual is none other than the esteemed ancestor revered by countless members of the Xiao clan, Xiandi, Xiao Xian. Your Highness, the clan ancestor has been awaiting you in the Ancestral Hall, announced a tall man clad in armor of gold and silver, greeting Xiao Yan with a slight smile. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the imposing figure, ultimately resting on the character Xian emblazoned upon his chest. Is this the Xian Divine Guard? He pondered, feeling the faint aura emanating from the man. Xiao Yan could not help but take a deep breath. In the past, he had always been escorted here, but now, having attained the status of a saint, he realized that even the guardian at the entrance possessed an inscrutable strength. Despite being a genuine Dou Sheng with soul power reaching the late stages of the heavenly realm, he still could not fathom the true might of the man before him. indicating that the individual was at least a 6-star Dou Sheng. Alas, upon returning to the Xiao clan, the sense of superiority that came with being a Dou Sheng had utterly dissipated. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao Yan offered a slight expression of gratitude before stepping into the ancestral hall. Inside, the hall retained its ancient grayish-blue hue, adorned with carvings of ancient images depicting battles between deities and demons. After enduring many trials, Xiao Yan vaguely recognized these ancient depictions, which undoubtedly illustrated the conflicts between the Dou-Qi continent and the malevolent races from beyond in ancient times. As he contemplated this, his gaze quickly settled upon a figure clad in azure, standing within the hall. This individual, with shoulder-length black hair, possessed a visage that, while not strikingly handsome, exuded an indescribable and unique aura. Who else could it be but Xiao Xian? Ancestor, Xiao Yan exclaimed, dropping to his knees. Rise, said Xiao Xian, his lips curving into a faint smile as he regarded the kneeling Xiao Yan. Has the centuries of reincarnation within the Bodhi ancient tree not instilled in you the ability to remain unperturbed by honor or disgrace? I have always remained unfazed by both honor and disgrace. Even without the trials of the ancient Bodhi tree, I would still possess such composure, Xiao Yan declared earnestly. Then why do you kneel upon the ground? I kneel here out of genuine reverence for our ancestral lineage, a respect that springs from the depths of my soul. Xiao Yan's expression was grave, seemingly sincere. Hearing this, Xiao Xian's lips twitched slightly, ultimately gesturing with a weary hand, allowing Xiao Yan to rise. Despite having attained the realm of Dou Sheng, Xiao Yan felt no resistance against Xiao Xian's casual motion. Since you were able to withstand the corruption of the Demon Emperor's source, it appears you have grasped the essence of true flame. Haven't you? Xiao Xian's gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan, his usually tranquil eyes, akin to the vast night sky, now flickered with a hint of fervor. I humbly report to our ancestor. It is precisely because I have comprehended the first layer of true flame purification that I could stand against the source of that demonic force and ultimately refine it. Xiao Yan nodded affirmatively. Given this, might you demonstrate the true power of this true flame purification to me? Upon hearing this, a spark of curiosity appeared on Xiao Xian's face, mingled with a deeper sense of interest. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan extended his palm, with a mere thought. A dazzling flame erupted from his hand, instantly bathing the entire hall in searing heat. Even the formidable guardian standing outside the door displayed an expression of astonishment. As Xiao Xian gazed at the terrifyingly high-temperature flame in Xiao Yan's palm, he could not help but nod in approval. Calmly, he extended his own hand, allowing a faint wisp of Dou Qi to hover at his fingertips, which then gracefully entered the flame. The moment this wisp of Dou Qi descended into Xiao Yan's fire, he felt as though it were not merely a strand of energy, but rather a mountain, causing even his current strength to feel slightly strained. Furthermore, that extraordinary flame that could incinerate even the Demon Emperor's source found it laborious to burn this wisp of Dou Qi. Yet, despite the difficulty, the energy within the flame began to pulse and bubble under its intense heat. Witnessing this spectacle, a genuine smile finally graced Xiao Xian's lips. Indeed, this is quite impressive. The power of your extraordinary flame now rivals that of the purifying lotus demon fire. Should you manage to refine it alongside the purifying lotus, its might would reach an unfathomably formidable level. Xiao Xian appeared truly delighted, expressing, "It was worth the effort I expended to ensure you received such opportunities. You have finally comprehended the true flame purification." After conveying his thoughts, Xiao Xian gently waved his hand. "Now, go home and take a look. In 3 days, I shall personally bestow upon you the title of Imperial Son in the Xiao clan. With your ascension to Dou Sheng, you are now truly capable of wielding the rights befitting an Imperial Son." With a grand gesture, he waved his hand, and Xiao Yan felt the world around him spinning. In the next moment, he found himself back in a familiar place. The might of a Dou Emperor is truly fearsome. Even though I have now ascended to the realm of Dou Saint, I still possess no power to resist before our ancestral figure. Xiao Yan could not help but let out a soft sigh, his gaze drifting to the well-known scenery before him. After years of absence, he had finally returned home. Chapter 455, The Bestowal. Xiao Yan concentrated, and an immense surge of soul power swept across the entire clan territory, allowing him to perceive everything within his sight. As his colossal soul power traversed the area, many formidable members of the Xiao lineage felt the overwhelming presence of this terrifying soul energy. It was the soul of the heavenly realm. Within the Xiao clan, numerous powerful figures emerged from their residences, frowning in response to the palpable aura. Compared to the number of Dou Saints, the quantity of those with heavenly realm souls was relatively scarce, for the enhancement of soul power relies solely on talent and resources. Among the ancient 7 clans, aside from the medicinal clan, which boasted superior talent in soul cultivation, Even the Xiao clan soul aptitude was not particularly remarkable. Consequently, the bloodline strength of the Xiao clan offered limited enhancement to the soul, indirectly resulting in a number of heavenly realm soul practitioners even fewer than those of Dou saints. After all, not every Dou saint possesses a heavenly realm soul. Who is this formidable presence that has arrived at our Xiao lineage? The elders who had reached the Dou Zun realm hurriedly flew out from their residences, only to reveal expressions of astonishment and confusion upon seeing the young man in black with a subtle smile in the sky. It was Xiao Yan. Several elders' expressions shifted dramatically. Oh no, this kid has returned. I must quickly hide my prized spirit fish. The elders turned to flee. Similarly, other elders shared the same reaction upon seeing Xiao Yan. Their instinctive response was not joy or excitement, but rather a subconscious urge to rush home and conceal their treasures. My dragon fish fry have not yet matured. How has this boy returned so soon? The three elders muttered to themselves, eager to check their fish ponds, fearing that they might arrive too late and find their ponds ravaged. Esteemed elders, where are you all rushing off to? Observing the flurry of the elders, Xiao Yan displayed a look of bewilderment. After years of absence, should these old fellows not be welcoming him with open arms? Why did they appear as if they had encountered bandits? As he pondered this, a formidable aura emerged from a residence at the core of the territory, and soon after, a spirited elder stepped forth. Ah, my precious grandson has finally returned. With a smile gracing his face, Xiao Lin approached Xiao Yan, scrutinizing the young man before him. Years had elapsed, transforming the once mischievous grandson into a figure of remarkable maturity, his handsome visage now exuding an air of sophistication. What pleased Xiao Lin the most, however, was the overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Yan. Have you truly become a Dou saint? Feeling the majestic presence that rivaled his own, Xiao Lin's hands rubbed together in delight, a grin spreading across his face. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan displayed no semblance of modesty. In the next moment, a formidable aura surged from within him, enveloping the entire clan grounds. As this presence fully materialized, shock registered on the faces of several clan elders, their expressions filled with disbelief as they regarded Xiao Yan. Their initial instinct upon seeing him had been to retreat and safeguard their treasures, entirely unaware of the extent of Xiao Yan's newfound strength. A Dou saint? The elders gazed at Xiao Yan, their faces a tapestry of astonishment. Xiao Yan, you have truly attained the rank of Dou saint? In that moment, the elders forgot their intentions to conceal their valuables, their countenances now brimming with excitement as they looked upon Xiao Yan. What did you think when you saw me turn and flee? Xiao Yan cast a dissatisfied glance at the elderly men, vividly recalling their fearful expressions moments ago. I am a dignified heir, a prodigy seldom seen in the annals of the Douqi continent, and yet you react as if you have encountered a thief. Oh, how could you say such a thing? One elder was the first to regain composure, his wrinkled face breaking into a warm, benevolent smile. I have seen how arduous your journey has been over the years. We have raised quite a number of spirit-tail chickens at home. I shall bring a couple over to nourish you. Indeed, indeed. My heavenly dragonfish is also nearing maturity. I'll prepare a couple for a grilled feast. The three elders beamed with joy, their faces radiating warmth. Xiao Yan was no longer the impish child of yore. In just a few short years, he had ascended to the ranks of Dou saint. At merely 22 years of age, he had achieved what many could only dream of. Although they had long recognized his boundless potential, witnessing his extraordinary accomplishment at such a tender age left the elders in awe of his remarkable talent, which seemed almost otherworldly. However, as they contemplated Xiao Yan's promising future, a wave of joy surged within the elders. After all, Xiao Yan was truly family. And once he wielded significant power within the clan, these old men would surely bask in his glory. Is that so? Xiao Yan regarded the elders with a hint of skepticism, recalling their earlier demeanor. Yet, cherishing the rare opportunity to return home, he opted to cast aside his doubts and nodded with a gentle smile. In light of this, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed elders for their concern. With that said, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Lin. Grandfather, where are my father and mother? As soon as the words left his lips, two radiant figures surged forth from a nearby residence. Upon seeing these two silhouettes, the previously serene expression on Xiao Yan's face faltered slightly, and his once tranquil eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Father, mother, I have returned. Before him stood his parents, his father, a robust and towering figure, and his mother, a graceful and mature beauty, Xiao Zhan and Yao Xian. Returning is all that matters. Returning is all that matters, Yao Xian said, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Her eyes slightly reddened. Over the years, especially after his trials, she had lived in constant worry for her son. Only as a mother could she bear such relentless concern. She tenderly stroked Xiao Yan's head, her eyes brimming with joy. In that moment, the once rebellious Xiao Yan exhibited a rare docility, allowing his mother to caress him. Haha, my son has become a Dou Saint. My son has become a Dou Saint. A jubilant smile illuminated Xiao Yan's face, stretching from ear to ear, evoking envy and admiration from many of his contemporaries. Who wouldn't revel in the joy of having such an exceptional son? That night, the square of the Xiao clan was once again ablaze with bonfire brilliance. The luminous magic cores casting a dazzling glow that illuminated the entire square and the faces of all gathered. Brother Xiao Yan, enjoy the fish, Xiao Mei offered, presenting a perfectly roasted golden dragon fish to him. Many of the youth who had accompanied Xiao Yan to the northwest continent for their trials had returned to the Xiao clan, while the remaining half continued to hone their skills in the Black Corner region. The elders of the clan held no objections to this. For them, the speed of these youngsters' cultivation was secondary. Each of them bore the Xiao bloodline, and their grandfather and father were at least Dou Zone level experts. Thus, the attainment of cultivation before reaching Dou Zone was not a significant concern for them. Instead, they placed greater emphasis on character. To become a true powerhouse, mere resources are insufficient. One must possess an indomitable spirit. Nevertheless, many of the youths who had accompanied Xiao Yan had returned to the clan. Years had passed, and they had matured from boys into young men, each possessing at least the strength of a Dou Wang. However, during the days when Xiao Yan was absent, they dared not indulge in petty mischief. Since Xiao Yan's departure from the Xiao clan, these young men had faced considerable reprimands from the elders. Furthermore, now that they were all in their 20s, they could no longer act as they once did. If they were to steal, it had to be something of real value. Ah, behold these lively little ones. Such a vibrant scene has not graced us for several years. As I gaze upon the throng of spirited youth, the elder members of our clan wear smiles upon their faces. Since Xiao Yan's departure, our ancestral grounds have not witnessed such merriment for an extended period. At that moment, however, two sudden spatial disturbances manifested from the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, two elderly gentlemen, strikingly similar in appearance, materialized within our clan's domain. Upon sighting these two venerable figures, a hint of nostalgic joy graced Xiao Yan's previously cheerful countenance. With a single stride, he stood before the two elders. Elder One, Elder Wu, it has been far too long, Xiao Yan exclaimed, his face alight with warmth as he regarded the two elders. These two, of course, were the esteemed One and Wu, his guardians during his earlier journeys. They had often aided him during his trials and tribulations. Indeed, our young master possesses extraordinary talent. In but a few short years, he has ascended to the level of a Dou Sheng. The faces of One and Wu mirrored Xiao Yan's joy. Although the years had left their own marks on the two elders, confining their prowess to the semi-holy stage, the once vulnerable youth they had protected had now blossomed into a towering giant. Had it not been for your guidance, I could not have progressed so smoothly, Xiao Yan said with a smile, inviting the two sages to partake in the festivities. With Xiao Yan's return, the Xiao lineage had been abuzz with excitement over the past few days. Until 3 days hence, a magnificent voice, imbued with an overwhelming celestial authority, reverberated throughout the entirety of the Xiao realm. The newly appointed imperial son, Xiao Yan, has arrived to receive his title. This proclamation, laden with boundless majesty, echoed as if the very sovereign of heaven and earth was declaring it, and at that moment, all within the Xiao realm comprehended that a new imperial son was about to emerge. Many powerful beings who had attained the Dou Sheng level realized the identity of the voice's owner. It was the clan's ancestor. It was indeed the voice of the revered Xiao Xian. Upon hearing this declaration, even the faces of numerous Dou Sheng experts were alight with fervent excitement. There was no denying the preeminence of Dou Sheng experts within the Xiao clan. Indeed, many had only glimpsed Xiao Xian after attaining their own sanctification, and they might only have this singular opportunity in their lifetimes. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's proclamation, varied expressions of awe and anticipation adorned their faces. The title of imperial son held immense prestige within the Xiao clan. It signified one who was a candidate for Dou Di, a true contender for the esteemed rank of Dou Di. In the millennium following Xiao Xian's ascension to the throne, only 2 imperial sons had emerged from the Xiao clan. Though these two had wielded little in the way of tangible power, their status and strength were rivaled only by that of the clan leader. The reason they wield little real power is simply their reluctance to manage trivial matters. Otherwise, these 2 imperial sons could easily vie for the position of clan leader against Xiao Xiaobei. Prior to Xiao Yan ascending to the rank of Dou Sheng, his identity as an imperial son was known only among the high-ranking experts within the clan. However, following Xiao Yan's elevation to Dou Sheng, this news was personally proclaimed by Xiao Xian, making it known to every member of the Xiao clan. Grandfather, parents, Elder One, Elder Wu, let us go together. At the moment this voice resonated, Xiao Yan understood that the ceremony for the imperial son's conferral, as mentioned by Xiao Xian, was about to commence. Despite his myriad experiences, he felt a flicker of anticipation for this moment. This anticipation was not solely due to the numerous privileges and benefits that came with the title of Imperial Son. More crucially, it was the grand awareness of witnessing the true strength accumulated by the Xiao clan over a millennium. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, expressions of excitement spread across the faces of Xiao Lin and others. Indeed, at this moment, they were filled with immense exhilaration. For it was a profound honor to witness their kin attain such prestige and status, an experience that no one could remain indifferent to. My son Xiao Yan possesses the bearing of a Dou D. Xiao Zhan exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Xiao Yan exchanged a glance with Xiao Lin and, without further hesitation, unleashed a torrent of Dou Sheng power, leading his kin toward another sacred site of the Xiao clan, the Imperial Ascendance Platform. It is said that this very platform was where Xiao Xian became a Dou D, the place where he vanquished the formidable Soul Heaven Emperor, the greatest threat to the Xiao clan at that time. This site not only marked Xiao Xian's ascension, but also served as a pivotal turning point in the clan's fate. Thus, it has become a sacred ground within the Xiao clan, only to be reopened during rare and significant clan events. As they journeyed to the Imperial Ascendance platform, Xiao Yan keenly sensed a multitude of powerful beings converging upon the platform like a swarm of locusts. In the sky, streaks of light represented the many powerful figures of the Xiao clan. The true number of strong individuals within the clan would soon be revealed. Observing this scene, even Xiao Yan felt a surge of exhilaration. Along the way, he sensed the presence of nearly 10 Dou Sheng experts, with several hundred Dou Zun experts, not to mention countless other strong beings. Contemplating this, his pace quickened considerably. Although the Xiao realm could be deemed vast, it was but a small corner compared to the true Dou Qi continent. With his current speed, even while escorting many others, Xiao Yan reached the fabled location of the Imperial Ascendance platform in merely the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. Yet, upon truly arriving at this platform and gazing upon the scene before him, Xiao Yan still felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. Before him stood a towering mountain peak, seemingly cleaved in two by an enormous blade, revealing a vast platform measuring nearly 10 miles in length and width. Its surface impeccably smooth. Had it been merely this, Xiao Yan might not have paid it much heed. Such scenes are not uncommon even among the Xiao clan, let alone within certain esteemed factions of Dou's own level. What truly sent shivers down his spine was the seemingly infinite assembly of formidable individuals soaring through the skies above. These powerful beings were all airborne, indicating that their prowess had undoubtedly reached the level of Dou Wang. Under ordinary circumstances, a Dou Wang would not command much attention within the Xiao clan. However, when the sheer number of these Dou Wang obscured the very light of the heavens, forming a dense array akin to ominous clouds, it was nothing short of breathtaking. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Within the immense platform, numerous figures stood resolutely, and upon closer inspection, there were perhaps only a few hundred. In such an expansive space, this number should have felt sparse. Yet, even with merely several hundred, or nearly 1,000, figures present, there was no sense of emptiness. Rather, these few hundred silhouettes emanated a grandeur surpassing that of the countless Dou Wang and Dou Huang above. They were Dou Sheng. All these figures were unequivocally Dou Sheng experts. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan felt a fresh wave of trepidation wash over him. At the center of these 100 figures stood a man clad in green robes, his arms folded behind him, smiling warmly as he regarded Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, since you have arrived, why not hasten to accept your title? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could not suppress a slight shiver. Even after experiencing the reincarnation within the Bodhi ancient tree, the sight before him still stirred a profound excitement within him. Yes, the clan ancestor. Xiao Yan hastily nodded and, alongside Xiao Lin, swiftly made his way to the imperial platform. He appeared directly beside Xiao Xian, while Xiao Lin respectfully bowed to Xiao Xian before promptly retreating into the crowd, saying little. Xiao Lin, congratulations. Your lineage is destined for greatness. Indeed, Xiao Lin, you have truly raised an exceptional grandson. Witnessing this, many familiar faces surrounding Xiao Lin could not help but offer their praises. Alas, what fortune! It can only be attributed to fate, Xiao Lin thought, striving to keep his smile understated, wishing not to provoke the old friends of yore. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his grin stretched from ear to ear. At this moment, Xiao Yan had obediently positioned himself beside Xiao Xian. How does it feel today? To finally witness the true strength of the Xiao clan? Xiao Xian inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. The glory the Xiao clan enjoyed today was entirely due to the clan ancestor. Without him, how could the Xiao clan have achieved such splendor? Xiao Yan inhaled deeply. Without the trials of countless reincarnations, even with his soul's considerable maturity, one might find themselves somewhat overwhelmed at this moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian merely smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward Xiao, saying, Xiao, please introduce this young lad to the various powers of our Xiao clan, for he shall eventually take the reins of our lineage. In response, Xiao, who usually maintained a demeanor of nonchalance in the outside world, nodded respectfully, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he looked at Xiao Yan. Well done, young man. I did not expect you to achieve the status of a saint so swiftly. With that, he patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder and began his introduction. Behold, these 10 individuals closest to our clan's ancestors are the current heads of the top 10 royal veins of the Xiao clan. The 2 at the forefront are your predecessors, the 2 imperial sons. Xiao gestured toward the 10 individuals nearest to Xiao Xian, with the foremost 2 being a middle-aged man and a young man. Salutations to the esteemed imperial sons and to all the heads of the royal veins. Xiao Yan dared not become too complacent. The strength of these 10 was such that he could not fathom even one of them with his current cultivation. As for the 2 imperial sons, he knew well that their prowess was on par with that of Xiao, both being figures at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint level. In response, the 2 imperial sons nodded with impassive expressions, their eyes revealing no animosity, yet lacking kindness. The other heads of the royal veins, however, displayed faint smiles, nodding in acknowledgement toward Xiao Yan. Do not let their aloofness deceive you, young one, Xiao said with a cheerful demeanor, setting aside the 2 imperial sons. Each of the other 8 heads possesses the strength of 8-star Dou Saints. No matter how extraordinary your talents may be, it will take an immeasurable amount of time to catch up to them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a tightening in his chest. He had anticipated the formidable strength of the heads of the top 10 royal veins, yet only now did he truly comprehend the extent of their power. It is no wonder that legends claim any one of the top 10 royal veins could single-handedly contend against an ancient race, excluding the ancient clans. Their might is indeed terrifying. Among the top 10 royal veins, the most historically established has existed for over a millennium. Besides the current heads, the descendants alone boast more than a dozen, even dozens, of Dou Saints. Even the least established royal vein has a history exceeding 300 years, with nearly 10 Dou Saints. Within the Xiao clan, the total number of Dou Saint powerhouses from just the top 10 royal veins exceeds 200. Xiao continued to introduce, his smile unwavering, as he elaborated on more Dou Saint powerhouses. These 7 are the 7 saints of the Northern Dipper. Together, they possess the capability to battle any strong opponent below the 9-star Dou Saint level, representing one of our clan's peak combat forces. Those 4 are the 4 C's true saints, each with the strength of 7-star Dou Saints. Chapter 457, The 1,000 Saints and 10,000 Sovereigns, Part 2. In that direction, there are 5 individuals known as the 5 Sacred Ones of the 5 Mountains. Each of these 5 is a 5-star Dou Saint, who have united their mastery of earth element techniques to form an indomitable formation known as the 5 Peaks Battle Array. Under the might of an 8-star Dou Saint, no one can breach the synergy of these 5. These individuals are the elders of the Punishment Hall, and the Hall Master himself is a 7-star Dou Saint. Behind him stand 11 others, namely the Light Punisher and the Dark Law Saint. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over an elder who seemed to emanate a faint, endless radiance, and he smiled and nodded at him. This Light Punisher had assisted him significantly during his conflict with Xiao Jianda when he had just ascended to the status of a prince. Your Highness the Prince. The Light Punisher, upon seeing Xiao Yan's demeanor, returned the smile and nod. He had predicted Xiao Yan's extraordinary potential when he had intervened on his behalf, believing that he would eventually rise to the upper echelons of the Xiao clan. However, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. In merely a few years, the once diminutive Dou Huang had transformed into a formidable Dou Saint, and it would not be long before Xiao Yan's cultivation would match his own. Then there were the groups adjacent to them. Xiao directed his attention to several groups of Dou Saints, distinct from the previous ones, each clad in battle armor and exuding a chilling, bloody aura. These were the Xinling army and the Tiansu army. Xiao gestured towards these Dou Saints with a smile, indicating the formidable forces behind them. These warriors represent the true combat strength of our Xiao clan. Each legion is led by a 7-star Dou Saint and at least 5 Dou Saints. The mere deployment of a single legion is sufficient to subdue clans such as the Spirit Clan and the Stone Clan. Following Xiao's gesture, Xiao Yan beheld a sea of troops hovering in the sky behind these Dou Saints, a dark mass resembling celestial warriors, each legion comprising no fewer than 100,000 soldiers. In comparison to the other members of the Xiao clan, these legions are impeccably organized, each clad in black armor and wielding sharp weapons, exuding a palpable aura of slaughter. The commanders at the forefront, all donned in black armor, possess the cultivation of Dou Zun, with each legion boasting no fewer than 100 of such formidable fighters. With a collective force of 100,000, The terrifying bloodlust emanating from them instilled a sense of pressure in Xiao Yan, who had only just entered the realm of Dou Saint. Clearly, should these warriors join forces in an assault, even a Dou Saint would face substantial peril under such a fearsome onslaught. Remarkably, multiple legions of this caliber exist within the Xiao clan, and any single one of them possesses the power to suppress the Spirit clan and the Stone clan. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan finally grasped the true extent of the Xiao clan's strength. It became evident that there was no need for the 10 imperial bloodlines to intervene. Merely these legions alone wielded the terrifying capability to encircle and annihilate a 7-star Dou Saint. Xiao Xiaobei began his introduction, and his gaze shifted towards the 12 formidable Dou Saints gathered there, among whom was Xiao Yan's grandfather, Xiao Lin. You should be somewhat familiar with these 12 individuals. They represent the golden 12 saints of the Xiao clan in this generation. While their prowess may not rival that of the foremost among them, each possesses the potential to attain the illustrious rank of 5-star Dou Saint. In truth, the likes of Xiao Lin, who achieved the status of Dou Saint in less than a century, would be regarded as second only to the clan leader in talent among other ancient races. It is only within the Xiao clan that he appears somewhat inconspicuous, yet, beneath the surface, Xiao Lin's aptitude ranks among the top 3 within his contemporaries. Although the Dou Saints of the Xiao clan seem numerous, they have emerged from a vast multitude of clan members, numbering in the millions. This probability, while significantly higher than that of Dou Saints across the Douqi continent, still highlights Xiao Lin's remarkable talent to stand out among his peers. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded slightly and exchanged playful glances with Xiao Lin. However, Xiao Lin maintained a serious demeanor, devoid of any hint of pride. Given that Xiao Yan now occupied a central position as the son of the emperor, even as his grandfather, Xiao Lin had to uphold a degree of formality in such a grand setting, lest he undermine his grandson's authority. After Xiao Xiaobei completed the introductions of these Dou Saints, a considerable amount of time had passed. At this moment, Xiao Yan truly grasped the extent of the Xiao clan's might. The Dou Saints present alone numbered nearly 1,000, and Xiao Yan keenly observed that some powerful figures were conspicuously absent. For instance, the legendary and enigmatic Xian Shunwei had not made an appearance, nor had the revered ancestor Xiao Chun, whom he had encountered on several occasions. It appeared evident that the Xiao clan harbored even more formidable individuals in hiding. Faced with this spectacle, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. The openly recognized Dou Saints alone exceeded 700. And if one were to account for those concealed within the shadows, the total number of Dou Saints in the Xiao clan likely approached the remarkable figure of 1,000. A number capable of causing tremors across the entire continent. It is worth noting that when one considers the combined strength of the Dou Saints from the other ancient races, even the entirety of the Dou Saints in the central continent may not amount to 1,000. Lesser ancient clans like the Stone clan and the Spirit clan might not even have 10 Dou Saints in total, while even the most powerful of the ancient clans likely number only in the dozens. Within the Xiao clan, it is plausible that even a single royal lineage boasts more than 10 Dou Saints. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan turned his gaze skyward, where countless clansmen unfurled their battle wings, creating a scene reminiscent of a swarm of locusts, densely blotting out the heavens. While those not employing their wings were fewer in number, they were still formidable. The warriors standing aloft were not scant, with the number of Dou Zun exceeding several thousand, and the Dou Zong likely surpassing tenfold that amount. It was no surprise, considering that merely within the Xiao lineage, there were around 10 Dou Zun, and the ancient royal lineages would undoubtedly boast a significant number as well. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Yan discreetly utilized his celestial soul to scan the skies, his eyes widening in astonishment. The number of Dou Zun present alone exceeded 10,000, and this was merely a fraction of the entire Xiao realm. In the distance, a multitude of radiant figures converged fervently towards the imperial platform, and amidst this throng, the presence of Dou Zun was equally pronounced. How do you find it, my prince? Today, you have witnessed the true strength of the Xiao clan, remarked Xiao Xiaobei beside him, unable to suppress his smile. Seizing the opportunity, while Xiao Yan's power was still burgeoning, he sought to instill some awe. For once Xiao Yan ascended to the pinnacle of this realm, it would be far more challenging to impress him. Indeed, it is utterly astonishing, Xiao Yan reflected, his eyes glimmering with reminiscence as he gazed at the formidable assembly, akin to dark clouds swirling in the sky. Casting a glance at the numerous Dou Sheng nearby, he felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Thousands of saints and myriad lords. Beneath them lay a multitude exceeding 1,000,000. A sight that would leave any observer in awe. It was no wonder that the Xiao clan, even without the direct intervention of their ancestor Xiao Xian, could easily overpower the other 6 clans. Just among Xiao Xiaobei, the 2 princes, and Xiao Chun, there were 4 peak 9-star Dou Sheng. Who could say if there were more hidden 9-star Dou Sheng within the Xiao clan? In contrast, among the ancient 6 clans, Only the leader of the Gu clan, Gu Yuan, had truly reached the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Sheng. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh softly. Yet his thoughts quickly drifted back to the illusion he encountered beneath the Bodhi tree. However, the power of the external evil clans beyond the vast world dwarfed that of the Xiao clan immeasurably. He pondered when he would attain the strength to instill fear in those malevolent beings from beyond. A sudden wave of inexplicable tension surged within Xiao Yan. The Xiao clan had become formidable merely due to the presence of a Dou Emperor. Yet, the malevolent clans from beyond the realms could easily match the entire Dou Qi continent at its peak with just one of their major clans. If they remained complacently entrenched within the Dou Qi continent, it was conceivable that one day, the sinister forces from beyond might once again descend through the formidable heavenly deception formation above. At that moment, could the Xiao clan truly withstand such an onslaught? The ancestral patriarch of the clan could not possibly be oblivious to the looming threat, but what exactly occupied his thoughts? Xiao Yan could not help but cast his gaze toward the distant figure of Xiao Xian. At that moment, Xiao Xian subtly turned his head as if he comprehended Xiao Yan's unspoken concerns, a hint of a smile gracing his features, causing Xiao Yan's heart to tremble slightly. Perhaps it was best to relinquish such thoughts. The ancestral patriarch's realm far surpassed his own, and he must have been aware of these matters long ago, possibly even having devised a plan. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan dared not ponder further. Just then, the previously tranquil imperial stage erupted into a flurry of activity. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the scene, landing upon a towering figure striding purposefully toward him. As he passed, even the faces of some Dou Saint experts bore expressions of admiration. Observing this, a playful glimmer appeared on Xiao Xiaobei's face. Oh, someone has come to stir things up. Chapter 458, The Challenge of Xiao Shengwang Stirring Things Up? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes fixed upon the imposing man approaching him. The individual's extraordinary appearance was immediately apparent. He was tall and robust, exuding an aura that set him apart from the ordinary. Upon sensing the power emanating from him, one even surpassing that of a 5-star Dou Saint, Xiao Yan felt a chill of intimidation. Such prowess, while not the pinnacle within the Xiao clan, certainly ranked among the elite. After all, even a clan as robust as the Xiao clan could not boast an overwhelming number of warriors above the 5-star Dou Saint level. Once one ascended to the 5-star Dou Saint rank, they were regarded as part of the true upper echelon of the clan. Advancing further to the 7-star Dou Saint level positioned one among the core elite, wielding significant influence within the clan. Most leaders of the major legions and key figures of the various institutions typically possessed strength at the 7-star Dou Saint level. What was more striking was the youth of this individual. Without a doubt, Xiao Yan could discern his identity. Xiao Shengwang, the undisputed champion of the previous generation of the Xiao clan, was none other than the legendary figure of Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan. In the past, Xiao Shengwang had single-handedly quelled the entire younger generation of the ancient clans. During the trials of the Bodhi ancient tree, he had inspired the prodigies of various clans, establishing himself as the unrivaled leader of his generation. However, the prowess of King Xiao Sheng is not to be underestimated. In his earlier years, he was invincible among his peers, single-handedly suppressing all other saints of the 6 clans. Achieving sanctity in his 30s, he swiftly ascended to the formidable realm of 5-star Dou Saint. Such a remarkable rate of advancement suggests that he may very well be the progenitor of the first imperial bloodline. Had it not been for the emergence of Xiao Yan, it is entirely plausible that King Xiao Sheng could have aspired to the position of the imperial son. Yet, Xiao Yan's arrival disrupted all of his meticulously laid plans. Surrounding King Xiao Sheng are numerous Dou Saint experts who seek to curry favor with him. Indeed, while Xiao Yan is undoubtedly the imperial son and possesses boundless potential, King Xiao Sheng is far from an ordinary individual. Although he currently lacks the title of imperial son, many Dou Saint experts perceive in him the potential to become a 9-star Dou Saint. More critically, he has been a Dou Saint for many years, and the accolades and influence he has accumulated over this time are not to be compared with those of the young Xiao Yan. In response to the flattery from the multitude of Dou Saint experts, King Xiao Sheng merely smiled and nodded lightly before striding confidently towards Xiao Yan. Observing this scene, the previously boisterous square fell into an eerie silence, as all eyes turned to focus on the confrontation between Xiao Yan and King Xiao Sheng, one a paragon of the previous generation, the other a prodigy of the current. The potential clash between these two extraordinary talents sparked curiosity among many Dou Saints. Amid the spectators, the two most distinguished younger members of the Xiao clan stood facing each other, their gazes locked. King Xiao Sheng's fierce eyes emitted an authoritative brilliance, as if the very heavens were fracturing within them. In stark contrast, Xiao Yan's gaze remained tranquil, devoid of any discernible emotion. yet deep within his eyes. A cycle of reincarnation seemed to revolve. After a moment of silent observation, King Xiaosheng suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh, his eyes reflecting a burgeoning fervor for battle as he regarded Xiao Yan. Nevertheless, this fiery intent dissipated almost instantaneously, and his gaze returned to a state of normalcy, albeit still exuding an undeniable dominance. Patriarch, Imperial Son. King Xiaosheng offered a slight smile, inclining his head toward Xiao Xiaobei, and then nodding to Xiao Yan. This gesture alone revealed his underlying intent to provoke Xiao Yan. While the positions of the Patriarch and the Imperial Son are ostensibly equal, it was evident that he harbored a sense of disdain or defiance. He bowed to Xiao Xiaobei, yet merely acknowledged Xiao Yan with a nod. In response, Xiao Xiaobei merely smiled and addressed King Xiaosheng with a calm demeanor. Little king, it appears you harbor some reservations regarding the new Imperial Son, Xiao Yan? Upon hearing this, King Xiaosheng refrained from giving a definitive response, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Yan, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The position of the Imperial Son is a revered status within our clan, second only to that of our ancestral founder, and holds equal importance to that of the clan leader. Such a significant role naturally attracts countless prodigies eager to vie for it. I have heard of the remarkable deeds of this Xiao Yan, the Imperial Son. In terms of innate talent, he surpasses even my own prowess during my youth. However, talent alone does not encapsulate the entirety of a true warrior's strength. Xiao Xinguang's gaze shifted toward Xiao Yan. According to clan regulations, the title of Imperial Son can be exchanged through challenges. The previous two Imperial Sons proved their worth by defeating extraordinary powerhouses. I wonder if Xiao Yan can achieve the same? Circling around, it is evident this fellow is fixated on the position of Imperial Son beneath me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Indeed, the position of Imperial Son, in both status and honor, is the highest within the clan, second only to the ancestral founder. Xiao Xinguang, with his ambitious demeanor, would not easily concede to anyone. Yet, while Xiao Xinguang is driven by ambition, Xiao Yan is equally unwilling to remain beneath others. Thus, he stood resolutely, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Xinguang. It seems this esteemed lord has long harbored ambitions for my title of Imperial Son. Nevertheless, you are correct. The title should indeed be claimed by the capable. Since you doubt my abilities, I shall personally demonstrate my strength to earn your respect. At these words, a brilliant light suddenly ignited in Xiao Xinguang's eyes. Very well, regardless of the outcome, merely based on your courage, I shall acknowledge you as a distinguished member of the Xiao clan. With that, Xiao Xinguang proclaimed loudly, I am your senior by several decades and will not use my age to intimidate you. Choose a time frame, be it 10 years or 100, and I shall return to challenge you. If you can convince me with your strength, then from this moment forth, I, Xiao Xinguang, will loyally follow your lead and serve as your devoted subordinate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled once more. Although Xiao Xinguang harbors great ambition, he indeed possesses some degree of fortitude, which explains why many of our clan's prodigies have acknowledged him. However, it is unfortunate for him that he faces Xiao Yan. There is no need for a decade or a century. Xiao Yan confidently regarded Xiao Xinguang, his typically calm eyes suddenly sparkling with brilliance. In no more than 3 years, I shall make you truly convinced. Even now, I am willing to engage you in battle. As Xiao Yan's words echoed, not only did the smile on Xiao Xinguang's face falter, but even Xiao Xiaobei was momentarily taken aback. This young man, despite having just attained the rank of Dousheng, seems to have traversed a path too smooth, daring to challenge an established Dousheng like Xiao Xinguang. Xiao Xiaobei could not help but smile at Xiao Yan beside him. The disparity between a 1-star Dou Saint and a 5-star Dou Saint is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Even the most formidable Xiao Yan cannot bridge such a vast divide. In contrast to Xiao Xiaobei's contemplations, the figure of Xiao Xinguang, positioned opposite Xiao Yan, wore a rather grim expression as he scrutinized the latter. Your Highness, I concede that you are indeed the most gifted individual our clan has seen in countless generations. However, talent is one matter and strength is another. If you cannot relinquish this pride, then I, Xiao Xinguang, will not take undue advantage of you. I shall grant you 3 years. With that, his gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Yan, a mere novice in the realm of Dou Saints daring to boldly claim he could contend with him at this moment was, to put it mildly, audacious. Should he engage in battle now, it would be tantamount to bullying a fledgling Dou Saint. Not only would the clan's esteemed members have much to say about it, but even if he were to defeat Xiao Yan, it would not merely be a victory over a young adversary, it would be a blow to the clan's ancestral dignity. Despite Xiao Xinguang's considerable talents and pride, inciting the ire of the clan's forebears could yield severe consequences. Is that so, Xiao Xinguang? 3 years, as you have proclaimed. Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly at Xiao Xinguang's words, though a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Given his current prowess, the odds of triumphing against Xiao Shenhuang would be alarmingly slim, perhaps no more than 10%. After all, in addition to possessing the strength of a 5-star Dou Saint, Xiao Shenhuang was a paragon of the clan, armed with advanced techniques and powerful martial skills that were the standard fare for the Dou Saints of the Xiao clan. If they were to clash, aside from unleashing his 7-colored fire lotus, Xiao Yan would have little else to threaten Xiao Shenhuang with. However, if granted 3 years, a smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips at this thought. 3 years would suffice for him to refine the pure lotus demon fire, and at that juncture, his strength would experience an astonishing surge. Not only would his cultivation rise, but his techniques, and would also ascend to new heights. Even the Tian Fire 3 mysteries would see a significant enhancement. When the time came for him to confront Xiao Shenhuang, it would no longer be a matter of risking his life in battle. Rather, he would dominate the confrontation. 3 years hence, I shall reduce you to a state akin to a pig's head. Xiao Yan felt quite pleased. Although Xiao Shenhuang exhibited a rather rebellious nature, he was undeniably gifted. If he could enlist such an individual under his banner, it would be a tremendous boon. Little did he expect that the young prince would possess such confidence. Yet, should they formalize this agreement today, he hoped that 3 years from now, the prince would not find himself regretting it. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's unwavering resolve to engage in battle 3 years hence, a flicker of anticipation sparked in Xiao Shenhuang's eyes. Although you possess unparalleled talent, each layer transcended among the Dou Saints is akin to crossing an immense chasm. After 3 years, you may find yourself regretting the loss of your position as the imperial son. King Xiaosheng secretly rejoiced, despite his immense confidence. He could not deny that Xiao Yan's talent indeed imposed considerable pressure on him. If Xiao Yan were granted a decade, or even a century, King Xiaosheng would feel genuine concern. However, in just 3 years, he could hardly conceive how Xiao Yan might defy the odds. It is settled then. Double happiness is upon us. Upon hearing these words, a slight smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. As both individuals harbored their thoughts, Xiao Xian, positioned at the center of the crowd, slowly began to speak once more. With most attendees present, it was time for the ceremony of the imperial son's bestowal. Xiao Xian's voice, though softly spoken, resonated in the ears of the gathered Dou Saints. At this proclamation, the once lively crowd fell into an abrupt silence. The Dou Saints swiftly found their positions, aligning themselves in orderly formation. Before Xiao Xian, no matter how formidable these Dou Saints were, they stood respectfully, with expressions of reverence. Even King Xiaosheng complied and took his place. Behind him, a notably youthful Dou Saint stood, looking up with admiration. Xiao Yan, however, remained unfazed, knowing that once he defeated King Xiaosheng, these individuals would become his subordinates. At this moment, the 10 royal lineage leaders lined up on either side of Xiao Xian. Behind them stood the 4 seas true saints, 5 mountain saints, the 12 golden saints, and many others. Yet, at this instant, numerous Dou Saints from various legions ascended skyward, returning to their respective factions. As these Dou Saints reintegrated, the legions seemed to be imbued with a newfound spirit, intensifying the already formidable aura of slaughter, sending a terrifying bloodlust soaring to the heavens, causing the entire Xiao realm to tremble. In this moment, Xiao Xian finally stepped forward. As he did, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. An aura erupted from Xiao Xian, enveloping the entire Xiao realm in an instant. Under this overwhelming presence, the entire realm quivered, and all clan members, including Xiao Yan and the leaders of the 10 royal lineages, even the 2 imperial sons who had reached the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Saint, felt an ancestral pressure emanating from their very bloodlines. Before this pressure, no one harbored thoughts of resistance. Their eyes gleamed with boundless fervor. For it was the source of this immense pressure, their ancestral patriarch, the one who had led the Xiao clan from glory to unparalleled magnificence, the sole Dou Emperor of the Douqi continent, who stood before them, the Xian Emperor, Xiao Xian. Ancestor, ancestor. In the next moment, a cacophony of fervent and reverent roars erupted from the mouths of countless members of the Xiao clan. Nearly 1,000 Dou Saints, tens of thousands of Dou Zuns, alongside the formidable Dou Kings, Dou Emperors, and Dou Sects, collectively amounted to a force akin to 1,000,000 strong. The silhouettes of these powerful figures converged at that instant, their momentum soaring like a rainbow, reaching for the heavens. The sound reverberated throughout the entire Xiao realm, compelling many clan members who were not physically present to gaze upward, their faces alight with fervor, some even shedding tears. Among the formidable magical beasts of the Xiao clan, upon hearing the earth-shattering shouts, many could not help but prostrate themselves, trembling slightly. The might of the Xiao clan was indeed terrifying. At the heart of this overwhelming spectacle stood Xiao Xian, his countenance solemn. He spoke with a voice that resonated with the authority of the heavens, echoing throughout the Xiao realm. Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan, step forth to receive your title." This proclamation reverberated across all corners of the clan, prompting every member to lift their heads in anticipation. After several centuries, was the Xiao clan finally on the verge of welcoming a new imperial son? The imperial son is a peerless powerhouse, second only to the clan's ancestor, holding a status comparable to that of the clan leader. The emergence of a new imperial son signified the impending strength of the clan. In this moment, the hearts of the majority of the Xiao clan members burned with fervent pride. The birth of yet another extraordinary powerhouse within their lineage instilled a profound sense of collective honor. At this juncture, Xiao Yan emerged from the throng and stood before Xiao Xian. "Ancestor," he exclaimed, kneeling on one knee before him. Although he had indirectly encountered several Dou Emperors over the years, those encounters had only been with the remnants of their souls. Yet, standing before him now was the true embodiment of a Dou Emperor, one in the prime of his power. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan comprehended the true magnitude of a genuine Dou Emperor's strength. Despite having attained the realm of Dou Saint, he still felt as if he were an ant gazing up at a dragon in the presence of Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian regarded Xiao Yan, who knelt before him, with a slight smile, though his voice remained authoritative and resounding. Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan, at the age of 22, has entered the realm of Dou Saint, traversing a path fraught with challenges, having slain Dou Saints. Although he is yet to reach his zenith, he is the most gifted individual our clan has seen in millennia. Today, in my capacity as the ancestor of the Xiao clan, Emperor Xian Xiao, I shall exceptionally bestow upon Xiao Yan the title of Imperial Son. Xiao Xian's voice echoed like a mighty decree throughout the entire Xiao realm. In the next moment, his finger gently touched Xiao Yan's forehead. As he did so, Xiao Yan felt a surge of warmth at his brow, and a mysterious and profound pattern emerged there, a symbol of the Xiao clan. This was the authentic divine clan insignia, crafted with the assistance of the 9-star Dou Saint, Xiao Xiaobei. As Xiao Xian's fingers descended, an immeasurable force surged into Xiao Yan's body, and in the next moment, a dazzling array of 7-colored brilliance erupted from him. To Xiao Yan's astonishment, he discovered that the already pure bloodline power within him seemed to shed any remaining impurities at that instant. What had previously attained divine quality now underwent yet another evolution. His blood transformed into a resplendent 7 hues, crystalline and translucent. Boundless, majestic power radiated from Xiao Xian's fingertips, propelling Xiao Yan's bloodline power to its zenith in an instant. Following this peak, a shattering sound, audible only to him, resonated from within. At the moment this sound echoed, Xiao Yan felt an unparalleled refreshment wash over him, akin to a burdened individual suddenly relieved of their load, rendering his body extraordinarily light. Upon his forehead, the already enigmatic Xiao clan emblem experienced a transformation, as if a flawless masterpiece had taken a further step towards perfection. Was this the emblem of imperial quality? Xiao Yan's heart quivered as he grasped the true significance of being an imperial scion. When a member of the Xiao clan ascended to this status, they would receive an emblem personally inscribed by Xiao Xian, crafted by a Dou Emperor, its might surpassing that of divine quality emblems. This emblem's enhancement would surely provide assistance even to a 9-star Dou Saint. Being an imperial scion signifies that one's bloodline power has reached its utmost limit, akin to a Dou Emperor's legitimate offspring, hence the title of Imperial Scion. This is the emblem of imperial quality, a symbol of the Xiao clan's imperial identity. The moment the imperial emblem fully manifested on Xiao Yan's forehead, a wave of bloodline pressure emanated from him, instilling a sense of awe among all Xiao clan members. Although this pressure paled in comparison to Xiao Xian's, it was undeniably tangible. As this pressure erupted from Xiao Yan upon the completion of his imperial emblem, it reverberated throughout the Xiao realm. With the transmission of this pressure, all members of the Xiao clan finally comprehended that a new imperial scion had been born. Imperial scion. Imperial scion. Xiao Yan, the imperial scion. Xiao Yan, the imperial scion. In the next moment, an uproarious cheer erupted from countless voices. Yet amidst this cacophony, some faces bore differing thoughts. My son Xiao Yan possesses the bearing of a Dou Emperor. In the sea of people, Xiao Zhan's tiger-like eyes glistened with emotion, filled with immense pride. Beside him, Xiao Yan's mother, Yao Xian, was already tearful. With a son like this, what more could one desire? Among the numerous Dou Saints, Xiao Lin's old eyes also shimmered with tears, his face adorned with a gratifying smile. How could one not feel joy at having such an extraordinary grandson? Not far from him, the radiant saint displayed a subtle smile at that moment. The favor he had granted to Xiao Yan proved to be a significant boon. Among the myriad powerful beings in the sky, the martial and literary saints exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction. The young master had now established his foundation and had truly matured into a formidable force. Their smiles were laced with pride, For the boy who once relied on their authority to intimidate others had now ascended to become a genuine peak power. With Xiao Yan now holding the esteemed title of Imperial Son, he had swiftly become a core member of the Xiao clan's hierarchy. As Xiao Yan's status rose, so too would theirs. This was the essence of riding on the coattails of a dragon. The grand ceremony lasted approximately half a day before gradually dispersing, and Xiao Yan had truly become the Imperial Son of the Xiao clan. After the vast crowd diminished, Xiao Yan was once again summoned to the ancestral hall by Xiao Xian. Now that your title of Imperial Son has been formally conferred, do you intend to visit the ancient clan next? Observing the still respectful Xiao Yan before him, Xiao Xian wore a gentle smile. The clan's forefather is indeed wise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation crossing his face. Soon, he would go to the ancient clan to wed his fiancée Yi, a beauty renowned even among the 7 ancient clans, sparking a natural sense of eagerness within him. Truly, this was the embodiment of triumph. However, before proceeding to the ancient clan for the wedding, there was another place you could visit first, Xiao Xian remarked with a smile. Taken aback by this, Xiao Yan seemed to have an inkling and could not help but inquire, "Are you referring to the celestial tomb?" "Indeed," Xiao Xian replied, a smile gracing his face as he noticed Xiao Yan's astonishment. "Did you not promise the Soul Clan that you would lead them to the celestial tomb and assist in retrieving the soul of the Soul Emperor?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his hands together, responding obediently, "Clan forefather, you are well aware of these matters." Of course, Xiao Xian smiled faintly. "Had I not deliberately turned a blind eye, these remnants of the Soul Clan would not have survived to this day, especially with several Dou Saint experts remaining in the clan. Even the affair concerning Xiao Bei and the Soul Clan Saintess was tacitly permitted by me. Otherwise, do you believe the Xiao Clan would so easily let the Soul Clan go simply out of consideration for Xiao Bei?" Upon hearing this, a look of realization crossed Xiao Yan's face. It seemed that everything had unfolded as he had suspected. The fact that the Soul Clan had managed to retain so many members was indeed due to Xiao Xian's covert leniency. Otherwise, even Xiao Bei, the leader of the Xiao Clan, would not have been able to achieve such an outcome. However, ancestor, the Soul Clan harbors a deep animosity towards me. Within the tomb, countless remnants of the Soul Clan linger, including several 7-star Dou Saints, and most notably, that formidable Soul Emperor. Given the profound enmity between the Soul Emperor and you, should he see me, would he not wish to eradicate me? A look of inner conflict crossed Xiao Yan's face. He indeed yearned to visit the tomb. Yet, considering the hostility of those powerful remnants, even reaching the 5-star Dou Saint level would not guarantee his survival against such beings. Especially the Soul Emperor, who, in his prime, was a peak 9-star Dou Saint, having already transcended to the realm of Imperial Souls, merely a step away from becoming a true Dou Emperor. Such a formidable entity, even as a mere remnant, could easily vanquish a 7-star Dou Saint. If Xiao Yan were to catch the attention of this ancient being, his fate would be dire. In response, Xiao Xian merely smiled faintly. "Do not be alarmed. No matter how powerful the Soul Emperor's spirit may be, can it surpass mine?" At these words, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened instantaneously, disbelief etched upon his features. "Are you suggesting that you will take action personally?" Xiao Xian, however, merely smiled gently. "Do you know who the Master of the Tomb is?" "The Master of the Tomb?" A hint of surprise flickered across Xiao Yan's face. While the tomb was indeed a place of wonder, it likely lacked a true master. He recalled from the original text that within the tomb resided a spirit known as the Tomb Soul. This Tomb Soul had absorbed the essence of countless souls over eons, rivaling the power of Imperial Souls. Should it be refined, it could potentially elevate an individual's soul to the Imperial realm. Yet, upon seeing the enigmatic smile adorning Xiao Xian's face, a sudden tremor coursed through him. Could it be that the Master of the Tomb is you? Xiao Yan's gaze fixed upon Xiao Xian, who responded with a knowing nod. "When you journeyed to the southwest continent, did you not encounter the sacred artifact mountain within the 9 nether abyss?" Xiao Xian remarked with a serene smile. "That sacred artifact mountain is regarded as an unparalleled treasure in the upper realms, and while the tomb may not quite reach that level, it is but a hair's breadth away." Upon hearing this, astonishment finally graced Xiao Yan's countenance. "Are you implying that the tomb is also a sacred artifact, and indeed a quasi-legendary one?" "No," Xiao Xian gently shook his head. "The tomb itself is an extraordinary sacred artifact, albeit one that has sustained some damage." "An extraordinary sacred artifact, yet damaged?" Xiao Yan's expression mirrored his surprise. "Indeed. The origin of the celestial tomb should be attributed to a formidable being from the once mighty Duki continent. In the fierce battles of yore, it is likely that the celestial tomb sustained significant damage, thus losing its unparalleled divine power. Nevertheless, even in its diminished state, the might of the celestial tomb remains extraordinarily fearsome." Xiao Xian nodded and continued, "After my ascension to the throne, I quickly uncovered the secrets of the celestial tomb and commenced its refinement. Consequently, it now lies entirely within my dominion. The Soul Emperor's intention to confront you within the celestial tomb is a mere fantasy. A subtle smile graced Xiao Xian's lips. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but chuckle. Ah, I see. If that is the case, would it not mean that the Soul Emperor will be at my mercy? Xiao Xian chose not to pursue this topic further and instead casually remarked, when you ventured to Wutan City, did you not take a young girl as your disciple? Is the ancestral elder referring to Han Xian? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, recalling the somewhat bothersome little girl. He had sensed something unusual about her. The peculiar devouring power within her even had the capacity to consume. However, since bringing Han Xian to Zhongzhou, she often fell into a deep slumber, eventually entering a prolonged state of unconsciousness. Ultimately, when Han Miao Miao returned to the small spirit realm, she took Han Xian along with her. It now appears that this girl harbors significant secrets, drawing the attention of the ancestral elder. Observing Xiao Yan's astonishment, a smile flickered across Xiao Xian's face. Indeed, it is that little girl. Before you head to the ancient clan, make a detour to the southwestern continent and bring her back. If I am not mistaken, Han Shui may already be attempting to awaken the power within her. Han Shui, awakening that power? Xiao Yan was initially bewildered. Then, with surprise, he inquired, what mysterious force resides within that girl, prompting such concern from the ancestral elder? In response, Xiao Xian chose to reveal the truth without further concealment. Smiling gently at Xiao Yan as he said, within that little girl lies a force capable of altering the very fabric of the continent. It is the true spirit of a celestial sovereign. The true spirit of a celestial sovereign? At that moment, Xiao Yan could no longer mask his astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief. Who could have imagined that the little girl he had taken in to prevent unforeseen complications would possess such a miraculous entity? The celestial sovereign. A being even stronger than the Dou Di. If such a spirit were to be fully revived, would it not herald the return of another celestial sovereign? It seems that the ancestral elder has long harbored profound secrets, entwined with the Soul Emperor's soul and the true spirit of a celestial sovereign. What could be the ancestral elder's true intentions? Xiao Yan gazed at Xiao Xian, about to speak when he was interrupted by Xiao Xian's gesture. Do not rush to inquire. Take a seat first. Once you have brought the people into the tomb of heaven, I shall divulge the true reason. A mysterious smile adorned Xiao Xian's face. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan refrained from further questioning. What secrets Xiao Xian chose to withhold were beyond the grasp of anyone in the entire Douqi continent. This time, Xiao Xiaobei will accompany you to the southwestern continent. It has been some time since he last saw his beloved. Xiao Xian's words brought a glimmer of joy to Xiao Yan's face. If Xiao Xiaobei were to join him on his journey to the Soul Clan, he would be invincible. He could finally confront those old adversaries, such as the likes of old Bai Deng, and return the humiliation they had inflicted upon him. After Xiao Yan departed, Xiao Xian turned his gaze skyward and let out a deep sigh. I hope this plan unfolds smoothly. Otherwise, relying solely on my own strength when those demon emperors emerge from the earth would be quite challenging. A day later, two slender figures arrived at the southwestern continent. Chapter 461. Return to the Sacred Demon Sect. The southwestern continent remained unchanged, with its endless mountains exuding an aura of wildness starkly contrasting the prosperity of the central region. This land was replete with forests and hills, distinctly different from the central region. The countless mountains truly epitomized the southern wilderness. As they beheld the towering mountains, resembling slumbering beasts, even Xiao Xiaobei could not help but sigh softly. Who, besides Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei, could possess such formidable strength to appear so suddenly in the southwestern continent? However, as the two men gazed at the foot of the mountains, they strangely noticed a wisp of black energy rising. From that location, a strong aura of blood was released. With a mere sweep of their spiritual senses, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei glimpsed a scene reminiscent of purgatory. Was this the power of the extraterrestrial evil clan? Xiao Yan's heavenly realm spiritual power scanned the area and revealed a man standing amidst a sea of black energy, resembling a demon. Surrounding him lay numerous corpses, from which he absorbed the blood essence. Upon closer inspection of the clothing worn by these powerful figures, it was evident that they were garbed in the attire of the Gu Saint sect. So, these are members of the Gu Saint sect, while the one suffused with the aura of the extraterrestrial evil clan is from the Sacred Demon sect. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he stepped forward, covering a distance of 100 miles in an instant. The man, who was wantonly absorbing the blood essence of the Gu Saint sect disciples, suddenly displayed a look of terror upon witnessing Xiao Yan's abrupt appearance. Who are you? The man, enshrouded in demonic energy, exclaimed in fright. As a Dozong powerhouse, he sensed no aura emanating from Xiao Yan. Yet, if Xiao Yan were merely an ordinary mortal, How could he possess the ability to tear through space? The only explanation lies in the overwhelming prowess of this youth, far surpassing his own abilities, to the extent that he could not discern the true strength of his opponent. I am a member of the Sacred Demon Sect. As soon as the words left his lips, he witnessed a dazzling flame erupt from Xiao Yan's eyes, landing upon the figure cloaked in dark energy. In an instant, the once formidable black, demonic aura ignited, as if a flame had plunged into gasoline, engulfing the man in a conflagration. What power is this? A fleeting thought crossed the mind of the dark-clad man, only to be consumed in an instant, reduced to mere ash without even a cry of agony, leaving behind only a wisp of smoke dissipating into the ether. Given Xiao Yan's current mastery of even the magic essence of a demon emperor could be gradually refined, let alone that of a mere Dou Zong. A cold smile graced Xiao Yan's visage. Unexpectedly, before he had even considered seeking trouble with the demon saint, his subordinates had delivered themselves to him. With a grin, he exuded an aura of impending violence. He had always been swift to eliminate the foreign evil races, especially the sacred demon, who had once threatened his very life. Elder, I have a minor grievance to attend to. Turning to the recently arrived Xiao Xiaobei, he remarked, "This is indeed a foreign evil race. It seems prudent to deal with them efficiently." A smile also appeared on Xiao Xiaobei's face upon hearing this. Moments later, two figures materialized above the ancient peak of the Sacred Demon Sect, gazing down upon what appeared to be a prestigious sect, yet was rife with bloodshed and demonic energy. A smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips. From the inception of the sacred demon to its ordinary disciples, all practiced techniques modified by the foreign evil races. Were it not for the weakness of these ordinary disciples, who could not reveal the full extent of their malevolence, the entire sacred demon sect would indeed be indistinguishable from the fallen evil races. The practices of the sacred demon sect undoubtedly demanded the sacrifice of living beings. For many years, the sect had cast a long shadow of bloodshed and oppression over a significant portion of the southwestern continent. Particularly in recent years, the actions of the sacred demon sect had grown increasingly audacious. Such a vile place ought to be eradicated. With a chilling smile, Xiao Yan surveyed the mountains below. He opened his mouth, and in the next moment, an infinite blaze of radiant flames erupted forth, enveloping the entirety of the sacred demon sect. Who goes there? Many disciples of the sacred demon sect, originally engaged in absorbing blood energy or torturing living beings to cultivate resentment, were suddenly met with an endless cascade of brilliant flames raining down upon them. The temperature of this resplendent flame is so intense that even the very fabric of space contorts under its heat. Before the flames even touch the ground, the horrifying warmth instantly withers the trees upon the mountains, igniting them in rapid succession. The weaker disciples of the sacred demon sect soon emit anguished cries. Beneath such terrifying heat, their feeble demonic energy offers no resistance. The moment the fire engulfs them, they are reduced to mere ashes in an instant. With Xiao Yan's current formidable, even a Dou Zun expert would surely meet their demise upon contact. In a fleeting moment, the dazzling flames spread throughout the mountains, and the disciples of the sacred demon sect swiftly disintegrate into nothingness. The Dou Zun experts of the sacred demon sect had already been annihilated by Xiao Yan, and now, those who had merely reached the pinnacle of Dou Zong could barely emit a scream before being turned to dust. As the flames engulfed everything, all demonic energy was instantly vaporized, and even the stones melted into magma. In mere moments, the entire sacred demon sect had been transformed into a sea of molten rock. Amidst this horrific heat, a dreadful black, demonic energy finally erupted from the depths of the sacred demon sect. The next instant, a colossal figure surged forth from the ground, a towering demon, 1,000 feet high, radiating an ominous black aura, reminiscent of the legendary sacred demon from years past. However, upon its emergence, the once formidable aura that even Dou Shangs had to regard with caution began to be consumed by the resplendent flames. What kind of is this? The sacred demon emitted a panicked cry, its gaze fixating on the young man in black nearby. Upon recognizing his face, an astonished exclamation escaped its lips. "It's you. You are the human from back then." The demon's enormous, blood-red eyes widened in disbelief. "This is your doing. And your aura. How is this possible? In just a few years. How could you have become a Dou Shang?" At this moment, the sacred demon's mind struggled to comprehend the shock imparted by Xiao Yan, as the intensity was overwhelming. In a mere few years, the once easily crushable Dou Zun youth had traversed the chasm to become a Dou Shang. What left him even more terrified was the mysterious that Xiao Yan commanded. He, a powerful demon sage, found ordinary hardly threatening. Yet this particular flame instilled a profound fear within his demonic essence. The aura that even Dou Shangs feared now resembled a cat encountering a mouse. Upon mere contact, Countless strands of demonic energy were incinerated by the, "Of course it is me." Observing the apprehension and disbelief in the demon sage's eyes, Xiao Yan felt a profound sense of satisfaction within himself. The perilous journey across the southwest continent was indeed worth every moment. Had it not been for this expedition, he might never have comprehended the formidable power of the true flame, nor would his have evolved to such an extraordinary level. Now, after enduring countless hardships, his had finally reached a magnitude that even the most powerful demon saints would regard with trepidation. From this moment forth, Xiao Yan had truly become the nemesis of these demon saints, those who once caused considerable distress to many Dou saints. Even leading them to pay the ultimate price for suppression now appeared less daunting before him than ordinary Dou saints. From this day forth, I, Xiao Yan, shall be the true bane of your outworldly evil clan, and you shall be the first demon saint I slay after ascending to Dou saint, he declared, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. In the next instant, a colossal black materialized in his grasp, the flame-severing tide. As the words fell, a massive, towering 1,000 feet, suddenly rent the fabric of space, emanating a terrifying heat that threatened to melt everything in its path as it sliced toward the demon saint. The demon saint's expression shifted upon witnessing this spectacle, and he dared not underestimate the situation. In the past, when Xiao Yan was merely a 4-star Dou Zun, no matter how formidable he became, the demon saint had never regarded him as a threat. However, years had passed, and that once-crawling youth had now matured to a level comparable to his own. While he might have been less cautious had the opponent merely been a Dou saint, the vitality of a demon saint surpassed that of an ordinary Dou saint by a significant margin. Yet, upon witnessing the in Xiao Yan's hand, the demon saint could no longer remain complacent. The emanating from Xiao Yan instilled a profound sense of danger within him. Contemplating this, waves of demonic energy burst forth from his being, coalescing into a formidable black shield, rectangular in shape and 1,000 feet in length, adorned with sinister patterns, exuding a torrent of demonic energy that suggested boundless power. Even if you have become a Dou saint today, dreaming of slaying me is still quite fanciful. The demon saint bellowed, causing the enormous shield in his grasp to tremble slightly, fracturing the surrounding space. Fanciful? Xiao Yan regarded the demon saint's words with disdain. He had already experienced slaying a demon saint before ascending to Dou saint, albeit with a touch of luck involved, yet he had indeed vanquished that demon saint. Now, even without resorting to any secret techniques, relying solely on his vast Dou Qi and the might of he was confident in his ability to defeat this demon saint. Boom! The colossal, imbued with searing heat and overwhelming power, struck the demon saint's shield with tremendous force, causing the demon saint to stagger back several dozen steps, each footfall shattering the very space beneath him. How could your power reach such an extraordinary level? Upon sensing the terrifying strength emanating from Xiao Yan's dimensional blade, even the holy demon found himself momentarily bewildered. Both were at the 1-star Dou saint level of strength, yet the magnitude of Xiao Yan's power was unfathomable. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yan's cultivation had long since progressed to the mid-tier of the heavenly rank, and his Dou Qi was derived from the exceptionally pure energy of the Bodhi ancient tree. In terms of purity and quality of Dou Qi, Xiao Yan was confident that few could surpass him at the Dou saint stage. Even when facing a 2nd-star Dou saint, he felt assured of his ability to contend. And with his additional trump cards, defeating a 2nd-star Dou saint would not pose a significant challenge. As for the 1st-star Dou saint before him, he was merely a minor karami. The dimensional blade struck the black shield, immediately carving a profound mark upon its surface. In the subsequent retreat of the holy demon, the shield displayed numerous fissures, ultimately shattering with a loud crash, releasing a wave of demonic energy. Upon contact with the vast dimensional blade, the demonic energy emitted a hissing sound before being incinerated. The holy demon's armor. Witnessing his shield being cleaved in one blow, the holy demon's expression shifted dramatically. As the demonic energy surged around him, it coalesced into a pitch-black armor that enveloped his body. Yet, even after the terrifying might of the dimensional blade penetrated the shield, it had lost much of its ferocity, leaving only a faint mark on the holy demon's armor. How could a 1st-star Dou saint possess such might? Observing this scene, the holy demon's countenance changed, and he turned to flee into the distance. Xiao Yan's current strength had far exceeded his expectations. Were it a typical Dou saint, even with such power, the holy demon would dare to engage for a while, for his demonic energy was remarkably resilient, capable of swiftly recovering even when shattered. This resilience is what makes the foreign evil races so difficult to eradicate. However, Xiao Yan's strange fire posed a significant threat to him. Wherever the strange fire passed, he horrifiedly realized that his demonic energy dissipated as rapidly as snow in hot water. This detestable human can restrain me so effectively. As the holy demon's expression shifted, he sought to escape hastily. Yet, before he could distance himself, he felt the space around him tremble, and in the next moment, waves of enormous dimensional blades came crashing towards him. Damn it! The holy demon felt a tightening in his chest. A single dimensional blade had already forced him into such a desperate situation, and now, with over a dozen coming at him, he was bound to suffer grievous injuries. In truth, if they were to engage in a regular battle, while Xiao Yan held the absolute upper hand, killing his opponent would still require some time. Alas, the dimensional blade in his hand was an artifact of the sacred realm. Moreover, it is a sacred artifact specifically designed to enhance the combat prowess of those who possess the. Even if it is merely a replica of an extraordinary divine object, it is still potent enough to double both the wielder's might and the power of the sacred demon, intent on fleeing, found himself utterly incapable of escaping the swiftness of this. The surrounding spatial forces had long been sealed by Xiao Yan, rendering any attempt to traverse through space futile. The first struck him, effortlessly cleaving through the sacred demon's armor, which could usually withstand a full-force strike from an ordinary. The searing heat surged through the sacred demon's body, ultimately crashing into the ground with residual force, leaving a chasm 1,000 feet long and unfathomably deep. Upon the walls of this chasm lay layers of shallow magma. Damn it! A single has incinerated a third of my demonic form. The sacred demon's expression morphed in fury, his body attempting to heal rapidly. However, in the next moment, the remaining bore down upon him. With a sickening sound reminiscent of blades slicing through flesh, the sacred demon's towering figure was cleaved into numerous pieces by over a dozen, akin to tofu. Where the cuts had been made, the once resilient demonic energy was swiftly consumed by this terrifying heat. Cursed human, I will seek a powerful ally from my kin to exact vengeance upon you. The sacred demon growled, his eyes filled with rage. The resilience of the outer demon race is formidable. At this stage, he was nearly on the brink of rebirth through blood. As long as his demonic energy remained, there was a glimmer of hope. Yet, with Xiao Yan's onslaught of, nearly half of his demonic energy was incinerated in an instant, plunging him into a grievously wounded state. As he contemplated his next move, he suddenly felt a shadow looming overhead. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a colossal crimson medicinal cauldron hovering above him, beside which stood Xiao Yan, a hand resting on the cauldron, a hint of mirth dancing in his eyes. Thinking of sending a message for help? It is too late. As Xiao Yan's words echoed, the immense cauldron erupted with a torrent of dazzling flames. The moment the flames enveloped the sacred demon, he emitted agonized screams. They, being the most potent and radiant element in existence, naturally holds a restraining effect against the outer demon race. Moreover, Xiao Yan not only possesses immense power, but also embodies the essence of the, making its destructive capability against the outer demon race nearly equal to that of the. Brilliant flames surged towards the holy demon, whose dark energy was swiftly engulfed in this moment. I beg for mercy. The holy demon roared, abruptly changing direction and charging into the distance. However, before he could escape the fiery inferno, he collided with an unseen barrier. In the next instant, 5 fiery spirits formed an intricate formation, sealing off the entire space. As endless flames washed over him, causing his dark energy to dissolve at an alarming rate. Spare my life. I am of the holy demon race. Should you slay me, you shall live to regret it. The holy demon cried out in desperation, yet Xiao Yan merely scoffed in response. Spare you? None of your vile kind can escape. I have ascended to holiness, and you demons are but stepping stones on my path to sovereignty. With a commanding shout, Xiao Yan invoked the 5-wheel blazing fire formation, and the inferno's temperature surged once more. The holy demon emitted a desperate wail. The otherworldly flames were devastatingly effective against his kind, even at his peak. He could withstand such terrifying fire for only a brief moment, let alone in his current wounded state. In mere moments, his dark energy dwindled to a mere 30%. Human, you have forced my hand. Behold the eye of the holy demon. He bellowed, and in an instant, his body erupted into a cloud of black mist, rapidly coalescing into a massive black eye, roughly 10 feet in diameter. The sight of that eye instilled a flicker of unease in Xiao Yan, despite his current strength having reached the level of Dosheng. In the next heartbeat, a pitch-black beam of light shot forth from the eye, and as it erupted, the eye itself was consumed by the otherworldly flames, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Although the eye had vanished, the eerie power of the black beam surged towards Xiao Yan. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan's expression grew serious. He quickly concentrated the otherworldly flames in his hand, transforming them into a 100-foot-long fiery spear that sped towards the black beam. Boom. Upon contact, the two forces began to swiftly counteract one another. The black beam possessed an unfathomable might, penetrating the fiery spear. Even after traversing the length of the spear and losing much of its power, it still surged toward Xiao Yan with a sinister force. Just as the black beam was about to reach Xiao Yan's form, a petal formed of flame materialized before him. The black beam struck the flaming petal, yet it was once again countered by the otherworldly fire. However, even as the black beam was nearly extinguished, it pierced through the first layer of petals, landing upon the second layer that manifested instantly, before it was finally consumed by the flames. This skill is indeed formidable. Gazing at the completely dissipated beam of light, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of astonishment within his heart. Had this strike been unleashed during the peak of the Holy Demon era, it would have demanded considerable effort from Xiao Yan even to resist it. Such a technique, even for a 2-star Dou Saint or a 3-star Dou Saint, would likely spell disaster if they were careless. This holy demon appears to belong to an exceedingly advanced bloodline or race among the outer evil clans, possessing such formidable abilities. No wonder he dared to assert that there would be a significant cost if I were to slay him. Xiao Yan retracted all the scattered, including the burning heaven cauldron and the ancient, back into his spatial ring. However, no matter how powerful your background may be, this is still the Duki continent. Here, who can rival the stature of this emperor child? Xiao Yan scoffed. At that moment, the figure of Xiao Xiaobei emerged from behind him. Well done. I never expected that a mere 1-star demon saint could be dispatched so decisively by you. A glimmer of admiration shone in Xiao Xiaobei's eyes. The resilience of the outer evil clans is unparalleled. Ordinarily, a Dou Saint of the same level would find themselves at a disadvantage against an outer evil clan member. Yet before Xiao Yan, they were thoroughly suppressed. In that instant, Xiao Xiaobei understood why Xiao Yan had dared to confront the Holy King Xiao. With the might of his, combined with the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations and various secret techniques, although Xiao Xiaobei still did not believe Xiao Yan could secure victory, he could at least hold his ground against the Holy King Xiao. That in itself was a terrifying prospect. It is essential to note that the disparity between each star among Dou Saints is immensely vast. A 1-star Dou Saint challenging a nearly invincible 5-star Dou Saint would be deemed extraordinary if they could withstand even a single blow. It is all thanks to the... Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Chief, let us depart. It is time to meet your old flame. There is no need for veiled insinuations. Sensing Xiao Yan's intent, Xiao Xiaobei readily admitted, you have a little dalliance in the Soul Clan as well, do you not? Surprised by Xiao Xiaobei's candid acceptance, Xiao Yan could not help but display an awkward smile. Chief, you are quite the flirt. A smile spread across Xiao Xiaobei's face. So are you. In the next moment, their figures vanished from this realm, along with the former Holy Demon Sect. Chapter 463. You are Xiao Xiaobei. The vast expanse of the southwest continent is dotted with countless mountains, and in a certain corner among these mountains, an eerie tranquility prevailed. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by a wave of spatial fluctuation. Suddenly, the space rippled, and 2 strikingly handsome youths emerged from within. Although each possessed distinct appearances and temperaments, both were tall and elegant, their countenances remarkably attractive, further accentuated by an extraordinary aura that set them apart. These 2 were none other than Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei. Gazing at the seemingly tranquil valley before them, a brilliant flame flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, revealing a faint vision of a vast miniature world before him. Yet, despite the aid of he could only discern a vague outline of this small world, making it challenging to observe it clearly. After all, no matter how extraordinary he was, he had only just entered the realm of Dousheng. While this small soul realm was not as immense as the soul realm of Ur, it remained a hidden treasure left by a formidable Dou Emperor for his clan, shrouded in secrecy, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary Dousheng to discover. Even Xiao Yan could only glimpse its hazy silhouette due to his recollections of its location and the support of the. In contrast, for Xiao Xiaobei, the experience was entirely different. With his strength, he could clearly perceive the contours of this small soul realm. However, despite this clarity, he refrained from forcefully prying open the realm, as it was a domain crafted by a Dou Emperor, and even at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dousheng, breaching it would require immense effort. Xiao Xiaobei casually retrieved a jade talisman. Schwerer, I have arrived. Please open the door. He transmitted to the talisman. All while Xiao Yan looked on in astonishment. He silently lamented, pondering how the Soul Clan could contend with their Xiao clan, having captured 2 generations of saintesses. It seemed like an uphill battle. Moments later, the contours of the small soul realm began to ripple, and suddenly, a spatial wormhole appeared. With the emergence of this wormhole, 2 breathtakingly beautiful women stepped forth. One woman donned an opulent black robe adorned with exquisite golden embroidery. Her visage, untouched by the passage of millennia, radiated an alluring maturity. Beside her stood a tall, young beauty clad in black armor, her striking features captivating as she gazed at Xiao Yan with a playful smile. Schwer, meow meow. The two seemingly inept scions of the Xiao clan exclaimed in unison. Soul Shui and Soul Miao exchanged glances, recognizing the awkwardness reflected in each other's eyes. You two, be mindful. This is our Soul clan's territory, Soul Shui chided, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she regarded the two men who, despite their similar appearances, were separated by millennia. Fear not, those few insignificant fish are no challenge. I can subdue them with a mere flick of my hand. Xiao Xiaobei replied with a nonchalant smile, stepping forward with the intention of embracing Soul Shui. Indeed, it is of no consequence. Those mere trifles can be effortlessly subdued by the clan leader. Xiao Yan chimed in, eager to grasp Han Miao Miao's hand. Thus, the four of them chattered and meandered into the little soul realm. The realm remained, as Xiao Yan recalled, dominated by shadowy edifices adorned with intricate patterns and designs characteristic of the Soul clan. Some were artistic masterpieces, while others served as functional soul halls. However, upon entering, Xiao Yan's keen senses detected an unusual aura within the little soul realm. He observed that the various soul halls were interconnected by immense obsidian chains extending towards a singular direction. As these chains traversed, a stream of remarkably pure soul energy flowed through these halls, all converging towards one point. Gazing at the direction of the chains, a tremor coursed through Xiao Yan's heart. This direction, he realized, pointed towards the true essence of the Soul Emperor. In response, Han Miao Miao confirmed Xiao Yan's suspicions. So, the true essence of the Soul Emperor is indeed aligned with Han Xian? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the true essence of the Soul Emperor is the final safeguard left by our Soul clan. Since you are already aware of this, I shall take you to witness it. Noticing the curiosity etched on their faces, Han Shui smiled gently and led them towards the heart of the little soul realm. As the four approached, a towering, pitch-black pillar of demonic energy emerged before Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei. This pillar, crafted from an unusually dark stone, soared to a height of 1,000 feet, adorned with arcane and enigmatic runes that exuded an eerie aura. This method resembles something employed by the malevolent beings from beyond, Xiao Yan mused, his brow furrowing as he continued to observe. Long chains, known as soul-binding chains, were affixed to the pillar, extending towards distant soul halls, while pure soul energy converged towards this ominous structure. Atop the pillar floated a luminous orb, larger than a person, within which lay a plump little girl, appearing merely 5 or 6 years of age. Countless strands of soul energy streamed into the orb from the pillar, only to be consumed by a peculiar force emanating from the girl's body upon entry. How is it that this girl has regressed in age? Xiao Yan pondered, gazing at the peacefully slumbering child within the orb, his mind inevitably drifting to his somewhat foolish disciple, Han Xian. Yet, this disciple not only appeared younger but bore an array of strange Soul Clan runes on her face, presenting an unsettling sight. Such phenomena are not uncommon. They signify a stage in the revival of the true essence. When the true essence of the second-generation Soul Emperor is fully awakened, her corporeal form shall revert entirely to its origin, transforming into a diminutive primordial pearl. Soul Snow gently responded to Xiao Yan's inquiry. Understanding his words, Xiao Yan let out a faint sigh. Although he had not invested much emotion in this so-called disciple, the thought of a young life still stirred a twinge of discomfort within him. Had it not been for the experience of countless lifetimes beneath the Bodhi ancient tree, his heart would have been even more tumultuous. Meanwhile, Soul Miao Miao seemed to perceive Xiao Yan's sentiments and lightly patted his shoulder with a soft laugh. Do not worry. The soul of this little girl has yet to merge with the true spirit of the Soul Emperor. We have long utilized the methods of the Soul Clan to extract her soul and place it into a new fetus. She continued, setting aside the matter of humanity. Even retaining this little glutton's memories may provoke unforeseen changes in the true spirit of the Soul Emperor. Her words momentarily stunned Xiao Yan, but soon a relaxed smile graced his face. Thank you, he said, smiling faintly as he took Soul Miao Miao's delicate hand. Upon this gesture, she merely blushed slightly and said nothing further. However, what exactly is the true spirit of the second-generation Soul Emperor? At that moment, Xiao Xiaobei curiously inquired. The true spirit of the Soul Emperor was tied to a significant secret regarding the second-generation Soul Emperor, a mystery which he only partially understood, as he dared not ask more without Xiao Xian's direct explanation. Hearing this, a glint of light flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he suddenly recalled the visage of the second-generation Soul Emperor he had seen beneath the Bodhi ancient tree. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the void-devouring flame. Soul Snow smiled faintly, preparing to elucidate, but was abruptly interrupted. Suddenly, several imposing auras descended, and within the next moment, a group of men appeared before Xiao Yan. At the forefront stood a figure he knew all too well, the current master of the Soul Clan, the 4-star Dou Saint, Soul Wui. Xiao Yan, you little rascal. How dare you come to our soul clan and behave so audaciously, even daring to flirt with our soul maiden? Soul Wui exclaimed, flanked by Gu Yu and another deputy master of the Soul Hall, all three glaring at Xiao Yan with murderous intent. Behind them, several elite Dozuns hastened to join the fray. These were nearly all the remaining elite members of the Soul Clan. However, as they approached Xiao Yan, Soul Wui's expression suddenly shifted, pointing incredulously at Xiao Yan. You have become a Dou Saint. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face as he tightened his grip on Soul Snow's hand in response to the fury etched on Soul Wui's countenance. Indeed, Lao Dang. Do you have any objections? Xiao Yan grinned widely. Master, this fellow is still so young, yet he has already ascended to the rank of Dou Saint. Such extraordinary talent cannot be allowed to flourish. The deputy master of the Soul Hall glared with fierce eyes, unleashing the full force of his 2-star Dou Saint aura. At this moment, many of the supreme strongholds of the Soul Clan, including the formidable Han Wui, suddenly unleashed their overwhelming auras, filled with murderous intent. These ancient souls harbored considerable animosity towards the Xiao clan, and as the pinnacle genius of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan naturally sought to eliminate this threat preemptively. Otherwise, in a few years, even Han Wui would no longer be a match for him. Wretches, what are your intentions? Do not forget that the resurrection of the second-generation Soul Emperor requires the assistance of the Xiao clan. Upon witnessing the gathering hostility, Han Shue's complexion darkened, and she exclaimed furiously. At that moment, Han Wui was momentarily taken aback. Even so, he could not allow this young man to continue unfettered. Gritting his teeth, Han Wui turned his gaze towards Han Shui, but when he caught sight of the handsome figure standing beside her, he could not help but be slightly stunned, and his expression turned ashen. It's you, Xiao Xiaobei. Han Wui staggered back 2 steps, his eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded Xiao Xiaobei. This scene left many of the Soul Clan warriors behind him momentarily stunned. However, those who had lived long enough to recall such a name soon displayed expressions of shock. He is the clan leader of the Xiao clan, Xiao Xiaobei. The faces of Gu Yu and others turned pale as they retreated a couple of steps. At this moment, the previously silent Xiao Xiaobei offered a faint smile and stepped forward. In the next instant, the heavens and earth shifted, as Xiao Xiaobei became the epicenter. An overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from within him, instantly enveloping the entire small soul realm. The oppressive force of a peak 9-star Dou Saint permeated the small soul realm, causing countless Soul Clan members, who were in meditation, to involuntarily prostrate themselves, their faces reflecting sheer terror. How could this aura be so formidable? It surpasses that of the Hall Master by countless magnitudes. Moreover, this aura does not originate from our Soul Clan. It must belong to an external force. In an instant, the entire small soul realm was engulfed in a state of unrest, with everyone trembling slightly, especially the ancient warriors who had lived for over 1,000 years, their faces paling as they sensed this terrifying aura. This aura belonged to the Xiao clan. Such a dreadful presence could only emanate from a peak powerhouse within their ranks. Despair flickered in the eyes of the Soul Clan elders. Could it be that today marked the demise of our clan? In the center of this explosive aura, Han Wui was abruptly forced back by this terrifying pressure, his face reddening as he struggled to withstand the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the Vice Master of the Soul Hall and Gu Yu behind him were sent reeling back several dozen steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of their mouths. While the weaker Dozone warriors could not help but collapse to the ground, it was merely a formidable pressure that compelled the Lord of the Soul Hall, Han Wui, to exert every ounce of his strength to withstand it. This force caused the 2 holy beings, Gu Yu, to cough up blood and retreat, bringing countless souls in the small soul realm to their knees beneath this terrifying aura. Such is the prowess of the patriarch of the Xiao clan. In the heart of the crowd, Xiao Xiaobei stood with an expression as indifferent as a deity, gazing down upon Han Wui. Han Wui, it has been quite a while. Yet, after all these years, you have only managed to cultivate to the level of a 4-star Dou Saint, which rather disappoints me. Moreover, from what I have just overheard, it seems you intend to eliminate our clan's heir. A cold smile graced Xiao Xiaobei's lips, while across from him, Han Wui stood, his face flushed with indignation, rendered speechless beneath the vast expanse of heaven and earth. This was the last vestige of his stubbornness. How could he possibly have arrived in the small soul realm? Could it truly be that today marks the end of the Han clan? Despair flickered across Han Wui's visage. During the Shaohan battle of Ur, Xiao Xiaobei had, in less than a century of cultivation, slain the former lord of the Soul Hall, Han Mieshing, while Han Wui had watched helplessly as his once revered leader fell to Xiao Xiaobei's blade. Now, a millennium later, as the current lord of the Soul Hall, Han Wui was painfully aware that Xiao Xiaobei had ascended to the position of clan patriarch, achieving the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Saint. With such strength, He could obliterate the entire Han clan with ease. A wave of terror washed over Han Wui. Should Xiao Xiaobei harbor such intentions, then the Han clan would indeed face utter extinction in this world. Yet, he dared not utter a single word. Do you believe that the Han clan has survived until now due to your clever tactics? Xiao Xiaobei's cold smile returned as he surveyed the pale faces of the Han clan's many powerful figures. If it weren't for the remnants of your usefulness, you lot would be nothing but a handful of strays. With another smile, Xiao Xiaobei abruptly retracted his overwhelming aura, allowing the Han clan's warriors to finally breathe heavily in relief. Should I ever hear such words from you again, for the sake of Schwer, I might spare a single bloodline of the Han clan. However, for you high-ranking members, the time of your demise will come. With a derisive chuckle, Xiao Xiaobei left Han Wui and the others silenced, unable to utter a word. A 9-star Dou Saint was an invincible presence for the current Han clan, capable of annihilating them with a mere wave of his hand. At that moment, Xiao Yan unexpectedly stepped forward, casting a dismissive glance at the Han clan's strong figures. Are you skilled in battle? What use is skill without substance? Look at your own strength, and then at your background. Xiao Yan's voice echoed with a mocking laughter. A bunch of insignificant players. Moments later, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei departed with Han Shui and her disciples, leaving behind a group of Han clan warriors brimming with suppressed fury. Lord, as I gazed at the retreating figure of Xiao Yan, a scowl of anger creased the face of the vice-master of the Soul Palace, who cast a glance at his elder brother. Restraint. The corners of Han Wui's mouth twitched slightly at the thought of Xiao Yan's disdainful expression, an impulse to strike him down coursing through him. Yet, the mere presence of Xiao Xiaobei beside him quelled this surge of fury. As night descended, the sky of the Little Soul realm was adorned with faint twinkling stars. Within an ancient hall of the Soul clan, a long-held secret was being whispered amidst the gentle spring breeze. Xiao Xiaobei, what is the true nature of the second Soul Emperor's affairs? He inquired, supporting Han Shui with a curious expression. This matter is, indeed, a monumental secret even for our clan. I only learned of the second Soul Emperor's secrets upon my arrival in this Little Soul realm with my kin, Han Shui replied, her enchanting eyes glimmering with fascination as she settled onto Xiao Xiaobei's lap. The history of our Soul clan is profoundly ancient, tracing back even before the era of the true Flame Emperor, with the first Soul Emperor already having emerged. The circumstances surrounding the demise of the first Soul Emperor remain shrouded in mystery. However, the second Soul Emperor ascended from the Duki continent to the legendary Great Thousand World, achieving the status of the Celestial Sovereign. The Celestial Sovereign is a being even more formidable than the Dou Emperor. Xiao Xiaobei nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Han Shui exhaled softly. Not long after the second Soul Emperor attained the title of Celestial Sovereign, an unprecedented war erupted in the Great Thousand World, resulting in the fall of even unparalleled powerhouses like the true Flame Emperor. Following his demise, many malevolent entities from beyond our realm seized the opportunity to invade the Duki continent. The second Soul Emperor and numerous celestial sovereigns returned from the higher realms to engage in relentless battles against these external evil races. But why does the second Soul Emperor bear such an uncanny resemblance to the void-devouring flame? In another hall, Xiao Yan stood behind Han Miao Miao, listening to her trembling explanation. The void-devouring flame was originally a unique fire cultivated by the second Soul Emperor. However, in its nascent form, it lacked the peculiar abilities it possesses now. Its true transformation was catalyzed by the fierce conflict between the second Soul Emperor and the Spirit-Devouring Demon Clan. The Spirit-Devouring Clan? Xiao Yan's expression shifted, realizing that this clan was indeed a faction of the external evil races, which accounted for the immense threat they posed to the Duki continent in ancient times. Han Miao Miao's cheeks flushed as she continued. The Spirit-Devouring Clan is a significant branch of the vast Spirit-Devouring Demon Clan, possessing the terrifying ability to devour all things. The invasion brought about catastrophic casualties on the Duki continent, particularly due to the enigmatic methods employed by the Spirit-Devouring Demon Emperor. Taking a deep breath, Han Miao Miao's subsequent words sent a shiver through Xiao Yan, nearly causing him to falter. Yet, the second Soul Emperor managed to devour the Spirit-Devouring Demon Emperor. Chapter 465, The Opening of the Celestial Tomb. The second Soul Emperor devoured the Spirit-Devouring Demon Emperor? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of astonishment finally flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, causing him to pause in his actions. It is worth noting that the Devouring Spirit Demon Emperor is a top-tier powerhouse among the Devouring Sky Demon Clan. As a being of such caliber, endowed with the terrifying innate abilities of the clan, his devouring prowess is indeed formidable. Yet, the second-generation Soul Emperor managed to consume this Devouring Spirit Demon Emperor. What a ruthless individual, a true force to be reckoned with. At this moment, even Xiao Yan could not help but feel a twinge of reverence for the second-generation Soul Emperor. Soul Miao Miao, too, gradually ceased her speech and continued. Years ago, the second-generation Soul Emperor engaged in a fierce battle with the Devouring Spirit clan, finding himself locked in a stalemate with the Devouring Spirit Demon Emperor for an extended period. Thus, harboring a ruthless intent, he directly consumed the Devouring Spirit Demon Emperor. Following this act, the second-generation Soul Emperor transformed into a new Devouring Spirit Demon Emperor, yet his consciousness remained intact. During this process, the original Void Soul Flame underwent a mutation, inheriting the most extraordinary devouring attributes of the Devouring clan, ultimately evolving into the Void Devouring Flame. Once the second-generation Soul Emperor became the new Devouring Spirit Demon Emperor, he decisively utilized the Void Devouring Flame to consume the entirety of the Devouring Spirit clan. Consequently, the once formidable Devouring Spirit clan, which had troubled the Dou Qi continent, vanished entirely in that moment. Each of Soul Miao Miao's words carried immense weight, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily shudder with trepidation. Subsequently, due to the overwhelming demonic energy within him, the second-generation Soul Emperor exiled his physical form beyond the Dou Qi continent, allowing it to dissipate over the long passage of time. Ultimately, he severed his true spirit, letting it be refined through countless reincarnations, purging the terrifying demonic nature. According to the original plan, the true spirit of the second-generation Soul Emperor would require at least 10 lifetimes to be thoroughly refined. However, with the assistance of the Xiao clan, this process may be expedited. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan gently nodded. It turned out that the Void Devouring Flame was indeed the innate fire of the second-generation Soul Emperor. No wonder it bore such a striking resemblance to him. The form of a spirit typically mirrors that of its previous master, much like how the appearance of the pure Lotus Demon Fire resembles that of the pure Lotus Demon Saint. Contemplating the pure Lotus Demon Fire rekindled a fervent desire within Xiao Yan. Once he resolves the matters concerning the Tomb of Heaven, he can commence the refinement of the pure Lotus Demon Fire, even though his current has already reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. If he could successfully refine the pure Lotus Demon Fire, it is likely that even the Void Devouring Flame would be firmly placed beneath it. Only the ancient Tuasha Ancient Emperor, hidden deep underground, might still surpass him. With these thoughts in mind, a smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips as he embraced Soul Miao Miao's slender waist, leaning down once more. Time trickled away, and atop the towering demonic pillar, the form of Huanxin diminished day by day. Yet, within this shrinking frame, an immense and intangible soul power brewed, imbued with a palpable sense of devouring. As time progressed, even the soul power of Xiao Yan, at the heavenly realm, dared not pry too deeply. It must be noted that this was the true spirit of a Dou Emperor, encapsulating within it the devouring essence of a demon clan. During these days, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei reveled in the pleasures of mutual cultivation. The night remained serene, adorned with twinkling stars, while Han Wui stood atop the main hall of the Soul Palace, his gaze fixed upon two distant palaces, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. These two scoundrels dared to frolic with the women of my Soul clan on our sacred grounds. A fire seemed to ignite within Han Wui's chest, yet after a moment, he let out a despondent sigh, a flicker of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. No matter how arrogant these two might be, what could he do? He could only endure. After all, the Soul clan was no longer the formidable force it once was. Just a single Xiao Xiaobei could easily obliterate the current Soul clan. Any attempt to provoke him would only lead to futile demise. On the seventh day, at a certain moment, the once tranquil little soul realm suddenly erupted with a terrifying pull. In an instant, all the wandering soul energies within the realm, along with those in the Soul Palace, were drawn frantically towards the towering demonic pillar. Moments later, a colossal vortex of soul energy manifested in the sky, and atop the demonic pillar, Huanxin's form had completely vanished, leaving behind only a pearl the size of a dragon's eye. Yet this seemingly insignificant orb unleashed an overwhelming surge of soul power, accompanied by an extraordinarily peculiar devouring force. Upon laying eyes on this pearl, a glimmer of joy illuminated Han Shui's face. The true spirit of the Soul Emperor had finally come to fruition. With a look of delight, Han Shui reached into her possession, retrieving a dark vessel resembling a bowl. Xiao Yan, standing beside her, felt a stir of intrigue. This inconspicuous black bowl was, in fact, a sacred artifact. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Yan watched as the black bowl soared from Han Shui's hand, transforming into a streak of light that flew toward the towering demonic pillar. Almost immediately, an extraordinary suction emanated from the bowl, inscribed with intricate and profound runes that began to glow. Under this mysterious pull, the once tumultuous true spirit of the Soul Emperor gradually quieted, emanating a series of strange auras before gently settling into the dark bowl. Success! A hint of joy graced Han Shui's countenance, while Xiao Xiaobei and Xiao Yan exchanged glances, both sharing a subtle smile. A day later, in the Central Plains, the ancient Saint City, four figures abruptly appeared atop the ancient citadel crafted entirely from azure-hued stone. Upon witnessing these sudden intrusions, a contingent of patrolling black-armored soldiers instantly heightened their vigilance. The essence emanating from these four individuals was not overwhelmingly vast. Rather, the formidable presence of these beings eluded their senses entirely. Yet, how could mere mortals defy gravity? The singular reason for this enigma was clear. The prowess of these individuals far surpassed that of the lowly soldiers. While they contemplated this, their commander suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiao Yan, it's you again." The ancient demon gasped, fixating its gaze on Xiao Yan. Although filled with indignation, it dared not utter a word of defiance. In the past, Xiao Yan had effortlessly vanquished all the prodigies of their ancient clan with a single hand. Now that he had ascended to the realm of Dou Sheng, his strength had reached a terrifying pinnacle. One could surmise that even a mere finger could crush him. Despite the trepidation instilled by Xiao Yan, the ancient demon remained obstinately defiant. It was one thing to be incapable of defeating him, yet it was another to refrain from vexing him. The ancient demon mused, positioning itself defiantly before Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, my esteemed brother has arrived at our ancient clan, yet I possess an invitation from our clan." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly. The demeanor of the ancient demon suggested it was intent on creating a scene. Initially perturbed, Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of amusement upon glancing at Xiao Xiaobei beside him. "Ancient demon, do not feign camaraderie with me. I am now the emperor of the Xiao clan. You may address me as His Highness the Emperor." Xiao Yan's cold laughter caused the ancient demon's countenance to change abruptly, revealing its discomfort. The title of Emperor of the Xiao clan was of immense prestige. And since Xiao Yan's ascension, the entire clan had become aware of this development. The ancient clan, along with others, was not without its share of women betrothed to the Xiao clan or individuals intricately linked to it. Through the proclamation of these figures, many powerful entities among the other 6 clans had naturally come to recognize Xiao Yan as the new emperor and understood the significance of this title. The emperor of the Xiao clan held a status equivalent to that of the clan leader, and the implications of this position subtly surpassed even that of the leader of the ancient clan, which underscored the terrifying nature of the Xiao clan's emperor. Logically, the arrival of the emperor should have been met with fervent hospitality from the ancient clan, especially considering his betrothal to the daughter of the ancient clan. However, the more exalted Xiao Yan appeared, the more unbridled fury ignited within the ancient demon. Now that Xiao Yan had become a Dou Sheng and an emperor, would he not claim the lady for himself? The mere thought of his goddess potentially marrying this scoundrel left the ancient demon in a profound state of discontent. "Your Highness, although your status is exceedingly noble at present, I must insist that you first inform the elders of your clan, otherwise I cannot permit you to enter." Gu Yao inhaled deeply, continuing to block Xiao Yan's path. In times past, Xiao Yan would have effortlessly sent Gu Yao flying with a single blow. However, today, a playful smile graced his lips. "Ah, I see." Xiao Yan nodded with a smile and gestured towards another handsome man beside him, saying, "Allow me to introduce you. This is our current clan leader, Xiao Xiaobei." No sooner had Xiao Yan's words left his lips than Gu Yao's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling slightly. The clan leader of the Xiao clan. Gu Yao gazed at the handsome man before him with trepidation, a wave of despair rising within him. Although Xiao Yan was ostensibly the prince of the Xiao clan, he was merely a one-star Dou saint. Gu Yao still harbored a flicker of hope against Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Xiaobei was a peerless powerhouse, entirely on par with his own clan leader. What would the clan leader think of him for causing trouble for the prince? Should he casually report his actions to the clan leader, Gu Yao would face dire repercussions from his clan. What troubled him further was the potential wrath of the Xiao clan leader. If he were to take offense, Gu Yao feared he might be annihilated without a second thought, and the ancient clan would not dare to intervene. At that moment, the light around them shifted once more, yet this time the space did not distort. In the next instant, a man clad in azure stepped forth, unremarkable in appearance, yet causing Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei to instantly become exceedingly obedient. "Ancestor! Ancestor!" Both Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei regarded the young man with utmost respect. Meanwhile, Gu Yao, positioned not far from them, wore a bewildered expression, his heart racing to an extreme. The man whom the clan leader Xiao Xiaobei referred to as ancestor was. Gu Yao found himself engulfed in a void of comprehension. At this juncture, the ever-respectful Han Shui offered a slight bow to Xiao Xian. "I, Han Shui, a descendant of the Han clan, pay my respects to the esteemed Xian Emperor." Han Miao Miao, also a descendant of the Han clan, followed suit in reverence. "Indeed, it is he, Xian Emperor Xiao Xian." Gu Yao's heart quivered anew, his vision blurring as he fell from the sky. To provoke a formidable Dou Emperor was a predicament that would leave anyone in a state of utter disbelief. He chuckled softly, observing the plummeting Gu Yao, who was hastily caught by his subordinates. Xiao Xian smiled slightly, then turned his gaze towards Han Miao Miao and Han Shui. My dear girls of the Han clan, have you brought the true spirits of the second-generation Han Emperor with you? Xiao Xian inquired, looking at the two. Esteemed elder, I have brought it forth. Upon hearing this, Han Shui inhaled deeply. If this plan proves successful, the Han clan may once again regain its former glory. At this juncture, Xiao Xian subtly nodded. In that case, let us proceed. With that, he waved his hand gently towards the space of the ancient sacred city, causing a spatial rift to appear before everyone. Beyond this rift lay the vast and boundless ancient realm. Come, I shall guide you to the tomb of heaven. Xiao Xian smiled slightly, and with a grand gesture, the group found themselves transported to the face of an ancient mountain range. This remarkable feat, save for Xiao Xiaobei, who was but one step away from becoming a Dou Shang, when unnoticed by both Xiao Yan and Han Shui, who were completely oblivious to Xiao Xian's method of traversal. The ancient sacred mountain was traditionally a forbidden site of the ancient clans, yet before Xiao Xian, it clearly held no mystery or taboo. The moment the group arrived at the foot of this ancient mountain, a middle-aged man clad in tattered garments suddenly materialized before them. Xiao Xian, my brother. It has been quite a while. Gazing at Xiao Xian and his companions, Gu Yuan's face revealed a complex smile. Indeed, Gu Yuan, it has not been too long. After all, our clans only forged a betrothal a few years ago. Xiao Xian replied with a faint smile. I have come to the ancient clan to initiate the tomb of heaven. Surely, your people will not object? Xiao Xian smiled gently. How could they dare to object? Gu Yuan shook his head with a smile, though a deeper complexity lingered in his gaze. Once, the two had been close friends, yet now, upon their reunion, the bond of friendship remained, but the intimacy had faded, all due to a fateful error made long ago. As long as there are no objections, that is satisfactory. Xiao Xian nodded with a smile, his fingers suddenly puncturing the void. In that instant, the heavens and the earth trembled violently, an ancient and desolate aura gradually permeating the space. Beneath this ancient essence, Xiao Yan's expression turned one of reverence. The tomb of heaven is about to be unveiled. Suddenly, a colossal spatial rift, stretching 1,000 feet in length, emerged, accompanied by a silvery radiance slowly coalescing. Moments later, a towering silver gate, standing 100 feet high, manifested before Xiao Yan and the others, emanating the primordial ancient aura. The tomb of heaven, gazing upon the colossal silver portal. Even Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a flicker of intense fervor. Not only was the tomb of heaven itself a fragment of an unparalleled sacred artifact, but the myriad spirits brewing within it also constituted an immense reservoir of soul power. According to Xiao Yan's recollections, should he consume both the tomb of heaven and its spirit, his prowess would ascend to an extraordinarily formidable level, potentially even reaching the legendary imperial realm. However, contemplating the current strength of his body, a hint of doubt crossed Xiao Yan's mind. The soul of an emperor was not something his current vessel could endure. He would need to devour the pure lotus demonic fire before he could hope to elevate his spirit to the imperial domain. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Yan noticed the fissures of the silver portal widening, and with the ancient gateway swinging open, a torrent of ancient mist surged forth. Let us proceed, Xiao Xian said with a slight smile, extending his hand. Instantly, the group found themselves drawn forward uncontrollably. As they passed through the massive silver portal, Xiao Yan distinctly sensed a tremendous pulling force, as if it sought to transport him to an unknown destination. Yet, with a gentle grunt from Xiao Xian, this intangible energy dissipated without a trace. It appeared that the clan ancestor had indeed fully refined the tomb of heaven. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan's heart stirred. Although the tomb of heaven was once a supreme sacred object, he still had the eternal fire ancient ruler and the sacred artifact mountain to pursue. In comparison, if Xiao Xian possessed the tomb of heaven, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of the heavenly sovereign who had completed the transformation of spiritual energy. As Xiao Yan and the others entered the tomb, Gu Yuan, who had been standing a short distance away, could no longer restrain a soft sigh. In a flicker, he reappeared beside a bamboo pavilion adjacent to a waterfall. There, a woman sat quietly, clad in an elegant azure robe that accentuated her flawless figure. Her skin glimmered like frost and snow, and her long, flowing hair cascaded to her waist. Her exquisite visage could render the heavens themselves pale in comparison. As if sensing an arrival, the woman opened her ethereal eyes, and upon seeing Gu Yuan, a stunning smile graced her serene face. Father, you have come, Gu Suner said, rising with a smile. However, upon noticing the hint of melancholy etched upon Gu Yuan's brow, she was filled with concern. Father, what troubles you? Has something significant occurred in the clan that has caused you such distress? Gu Sun'er could scarcely fathom what could transpire within the ancient clan to render her father in such a state. Sun'er, Gu Yuan replied, gazing at his increasingly radiant daughter with a slight sigh. The very utterance rendered the woman's body rigid with sudden tension. Xiao Xian had arrived. Upon hearing this, Gu Sun'er stood frozen in place. Observing her expression, Gu Yuan's countenance grew increasingly melancholic. In addition to Xiao Xian, that rascal Xiao Yan had also accompanied him. As I had anticipated, barring any unforeseen events, it was likely that upon their emergence from the heavenly tomb, a union between the Gu and Xiao clans would soon be on the horizon. Gu Yuan's subsequent words caused Gu Sun'er's delicate frame to quiver involuntarily. That fellow had indeed come along as well. The image of his mischievous grin surfaced in her mind, and for reasons unknown. She felt an unusual pressure that left her breathless and somewhat uneasy. Beyond the detestable visage of Xiao Yan, her thoughts drifted back to the recent news from the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan had ascended to the status of a Dou Sheng and had accepted the title bestowed by Xiao Xian, becoming the true prince of the Xiao clan. This signified that it would not be long before Xiao Yan would genuinely arrive at the Gu clan to seek a bride. Alas, this day was destined to come. Gu Sun'er could not help but gently shake her head, ultimately returning her gaze to Gu Yuan. Father, I am well aware of all this. If that is the case, let us await his arrival to the Gu clan for the betrothal. A smile akin to a blooming blue lotus suddenly graced her countenance, causing Gu Yuan, her father, to tremble slightly. Very well. Gu Yuan nodded emphatically, and his figure vanished from sight. He dared not look upon his daughter's face any longer. Though Gu Sun'er bore him no ill will, his heart was heavy with guilt. Once Gu Yuan had departed, Gu Sun'er exhaled slowly. Yet, the mere thought of that youthful face caused her delicate form to stiffen once more. Setting aside her feelings for Xiao Yan, whether affection or disdain, the contemplation of her impending nuptials stirred a subtle sense of anxiety within her. Moments later, within a grand hall at the heart of the Gu clan, ancient voices resounded, revealing the presence of esteemed Dou Sheng elders of the clan. Such a gathering constituted one of the highest-level meetings within the Gu clan. Patriarch, what has transpired? Indeed, Patriarch, what is the matter? The elders of the Gu clan regarded Gu Yuan with puzzled expressions. The summoning of all Dou Sheng elders could only indicate a matter of significant consequence for the entire clan. Esteemed elders, Gu Yuan cleared his throat, his gaze settling upon the assembly. The day of Sun'er's marriage should not be too far off. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan continued with measured calmness. We must not delay. Everyone should prepare accordingly. At the very least, we need to establish a clear plan in our minds, lest we find ourselves flustered when the time truly arrives. As Gu Yuan's voice faded, the crowd below stirred with excitement. Good heavens, the son-in-law is coming to wed. Indeed, this marks a grand union between our clan and the Xiao clan. Everyone must prepare diligently to avoid any unforeseen complications. Haha. Our ancient clan shall gain a worthy son-in-law. With Xiao Yan's immense potential, it is certain that he will ascend to the position of clan leader in due time. Moreover, given his remarkable achievements, he might very well surpass that threshold and become the second Dou Emperor of the Xiao clan. Indeed, how young Xiao Yan is. Yet he has already reached the Dou Saint realm. Compared to other formidable beings, he has ample time to strive for the Dou Emperor level. Oh, once we are united with the Xiao clan, the glory of our clan will undoubtedly reach new heights. At the long table, numerous elders engaged in animated discussions, their expressions reflecting their excitement. At the head of the table, Gu Yuan quietly observed this scene, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Enough. You may discuss matters further upon your return. Remember, this is Sun'er's wedding. Each of you is an elite of our clan, and I do not wish for this occasion to be mishandled. Understood, clan leader. Rest assured, we shall execute this matter splendidly. The elders echoed in agreement, their voices laced with joy. After all, a union with the Xiao clan would undoubtedly bring significant benefits to the ancient clan and its high-ranking elders. They too would bask in that glory. Once the elders departed, Gu Yuan remained seated at the head, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a weary sigh. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and his companions had already traversed a distance within the celestial tomb. In this misty and peculiar realm, unusual flickers of firelight appeared in the distance, only to vanish as swiftly as they emerged, leaving a profound silence that enveloped the unfamiliar land. Occasionally, translucent figures resembling phantoms flitted by, seemingly in search of sustenance. However, upon spotting the four individuals soaring above, they quickly recoiled and hid. Clearly, they dared not provoke those in the sky. In this moment, Xiao Yan's gaze occasionally swept over these retreating apparitions. Are these the energy entities within the celestial tomb? Observing the ethereal beings that distanced themselves upon seeing his group, a spark of fervor ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. This celestial tomb harbors almost boundless energy, and the soul entities are virtually inexhaustible. Should he refine one of these energy bodies, the essence of soul power and energy contained within would undoubtedly aid Xiao Yan. However, for Xiao Yan in his current state, the energy bodies on the first layer of the celestial tomb had long since lost their significance. Even if he were to eradicate all the energy bodies on that layer, it was unlikely his cultivation would increase by even a single star. However, upon reaching this second tier, he occasionally discovered that some energy entities had already attained the half-saint level. On one fortuitous occasion, he even caught a distant glimpse of an energy entity at the rank. Should he manage to refine this energy entity, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for him. However, upon perceiving their group, the energy entity could not help but swiftly evade them. Given the pressing matters at hand, they had no inclination to pursue an energy entity. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the third tier of the. To Xiao Yan's astonishment, upon reaching this level, he found it teeming with powerful energy entities, the weakest of which had reached the 9-star level. Even half-saint and energy entities could be encountered freely here. Gazing at these energy entities, Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with fervor. If he could refine these half-saint energy entities, he might truly have a considerable chance of achieving the pinnacle of spiritual power. Nevertheless, despite the fire igniting within him, Xiao Yan refrained from acting immediately. For the primary purpose of his visit to the was to seek out the. This thought stirred a deep curiosity within him. He wished to meet the Soul Emperor, who was destined to be his and Xiao Xian's formidable adversary. Just as these contemplations unfolded within his mind, the previously tranquil third tier of the suddenly transformed. Amidst the swirling energy mists, a man clad in white silently materialized in this realm. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with long hair cascading freely. At first glance, he resembled a refined scholar, yet upon gazing into his dark eyes, one could sense an undercurrent of madness. Xiao Xian, you have returned. What? Have you come to mock me in this? The long-haired man cast a cold smirk as his gaze swept over Xiao Xian, but upon noticing the two women accompanying him, a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. The only individual capable of addressing Xiao Xian by name within this, aside from the formidable Soul Emperor of Ur, was none other than himself. Curious, these two young ladies bear the bloodline of the observant, according to Xiao Yan's expectations, and should have been paying their respects to the at this moment. However, to his astonishment, did not bow before him, and even, an elder of the, regarded the with a complex expression. This scene caused Xiao Yan's brow to furrow slightly. It appeared they intended to take some action against the. Xiao Yan's heart trembled slightly as he observed Xiao Xian begin to speak. Soul Emperor. Xiao Xian gazed at the young man before him, who resembled a scholar. Deep within his tranquil eyes, which had remained calm for a millennium, a hint of complexity finally surfaced. Since your demise, I have not encountered an adversary capable of posing a threat to me for a long time. Xiao Xian's words, though spoken lightly, caused the previously composed Soul Emperor to furrow his brow, revealing a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze. The strangeness of hearing such words from his arch-nemesis, Xiao Xian, was palpable. What exactly are you here for? The Soul Emperor coldly fixed his gaze upon Xiao Xian. Have you finally decided to strike after leaving me trapped in the heavenly tomb for over 1,000 years? You are correct. In response, Xiao Xian smiled slightly and nodded, causing the Soul Emperor's pupils to constrict. During his lifetime, he was no match for Xiao Xian. How could he possibly resist now? Reduced to a mere fragment of a soul before him? Soul Emperor, Xiao Xian remarked with a complex expression, a hint of regret in his eyes as he regarded him. You are a worthy opponent, but for the fate of countless lives on this continent, I, Xiao Xian, must invite you to your demise today. As his words fell, Han Shui, who had remained silent behind him, suddenly produced a pitch-black bowl, within which floated a pearl the size of a dragon's eye. This pearl was none other than the true spirit of the second-generation Soul Emperor. Han Shui, descendant of the Han clan, calls upon our ancestor to meet death for the sake of the Douqi continent in the Han clan. With Han Shui's declaration, the Soul Emperor's eyes instantly turned frigid, a surge of intense murderous intent rapidly emanating from him. In the face of such terrifying malice, even Xiao Yan, now a formidable Dou Sheng, felt a shiver run through him. After all, this was a peerless powerhouse who had stood at the pinnacle of the continent thousands of years ago, and the lifelong nemesis of Xiao Xian. Before the Soul Emperor's fearsome aura, not only Xiao Yan but even Han Shui and Han Miao Miao paled slightly. A being who remained so formidable after a millennium of slumber was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, regardless of the Soul Emperor's might, he posed no threat in the presence of Xiao Xian and Xiao Xiaobei, leaving aside the sheer terror of Xiao Xian's strength. Merely considering Xiao Xiaobei's current realm was enough to rival that of the Soul Emperor of Ur, rendering the latter's murderous intent inconsequential. Soul Emperor, relinquish your resistance. If you do so, I can ensure that history remembers you favorably, and your sacrifice will allow the Hun clan to rise once more. Gazing at the man who had once instilled a modicum of pressure upon him, Xiao Yan let out a faint sigh. However, his sigh was met with utter disdain from the Soul Emperor. Are you suggesting that I surrender? The Soul Emperor chuckled, his long hair billowing without wind, his eyes flickering with madness. Xiao Yan, is this our first encounter? How could I ever be the type to yield? As his words echoed, an endless surge of energy within the celestial tomb coalesced into a colossal wave, its terrifying might causing Xiao Yan and the others to tremble slightly. In this world, only what I, the Emperor, choose to bestow upon others has ever been offered. No one can compel me to surrender willingly. The Soul Emperor sneered. The Soul Clan and the Duki continent are not worth my life. If you desire my demise, you shall have to claim it yourself. Oh. Hearing the Soul Emperor's obstinate declarations, Xiao Yan sighed softly at that moment. Indeed, as a centuries-old adversary, he was well aware of the Soul Emperor's nature. Beneath that seemingly cultured exterior lay a heart consumed by madness. To gain strength, he would sacrifice everything: kinship, love, the lives of his clansmen, and the very beings of the continent. For such a person as the Soul Emperor, these were merely externalities. He was one willing to forsake all for power. In a sense, he embodied the essence of a thoroughgoing egoist. Since you refuse, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Xiao Yan cast a deep glance at the Soul Emperor, and in the next instant, he pressed his palm against the space of the celestial tomb, causing the entire realm to freeze as if water had suddenly solidified, rendering it utterly immobile. Under such a terrifying spatial immobilization, had Xiao Yan and the others not been deliberately protected, they would have found themselves unable to move at all. Within this dreadful control, even the Soul Emperor's formidable spirit became rigid, as if encased in ice, nearly incapable of movement. You have refined the entire celestial tomb. The Soul Emperor struggled violently, yet could only manage minor movements, exerting great effort to utter those words to Xiao Yan. Why must it be so? Observing the madness in the Soul Emperor's gaze, Xiao Yan gently shook his head. Back then, you were not my equal. Now, as merely an energy entity, your power is a mere fraction of what it once was. Even if I had not refined this celestial tomb, you would still lack the strength to resist. You bastard. Xiao Yan, you bastard. The Soul Emperor's body trembled slightly, a cry of unwilling rage escaping his lips. Yet, under the terrifying constraints of this space, even speaking was a laborious task. What resistance could he possibly muster? Xiao Yan lightly gestured towards the Soul Emperor with his finger. Energy disperse. As his command resonated, the once mighty energy tide that filled the heavens suddenly dissipated, and even the energy within the Soul Emperor swiftly began to vanish. Gazing upon this scene, not only did the Soul Emperor's eyes reveal a look of terror, but even Xiao Xiaobei's pupils constricted slightly. As for Xiao Yan, his gaze burned with an intense fervor at the sight before him. Was this the formidable power unleashed by a Dou Emperor after refining an unparalleled holy artifact? One mere utterance had caused a 9-star Dou Saint to dissipate all his energy. In the face of Xiao Yan's dazzling display, Xiao Yan felt not only shock, but also a burgeoning anticipation. If one day I were to ascend to the Dou Emperor realm and refine that sacred mountain, would I too wield such terrifying might? With this thought, Xiao Yan's desire to enhance his strength surged within him. As this energy was frantically siphoned away, the originally overwhelming aura of the Soul Emperor swiftly withered, losing the support of that energy, and despite possessing the soul power of an emperor, he found himself considerably weakened. After all, at the level of a Dou Saint, one primarily relied on the immense power within to summon the heavens and unleash even more dreadful might. Yet now, he had lost mastery over all the energy within the heavenly tomb, leaving only his vast soul in a state of confinement. Since you are unwilling, I shall take matters into my own hands, Xiao Yan stated calmly, and in the next moment, he appeared before the Soul Emperor. Today, I shall purge your millennia-old consciousness, leaving merely an emperor-level soul for the resurrection of your clan's second-generation Soul Emperor. With a low shout, his palm, imbued with boundless radiance, struck fiercely against the Soul Emperor's head. Given that his head was already a soul entity, a piercing scream erupted the moment their connection was made. Xiao Yan, I curse you to an untimely demise. I curse your Xiao clan. The Soul Emperor's words were abruptly interrupted by Xiao Yan's sudden cry from afar. Ancestor, this old fool is about to utter calamity. Tear his mouth apart. Xiao Yan had an unsettling premonition that the Soul Emperor was about to utter ill-fated words. In the past, he might have dismissed such thoughts, but ever since that vision in the ancient Bodhi tree, he had become acutely sensitive to forthcoming events. Taken aback by Xiao Yan's sudden exclamation, Xiao Yan briefly hesitated. However, upon considering the unpleasantness of the Soul Emperor's words, he nodded slightly. wiping his hand across the Soul Emperor's mouth, rendering the former mighty being utterly speechless. Whimpering, the Soul Emperor's eyes widened in agony. His teeth grinding as waves of torment surged through his soul, creating a sensation of being torn asunder. Essence of the Emperor, refine the soul. Xiao Yan shouted once more. The white light emanating from his palm intensifying, enveloping the entirety of the Soul Emperor's being. After a violent tremor, the once menacing glint in his eyes gradually dulled into emptiness. I am the Soul Emperor. His gaze grew increasingly vacuous, ultimately becoming a mere void, with only the soul of the Soul Emperor lingering in the air, quietly drifting. It is time, Soul Shui. Hasten to deliver the true spirit of the Soul Emperor to me. Xiao Yan murmured towards Soul Shui, who stood nearby. Yes. Upon hearing this, Soul Shui dared not utter a word further and promptly cast forth the obsidian bowl she held, which ultimately landed in Xiao Yan's hands. Without a moment's hesitation upon receiving the bowl, Xiao Yan unleashed a powerful suction from his palm, extracting the true spirit of the Soul Emperor from within the obsidian vessel, and enveloped it with the essence of the Dou Emperor, directly infusing it into the soul of the Soul Heaven Emperor. As the spirit was absorbed, the once consolidated form of the Soul Emperor's essence instantaneously transformed into peculiar strands, which swiftly merged into the ethereal body of the Soul Heaven Emperor. Following the infusion of the Soul Emperor's true spirit into the imperial soul, the previously hollow and dim eyes of the Soul Heaven Emperor flickered with a hint of vitality, albeit so faint that even Xiao Yan would not have discerned it without careful observation. The true spirit of the Soul Emperor had blended in. What remained was merely the passage of time, allowing this essence to gradually awaken within its new ethereal form. Gazing at the motionless Soul Heaven Emperor suspended in the air, Xiao Yan smiled subtly, his eyes reflecting a trace of muted anticipation. Calculating the time, he mused that when the second generation of the Soul Emperor awakens, it would likely coincide with the advent of calamity. Xiao Yan contemplated, his gaze shifting to Xiao Yan in the distance. Little one, on the day of the impending disaster, I wonder to what heights you will have ascended. Even I can only delay the calamity for a moment. I hope that within this limited time, you can rapidly evolve to a level capable of confronting all challenges. While Xiao Yan's mind was filled with myriad thoughts, Xiao Yan had already approached with an eager expression. Ancestor, why must the soul of the Soul Heaven Emperor be refined to resurrect this second generation of the Soul Emperor? Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. For the true spirit of a Dou Emperor to genuinely revive, it naturally requires an imperial soul as a vessel, Xiao Yan replied calmly. The second generation of the Soul Emperor and the Soul Heaven Emperor belong to the same soul lineage, and since the Soul Heaven Emperor possesses an imperial soul, he is indeed the most suitable candidate. Ancestor, what about the soul of the heavenly tomb? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan grasped the necessity of refining the Soul Heaven Emperor's ethereal form, but his subsequent question revealed his true intentions. The soul of the heavenly tomb? Xiao Yan's gaze lightly swept over Xiao Yan. I regret to inform you that you have arrived too late. After I refined the heavenly tomb, I directly extracted the essence of the heavenly tomb's soul and bestowed it upon the leader of the Xiao clan. With a subtle smile, Xiao Yan rendered Xiao Yan's expression abruptly stiff. His gaze flickered towards Xiao Xiaobei, who displayed an awkward yet courteous smile. Xiao Yan's lips twitched slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. It appeared that the overwhelming strength of the Xiao clan was not entirely beneficial for him, at least. It meant that the clan's resources could not be wholly allocated to his benefit. For instance, the opportunity to refine the soul of the heavenly tomb, which would grant him access to the imperial realm, had been bestowed upon his beloved clan leader. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan's gaze drifted over the myriad energy forms within the heavenly tomb. Sensing Xiao Yan's contemplative mood, Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly. Although the soul of the heavenly tomb had been refined by Xiao Bei, numerous energy forms still lingered within. If Xiao Yan could successfully refine all these energies, it would undoubtedly augment his power significantly. At this, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened with enthusiasm. Indeed, should he refine the energies and soul power contained within these forms, it would greatly enhance his strength. However, Xiao Yan's next words left Xiao Yan momentarily taken aback. Yet, you are soon to become the son-in-law of an ancient clan. This matter can wait a while. Xiao Yan's gaze fixed on Xiao Yan, a rare, ambiguous smile gracing his features. Upon witnessing this smile, a fervent glimmer appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes. Indeed, he had now attained the esteemed rank of Dou Saint and was officially recognized as the young master of the Xiao clan. It was time to fulfill the marriage pact that had long been outstanding. The mere thought of his breathtaking fiancée ignited a fervor within his heart. Once you complete your marriage, you shall be the son-in-law of the ancient clan. Thereafter, you may come and go from the heavenly tomb as you please. Xiao Yan remarked with a gentle smile. Yet, Xiao Yan responded with a calm demeanor. I shall abide by the arrangements of our clan's ancestors. Under normal circumstances, such a response would be uncharacteristic of him, but with the attentive gaze of Hun Miao Miao fixed upon him, he dared not display excessive excitement. Hee. You two young ladies of the Soul Clan may return to your clan for now, Xiao Xian said, glancing at Hun Shui and Hun Miao Miao. After a moment's pause, as if struck by inspiration, he added with a soft chuckle, once your clan has reorganized internally, if you wish, you may reside in the Xiao clan permanently. Hun Shui and her apprentice exchanged complex glances before bowing slightly to Xiao Xian in understanding. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Will Miao Miao also come to the Xiao clan? Reflecting on this scene, Xiao Yan suddenly remembered that, having reached such strength, he ought to bring the rest of his family back as well. Besides Hun Miao Miao, there were also Yao Ling of the Yao clan, the twin sisters of the Dan Tower, the Han sisters, and a group of ladies from the Jama Empire. He couldn't help but wonder if bringing them all back to the Xiao clan would lead to conflicts. The mere thought of this made Xiao Yan feel a slight headache. Yet, Xiao Xian had already torn open the spatial rift of the heavenly tomb, and in a mere flicker, he had appeared in the skies above the ancient clan. Gu Yuan, prepare for your daughter's marriage. It won't be long before I, the imperial son of the Xiao clan, come to propose. Xiao Xian's laughter reverberated throughout the ancient realm, stirring up a tremendous uproar. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, I found myself unwell, suffering from an unfortunate bout of illness. Enough said. I wish everyone a joyful Mid-Autumn Festival, and I shall make up for the updates tomorrow. Chapter 468, Opening New Veins. What? The clan leader intends to marry the young lady to the Xiao clan? With Xiao Xian's voice echoing across the ancient realm, the previously tranquil atmosphere swiftly erupted into excitement. Make sure this matter is conducted with utmost grandeur. Are all the decorations prepared? An elder of the ancient clan, a battle saint, addressed the 3 battle sovereigns before him. Reporting to the sage, everything is ready. Within 3 days, the bridal adornments will fill the entire ancient clan, the 3 battle sovereigns responded in hushed tones. Excellent. This matter bears great significance for our clan. You must be meticulous. Do not let any detail escape your attention. The battle saint nodded in satisfaction. This marriage of the young lady concerns the future of our ancient clan. Keep your eyes sharp, for should any misfortune occur, I shall not hesitate to punish you severely. Another hot-tempered battle saint glared at his subordinates. Yes, elder. Notify the Black Yin army. All soldiers are to collect a bright red flower from the logistics elder. On the day of the proposal, they must fasten it to their armor. Any misstep in this matter will be dealt with according to military law. At the headquarters of the Black Yin army, King He Yin surveyed his subordinates, his gaze particularly lingering on several young prodigies of the ancient clan. The coldness of his stare sent a shiver down their spines. As this news spread, the higher-ups among the elders of the ancient clan were filled with exhilaration. Although the ancient clan remained robust, second only to the Xiao clan, the day would inevitably come when their bloodline would wane. With the gradual thinning of their bloodline power, the ancient clan could eventually face a decline akin to that of the Spirit clan and Stone clan. However, should they succeed in an alliance with the Xiao clan, especially with the newly appointed imperial son, Xiao Yan, it would infuse a new vigor into their bloodline. Furthermore, it would grant them access to shared resources with the Xiao clan, presenting a substantial fortune. Perhaps this singular union could give rise to several new battle saints within their ranks. Indeed, if Xiao Yan could ascend to the level of Battle Emperor, the ancient clan would experience a monumental gain. A legitimate heir of a Battle Emperor signifies a bloodline of unparalleled purity, akin to that of the imperial son of the Xiao clan. Yet, while the imperial son of the Xiao clan was nurtured through acquired strength, the Battle Emperor's heir was born with an innate bloodline. Once Xiao Yan ascends to the throne, Gu Suner and their offspring will undoubtedly be born as natural heirs of the emperor. In such a scenario, the Gu clan could indirectly inherit a fresh lineage of Dou Emperor blood. Beyond the immense excitement of the clan's high-ranking elders, the lower echelons of the Gu clan also shared in this unparalleled joy. Historically, the Gu and Xiao clans had engaged in marital alliances, yet never with the formality of the present occasion. This grand alliance transcends mere personal unions, evolving into a profound collaboration between the two clans. For the lower members of the Gu clan, this union with the Xiao clan promises significant advantages. A transaction between two colossal races could potentially allow countless descendants to transcend their current social strata. In summary, the entire Gu clan rejoiced, save for the younger generation of exceptional talents who felt a deep sense of discontent. Ah, Xiao Yan, how detestable he is. The ancient demon trembled in fury within the cave. My lady, the mere thought of her marrying that scoundrel Xiao Yan is more distressing than death itself. Tears streamed down Ling Quan's face. Many former admirers of Gu Suner, upon realizing that their goddess would soon belong to another, felt a pain more profound than death. Of course, this sentiment was not universally shared. Some of the Gu clan's prodigies had come to respect Xiao Yan. After all, he had effortlessly defeated us when he was merely a half-saint, and now he had ascended to the realm of Dou Saint. A talent so extraordinary that it is rarely seen across the ages. If my lady were to wed such a remarkable individual, I would begrudgingly accept it. A Gu clan prodigy remarked with a bitter smile. Indeed, I still possess the Bodhi seed. I cannot oppose it. Gu Qingyang promptly concurred. Meanwhile, within the Xiao clan, a tremendous wave of excitement had already erupted. An imperial heir receiving a bride was an unprecedented event. After all, the previous two imperial heirs had wed before attaining their status. By the time they became emperors, their descendants were already numerous. Yet, Xiao Yan's forthcoming nuptials held a distinct significance, as he was set to marry the brightest gem of the Gu clan. The members of the Xiao clan harbored no objections to this union. Rather, they were filled with enthusiasm. Since Xiao Xian's ascension to emperor, the Xiao clan had maintained a preeminent position among the ancient 7 clans, with the other 6 vying to forge marital ties. In the past, such matters would not have garnered much attention from the Xiao clan. However, this time was different. The imperial heir was to wed the cherished jewel of the Gu clan, the sole divine bloodline among the ancient 7 clans, aside from the Xiao clan, and the most beautiful maiden of the younger generation. Thus, the prospect of their imperial heir marrying such an extraordinary beauty was indeed a matter of great interest for the Xiao clan. However, when many learned that this matter had been personally ordained by the esteemed ancestor Xiao Xian, their perception of Xiao Yan's marriage elevated to a whole new level. The fact that the clan patriarch took such a personal interest in this union signifies its extraordinary importance. Indeed, the ancestors' concern for this new disciple's matrimonial affairs suggests that this young imperial scion possesses remarkable potential. It is self-evident. Xiao Yan, the imperial scion, achieved the rank of Dou Sheng at merely 22 years of age. Such prodigious talent is rare indeed. Let us cease with the trivialities. Even the clan leader has come forth to personally oversee these nuptial arrangements, indicating a profound significance. We must diligently fulfill the tasks assigned to us. For this bears the ancestors' intent, and we cannot afford any delays. Understood, this affair must be executed with utmost elegance. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Shaolin lineage, Yao Xian gazed with slightly reddened eyes upon her cherished son. In the blink of an eye, that mischievous little rascal from years past has now reached the age of marrying. Yao Xian looked at Xiao Yan, and the elders present, upon hearing her words, could not help but let out a soft sigh. Indeed, those once mischievous children have now matured, each approaching the age of courtship. Reflecting on this, many elders felt a mix of relief that their dear ones would no longer be pilfered, yet a sudden nostalgia washed over them. The rascals of yesteryears have grown, yet they themselves feel as if they have aged a bit more. Ah, my son Xiao Yan, you possess the bearing of a Dou Di. At that moment, an ill-timed voice broke the silence, drawing all eyes to a middle-aged man grinning foolishly. Did I say something wrong? As the hall fell into abrupt silence, with all gazes fixed upon him, Xiao Zhan's face flushed with a blend of embarrassment and polite amusement. You old rascal, is that all you can say? Yao Xian shot him a glare, and just as she was about to voice another thought, the patriarch Shaolin, seated high above, spoke softly. Xiao Yan, now that you have become a Dou Sheng and our clan's imperial scion, perhaps it is time to establish a lineage of your own. His words left everyone momentarily taken aback. Father, Xiao Yan is still only in his early 20s. Can we not clear out a space for him in our vast Shaolin territory, even after he marries? Xiao Zhan interjected, though he could not voice it. He secretly wished to see his son often. Clear out a space? Shaolin scoffed. Do you think your son will have only this one bride? Once this marriage is concluded, he is likely to bring home wives in droves, and you may find yourself utterly exhausted just keeping up with grandchildren. Shaolin's derisive laughter left Xiao Zhan bewildered, yet he chose to ignore it, shifting his gaze towards Yao Xian instead. Yao Xian, during these past few days at home, you should refine more elixirs. Otherwise, when you meet your future daughters-in-law, you may find yourself unprepared to present them with suitable gifts. Upon hearing Shaolin's words, both Xiao Zhan and Yao Xian stared at Xiao Yan in astonishment, their expressions mirrored by the elders present, who appeared equally bewildered. Only Xiao Yan wore a smile that was both awkward yet courteous. The following day, a vast mountain range in the southeast direction of the Xiao clan was cleared by several of its formidable members. This area, significantly larger than the territory of Shaolin's lineage, was rich in energy and represented an extraordinary piece of land within the Xiao clan, specifically designated for Xiao Yan to establish a new branch. Warriors of the Dou Zong and Dou Huang ranks tirelessly transported various decorations, while Dou Zun experts meticulously engraved intricate runes upon the estate that was under construction. Notably, the most distinguished presence among them was an elder, a Dou of 8 stars, who was skillfully arranging the formation, reflecting the grandeur of the imperial residence intended for Xiao Yan. After expressing his gratitude to the elder, Xiao Yan retreated to a nearby valley, where he quietly retrieved the burning heaven cauldron and began refining elixirs. Given the significance of maintaining the dignity of two of the most powerful ancient races, it was imperative to present substantial gifts when visiting the ancient clan. Thus, Xiao Yan resolved to personally concoct a 9th-grade elixir as a betrothal gift for his upcoming nuptials. Having reached the Dou level and possessing such formidable and spiritual power, Xiao Yan's alchemical foundation had surpassed that of Yao Lao, truly entering the realm of 9th-grade refinement. A fortnight later, an ominous, pitch-black thundercloud silently gathered in the skies above Shaojia.